Chapter 1321 Two Puppets B. Although the fighting stopped, one person on each side was seriously injured. Although people in the fusion realm can slowly repair, the injuries to these two people were too serious, damaging their heart vessels and dantian. So it is difficult for their cultivation to return to their original state. Black Stoneman, a fierce woman, didn't want to take these two losers with her, so she was killed simply. The few remaining casual cultivators who saw this were all trembling in their hearts. This shrew was even more vicious than Gao Zixin.
Sister Hey! Spare me! I am willing to swear a poisonous oath to serve you all my life. Give me a chance.
Gao Zixin was also begging in fear at this time.
Ha ha! How can you be sure of planting a slave mark when you swear a poisonous oath? Ha ha! I will give you a chance to choose. Either you will be branded with a slave mark, or you will be turned into a silver corpse by me. Make your own choice.
Black Stoneman was very happy at this time, and he sat on Gao Zixin and shouted condescendingly.
I choose to let go of my spiritual consciousness and bear the slave mark. Woo.
Gao Zixin made the choice tremblingly, and then burst into tears. She knew that as long as she was planted with the slave mark, her whole life would be complete. It's over. Not much different from the Walking Dead.
Ha ha ha! What a beautiful sound! It can make you cry for a little longer.
Black Stoneman became more and more happy. After a while, he grabbed Gao Zixin's hair and said fiercely,
Okay, Shurchin, it's time. Let go of your consciousness. And after one more instance, you should call me master. You all, stay away from me.
While Black Stone Man was letting the golden corpse hold Gao Zixin tightly, he was also on guard against the other casual cultivators. After all, when the brand of divine consciousness was planted, it was the most vulnerable and least resistant time to be attacked. She also had to guard against it. Although the remaining three casual cultivators were a little dissatisfied, they still took a few steps away, turned around, and waited aside. After all, with their cultivation level, if they want to survive in the place of cultivation, they still cannot do without the Black Stone Man.
Alas! It's a pity that this silver corpse has to be destroyed.
Black Stoneman looked at the silver corpse refined by Gao Zixin, and couldn't help but said with a little pity, It turns out that this kind of puppet can only recognize its master with the last bit of consciousness before being refined. After being successfully refined, it will no longer be controlled by others, not even the people of the puppet sect. Otherwise, why Zhu Xiaobao hasn't been able to control his jade corpse as he wants until now? It's because of this reason. Gao Zixin's face was ashen, and he was crying bitterly. He had no choice but to let go of his consciousness, waiting to be branded as a slave. And Black Stoneman also had a solemn expression, concentrating on using his spiritual consciousness, and began to leave imprints on Gao Zixin's spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness cultivation of the two people is not very strong to begin with, so this process is not very smooth for both of them, and it is even a bit reluctant, especially Gao Zixin, who has to be so heart-wrenching in this process. The pain of branding. Hey Sherman was also feeling uncomfortable. She was also exerting her spiritual consciousness with all her strength, trying to control Gao Zixin's instinctive resistance. Both shrews let out vicious howls, like two wild beasts. The three casual cultivators shuddered when they heard this. At the most critical moment, I suddenly heard two shrews screaming in agony at the same time. In the end, both of them couldn't bear it anymore. They held their heads and started rolling back and forth on the ground, watching in horror the smiling Zhu Xiaobao in front of me. The three casual cultivators were even more at a loss. They didn't dare to look back, but they were also wondering in their hearts. Although this process of planting a slave mark was very tragic, was it not as miserable as them? Especially Black Stone Man. She is a spellcaster. She will never be so miserable. Right? But before they could turn around, the two people on the far side had their necks pinched by a hand. They didn't even have a chance to struggle, and they gradually lost their life, because there is a jade corpse standing behind them. Dealing with these three combined realm casual cultivators is a piece of cake. Another casual cultivator was even worse. He was tightly entangled by a giant snake and couldn't move.
Who are you? Are you not in the fusion realm? What do you want to do?
Black Stoneman endured the huge pain at this time and tried to stand up. However, the damage of this kind of consciousness was too huge. She stopped halfway. I had to kneel down on the ground, panting heavily and asked with sweat on my face.
You are not qualified to ask questions. This is our training place. First tell me, Which path are you from? The Pirate Alliance? Or the Chiang sect, or the casual cultivators from the eastern region?
Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised. He calmly stood in front of the two shrews and asked calmly.
She and I are both members of the Pirate Alliance. And the others are casual cultivators from the eastern region. Go to H.L. Gao Zixin. You and I will work together now. And I promise not to embarrass you again.
Black Stoneman looked helpless, holding Zhu Xiaobao. He answered slowly. But in the end, he suddenly wanted to launch a surprise attack. She was still unconvinced and wanted to take the opportunity to take back the initiative. At the same time, this dark and short shrew is quite scheming. At this time, she even wants to instigate Gao Zixin to make trouble with Xiaobao. In addition, the gold corpse and silver corpse attack at the same time, so there may not be no chance. But what they didn't expect was that suddenly everything in front of them was pitch black. That kind of endless darkness. And the darkness without any other feeling. Isn't that the special skill that they are proud of? For this reason, they can be superior to these casual cultivators and issue orders. Even the casual cultivators, who are better than them, have to give them a 3-point score. But I didn't expect that this little fat guy could actually use it. Is it really one of our own? However, the dark arts, performed by Zhu Xiaobao, was far more refined than theirs. And the time and space were far beyond theirs. When they saw the light of day again, they saw that their gold and silver corpses had become a pile of parts, and their necks were pinched tightly by a jade corpse, making it difficult to breathe. The reason why he used the dark art was because Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to see the tragic scene of the gold and silver corpses being torn into pieces. Subconsciously, he still regarded this kind of puppet as a living dead.
Are you a high priest? Or a branch leader? Or...
Although Black Stoneman was heartbroken that her golden corpse was destroyed, she was even more frightened at this time that this man could also dark art, and his cultivation was also far above them.
Ha ha! I said you are not qualified to ask questions. Answer me. Where did the puppets on you come from? Why does the puppet sect help you refine the puppets? What are the interests involved?
Zhu Xiaobao did not answer at all, but asked coldly.
I will fight with you.
Unexpectedly, Black Stoneman, a fierce woman, was really fierce enough. Under such circumstances, she still broke free from Jade Corpse's hand and rushed to Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha! I told you that you are not qualified to ask me questions, let alone fight with me.
Zhu Xiaobao still seemed to be able to deal with a fierce woman in the fusion realm. He raised the knife and fell, and the two arms of the Black Stone Man were cut down at shoulder level. This fierce woman let out a scream and fell to the ground this time, finally being honest.
I said it. I said it. Can you let me go?
Gao Zixin almost collapsed to the ground when he saw it. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. Why did I meet such vicious people?
Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? If I use the soul search method, I can also know what I want to know.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly.
Yes, sir. We went to the puppet sect to refine these puppets. In fact, although the puppet sect ostensibly purchased slaves from the Black Wind Valley to refine the puppets, secretly they were more willing to make deals with us. We used 2 identical ones. With the materials, we can get a corresponding puppet. And the puppet gate also helps us refine the puppet. Not only can we charge high processing fees, but we can also get fresh materials. This is better than the ones auctioned from Black Wind Valley. The quality has improved a lot, and materials from the true martial realm are often provided to them. Therefore,
in recent years, the puppet sect has rarely participated in auctions, but its strength has increased dramatically.
Gao Zixin honestly brought the puppets. Li said it again. Then he looked at Zhu Xiaobao timidly. Of course she knows that this is definitely a big event that will cause resentment from heaven and everyone.
These beasts. How dare you act so recklessly? How did you make the deal? Did you just find the puppet gate directly?
As expected. Zhu Xiaobao felt furious when he heard this. This is even more vicious than ordinary evil cultivators.
Although the puppet sect
has received mixed reviews in the past, the puppet sect is still very low-key and uses slaves from enemies or auctions to refine its puppets. But I didn't expect that this time it would reveal such a big ambition.
Of course not. We also have to find a specialized butcher to trade. Only at the agreed time and place can the refining and trade be completed.
Gao Zixin shook his head and said,
Take me to the meat dealer you mentioned. I'll let you go when you're done.
Zhu Xiaoma said with a stern face.
Impossible. We don't know their whereabouts either. Only when the materials and spiritual stones are prepared and handed over to the human flesh manager will they be the ones to contact the puppet sect? Then where will you meet the human flesh manager? It's the Wild Bee Valley. I originally wanted to customize a golden corpse, but I didn't expect this fat black girl to be one step faster than me.
Huh? Oh no! When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, his heart suddenly became cold. He had already wiped out all the people in Wild Bee Valley, and also used a large number of troops. He knew without looking that those
human flesh dealers
must have noticed it too. It's too late to say anything now. And without conclusive evidence, Puppet Gate will not admit it. This time Zhu Xiaobao didn't hesitate at all. He directly killed these foreign monks, and then hurried towards Qinxiu Peak. He is now worried that his own people will also be in danger. Zhu Xiaobao wants to move everyone to
Zuanbao Island,
because the situation in the Northwest Territory is now somewhat looming. Chapter 1322 Two Puppets C. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao also specifically looked for those casual cultivators from the eastern region, mainly because he wanted to know more about the situation. On the contrary, now that he has met a local casual cultivator, he has tried his best not to kill him. There is an invisible distinction that favors the local cultivators, and sometimes they even help the local cultivators who are fighting against the casual cultivators from the eastern region. Unknowingly, Zhu Xiaobao has become a very powerful character. He is no longer the little fat guy who hides everywhere and is hunted by everyone. On the contrary,
the Master Shinro,
who originally issued a reward to hunt him down, has disappeared. I haven't heard any news about the
Master Shinro
for a long time. Not even a reliable rumor. After a few more battles, Zhu Xiaobao had gained some strength. Most of the casual cultivators from the eastern region acted alone or in groups. There are still only a few people who actually join forces with the
pirates and Qiyang cult.
But the lethality of such a joint team is even greater. Almost no one can escape. As for those casual cultivators from the eastern region, there are winners and losers. Generally speaking, their general cultivation level is stronger than that of the casual cultivators from the southwest region. The purpose of their coming to the southwest and northwest regions is also very simple. It is because the living environment in the eastern region is worse, and the competition for resources is more cruel. Therefore, these casual cultivators from the eastern region are more ferocious and ruthless. Their appearance in large numbers forced local casual cultivators to form more teams. Of course, there are also many casual cultivators who, because of their limited strength, have fled to Lingquan Town and are stationed there. They have a guarantee and are just waiting to die. It was another fierce battle, and 4 local casual cultivators were in danger of being killed by a group of casual cultivators from the east region. The key is that among these casual cultivators in the eastern region, there is a female cultivator who caught Zhu Xiaobao's attention. Her fighting style is very familiar, just like the old monsters Jing Mao and Jing Shui.
She relied on the 4 female cultivators under her to provide blessings. The other 2 casual cultivators from the eastern region are very ordinary casual cultivators, but they are quite powerful in combat. Therefore, this group of casual cultivators from the eastern region only have 3 protagonists. But there are 7 people in total. Among them, the female cultivator alone could stand up to 2 local cultivators with similar levels of cultivation. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't taken action, these 4 local cultivators wouldn't have been able to survive for long. Of course, the cultivation of these eastern region monks is nothing to Zhu Xiaobao. Basically, Zhu Xiaobao can easily kill these outside monks without using other means. However, when dealing with the female cultivator, Zhu Xiaobao still felt that there were some things he could learn from. This technique, which uses the combined strength of his subordinates, can greatly enhance the master's combat effectiveness, and even the recovery speed can be shortened by half. Zhu Xiaobao was very interested in this technique at the beginning, but he did not find the secret book of this technique in Jing Mao's storage bag. Only some experiences and some chapters of the secret book. Seeing this kind of technique again today made Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but start to re-examine this technique. He hoped to apply this technique to the control of the 5-element skeleton. So at the end of the battle, Zhu Xiaobao was merciful and spared the female cultivator's life. However, her 4 maids who provided her with blessings were unfortunately killed. Because if they were not killed, this with the female cultivator's fighting power is very strong. Even Zhu Xiaobao can't defeat her for a while.
Humph! You are just a fusion realm, but you are quite fierce. Who are you? Old monster Jing Chai?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with some annoyance. These days, this is still the most troublesome fusion realm he has encountered. A cultivator, and a female cultivator at that. I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed.
He is my master? My name is Jing Hui. You'd better let me go. Otherwise my master won't let you go if he finds out.
The female cultivator still snorted forcefully and raised her face to fight back. He is threatening Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha ha. Your master? Even your master and I have fought against each other before. Didn't you still get beaten by me and escape back to the eastern region?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing loudly.
You? Are you that Zhu Xiaobao? What a bad luck.
When the female cultivator named Jing Hui saw Zhu Xiaobao's bulging belly and chubby figure, she suddenly remembered that her master had warned her before leaving. Qian Hui, I wanted to avoid this little fat guy, but I didn't expect to encounter him anyway. What's worse is that he became his prisoner. She is now being wrapped tightly by a giant snake and cannot move. At this moment, the 4 local monks came over in a rather embarrassed manner and saluted each other with a little treasure.
Thank you, Senior, for your help. These are their storage bags. Please accept them. Senior.
Zhu Xiaobao opened a few storage bags and looked at them, and found some useful materials and medicinal materials. He didn't like the others, so he threw them to the monks.
Well, you guys divided. These things are of no use to me. Okay, you can go. Be careful next time you meet these monks from the eastern region. Not every time you will have such good luck. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Senior.
The 4 local monks were surprised and delighted and bowed deeply before leaving happily. Seeing these local monks finishing handling the scene and leaving quickly, the female monk named Jing Hui couldn't help but panic.
Hey! Zhu Xiaobao! What do you want to do? Don't think I will let you bully me.
Ha ha. Isn't this what your master is best at? Aren't you the same? Having to be served by these 4 maids all day long?
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at her coldly and said with a mocking smile.
Humph. They have been my servants since they were young. I am a lady. Of course it is different. It is their destiny to follow me.
Jing Hui still hummed very proudly.
That's simple. From now on you are no longer a lady, but a servant. No, a slave.
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed lightly.
What? Zhu Xiaobao. What do you want to do? Don't even think about messing around. Let me go, and I can give you whatever you want.
Suddenly, Miss Jingwei panicked. I want to plant a slave mark on you so that I don't have to worry about looking at you all day long. Let go of your spiritual consciousness, and you will feel more relaxed.
Zhu Xiaobao reached out and pressed Jing Hui's head and heart.
No. No. I would rather die than be branded as master and servant by you. Let me go. You little fat devil.
Jing Hui suddenly twisted his body and screamed in horror. But she was gradually entangled by the little demon and couldn't escape from Zhu Xiaobao's grasp. Gradually, Jing Hui lost her fierce resistance. Her eyes turned from fear to confusion. And finally she looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some awe. But the memory of the past did not disappear. She gradually began to kick Zhu Xiaobao angrily. But immediately a sharp pain that tore her consciousness broke out in her brain. And she collapsed to the ground in pain.
Humph. As long as you put down your hatred and accept me as your master willingly, you will be safe. Otherwise, this kind of spiritual backlash will appear. Do you understand? Hee hee. Don't worry. As long as you behave well, I will remove it when the time comes. Newton, let you go back.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Jing Hui's shoulder with satisfaction. The old habit happened again. And I also took advantage of it.
Yeah. Got it.
Jing Hui nodded helplessly. Although he hated Zhu Xiaobao deeply, once the master-servant brand was planted, this hatred could no longer be lifted up. And there was still a feeling of mind-to-mind connection.
Okay. Good performance. Let's set off next. On the way, you happen to tell me about the situation in the eastern region. You have to explain it carefully. Oh, by the way, give me the secret book of that set of exercises as well.
Talk about it.
Zhu Xiaobao put his hands behind his back and just walked forward. Jing Hui had no choice but to quickly pack up her things and keep up with Zhu Xiaobao's pace. From then on, she began her career as a slave. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao himself felt a little regretful. This young lady really didn't know anything. And even doing some work would make her cry in the end. Zhu Xiaobao looked extremely upset. Isn't this causing trouble for yourself? If it weren't for her skill, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't be such a slave. Of course, Jing Hui's feelings are even more difficult. She still doesn't dare to resist Zhu Xiaobao, let alone hate him. Because if she has any objection, she will be backlashed by the spiritual consciousness of the master and servant brand. which will make her miserable. So she was scared when she saw Zhu Xiaobao. And she had to do what Zhu Xiaobao said honestly. The terrible thing is that she doesn't know anything. Of course, I also saw a lot of new food with these little treasures. Especially in terms of food. Which was also an eye-opener for Jinghui. This is the most food-conscious cultivator she has ever seen. There are also all kinds of weird and bizarre methods that Jinghui has never seen before. The two of them finally returned to Qinqiu Peak without any awkwardness. Not to mention, what surprised Jinghui was that Zhu Xiaobao didn't take any advantage of her. At most, it was just a dirty trick to scare her. There was no more egregious move. Since arriving at Qinqiu Peak, Zhu Xiaobao has finally felt relieved. Because this place is still the same as before. Very lively and prosperous. Although many people have moved away, it is still lively and full of vitality. When the subordinates of Qinqiu Peak saw Zhu Xiaobao, they immediately became excited and ran down the mountain with joy and joy. Including the common people at the foot of Qinqiu Peak. They all cheered loudly. I didn't expect this guy to be so prestigious here. Zhu Xiaobao not only saw Xiao Yao, Wei Zifeng, and Su Zhu, but also saw many familiar female guards. These people had not been seen for several years, and many of them were advanced in cultivation. People, it has become more beautiful, which shows that life here is still very comfortable and stable. Even the three tree ghosts appeared to greet Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, the tree spirit also greeted Zhu Xiaobao very affectionately through his spiritual consciousness. But only Sherdun was nowhere to be seen. According to past habits, Sherdun was always the first one to rush over. Sherdun is the slave that Zhu Xiaobao recognizes and trusts in his heart. Chapter 1323 Come and Go. Zhu Xiaobao sensed it carefully. And it was true that the stone pier was on top of Qinqiu Peak. But why didn't he come out to greet him as a deterrent? Sherdun was usually the first one to run over, hugging his legs and crying loudly, expressing his longing for him. In fact, he missed Zhu Xiaobao's delicious food. But today was unusual. Could it be that he was injured? Ha ha! Okay. Sisters, I miss you so much. But there are too many of you, so I can't carry you. Zhu Xiaobao returned to his original mean smile and shouted shamelessly. Ugh! Kick! 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 Everyone booed in unison. And then couldn't help but laugh. Every time like this is a very happy moment. And once Zhu Xiaobao comes back, he will definitely have a delicious meal tonight. Where is Sherdun? Why didn't you see him? Zhu Xiaobao took the time to ask. His eyes are really high now. He usually stays in his room, hangs out with that Zheng Yitong all day long, and doesn't practice anymore. He has to bring him 3 meals a day, and he still doesn't eat. Satisfied? I have never seen such an arrogant slave. Wei Zifeng curled her lips and hummed. It seems that she has been dissatisfied with Sherdun for a long time. Zheng Yitong? Didn't she leave us quietly and go out on her own? What? Come back again? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. He was very impressed by that Zheng Yitong. Because Zheng Yitong was born with a divine eye that could penetrate all illusions and detect opponents in time. Moreover, her cultivation has also advanced to the true martial realm. She is a very unique female cultivator. The key is that they are still Sherdun's 2 monks. Therefore, Zheng Yitong is also highly regarded by Zhu Xiaobao. It's a pity that Zheng Yitong never advanced because he disliked Sherdun's low cultivation level. So he left without saying goodbye and went on his own. This made Sherdun sad for a long time. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yitong is back now. No wonder. The two of them stayed together and rubbed each other's cheeks together. Coupled with the dual cultivation, it was understandable that they didn't come out in time to greet him. Zhu Xiaobao was quite tolerant of Sherdun and did not treat him as a slave at all. Therefore, Wei Zifeng and others did not underestimate Sherdun. But this time, they felt that Sherdun was a little too much. Ever since he stayed with Zheng Yitong, he almost regarded himself as his master. Before Wei Zifeng and others could figure out whether they should sue Sherdun. Unexpectedly, Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo came over excitedly. Xian Daozi was very excited when he saw Zhu Xiaobao. He can be said to be both a teacher and a friend towards Zhu Xiaobao. So he is really happy. Not to mention Mo Dayo. He stayed with Xuan Daozi all day these days, studying his 100 pregnancy pill, and felt that he benefited a lot. So Mo Dayo felt very comfortable when he came here. Every day he was either studying his 100 pregnancy pill or practicing dual cultivation. But Xuan Daozi was not as comfortable as Mo Dayo.
He practices boy skills. So asking him to help develop the
100 pregnancy pill
wouldn't embarrass him. But Xian Daozi still affirmed the fact that the
100 pregnancy pill
can help people with low-level cultivation levels advance. It does have a certain effect. As long as it accumulates enough, it can greatly induce the opportunity for upward breakthrough. This is indeed a very amazing effect. Immediately afterwards, what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the four peak masters of Cai sect also came to pay homage to Zhu Xiaobao, which was equivalent to putting Zhu Xiaobao on an equal footing with him. Although the sect leader Yin Shiru did not come in person, she also brought an invitation and hosted a banquet for Zhu Xiaobao at the main peak of Cai sect 2 days later. It seems that amidst the peace, there is still something strange. Of course, apart from the pleasantries, everyone was also very concerned about the new woman around Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao could only vaguely express that she was a new slave. It's hard to say much else. Let alone that Jing Hui is a casual cultivator from the eastern region. Not to mention that she was Jing Quan's disciple. You know, the battle between the Cai sect, Tian Qingqing, Crazy Master, and the Hehuan sect, which later attracted 2 masters from the Shanghai Fairyland, was caused by this impeachment. In the evening, when everyone at Qianqiu Peak held a banquet for Zhu Xiaobao, they saw Sherdun. Although he was still at the fusion realm, he had already reached the peak of the fusion realm. But this time Sherdun appeared together with Zheng Yitong. Zheng Yitong was nothing unusual. He was still at the true martial realm, but he was more calm than before. Sherdun, on the other hand, bowed to Zhu Xiaobao in a somewhat restrained manner, not as affectionate as before. It seems like there is a barrier.
Ha ha. Okay. No need to be polite. I don't need any help from you today. Just take care of Zheng Yitong,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and nod as before.
Yes.
Sherdun and Zheng Yitong looked at each other, and then pushed aside without hesitation. The two of them could only sit at a table on the side, and they were not qualified to sit in such a central place as Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, speaking of Sherdun and his 2 monks, I remembered something. The 2 of them mentioned to me a few days ago that they wanted to ask for a
100 pregnancy pill.
Ahem. Of course, it's not for the sake of continuing the family lineage. I guess it's for the sake of advancement.
Mo Dayo suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he just remembered this matter and hurriedly reported it to Zhu Xiaobao.
Yes. I also feel something strange. This Zheng Yitong came back suddenly. I guess he came for the
Baiyunden,
and also wanted to take Sherdun away. You have to be careful.
Zuanaozi also lowered his voice and said, both he and Mo Dayo have matured and have noticed some problems a long time ago. However, Sherdun has always been favored by Zhu Xiaobao, so he didn't say more.
This 100 pregnancy pill should have some effect on Sherdun, but it shouldn't have any effect on Zheng Yitong. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao tried his best to remain calm and asked lightly.
Well, it shouldn't have any effect on Zheng Yitong, and she has just advanced to the
true martial realm
a few years ago. It's still too early to advance again, but it may have some effect on Sherdun.
Master Xiaobao, do you think you want to help them refine the 100 pregnancy pill?
Mo Dayo asked thoughtfully. At this moment, Sherdun and Zheng Yitong walked towards Zhu Xiaobao with wine glasses in their hands. They poured a glass of wine respectfully and offered it to Zhu Xiaobao.
Master, Sherdun would like to toast to you. I wish you all the best.
You are successful in your cultivation. And I think.
Sherdun hesitated for a long time about his next words, still unable to say them out. But Sherdun couldn't help but kneel down in front of Zhu Xiaobao.
Say it! No matter what you say, I will never refuse you.
In fact, Zhu Xiaobao had already guessed Sherdun's meaning at this time, and although he felt a little disappointed, he had no intention of refusing.
I want to ask you to remove the slave mark for me. I want to go out with Yitong to have a career.
Sherdun finally made up his mind and said in a low voice. Zheng Yitong also quickly turned behind Sherdun and bent down. She was at the
true martial realm,
so she didn't bow down to Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, that's fine. Maybe if you two go out and explore together, your cultivation will improve faster. After all, it's still a little too comfortable here. As for your request for a
100 pregnancy pill,
I will open the furnace myself refine for you. Consider it a gift from me to you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, still maintaining a faint smile.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master Baofeng.
Until the end of the banquet, Zhu Xiaobao always kept a smile on his face. Finally, he returned to Wei Zifeng's room. And then he vented his anger on Wei Zifeng. And then sat there a little lonely.
Are you disappointed by what Sir Dun did? Or are you reluctant to give up such a slave status?
Wei Zifeng asked cautiously after putting on his clothes. In fact, Wei Zifeng could see that Sir Dun proposed to lift the slave's seal. See, Zhu Xiaobao is already very depressed.
Oh, I'm not very disappointed. It's just that he left me suddenly after being with me for so long. I'm a little sad. I'm also a little worried about him. This guy is so heartless sometimes.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said,
Then you still promised him to lift the slave's seal?
Wei Zifeng also asked a little dissatisfied. She always felt that Sir Dun was instigated by Zheng Yitong and suddenly proposed to lift the slave's seal. In the past, Zhu Xiaobao he once offered to release him from the slave's seal. But Sir Dun still refused desperately.
Hey! Everyone has his own ambitions. Besides,
it also fully proves that the temptation of beauty is always greater than delicious food. How about I mess around with you, and your mood will improve?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt better, and took Lan Wei Zifeng smiled at his slender waist.
Huh? That's because I will never leave you. Unless I die,
Wei Zifeng said delicately in Zhu Xiaobao's arms. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao started the alchemy furnace himself and helped Sir Dun refine a
100 pregnancy pill,
which was composed of 2 male and female pills. The female pill had 7 lines, and the male pill actually reached 9 lines. Xian Daozi, who was watching on the side, was also surprised. His alchemy skills had improved a lot. Then Sir Dun and Zheng Yitong were summoned. And with just a touch of Zhu Xiaobao's hand, the mark of slavery in Sir Dun's consciousness had been eliminated. Now that Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness is so powerful, it is easy to eliminate this mark. After removing the slave mark for Sir Dun, Zheng Yitong didn't plan to stay any longer. So he said goodbye to Sir Dun and left the next day. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao also gave Sir Dun a lot of his favorite food, as well as some spiritual stones and a few weapons. Sir Dun reluctantly left Qianqiu Peak with Zheng Yitong.
What about me? When can I remove the slave mark and leave as freely as him?
Jing Hui, who was following Zhu Xiaobao, asked cautiously.
Humph. When I think you've done a good enough job, I'll let you go. Work hard. How long will it take? About 50 or 60 years.
Ah? Chapter 1324 Difficult to Choose A. Regarding Sir Dun's departure, Zhu Xiaobao was relieved after a day of recovery. After all, it can be considered a good thing, and Sir Dun is indeed making too slow progress around him. And with his strength, he can't help it all now. Of course, these reasons are to some extent Zhu Xiaobao's own reasons to comfort himself. But once again staying with Wei Zifeng, Xiaoyao and Su Zhu, Zhu Xiaobao felt really happy. These 3 people were now in the true martial realm, and their fighting power was also quite strong. The number of female guards on Qianqiu Peak has grown to almost 500, and they are from various realms. Among them, the extraordinary realm and the divine realm are the most common, while those in the initial realm are generally not qualified to enter Qianqiu Peak. Excluding the guards who have migrated to
Inbao Island,
there are still about 30 or 40 female cultivators in the fusion realm left on Qianqiu Peak, attached to the side of Kamen. This strength should be very safe. While there was still 1 day left for Kamen's banquet, Zhu Xiaobao went to the Lingfeng Valley, which was now being taken care of by his second apprentice Yu Ziding. Now that a new species has emerged, Zhu Xiaobao is planning to open up another area to breed these
paralyzed white bees.
Yu Ziding's cultivation level has not improved much, but her consciousness is on par with Yu Beibei's, so there is no problem in controlling another low-level bee swarm. Now the number of
black golden bees
in Lingfeng Valley has reached tens of millions. This is definitely a super killer weapon. Therefore, Yu Ziding is very busy every day. Her subordinates have even assigned several assistants. Otherwise she would not be busy collecting nashi nectar.
Master, I have already planned that all the land will be used to breed these white bees. Oh, I just have too few people now, so I am too busy. Hey, you, the newly hired maid, do have a strong sense of consciousness. Ah, why don't you stay here and help me?
Yu Ziding, who was very close, held her arm with Zhu Xiaobao and said coquettishly. In fact, she was more asking for credit. What she did here is indeed very good. She just expanded the number of hives in this area several times.
How presumptuous. Who are you? How dare you come to send me?
Jing Hui was immediately furious when he heard this. Considering that Yu Ziding's cultivation level has only reached the divine realm, she actually wanted him to help her with things. This was not an insult to her. Well,
Oh, how can you, a slave, be so arrogant? Do you know that even Sherdun has to be obedient when I am here? Humph. Sisters, come on, and teach her how to recognize herself. Identity. Don't even think about fighting back. If you even think about resisting, your consciousness will be counterattacked. Because I formally worship the master.
Yu Ziding is usually a very willful and unruly master.
And this time she is even more unruly. Jing Hui refused to give up, and even led her maids to start besieging Jing Hui. Jing Hui originally wanted to fight back, but as Yu Ziding said, once she wanted to fight back, as soon as she had a murderous intention, she immediately felt severe pain in her consciousness, and had to restrain her murderous intention and passively defend. Zhu Xiaobao didn't stop him from the beginning. He just wanted to use Yu Ziding to kill Jing Hui's temperament. So now that I heard Jing Hui passively defending and yelling angrily, I didn't intervene. Instead, he was watching them fight. In fact, I quite enjoy this kind of life. But this kind of comfortable time is too rare. I seem to be busy all the time. Or I am caught in various crises.
Ha ha! Knock down! Knock down! Quick! Quick! Hold me down, and let me enforce the family law.
A group of girls finally knocked Jing Hui to the ground, and then held her down tightly. Yu Ziding still shouted excitedly. Then he found a willow stick, and really slapped Jing Hui's, but hard.
Are you convinced? Speak quickly. If you don't say anything, I'll take off your skirt. It will hurt even more.
The little girls who were Yu Ziding's accomplices also supported Yu Ziding.
What a... I'm done with it, and I don't dare to disobey senior sister's orders anymore.
Degree, I collapsed immediately, burst into tears, and had no choice but to beg for mercy. If your skirt is really taken off, the smiling owner will be watching the show.
Yeah. Then let her stay with you, and let her do some work for you. Remember, you have to teach her more skills. You will save nothing.
Zhu Xiaobao then stood up and took pictures. He clapped his hands and said to Yu Ziding, and then walked away, leaving Jing Hui here. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao brought Wei Zifeng, Xiaoyao, Su Zhu and others to attend the banquet prepared by Kayaman. Of course, Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo were also invited guests. Zuan Daozi was worshipped by the Cai sect, and Mo Dayo did not dare to neglect him because of his advanced cultivation and background on the
Immortal Pill Island.
The entire banquet was very sumptuous, and it was obvious that careful preparations had been made. This made all Xiaobao feel a little flattered. Unexpectedly, the other party actually sent such a large formation. All the 4 peak masters were present, and many senior elders and important figures were present. But it was such a grand scene that made Zhu Xiaobao vaguely feel that something was wrong. While they were drinking, Yan Shiru, the owner of the Cai sect, kept mentioning the sincere cooperation between the 2 parties. Looking at Xian Daozi, he also lowered his head and drank, without any expression, and even dodged Zhu Xiaobao's eyes a little. Damn, you are trying to shut my mouth. Zhu Xiaobao understood a little bit. It seems that Green Fairy took some of her troops to migrate first, which has aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. And now she is waiting for her to express her stance. No wonder Xian Daozi has been secretive in the past 2 days. It turns out that he already knew it. But regardless of this, Zhu Xiaobao still proposed to gradually move the remaining personnel to Zuanbao Island. Zhu Xiaobao felt that the situation in the southwest region had nothing to do with him. I don't have any ambition to fight. I just want to have a safe and secure territory of my own. I don't want to get involved in any battle. He has experienced too many life and death situations over the years. Who can guarantee that we will always have such good luck?
Humph. Zhu Xiaobao, you are very good at planning for yourself. For so many years, Xian Xiufeng has been attached to Kayaman, so you don't have to worry about anything. Now that you feel full of wings, you want to leave our Kayaman.
Tai Sanyang, who had the hottest temper, couldn't sit still at first, stood up and accused loudly.
Attached to Kayaman? It seems that we joined forces to defeat Crazy Master and Tian Qingqing. Right. And the 5th brother and 6th sister came forward. Was it because of me that they were willing to intervene?
Zhu Xiaobao was also very unhappy at once. Hummed.
My lords, since this is the case, then we should cooperate more closely instead of working alone. In the current situation, if you withdraw all your troops, Wouldn't it mean that our Tsai sect is neglected?
It's still the second peak master. Shi Wanning knew how to speak. And she immediately spoke softly, but also firmly.
Yes. Young masters, now that you have become successful in cultivation, shouldn't you share more responsibilities?
Unexpectedly, the master of the Tsai sect also said with a smile.
Oh? Is this what I call success in cultivation? It's just a mere
true martial realm.
No matter where I go, I grab a lot of them. Are you looking up to me too much?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a grin.
Ha ha. I'm not promoting you at all. I'm afraid even I, a person from the
first immortal realm,
are very afraid of your methods.
Yin Shiru said very straightforwardly, and did not feel any embarrassment because of belittling herself. She really hopes Zhu Xiaobao can stay.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just good luck. In fact, what I mean to say is that it will take a long time to really take action. In fact, you can also divide some important disciples and move to the
Zuanbao Island. Xiao Bao repeatedly raised his hands and said,
Alas, young masters, there are many things that you cannot escape, even if you hide in
Zuanbao Island.
Once a large-scale war breaks out in the southwest region, do you think
Zuanbao Island
will be spared in the end? Once those foreigners after your forces have unified the southwest region, won't they turn around and deal with your
Zuanbao Island?
Soon? By then, won't you be alone?
Yin Shiru said sincerely.
We are having a drink today. Let's not talk about this for now. How about that?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then simply dropped the topic, picked up the wine glass, and smiled at everyone. The second half of the banquet was rather boring, although they still said goodbye very politely after the banquet was over. It was obvious that everyone in the Tsai sect was a little dissatisfied with Zhu Xiaobao. The hot-tempered Tai Sanyang even turned around and left, not paying attention to Zhu Xiaobao at all. On the way back, Zhu Xiaobao also asked very depressedly,
What do you think? Am I wrong in wanting to migrate? We don't think we should leave. At least we shouldn't be in a hurry to leave now. We have many properties here, as well as tree spirits and
3 tree ghosts.
And Qinqiu Peak has been built for so many years. It is also our fault that it has developed to this point. We have put a lot of effort into it, and we are a little bit reluctant to leave just now.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Yao and Wei Zifeng were also hesitant. This is the same information as reported by Green Fairy. It turns out that these bellicose female nuns are unwilling to leave Qinqiu Peak. This does not include the red-haired woman and others, because the red-haired woman couldn't bear the comfortable life in Qinqiu Peak. She took a few people out to experience it, and they haven't come back yet.
Okay. Let's discuss it after we go back. But let me make it clear first. Once I make the final decision, don't argue with me. Humph. Why can't I get your support for such a good plan? Here.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. But on the second day, Zhu Xiaobao had not yet waited for the meeting to vote. Suddenly, a female guard hurried over to report.
The head of the beast control sect has arrived. Why is he here? Is he also here to persuade me?
Chapter 1325 Difficult to choose B. Although he was a little surprised, Zhu Xiaobao immediately led his people to greet him. After all, he was the head of the beast control sect, and the beast control sect was a large sect. Besides, this is Yu Bei's master. I also had a chance encounter with Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha! I've met Master Gongsun. Old man, why are you here?
The first sentence was very respectful, but the next word, old man, immediately made Gongsun Fu's face twitch. This guy is still so rude, but I still like this very casual way of communication.
Humph! I have nothing to do, so I came here to chat with you,
Gongsun Fu said with a smile. He rode on the back of his green bull and did not get off. Since he doesn't pay attention to the rules, he simply doesn't pay attention to them. Behave.
Senior.
Xian Daozi and Imo Dayo also hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply, facing Gongsun Fu, who was more advanced than them. These two were not so arrogant and were still very respectful.
Ha! You two fellow Taoists. You are well here.
Gongsun Fu got off the green ox and said with a smile. He had known Xian Daozi and Imo Dayo for a long time, so he was still interested in these two influential alchemists. Very polite. Then Gongsun Fu looked around and sighed.
What a treasured feng shui place. No wonder you refused when I invited you to stay next to the beast control gate. It really is a good place. Old man, you're not here just for it, are you?
Zhu Xiaobao casually summoned a
paralysis white bee, and held it in his palm, asking with a smile. Well, you can say that, but there are more important things. This kind of low-level white bee is not scary, but the pagan skills are scary. How about we go up the mountain first?
Gong Sun Fu looked at it and said without taking it. He had already seen this kind of white wasp. But at this time Gong Sun Fu's expression became much more solemn.
Oh, okay. Master Gong Sun, please.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao knew that Yubebe must have gone back to the beast control gate. She wanted to breed black golden bees in the Wild Bee Valley again. And she would have to go back to collect a large number of bee eggs. And dozens of queen bees. Rushing back to the Wild Bee Valley in Lingquan Town. A few people went directly to the top of Qinxiu Peak. Only a few people could come up here. And they were all the people Zhu Xiaobao trusted the most. Because Zhu Xiaobao is not only refining elixirs here, but also practicing controlling them.
5 elements square.
On the top of the mountain. I don't want too many people to know. When they reached the top, everyone took their seats. Wei Zifeng personally served the teacup. And then he got to the point.
Xiaobao, I heard that you want to evacuate here. Move to Zuanbao Island?
Gong Sun Fu took a sip of tea and asked straight to the point.
Yeah, I have this idea, but it hasn't been finalized yet.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. And it turned out that he was also here to persuade him.
Ha ha, that's not right. That's not right. Xiaobao, listen to me and tell you a few things, and you will understand.
Gong Sun Fu waved his hand, and then started to say with a solemn expression.
You must already know that those pirates not only can the people of the Alliance perform pagan techniques, but they are also refining large numbers of puppets. Right. Yes. But you won't let me solve this matter. Will you? Besides, we don't have conclusive evidence in our hands. The Huang family can completely deny it.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said.
No. No. There is a hidden secret in this matter. These puppets made by monks from the outside world. As far as I know, they are not from the puppet sect. Or they are not the work of the current sect master and the puppet sect. It should be Huang a branch of the family. But I didn't expect that they would still act recklessly under the banner of Puppet Door.
Gong Sun Fu shocked everyone as soon as he came up.
Oh? Then where is this branch?
Puppet Gate.
Do you know?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that things were very different from what he thought. The key is that it is difficult to find where this branch is. Found it.
It's not very clear. It may be in the southwest region. Or more likely in the Thousand Islands Sea. Just imagine. If you all migrate to
Zuanbao Island.
Once we have a long-term confrontation with the foreign cultivators, then the other party will you turn to regaining the Thousand Island Sea area first.
Then your Zuanbao Island
will probably bear the brunt. Right.
Gong Sun Fu looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked calmly.
Old man, don't scare me.
My Zuanbao Island
is definitely not weaker than your
beast taming sect. Zhu Xiaobao snorted unhappily.
Ha ha. Even if this is the case, I can have various helping hands in the southwest region. Do you have one in your
Zuanbao Island?
Let's put it this way.
If your Zuanbao Island
can have more than 3
Zongxianjing,
maybe you can barely protect yourself. If not, then I'm afraid you're still too weak. Even if you have endless means, you are still vulnerable to absolute strength. And as far as I know, the people you have offended are comparable to I want more.
Gong Sun Fu said straightforwardly.
Humph. Stop talking. Stop talking. Head Gong Sun. You have just arrived. So you should have a good rest for 2 days. I will host a banquet for you tomorrow. If you have anything to do, wait until you have a rest.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became angry with embarrassment. Cried. After Gong Sun Fu said this. Could it be that the strength he thought was very strong had become a vulnerable decoration? This made him very angry. And he didn't want to believe it. He always felt that Gong Sun Fu was scaring him. Just to make him stay and help them. But I feel intuitively in my heart that my strength is really not as strong as I thought.
Ha ha. It's okay. I just want to pay a visit to Cai's sect. So, I'll take my leave first.
Gong Sun Fu said with a gentle smile. It was Yin Shiru who invited him to persuade Zhu Xiaobao. Now it seems that Zhu Xiaobao is very repulsive. But it has attracted Zhu Xiubo's attention.
Yes. Come here. Arrange the best guest room for Master Gong Sun.
Zhu Xiaobao did not persuade him to stay, but turned around and ordered. Etiquette in this regard is still indispensable.
Ha ha. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Gong Sun Fu still smiled and cupped his hands. And then Wei Zifeng took him to the guest room in the middle of the mountain peak specially prepared for visiting distinguished guests. After Gong Sun Fu had left for a long time, Zhu Xiaobao asked solemnly,
Brothers, what do you say? I want to hear the truth. Is my plan really wrong? Yeah. Head Gongsun is right. A powerful island like
Immortal Pill Island
can only protect itself. If only a few
Bake Fairies on Zuanbao Island
want to protect themselves, I'm afraid it's still difficult.
Mo Dayo hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice,
Yes. If this branch of the
puppet sect
is really in the Thousand Islands Sea, then the people on
Zuanbao Island
will be the refining materials that the other party covets. What's more, those pirate alliances and foreign evil cultivators are all against the female cultivator is even more greedy. So you must be on guard. And you yourself said that you cannot put all your eggs in one basket.
Qian Daozi also said in a low voice,
Heck! After what you said, I really can't leave. What's this? When I was low in cultivation, I was hunted down all day long. Now that I've finally reached a higher level, I can't escape anymore. Why do you always have to get me involved? Am I very handsome?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily.
You're not handsome. And you look very good.
Unexpectedly, someone came from behind to answer the question, which just added fuel to the fire. Although he knew it was Xiao Yao, Zhu Xiaobao still took action without mercy, now that everyone is in the
true martial realm.
Once the fight starts, there will really be back and forth. Zhu Xiaobao's current fighting power makes Xiao Yao a little surprised. He didn't expect that his actual combat experience has already made him so powerful. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao showed no mercy this time, and even sacrificed the little demon. Even though the little demon is usually very familiar with Xiao Yao and Su Zhu. Once the fight starts, he will still go all out. As a last resort, Su Zhu, who was on the side, also rushed up to help Xiao Yao. Because Zhu Xiaobao fought very fiercely today. If Xiao Yao didn't use the
ultimate stack kill
technique, it would be difficult to defend.
Well done. Let you also experience the dark arts of foreign lands.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in excitement. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, Xiao Yao and Su Zhu fell into endless darkness. At the same time, countless
paralysis white wasps
also attacked them, causing the two of them to panic and panic. When the darkness dissipated, Zhu Xiaobao's more ferocious attack had already attacked them. As the fight continued, Xiao Yao and Su Zhu became more and more sluggish and stiff. Although they knew they had been poisoned by bee venom, there was nothing they could do at this time. Seeing Su Zhu being tightly entangled by the little demon, and finally fell to the ground unwillingly, Xiao Yao still wanted to resist. But Zhu Xiaobao picked him up, spanked him twice, and then went home in a grand manner. Qian Daozi and Mo Dayo, who were standing aside to watch the battle, were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen this white bee attack method, and it could be so powerful. The combination of Xiao Yao and Su Zhu can definitely fight against a cultivator from the
fake fairy realm.
But they didn't expect to be defeated so quickly in front of Zhu Xiaobao, although it is possible that they did not dare to try their best. Zhu Xiaobao also did not try his best. He still has a white lion that he hasn't released yet. What is surprising is that Gong Sun Fu, who is standing halfway up the mountain, is also astonished. With the strength of his spiritual consciousness, he can completely sense the situation on the top of the mountain. But it is not much different from what he saw with his own eyes.
This guy's fighting power is how can he be so strong? It is said that he also controls the
5 elements phalanx. No matter what, he can't let him leave the Southwest Territory. If Zixia Immortal Lord really refuses to join forces with Qing Immortal Lord, then the safety of the Southwest Territory will be at stake. We can only rely on him.
In the study of Tsai Sect Master Yin Shiru, Sect Master Yin asked anxiously,
How are you, Master Gongsun? Are you still determined to leave? Not bad. Not bad. I already told him that he was hesitant. That branch of the puppet gate is really in the Thousand Islands Sea. Of course not. It's in the southwest region. Shh. Keep your voice down. But don't tell others. Oh, I see.
Chapter 1326 Difficult to choose C. It can be said that Gong Sun Fu and Yin Shiru have been friends for thousands of years. Although the Tsai sect is not as large as the Beast Control sect, the friendship between the two heads is still very good. Moreover, the two sects are also closest to each other. So if anything big happens, the two sect leaders will discuss and support each other immediately. This time was no exception. After receiving Yin Shiru's letter, Gong Sun Fu hurried over, because he has vaguely felt in the past few years that the situation this time will only become more and more serious. The key is that I thought Qing Immortal Lord and Zixia Immortal Lord would still join forces to fight against Penglai Immortal Lord. But this time, it seems that Zixia Immortal Lord has no intention of taking action. Instead, these foreign monks were allowed to do whatever they wanted in the southwest region. This is very disturbing. Immortal Qing Yi and the southwest territory alone cannot defeat Penglai Immortal Lord and the casual cultivators from the east territory.
Headmaster Gong's son. Do you think it's because those heretics are not under the command of Immortal Penglai? So Immortal Zixia is still waiting and watching?
Yin Shiru asked cautiously.
Alas, we can only speculate on these things. But if this is the case, it will be even worse. If there is another force for no reason, then our southwest region will be even more dangerous. So I say we must remove all the little ones. Bao is left in the southwest region. Perhaps he is our biggest supporter.
Gong Sun Fu also frowned and said, although he acted calmly in front of Zhu Xiaobao, he was actually very anxious in his heart, because the disciples of the Beast Control sect encountered those pagans and people from the Pirate Alliance, and suffered heavy casualties.
Then what should we do? We can't really beg him. Can we? He is only at the true martial realm. Do you think too highly of him?
Yin Shiru's face looked very ugly. Doing this, I can't even keep my face.
Hee. On the contrary, I still underestimated him. Not only does he have many methods, but he also used the same technique as the heathen on the top of the mountain today, and it was even more powerful than the power unleashed by those foreigners. It seems that the rumored statue on Zuanbao Island is true. In other words, our monks in the southwest region can also practice this kind of technique, which can reverse the disadvantage to a large extent. Do you think this is underestimated?
Him? Gong Sun sighed as he twisted his beard.
Then what are you going to do next?
Yin Shiru couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that she had underestimated Zhu Xiaobao. How come this guy can sing 2 songs of everything? What's depressing is that Zhu Xiaobao's behavior is often unexpected. He actually rejected Ziyu's advances and didn't want to be as lustful as usual.
Ha. I have already thought about it. Didn't he build a statue on Zuanbao Island? Let's also build a statue for him here so that ordinary people can worship. Even cultivators can worship. Once our monks in the southwest region can crack that kind of dark art, wouldn't that mean we won't be beaten passively?
Old God, Gong Sun Fu said with a smile.
But we don't necessarily have to worship him. Right?
Yin Shiru exclaimed in disbelief.
Ha. Look further. If he becomes an immortal one day, will you still feel dissatisfied? Ah? Immortal Lord? Are you crazy? He is only at the true martial realm. Alas, as far as I know, not even Tianjizi from the Immortal Pill Island dares to accept him as his disciple. Ah? This and this.
Next, the head Gong Sun actually lived in Qinxiu Peak for 2 months. No intention of leaving at all. But he no longer tried his best to retain Zhu Xiaobao. Instead, he played chess and drank with Xian Daozi all day long, living a relaxed and comfortable life. Of course, I often exchange experiences with Zhu Xiaobao on how to control beasts. Zhu Xiaobao is quite happy about this and has learned a lot of new things. Moreover, those paralysis white wasps
also began to reproduce in large numbers. And Gong Sun Fu didn't refuse. He also took control of a hive. His consciousness is quite high, and controlling more white bees would be a piece of cake. Among all the people, the busiest one is Imo Dayo. He spent the whole day studying the
Baiyu Dan.
Not only did he collect a large amount of medicinal materials, he also worked hard every day. From time to time, he would calculate the time and give
Baiyu Dan
to one of his concubines, and then record it carefully to see the effects. It's a pity that all 4 of Imo Dayo's concubines have broken through from the
God transformation realm
to the fusion realm, but none of them can conceive a child yet. This is by no means the result Imo Dayo wanted to see.
Oh my God! How come Xiao Tao's cultivation level has also been promoted? I don't want this effect.
Imo Dayo howled, beating his feet and chest, with tears streaming down his face.
Oh! Lao Imo, don't worry. You can think of another way. Or if you advance to another level, won't you gain a lot of extra life?
Xian Daozi was also speechless, and could only comfort him. He said, "It is said that this
by pregnancy pill
has been taken very seriously. Fortunately, Most people still don't know the extraordinary effects of this pill.
Ha ha! Don't you believe in the power of prayer? Then go to the foot of the mountain and pray more. Make more wishes. Maybe it will be of some use.
Gong Sun Fu consoled him with a smile.
The power of prayer? Wait, old man. Tell me, what is the power of prayer?
Zhu Xiaobao, who was watching the excitement, suddenly asked in alarm.
Ha ha! There is a kind of
wish power
in the world of cultivation. Making great wishes and using it as motivation can speed up your cultivation. Haven't you heard of it?
Gong Sun Fu said with a smile.
You can try this. It just so happens that I want to marry a few more wives. Now the wives around me have advanced in cultivation, and they are less likely to get pregnant.
Mo Dayo nodded thoughtfully.
You still don't want to give up?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly looked at Mo Dayo in surprise. Is there really a cow that can't die from exhaustion? Isn't this old cow too diligent? At this moment, Wei Zifeng rushed back from the mountain and hurriedly underestimated Zhu Xiaobao for a while. She also looked at Gong Sun Fu from time to time. She suspected that Gong Sun Fu was the culprit.
Oh? Is there such a thing? No wonder I feel that the power of faith has been extremely strong recently. And I thought it was because my cultivation level has improved again? So this is what happened.
Zhu Xiaobao also glared fiercely. Gong Sun Fu glanced at it, and then hurriedly went down the mountain. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, after asking around, we found a prayer hall, which was actually crowded with countless people flocking to it. But although it was overcrowded, it was orderly and not chaotic. When they entered the main hall, these people knelt down and prostrated, and they were still muttering words. Very pious. Looking up, sure enough, a statue of Supreme Treasure stood in the center, exactly the same as the one on Zuanbao Island. It seemed that it had been specially inspected and measured at Zuanbao Island, and even some details were accurate. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was wearing a bamboo hat, and there was a veil around the bamboo hat, so most people couldn't see his appearance. In fact, it won't be a big problem if you see it, because this statue is carved with the image of a harvest boy, which is much more festive than the real little treasures. Very lovable.
Besides here, there is another statue at the foot of the mountain of Tsai sect. Huh? Many Tsai sect disciples are also praying. I wonder what they are praying for.
Wei Zifeng whispered in Zhu Xiaobao's ear. She just went down the mountain and found out everything.
Okay. Now that we're here, let's make a wish too.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the crowds around him and saw so many people worshipping him. He clasped his hands and muttered silently.
Oh? What are you praying for?
Wei Zifeng asked in confusion.
Alas, we can't count on Lao Mo's 100 pregnancy pill, so we still have to rely on ourselves.
Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. He and Mo Da had the same heartache, for fear of not having any heirs.
Oh, then I pray too. In fact, I have worked very hard, but you always have no time.
Wei Zifeng also whispered in a low voice, but he was very happy in his heart.
Okay, I admit, I'm not as diligent as Lao Mo. If you don't mind, I also want to marry 600 more wives. You dare.
At the foot of the mountain of Kamen, I happened to meet Lao Fan. He was not following Zhu Xiaobao closely, so he suddenly became popular in this area, and he also successfully advanced to the initial state, so he was also pious. Prayer. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao, Old Fan immediately beamed.
Master Xiaobao, is this really you? It's so effective and so magical. Hush. Lao Fan, tell me, what is going on? Why were 2 statues suddenly built? And so many people believe in them?
Zhu Xiaobao was puzzled and played with this trick very beautiful.
Ha ha! Master Xiaobao, don't you know? Last month, a strange disease suddenly spread here. My whole body was weak and my hands and feet were cold. All the doctors were helpless. Later, there was a doctor named
Tianjizi.
The old immortal used medicinal porridge widely to relieve the symptoms. But the old god said that if we want to eradicate the disease, we must build a statue and worship it. So the 2 statues were quickly built. And they also received great help from Kamen. Many of the materials were funded by Kamen.
Old Fan said gratefully.
Damn it! This trick is so smooth. Isn't it? Did you even bring out the name of Tianjizi? I said this old man is stuck in Qinxiu Peak and refuses to leave. He's trying to trick me again.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in surprise.
Oh? Mr. Xiaobao, what's the trick? I don't understand. Is there something wrong with the statue of the Supreme Treasure?
Lao Fan asked a little confused.
Nothing. Nothing? I'm saying, I wonder where the next statue will be built. Oh. Ha. I know this. It's at the foot of the mountain to the north of Kamen. Because it's too far to drive from there. So, Master Yin allocated a large amount of spiritual stones to build another
Supreme treasure.
statue. Still building it.
Chapter 1327 Worrying A. When Zhu Xiaobao returned to the top of Qinqiu Peak, he couldn't help but ask,
Old man, you are so good. You have even thought of ways to spread diseases. You are so good at this. Ha. To tell you the truth, I really didn't think of this. I haven't even seen the old god who calls himself
Tianjizi.
It's really like a dragon that has seen the beginning but not the end. I admit, those craftsmen are the people I sent out started construction after they came back from
Zuanbao Island.
to measure and make copies, but pretending to be
Tianjizi.
I don't have the courage yet.
Gong Sun Fu said with a very calm smile.
Is it really the master who has come? Impossible?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused at this point. With his identity as Gong Sun Fu, he would definitely not impersonate Tianjizi. Although 2 statues were built, Zhu Xiaobao was more worried here. Others think that just building it is okay. In fact, if a statue is built at this point, it must be guarded. Judging from the situation at the scene, there was no one guarding them at all. Maybe it was just built, but as time goes by, if those priests or people from the Pirate Alliance know about it, they will definitely come to destroy it. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to put down what he was doing. Take Xiaoyao and his newly acquired slave Jinghui, and go down the mountain again. He has to make some arrangements. This monk Jinghui has been through a lot of hardships. He was just released from Yu Ziding's hands, and was sent to work for Zhu Xiaobao's eldest apprentice Time. He had to cut and wash vegetables all day long, and he also had to peel them. Plucking hair was something that servants did, but she had to humbly follow her instructions. Otherwise Time's punishment would be even more terrifying, and having her kill pigs and sheep would be even more unbearable. After 2 months, the tempers of the young ladies at Jinghui have been almost worn away. Today, Zhu Xiaobao finally brought her back to her, and Jinghui shed tears of grievance.
Hey! Why are you crying? You can't stand this anymore? Do you think the servants who serve you have an easy life? So you have to learn to support yourself. Do you understand?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh when he saw the aggrieved Jinghui. It is true that Jinghui has lost a lot of weight in the past 2 months, and he is not as content as before. He is only wearing very ordinary clothes. Even the jewelry and makeup are free.
Oh, I know. But I can't do these things every day. You said that I can learn a lot of things from you,
Jinghui said in a soothing tone.
Huh? Haven't you learned how to keep bees, wash clothes, cook? And although it is a bit hard, you have tasted a lot of delicious food in the past month. Don't you think you are also very particular about food now? Is it of good quality? In addition, it can also control thousands of
paralyzed white bees.
Isn't this a newly learned skill?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask.
Well, then why are you taking me out today? Teach you some more skills.
Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Jinghui's eyes were opened this time. She didn't expect that the foot of the mountain would be so lively, and there were all kinds of snacks everywhere, many of which she had never eaten before. Moreover, when people saw Zhu Xiaobao, they greeted him very warmly and refused to accept money from Zhu Xiaobao at all. So after walking half a street, they were already full of food. I also quietly burped a few times and loosened my belt a little, so that I could continue to taste the delicious food from the next restaurant.
Xiaobao, isn't that Ziyu and the others? Are they also worshipping and praying?
At this time, Xiaoyao followed Zhu Xiaobao into the statue hall, and suddenly discovered several disciples of the Sai sect. The leader turned out to be Purple Jade Fairy. After living in Qinqiu Peak for many years, Xiaoyao and Ziyu are quite familiar. They have known each other since they were in Lingquan town.
Yes. Pray and give me a son as soon as possible. I have already given up on Lao Mo.
Zhu Xiaobao said piously with his eyes closed.
I have no intention of having children. The road to cultivation is too dangerous. Who knows, I will die one day.
Xiaoyao hummed straightforwardly. But she still believed in Zhu Xiaobao and closed her eyes in prayer. My cultivation level has improved again.
Hey! I asked you to come here because I really want to teach you some alien spells. The prerequisite is that you must believe in the supreme treasure.
After a while, Zhu Xiaobao brought Ziyu and Zai Weiwei with Jinghui. He called to the backyard of the idol hall and said solemnly,
Huh? Can you really teach us that kind of
dark art? At this time, Xiaoyao asked very excitedly. She had long wanted to compete with those priests and cultivators of the Pirate Alliance. She just didn't understand why Zhu Xiaobao never taught them that very powerful, dark art.
Hey! You didn't have the power of faith before, so I couldn't teach you. Now that the population is prosperous and the power of faith is abundant, it is most appropriate to teach you here. Don't worry. The power of faith is exhausted, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the backyard turned into endless darkness. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment.
Huh? I haven't used the dark art yet. When did you learn it?
No.
Damn it. Someone is attacking.
But in the next second, Zhu Xiaobao's expression changed drastically. He screamed, pointed with half of the staff in his hand, and the endless darkness was instantly dispersed. And there were 3 people standing not far behind him. He was also looking at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise.
Who are you? Why did you betray the leader?
The leader was actually a masked female nun. In order not to attract attention, they all wore local costumes. And this female nun was still masked.
Humph. Is the leader you are talking about Monroe? Or the unpopular branch leaders?
Zhu Xiaobao was also on full alert. The cultivation of this female priest was not terrible, but the 2 followers behind her were. They are all cultivated in the
fake fairyland,
and they are obviously headed by this female priest.
Huh? Do you still know Archbishop Monroe? Who are you?
I am Rita, the female priest said proudly.
Oh, one of the 12 killers under Monroe. I didn't expect it to be a woman. Well, don't you think it looks similar to the statue in front of me?
Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that this name seemed to be quite Michigan. Lu Sun said. However, this Rita's ranking is only the 3rd from the bottom among the 12 people. Judging from her cultivation level, it is the great perfection of the
true martial realm.
Ah,
he is the supreme treasure.
Kill him. Rita was shocked when she heard this. If Zhu Xiaobao didn't say that, she really didn't pay attention.
The little fat man in front of her was so ordinary that there was nothing she could do. Get her attention.
Whizzing!
The 2 figures quickly rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. As expected, it is the cultivation level of fake fairyland. Even Xiaoyao can't react at this speed. Jing Hui next to him looked a little dull. This should be one of her own. But now she inexplicably hopes that Zhu Xiaobao can win.
Array!
Although Ziyu has only reached the realm of gods, the several disciples who follow her are sisters who cooperate with her tacitly. There were 12 people in their party.
Humph! What a little trick!
A short, thick man on the left snorted coldly. He didn't pay attention to the cultivation of Ziyu and others at all. With a flick of his long sleeves, Ziyu and the others' formation was completely thrown into disarray. And it was no longer a proper formation. The gap between the 2 sides is too big. But before the thick and short man could get close to Ziyu, he suddenly felt that he was trapped in endless darkness. And he suddenly lost his direction. Although he could roughly cast the light technique, Zhu Xiaobao's dark technique was superimposed several times in succession, causing his cracking method to immediately fail. Moreover, a large number of
paralysis white wasps
swarmed in the endless darkness.
Oh? Damn supreme treasure. You can actually use that dark spell to be so powerful?
Rita was also shocked and quickly wanted to help the thick and short man. But what she didn't expect was that Xiaoyao had already they rushed over and launched a violent attack on her. Another cultivator of fake fairyland, holding a heavy sword, also wanted to rush over to protect Rita. But he didn't expect that a jade corpse suddenly appeared in front of him. And he was hit with a hard palm without any expression.
Bang!
With a dull voice, the swordsman from the fake fairyland couldn't help but take a step back and looked at the jade corpse in front of him in surprise. Did he not expect that this jade corpse was so powerful? Can't you even bury yourself? What is even more unexpected is that a giant snake also sprang out, cooperating with the jade corpse to besiege the swordsman of the fake fairyland. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was concentrating on casting spells continuously. He not only had to maintain the dark art, but also crack Rita's dark art at any time. Although Rita's cultivation level is in the
true martial realm,
the power of faith she contains is very abundant and can last for a long time. Once she casts the dark art, Xiaoyao becomes very passive and loses all her senses. But this is the backyard of the statue hall after all. So Zhu Xiaobao's power of faith is constantly being replenished, while Rita can only use the power of faith she has accumulated. And soon she can no longer support it. So her dark spell disappeared.
Humph. Zhu Xiaobao. Let me see what else you can do. Come out!
Rita simply stopped using the dark art and shouted sharply. And the same jade corpse appeared in front of Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, she also controls a jade corpse.
Boom!
Caught off guard, Xiaoyao was hit hard by the jade corpse and flew several feet backwards. If she hadn't been wearing
golden soft armor,
this palm would have definitely interrupted her heartbeat.
You want to die!
When Zhu Xiaobao saw that Xiaoyao was injured, he immediately shouted angrily, I saw the
5-element square,
formed by 5 skeletons appearing in midair. Chapter 1328 Worrying B. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao's
5 elements phalanx
was launched, Rita was covered. But the jade corpse quickly turned around and attacked Zhu Xiaobao. This kind of reaction speed and skillful control can be much stronger than Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse. Because when this jade corpse was being refined, the remaining spiritual consciousness was only integrated into Rita's spiritual consciousness. So it can be manipulated as desired. Very flexibly. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao looked very embarrassed. And the dark art that was still maintained could no longer be maintained. And finally dissipated. The thick and short, false god realm, who was trapped inside also appeared angrily. And all the
paralysis white bees
were instantly wiped out by the gang chi he released. This time Zhu Xiaobao was a little unable to resist. Facing the jade corpse's super strong defense, his kitchen knife could not play a big role. Not only did the jade corpse have amazing defense, but it also moved quickly and was powerful. It is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary golden corpses. Fortunately, Ziyu had already sent out a signal during this time and asked for help from Kayaman. So as long as he persisted for a while, a large number of reinforcements would arrive. Ziyu and her sisters rearranged their formation and actively surrounded the thick and short monk. They are also trying their best to help Zhu Xiaobao fight against powerful enemies. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that this thick and short monk was trapped in the art of darkness. Although he was also attacked by white bees, he didn't have any obvious symptoms of poisoning. So he still managed to trap Ziyu and the others. The formation was beaten to pieces. And 4 disciples of the Sai sect were killed or injured in an instant. Damn it! The attack power of this kind of white bees has little effect on people with cultivation levels above the false fairyland. The effect of these white bees is still too overestimated. Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt cold when he saw it. He knew that what he saw at the beginning was that Wan Zhongshan and An Lanqing, who were targeted by the
paralyzing white bee,
were both at the true martial realm. The fact that the 2 of them were enlightened did not mean that the cultivators of fake fairyland can also be poisoned. This doesn't mean that a lot of faith power and a large number of white bees were wasted. It just trapped the thick and short man for a little time. But now Ziyu and the others are trapped in a trap and are completely vulnerable.
Let me go!
Zhu Xiaobao thought. And dozens of Vulcan bees flew out. Recently, because they have been controlling these white bees, a large number of very golden phoenixes were not brought out with them. Now the white bees have been dispersed. We can only release the most powerful Vulcan bee. Sure enough, the attacks of these Vulcan bees made this thick and short man a little scared. Because these fire bees would not be detected at all without the use of spiritual consciousness. They are completely transparent. And they released the clusters of small flames that came out were so powerful that even people from the fake wonderland couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks of so many Vulcan bees. Zhu Xiaobao was in a very embarrassed situation. He was chased by the jade corpse and was running and jumping. He used the
Mandarin duck sword
footwork and managed to avoid several vicious killing moves. But he still needs to be distracted to control the
5 elements phalanx
to deal with Rita, the killer.
Ka! Ka!
One after another electric shocks were directed at the
5 elements phalanx.
But they were all blocked by a thick shield. And the attacks of the fire skull and the golden skeleton came immediately.
Ah! Devil! Devil! Why do you have so many tricks? Scary demon skeleton!
Rita shouted in horror at this time. She used her speed to get rid of the
5 elements phalanx
and put on her clothes. The white light on the priest's robe was shining continuously, dispelling the fire and golden sword energy that had hit Rita. But as time went by, the white light on the robes became thinner and thinner, and began to be damaged. This made Rita very panicked. Fortunately, Rita took a peek and saw that Zhu Xiaobao was even more embarrassed than she was. He was already panting, as he was being chased by his own jade corpse. And he was about to be unable to resist. On the other hand, I can still hold on for a while. Zhu Xiaobao is also very angry now. This jade corpse seems to have been a female cultivator before it was alive. So its weapons are also a pair of light and flexible lancets. Therefore, this jade corpse is not very powerful. But its sword skills are quick, agile in action and flexible in footwork. But actually more difficult to deal with than those with wide open moves.
Don't get entangled with other people. Join forces to kill the supreme treasure. As long as you kill him, the jade corpse, all the spiritual peaks, and these 5 skeletons will no longer be a threat.
Rita was thinking bitterly, supporting the attack of the
5 elements phalanx.
He was still shouting at the 2 monks of the fake fairyland. Sure enough, these 3 people were led by Rita and 2 monks from the fake fairyland. They immediately attacked with a few fierce moves and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao desperately, even if they suffered some injuries. But Rita's words also reminded Zhu Xiaobao. And he also thought that as long as the spiritual connection between Rita and the jade corpse was severed, then there would be no one to command the jade corpse. So Zhu Xiaobao also tried his best to use several swords to push back the jade corpse. And then he had time to control the water skeleton. A drop of
1 yuan heavy water
fell from the sky and wrapped Rita in it. Suddenly Rita felt as if her whole body was stuck in mud, heavy and slow. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao also sent a spiritual attack to her, making it impossible for her to command the jade corpse. The 2 fake fairyland monks who had surrounded Zhu Xiaobao, seeing this scene, had no choice but to give up Zhu Xiaobao first. And the most important thing was to rescue Rita first. As expected, the jade corpse suddenly stopped attacking and looked around blankly, as if it had lost its target. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Xiaobao commanded his own jade corpse and immediately gave the opponent's jade corpse a hard slap. He immediately hit the jade corpse and rolled it far away. Then he slowly stood up and turned around. Turning around, he seemed to be hesitating whether to fight back.
Disintegrate!
2 cultivators from the fake wonderland rushed to Rita's side. They exerted force with 4 palms at the same time. Suddenly, with the sound of
thorn,
pull, the
1 yuan heavy water
turned out to be real. He collapsed, and Rita stood arrogantly between the 2 men. In an instant, her jade corpse reacted again, and struck Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse with the same 2 fierce knives, leaving 2 scars on the jade corpse's chest.
Supreme treasure, you are dead. Demons like you should not live in the world.
Rita stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely and shouted, jumping on the shoulders of 2 fake fairyland cultivators. And at the same time he raised the staff in his hand and pointed it in the air. Suddenly, an electric arc shot directly at the
5 elements square.
In midair, the 5 skeletons in midair seemed to have been electrocuted. They immediately scattered and fled back to Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag. Even Zhu Xiaobao shivered from the electric shock when they escaped back. An electric arc quickly penetrated into the ground. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. This was the first time he was hit by such an electric shock. And it also broke up his
5 elements square.
What kind of technique is this? But then, the opponent's staff was already aimed at Zhu Xiaobao, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel nervous. And he quickly summoned the yellow lust shield again. Sure enough, there was another dazzling arc. Although the lust shield conducted these arcs underground, it still shrunk rapidly. Obviously, this size cannot stop the next arc attack. Even the little demon that had already burrowed into the ground was shot out by the electricity and fled back to Zhu Xiaobao's beast control bag. Several arcs of electricity flashed across its body, causing the sleeping white lion to also be hit. And it immediately started to tremble. Moo! Moo! At this moment, with a low-cow cry, a green bull fell from the sky and stood in front of Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't panic, little friend. I'm here to help you. How dare you come here to be so rampant with your little skills?
Immediately afterwards, Gong Sun Fu's voice sounded with laughter. This green bull was Gong Sun Fu's natal beast. An 8th level beast.
Electric fire network.
As soon as Rita saw the green bull, she immediately knew that the person who came was far more advanced than herself. She knew that her purpose of destroying the statue this time would not be accomplished. What she had to consider now was how to escape. The cloak behind her opened up, and the 2 fake fairyland cultivators at her feet suddenly became more energetic. The staff actually waved out a bright and dazzling network attack wave that was full of lightning. Moo! With a roar, the green bull also launched its own counterattack. It exuded a large amount of green energy from all over its body, which was able to block this wave of electric sparks, even though it was an 8th level beast. The green bull couldn't help but tremble, and his whole body stiffened for a short time. Then, two horned shadows flew out of his head angrily, spinning rapidly, and shot directly towards Rita and the other three people. But at this time, Rita and others had already taken this opportunity to escape quickly. Unexpectedly, Rita was faster than the two cultivators of the fake Wonderland and disappeared in a flash like a phantom. And when he showed up again, he was already 100 steps away. This is exactly the same as the escape method of the killer who came to assassinate Zhu Xiaobao last time. The two cultivators from the false Wonderland also quickly caught up with Rita, but they were still scratched on the back by the flying horns, and they were bleeding. But it is impossible to catch up with them at this time. Cultivators of the false god realm can still escape intact if they want to escape. What's more, the three of them cooperated tacitly and were extremely powerful.
Humph. Old man, you came too late, didn't you?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted dissatisfiedly. With Gong Sun Fu's cultivation level in the first immortal realm, it definitely shouldn't have taken him so long to arrive. He probably took action when he saw that Zhu Xiaobao couldn't hold on any longer.
Ha ha! Brother Xiaobao, it's not that I came late. The opponent's attack just now was definitely a strike that reached the
middle fairy realm.
The combined attack method of the three of them must not be underestimated. Combined attack technique? Jinghui, what's going on?
Chapter 1329 Worrying C. At this time, Jing Hui quickly explained with a slight panic.
This is not my Jing family's technique, but it is somewhat similar. But their combined attack method is more powerful, because the three of them have the same electric attribute. I've been cooperating for a long time. Yeah, that's right. So even an old man might not be able to take that blow just now.
Gong Sun Fu also said with a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, Yin Shiru also arrived with her people. They came from the main peak at about the same time. But Gong Sun Fu came a little too late. He was in the great perfection of the
first immortal realm.
Logically speaking, he could already fly with a sword for a short period of time. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao had no time to pay attention to Gong Sun Fu. He looked at Xiaoyao first and found that he was doing well. Although the injury was serious, it did not damage the root. He only needed to recover for a period of time. But two of Ziyu's men died, and one was seriously injured. Zhu Xiaobao himself was stabbed several times. But the injuries were not serious. The
soft gold silk armor
he wore still played a certain protective role.
Xiaobao, did you see it? The other party's skills are also very sharp. This is just one of the Archbishop's killers. Just imagine, if you had a few more groups of people like this.
Your Zuanbao Island.
Can you withstand it?
Gong Sun Fu said with lingering fear. The opponent's last blow just now was definitely the strongest attack power that exceeded the
first immortal realm.
It should also be a secret technique, which was performed by the three people together. But this just shows that the other party also has many methods that they don't know yet.
Master Yin, everyone must have seen what happened today. I hope that each of us will send out manpower to start patrolling the surrounding areas. We will also mobilize the civilians to participate. Starting from tomorrow, all permanent and temporary residents will. Everything needs to be registered,
Zhu Xiaobao said, cupping his hands to Yin Shiru.
Don't worry. I will definitely make arrangements. And I will also set up formations around the statue to ensure that nothing goes wrong.
Yin Shiru also quickly returned the courtesy and said, she was also very sad at the loss of two disciples. But if Zhu Xiaobao can see the situation clearly, the loss is still worth it. At this time, the Vulcan bees that fell to the ground also woke up one after another. Although they could become invisible, they could not escape the opponent's electric shock. They were all stunned. It took a while to wake up. This time it can be said to be a defeat. Even though I have so many methods, I still can't defeat the opponent. Returning to Qianqiu Peak, while arranging for Xiaoyao to recuperate, Zhu Xiaobao is also thinking about the other party's super powerful methods. Only then did he realize that his idea was still too simple. If Archbishop Lu Min and the Pirate Alliance really joined forces to attack his Zuanbao Island, I'm afraid I really can't resist it. The opponent's thunder and electricity attributes are also very powerful. For several days, Zhu Xiaobao did not go down the mountain again. He just knew that the mountain was now on full alert. Not only had a cordon been set up around the statue hall, but formations had also been deployed. At the same time, Kamen is also very good at publicity work, so that ordinary people are willing to form a guard team, patrol and watch around the clock, and actively participate, as long as the people's will is what they want. There is nothing to fear even if a statue is destroyed. At worst, build another one. What Zhu Xiaobao is most depressed about right now is that compared to Rita's jade corpse, his jade corpse is much less controllable, and it has completely affected his safety. It seems that the control problem of this jade corpse must be solved first, because among all the means now, the defense and attack power of jade corpse are the strongest. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse is actually purer and higher quality than Rita's jade corpse, but the combat effectiveness shown is incomparable to the jade corpse controlled by others. The key is to think that the jade corpse inside Zhu Xiaobao was obtained by forcibly erasing the spiritual consciousness, rather than being made for him. A month later, Xiaoya's injuries have fully recovered. Wei Zifeng, Xiao Yao, Su Zhu and others all have accumulated a certain amount of faith. So they have also learned the light technique to break the dark technique, among which Xiaoya's spiritual consciousness is the strongest. And he can also cast the dark art. The purity and release range are still very limited, but it should be enough to guard Qianqiu Peak, because the power of faith here is still very abundant. Zhu Xiaobao was still very satisfied with Jing Hui's performance this time. She did not ask for help from the other party, but secretly rescued Xiaoyao in time, so that Zhu Xiaobao had no worries in the subsequent battles. Of course, Jing Hui's performance has also won everyone's recognition, and everyone has become more trusting in her attitude. And Jing Hui also feels that she likes staying here more and more. There is love and care everywhere here, and there is no intrigue between each other. Looking back on what she has gained in the past few months, Jing Hui is surprised to find that she has learned a lot of skills that are very useful in daily life, which makes her more comfortable in daily life. And Zhu Xiaobao's two apprentices could no longer make things difficult for her. Zhu Xiaobao also had an unexpected gain from this battle. That is, the white lion unexpectedly woke up. Wasn't it shocked by an electric shock? So I was surprised that it revived and advanced successfully. Like the little demon, it is now a level 6 divine beast. Seeing that the place had temporarily returned to peace and tranquility, Zhu Xiaobao called everyone together and made a very unexpected decision. He was going to the puppet gate. The first thing he wanted to do was to find out more and help the Pirate Alliance refine puppets. What kind of relationship does it have with the puppet gate? Secondly, he needs to find a way to accurately control the jade corpse in his hand. Otherwise, his reaction will always be slow, which will affect his calculations and endanger his life.
Well, when I go out this time, I will take Wei Zifeng and Jinghui with me, and you will stay here to guard your home. It seems that the idea of moving them all is too hasty. I have already sent a letter to Green Farrier. Zuanbao Island is still safe for the time being,
Zhu Xiaobao said to everyone. Although they were dissatisfied, everyone knew that it was most appropriate for Wei Zifeng to follow him, because she cooperates best with Zhu Xiaobao's Yuanyang knife, and what she is best at is speed, which can help Zhu Xiaobao a lot.
Hee. Just in time. It's time for me to go back to the Beast Control Sect. Xiaobao, don't worry. As long as we cooperate sincerely, there won't be any problems. I've gained a lot from this visit.
Dong Sunfu he also said with a smile. His goal has been achieved, and he has also controlled tens of thousands of
paralyzed white wasps,
which can be considered a full harvest. In fact, it was Gong Sunfu's idea to visit the puppet gate. After some preparation, a day passed. Zhu Xiaobao set off, but instead of leaving with a big fanfare, he chose to leave quietly. He can no longer keep a high profile now. I feel like I'm only in the true martial realm, but I'm still a little too weak. The key is that there is still a painful assassin who is still thinking about him. According to Gong Sunfu's instructions, the puppet gate is almost 10,000 miles away from Qianqiu Peak, which requires a fight all the way. It's just that although Zhu Xiaobao is very low-key now, he is also very confident. Today is different from the past. It is not the time when anyone who wants to kill can threaten him. Only one day later, Zhu Xiaobao met a group of local casual cultivators. But what is surprising is that now the local casual cultivators have begun to avoid each other. Unlike before when they met and fought to the death. Sometimes they can't avoid it, and they will say low to each other, and everything is fine. It seems that the local casual cultivators have gradually begun to unite and open up to the outside world. Of course, individual ferocious casual cultivators will still fight. But once the winner is determined, the winner will try his best to recruit them. Unlike before, they will kill them all. Moreover, today's casual cultivators also work in groups. It is rare to think of people like Zhu Xiaobao. There are only 3 of them in total. We encountered a total of 5 battles along the way, 3 of which were with rogue cultivators from the eastern region, and the other 2 were with several extremely vicious local rogue cultivators. They were the kind of people who deserved to die wherever they were. So they were all Xiaobao was killed. Not much trouble. And those casual cultivators from the eastern region are nothing special. They are just people who come from the eastern region and want to experience and make a fortune here. After walking for almost 2 months, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly saw Wei Zifeng rushing back from the front one day.
Xiaobao! There are 2 groups of people fighting on a large scale in front. It looks like they are people from the puppet sect. Both sides have puppets. But most of the puppets they control are bronze corpses and silver corpses. And some are even iron corpses. Huh? So many? What about the other group of people? Are they also so uneven?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but frown and asked.
No. Most of the other group of people were silver corpses. And there was even a gold corpse. But the number was much smaller.
Wei Zifeng was still very careful in his investigation.
Okay. Let's sneak over and have a look. I guess the people with the larger number should be the people from the puppet sect.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then quietly walked over, just enough to watch the battle without being noticed. When we reached a hillside, we stopped, escaped from the telescope, and saw even more clearly. However, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked at this sight. There were no less than 200 people on both sides, and including those puppets, there were more than 300 people. The place was filled with dust, and the sound of killings was everywhere. Although there are a large number of people, the party with uniform attire and numerical advantage has fallen into a passive position. The other side became more and more courageous as they fought, and gradually formed an encirclement trend. Among this group of uniformly dressed people, an old man caught Zhu Xiaobao's attention, because he had seen this old man outside the Black Wind Valley, and he was also a master of the true martial realm. Chapter 1330. The group is destroyed. Now Zhu Xiaobao can basically confirm that the other group is composed of casual cultivators from the eastern region. But it is unknown whether there are people from the Pirate Alliance and Qiyang sect among them. Because according to the results of the last interrogation in Wild Bee Valley, if you want to refine the puppet, you must find a
human flesh dealer,
and they will contact you to find the person who made the puppet. In fact, compared to cultivators with the same level of cultivation and puppets, they are still cultivators and have higher combat effectiveness. After all, puppets need to act according to the master's orders and will not adapt to changes. Therefore, the final outcome of the battle between the two sides will be determined by the strength of the cultivators. Now it is obvious that the casual cultivators in the eastern region are much stronger. Although the number of people has been reduced by half, their cultivation levels are still very high. The disciples of the puppet sect have fallen into a passive position. Instead, so many people are surrounded and struggling to support them.
What is your purpose? Why do you have to target our puppet sect?
The old man in the true martial realm was also retreating steadily and asked angrily.
Humph. Nonsense. Your puppet sect is spreading the word that we are evil cultivators. Shouldn't we be killed? You can refine puppets. But we can't. What a joke.
The leader of the casual cultivators snorted disdainfully. There are 4 in the true martial realm, and most of the rest are in the fusion realm. So their combat effectiveness far exceeds that of the puppet sect's disciples.
We are a well-known and decent sect. We never deliberately capture cultivators to refine puppets. Most of them are made from slaves taken from Black Wind Valley. Unlike you, who go to the southwest region specifically to capture cultivators. Refining the puppet. Is it wrong for us to remind the local cultivators?
The elder of the puppet sect said loudly. But in Zhu Xiaobao's ears, these words sounded like a 50-step laugh. 100 steps. In fact, using cultivators to refine puppets is a very cruel method in itself. He actually said it so openly. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. But the current situation is that Zhu Xiaobao still has to help the puppet sect. After all, the way he went to the casual training center in the East region makes people feel even more angry and cruel.
Ha ha ha! Then we will send you to the Black Wind Valley for auction. Wouldn't it be reasonable? Brothers, work harder and try to catch them alive.
The big man at the head couldn't help laughing. But his words also left the elder of the puppet sect speechless. In fact, even those decent sects know that the methods of the puppet sect are not very decent. But for their own interests, each sect turns a blind eye and acquiesces to the existence of the puppet sect, because they sometimes need to purchase or customize puppets. And of course, the materials they provide are enemies of the sect or family. traitors, or even people who have committed serious crimes.
Humph. You want to catch me? It's not that easy.
The expression of the elder of the puppet sect changed, and he shouted fiercely. As he spoke, a signal shot up into the sky. He wanted to send a signal to the puppet door for help. But just as the signal was released, it was swallowed up by a vast expanse of endless darkness. There are also many disciples of the puppet sect. The casual cultivators in the eastern region immediately put on their crossbows and started shooting randomly at the puppet sect disciples in the darkness.
Humph. Sure enough, there are people from the
Pirate Alliance
mixed in among them.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately sneered when he saw it. The reason why he was sure that he was from the Pirate Alliance was because the person who used the dark art, it turned out to be the bandit leader. And it can be seen that he is reluctant to perform this technique, which shows that the power of faith he has accumulated is not sufficient. Suddenly, many casual cultivators in the eastern region were shrouded in this dark art, and they all shouted in surprise.
Boss! Put away the spell quickly? Your dark spell can even cover us. How could this happen? Damn! This thing is really hard to control.
The gang leader also looked stunned. Now even he himself is trapped in it, cutting off all senses. But immediately many casual cultivators in the eastern region felt something was wrong. Because not only countless arrows were shot in from the outside, but also countless white bees flew in. And these white bees were actually able to attack them outside of the dark spell, while the elder was instructing his disciples to shoot randomly inside. He looked at the Zhu Xiaobao who were helping them with vigilance. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they became. And he was surprised and happy, still very confused.
Ha ha! Elder, don't look. It's me, Zhu Xiaobao. Is my buddy Huang Tianxi okay? Is he still so incompetent that he hangs out with those female cultivators all day long?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the old man and smiled. Said, his hands are not idle either. The controller has a large number of
paralysis white wasps
attacking the casual cultivators from the eastern region inside.
Oh? It is indeed the young masters. Thank you. Thank you very much. My young master always misses you.
The elder immediately shouted with joy, although he still had doubts in his heart. At least Zhu Xiaobao had helped him with this action. Crisis solved. Maybe we can even turn defense into offense. When Zhu Xiaobao withdrew the dark technique, and the eastern region casual cultivators inside came to light again, they were all horrified. They didn't expect that the magic they relied on to win would actually trap them in it. The key is that the stings of these white bees are so fierce that the ground is covered with white bee corpses. But almost all of them have been stung. Those casual cultivators with low cultivation levels have begun to move slowly and become stiff. Some of them have even fallen to the ground and are twitching continuously.
Who are you? Why are there such spiritual bees? This is impossible?
The big man at the head was also stung all over his head, and he couldn't speak very fluently anymore. He also clearly felt that his body began to feel numb and his movements began to slow down. At such a critical time, isn't this tantamount to committing suicide? What's even more terrifying is that it's possible that being alive is more terrifying than being dead.
Me? I'm here just for you. If you want to use others to make puppets, you have to be prepared to be made into puppets yourself. Are you all ready? With your cultivation level, you should be able to make puppets. Let's make a golden corpse.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly.
No, it's impossible. I won't let you succeed. Brothers, fight with him. Otherwise you will end up being made into a puppet.
The leader of the big man shouted in surprise and anger. When it really comes to me, this fear is more terrifying than meeting a stronger opponent. He never thought that he would be turned into a puppet. And it's still a golden corpse. But despite their high cultivation level, the four of them joined forces. But their movements have become slow and their bodies have begun to stiffen. What is even more frightening is that the remaining few people are not united. And two of them have begun to turn around and think. After escaping, the other one was already kneeling on the ground and surrendering.
Go! 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 Catch the alive ones for me, and I will refine them when we get back.
The elder of the puppet sect suddenly shouted excitedly. He was not excited because he got so many good materials, but to vent their anger and make the outside cultivators regret and despair. Despite this, the disciples of the puppet sect still captured these casual cultivators from the outside world after a fierce fight. Because although they were slow in movement, those silver corpses and gold corpses were not afraid of white bees' attack. And in the dying struggle, these casual cultivators desperately controlled their puppets and made a last-ditch effort. A few people still let their puppets kill them at the last moment. And they did not want to be refined into a puppet.
Humph. You'll die soon. It's an advantage for you.
The disciples of the puppet sect snorted angrily. Then destroy all the puppets that have lost their masters. Because they all know that such puppets can only recognize one master during refining, and will never recognize the master again. So these masterless puppets can only be destroyed. Lost. In this battle, more than half of the puppet sect suffered casualties. More than 100 people. More than 50 people died on the other side, including many who committed suicide. Less than 30 people were actually captured alive. Although it was a tragic victory, the price was still too high.
Ha ha. Thank you, young masters. I don't know if you happen to be passing by this time. Or...
Elder Huang finished cleaning up the mess, and hurriedly came over, with a smile on his face, and asked. But he was also secretly surprised. It had only been a few years. But this little fat man, who had a low cultivation level at the beginning, had already reached the same cultivation level as himself. How did he practice this? Not even a 30-year-old cultivation genius is so perverted. No wonder this little fat man received special care from the inspectors of Black Wind Valley.
I'm here specifically to visit my god-sent brother.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Huang Tianxi, the young master of the puppet sect. But now, he has no choice but to treat Huang Tianxi. It was carried out. Otherwise it wouldn't be enough.
Okay. Gentlemen, please come and prepare a carriage for the gentleman immediately.
Elder Huang immediately said loudly and enthusiastically. Along the way, Elder Huang was still carefully inquiring about Zhu Xiaobao's purpose, and why Zhu Xiaobao also used such terrifying dark arts. These are the things that Elder Huang is most worried about. He was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would have some plans for the puppet sect. Or there is some other purpose.
Yeah. Let's be clear. I came here just for this jade corpse. I want to be able to control this jade corpse accurately. But I can't do it. So I want to come to the puppet gate to ask for advice. At the same time, it's also because of the recent commotion. Come and find out about the rumors about Dong Yusen cultivating puppets.
Zhu Xiaobao simply summoned the jade corpse and said calmly.
Jade corpse? You actually have a jade corpse. Wait, this jade corpse was not refined by our puppet sect. It should come from the same place as the puppets controlled by those casual cultivators in the east.
Chapter 1331 Young Master. Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that his jade corpse was not refined by the puppet sect. It is a non-standard product. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. He thought that such good quality should be a genuine product of puppet door. Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything more along the way, because it was clear that this elder's identity and status in the puppet sect was not very high. Considering Zhu Xiaobao's current status and the purpose of his trip, he still has to put on some airs. After walking for half a day, I saw the location of the puppet gate from a distance. It was more like a city. It was also surrounded by many villages and towns, all of which were ordinary people living around the puppet gate. According to the elder's proud introduction, a radius of 400 to 500 miles is considered the territory of the puppet sect, and few cultivators dare to come here to cause trouble. Come to think of it, whoever comes here with enough food to look for trouble will turn himself into a puppet if he doesn't do it right. After passing through a town, further ahead was the south gate of the puppet gate. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianxi had already led someone to welcome him out. This was somewhat beyond Zhu Xiaobao's expectations, and it gave Zhu Xiaobao enough face. Zhu Xiaobao felt quite satisfied, and his worth was also rising all the way.
Ha ha ha! Brother Xiaobao, you are fine. I miss you so much.
Huang Tianxi clasped his fists and raised his hands as soon as they met, and greeted him very enthusiastically.
Brother Huang, you're so polite. It's a distinction between neutral and neutral. More than 10 years have passed, and Brother Huang still has the same style.
Zhu Xiaobao also said enthusiastically. But when he saw Huang Tianxi, Zhu Xiaobao almost laughed out loud. This guy is still having fun all day long. And even now, there are a group of beauties behind him. Their cultivation level is not very high, but they all have beautiful faces and moonlight. It seems that he is showing off to Zhu Xiaobao. But when he saw Wei Zifeng and Jingwei behind Zhu Xiaobao, Huang Tianxi was a little stunned. Unexpectedly, there were two women behind Zhu Xiaobao, but they overshadowed the group of beauties behind him. The key is that you can't pretend to be cold, arrogant and stunning. However, the elders and followers behind Huang Tianxi were very respectful to Zhu Xiaobao, even with some exclamation and doubt. This makes Zhu Xiaobao feel a little interesting. Huang Tianxi is an idiot. But the people in the puppet sect are not that bad. If they don't even know what he has done, then they are in vain. Even though Huang Tianxi looked like a playboy, he was still quite upright. He hosted a banquet to entertain Zhu Xiaobao and happily introduced his friendship with Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, many people during the banquet mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, Zuanbao Island, and Xianxiu Peak, and many other things related to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao did not deny it, and they all answered with smiles and nods. His original intention was to attract the attention of the puppet sect. For the next 3 days, Huang Tianxi was the one greeting Zhu Xiaobao, and even sent 4 beauties on a special trip. Wei Zifeng locked them all in a separate room, where they were given good food and drink, but they were not allowed to come into contact with Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao. It made Zhu Xiaobao dumbfounded. Zhu Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He drank and tasted tea all day long, seeming to have forgotten the purpose of coming here. On the contrary, it made Wei Zifeng extremely anxious. Why haven't the people from the puppet gate come forward yet? Sure enough, on the 4th day, the people in the puppet sect couldn't calm down anymore. That elder made a special trip to invite Master Zhu Xiaobao to his study. Zhu Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as he entered the courtyard where the old master was, Zhu Xiaobao noticed that there were many people around him staring at him. And they were all people with high cultivation level. It's just that some people use their spiritual consciousness to test Zhu Xiaobao, but they secretly suffer a loss. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness is too powerful, and when he stepped into the small door of the inner courtyard, the 2 jade corpses standing at the door attracted Zhu Xiaobao's attention. They did not intend to let Zhu Xiaobao enter, but stretched out their hands to block him. There's no time for Huang Tianxi to get angry. Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse had already taken the lead in attacking, hitting the 2 jade corpses with 3 consecutive palm strikes. 1 against 2. Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse was actually very tyrannical, and did not take even a step back.
Huh? This jade corpse actually evolved from the golden corpse. It's rare. It's rare.
A slightly surprised voice came from the room. And then the 2 jade corpses lowered their hands and stood still.
Dad! There are 2 jade corpses standing at your door. My brother Xiaobao already has a jade corpse. It's time to give me a jade corpse. Right.
Huang Tianxi shouted inside with dissatisfaction.
Shut up! You only know how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. But you still have the nerve to reach out to me? If you have the ability to refine a jade corpse yourself.
An angry scolding suddenly came from the room. But you could still hear it, even though it was very annoying. But this kind of scolding represents more of a kind of doting and helplessness.
Ha ha! I have met the master. In fact, Brother Tianxi has extraordinary qualifications. It is already very rare to be able to cultivate to the fusion state in such a short period of time.
Zhu Xiaobao said quickly to help Huang Tianxi.
Oh, come in. I have something to say to you.
The old leader sighed and said, entering the old sect master's study. It was antique and full of books. There was also an alchemy furnace placed on another table. It seemed that the old sect master knew a lot. After the servant served tea and went out, the old sect master said to Zhu Xiaobao,
Young masters, please don't be offended. The reason why I took so long to see you is indeed because the matter is important. We have to deal with it carefully.
Let's discuss it. Ha ha. It's easy to say. I'm just waiting for you to discuss and come up with a result. After all, this matter is of great importance. There is already a turmoil outside, and even the disciples of the puppet sect have been attacked, compared to the purpose of my visit. Do you understand something?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked directly.
Yes. This time, thanks to the help of all the young masters. Otherwise, the losses of our puppet sect would have been even greater.
The old master cupped his hands to express his gratitude.
Then let me ask you, is there any way I can control this jade corpse accurately?
Zhu Xiaobao asked himself the question first.
Well, it's very difficult. The experience it takes is not as cost-effective as refining a jade corpse. If you have your original intention, I would like to customize a jade corpse for you. And this one in your hand, just stay here with me in exchange. Okay?
The old leader thought for a moment before saying. The meaning was obvious, and he did not really support Zhu Xiaobao's idea.
Well, I still want to use the jade corpse I have now. After all, I have been following thee for a long time and have feelings. I hope the old master can understand.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then rejected the old master proposal.
Well, in fact, They don't have any emotions. What you're doing is really unwise. Because this is indeed very difficult.
Old Master Joe said with a frown.
Ha ha. That's okay. As long as you provide me with some methods. I can explore on my own? Really? I just like to study these things.
Zhu Xiaobao still said persistently.
Okay then. I will try my best to help you find a solution then.
The old leader sighed helplessly.
Thank you very much. Another question is the main purpose of my trip. What is causing panic right now is that the monks from the outside world, together with the Pirate Alliance and the heretics, wantonly invaded our southwest region. And they have not been able to capture a large number of scattered people. Cultivation. Refine into a puppet. I'm afraid the puppet sect has already known this. I just want to know if the other party is a member of the puppet sect. And where is their lair?
Zhu Xiaobao asked seriously this time road. This matter has too much to do with it.
Alas. It's shameful to say that it was probably done by a senior who had been cleared out by the puppet sect a long time ago. That was a long time ago. I thought that this senior had no descendants. But I didn't expect that he would appear again after 1,000 years. A well-hidden
extraterritorial puppet gate.
It's embarrassing to say that we still don't know where this
extraterritorial puppet gate
is hidden. Nor do we know how many people there are.
The old leader said in a solemn voice, with a look of helplessness and sadness. The other party has been hiding in the dark. This is the most difficult thing.
Ah? Then what is their purpose?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, still somewhat puzzled. If it's just for money, then there's no need to attack the puppet sect's disciples.
Well, they want to replace us. They think they are the authentic puppet gate. They want to replace us. Or give this place to them.
The old leader said with difficulty.
Ah? What? Give it to them? What am I? The young head of the sect. Going to do? This is not just a toad. It's such a loud breath. I still want to kill them.
Huang Tianxi jumped up when he heard this and shouted loudly yelled. This guy still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation at all. Relying on his father, he was still howling arrogantly.
Damn it. In terms of seniority, the other party's status is 2 generations higher than mine. His cultivation level has even reached the
middle immortal realm.
With your current fusion realm cultivation level, 100 plus, it's all for nothing.
The old leader scolded in anger.
Ah? Then our ancestors shouldn't have let him leave alive in the first place. Now it's my turn to be the leader. Isn't this leaving the problem to me? I don't care. You can handle the appointment of supervisors for me, oh. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being the leader.
Huang Tianxi still shouted to his father very arrogantly.
Alas. I'm afraid I really can't help you with this matter. But this best friend of yours is very likely to be able to help you.
Unexpectedly, the old sect leader no longer pampered Huang Tianxi, but was very. The reviewer looked at Zhu Xiaobao, twisted his beard and said,
Oh, Dad, are you saying that we can only hope to completely clean up the family if we work together?
Huang Tianxi asked in surprise. He is indeed the chosen one.
No, I just said that he is the only one who can hope to help you.
The old sect leader broke Huang Tianxi's reverie very rudely and pointed at Zhu Xiaobao and said,
Well, I want to know the identity and experience of this senior.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the old leader and asked.
His name is Huang Qinghuang.
Chapter 1332 Huang Qinghuang. The old master Huang Ziqiang looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then asked seemingly casually,
Young masters, you should be able to see Lao Chan's cultivation. Right? It's the middle stage of the first immortal realm. It's quite impressive.
Zhu Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, and then said cautiously, To be honest, as the old leader of the puppet sect, his cultivation level is a bit low. After all, the puppet sect is much larger than the Sai sect, and its reputation is as good as the beast control sect.
Ha ha. Why do you gentlemen put gold on my face? This level of cultivation is not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention that I am still the head of the puppet sect.
Huang Ziqiang said with a calm smile.
Yeah. Everyone's cultivation qualifications are different. Why does the old master tell me this?
Zhu Xiaobao could only smile awkwardly and asked.
This starts with the inheritance and development of my puppet sect. This is also the reason why my puppet sect is recognized by all the sects.
The old leader Huang Ziqiang said in a low voice. Then he slowly began to tell the origin of the puppet door. It turns out that the puppet sect is now very powerful, with many disciples under it, and almost no sect is willing to provoke the puppet sect. The reason is that the people in the puppet gate can control puppets that are more tyrannical than themselves. However, the puppet sect has always had a very fatal shortcoming. That is, its own cultivation level is not high, and the lifespan of the puppet sect people is more than half that of ordinary cultivators. For these two reasons, the first disciples of the puppet sect all voluntarily were refined into puppets when they reached a certain age. This kind of person, who has reached the end of his life but has a high level of cultivation, is willing to be refined into a puppet. Of course, he is a very powerful puppet. This greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of the puppet door. And just because it is self-produced and sold, and no other cultivators are involved, of course, it is recognized as a well-known and upright person. But just because 2,000 years ago, a senior in the sect with a high level of cultivation did not want to be refined into a puppet, so he had a fierce conflict with the elders and masters of the sect, and was finally eliminated as a puppet door. This person is Huang Qinghuang. His cultivation at that time was already at the great perfection of the first immortal realm. He thought that he had great hope of taking a further step and being promoted to the middle immortal realm, and having a lot of longevity. So he would rather be even if you clear out the puppet gate. You don't want to be refined into a puppet. It was said that the puppet gate was cleared out, but in fact, Huang Qinghuang failed to kill him and was knocked out of the puppet gate. The puppet door, at that time, was very humiliating from top to bottom. Fortunately, in the long years that followed, there was no news about Huang Qinghuang. In the end, everyone concluded that he failed to advance, ran out of Yangshou, and died outside. This also makes Puppet Gate finally feel relieved. But because of this incident, the subsequent development of Puppet Gate was changed. More and more people are unwilling to be refined into puppets. So gradually the tradition of voluntarily being refined into puppets is no longer mentioned. And the Puppet Gate also began to target those cultivators who were auctioned. In doing so, everyone is happy. And the strength of the puppet sect has not declined, but has grown stronger. After all, if you do this, the refining materials will come much faster. As long as you have money, you can immediately refine it into a puppet. Even those disciples with low cultivation levels can quickly have their own puppets, thus greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. Of course, in order to settle the so-called decent sects, the puppet sect also agreed to help them refine puppets. Of course, the premise is also very correct. That is, some heinous crimes, or they are rebels and enemies of their respective sects. It has to be said that this wave of operations is still very clever. The puppet sect is still considered a prestigious and upright family, and its development is smooth, especially when encountering public enemies from various sects, or those evil cultivators. The puppet sect is even more active and rushes to the front. Firstly, they need such people as resources for refining puppets. And secondly, it also shows that he has established his position and won the praise of all major sects. Therefore, unknowingly, the puppet sect quietly changed its rules and no longer required the elders or senior resources of the puppet sect to be refined into puppets. But what I didn't expect was that the outside the territory puppet sect suddenly appeared, which immediately disrupted the normal development of the outside the territory puppet sect, and caused other sects to suspect them and have a conspiracy with the outside the territory puppet sect. Or it may have been premeditated. Even now, many people suspect that the large number of outsiders who enter the Southwest Territory are secretly operated by the puppet sect. So this has made the puppet sect very passive in recent years, and has always wanted to clear its name. This made the puppet door very anxious and required constant explanations. But even so, there are still many sects who come from time to time to investigate and seek justice, making the puppet sect miserable. Oh, so that's it. Then is this so-called outside the territory puppet door controlled by Huang Qinghuang? Xu Xiaobao nodded and asked after hearing this. He had already heard some of these things from Xian Daozi and Gong Sunfu. However, some things were heard for the first time. For example, few people in the world knew about Huang Qinghuang's incident. Not even Gong Sunfu. Alas, this is unknown. You must know that he only had less than 100 years of life left. If he had not advanced, he would have died long ago. So who is the person who controls the outer territory puppet gate? Now, he is a very mysterious people. Moreover, the puppets they refined have also changed somewhat from the puppets refined by our puppet sect. They are more flexible and easier to control. Their combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. The old boss was very depressed. Said, "Why is this?" Xu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Alas, the consciousness of the puppets they refined was not completely erased. or the remaining consciousness and mind were more than the puppets we refined. Of course, such puppets have stronger combat power and are more flexible. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Such puppets can easily backfire. Once they regain some consciousness, they will backfire on their masters. Once out of control, they will kill innocent people indiscriminately, with disastrous consequences. The old leader said worriedly. That's it. Now I finally understand why the puppets controlled by those outside the territory are so powerful and flexible in control. It turns out that they have been improved. But, old leader, with all due respect, why are you willing to tell me such a confidential matter? Just because of my relationship with Brother Huang? Although Zhu Xiaobao was very respectful, he was still very wary in his heart. Telling yourself such an important hidden secret is a bit too high of yourself. Ha ha. Young masters, don't misunderstand me. Of course there is a reason why I told you this. Just because you can restrain these heretics and people from the Pirate Alliance. And you also erected my own statue has the power of faith. More importantly, according to our inference, the outer territory puppet gate should be on an island in the Thousand Islands Sea. If it were in the Southwest Territory, we would not have known anything about it for so many years. Yes. The old leader also smiled calmly. Humph. You don't want to leave the matter of finding and destroying the extraterritorial puppet gate to me, do you? You are looking down too much on me. I only have the cultivation level of the true martial realm. Zhu Xiaobao looked unhappy. Hummed. The lover's family already knew him in great detail, and even knew his identity as the supreme treasure. I couldn't help but lament again that I was still too young. These old monsters had much more experience than him, and their vision was farther than him. Ha ha. Of course you don't need to take action to destroy them. But you have a big advantage now. That is, you haven't attracted enough attention from the other party. So I hope you can take action secretly. Of course, it's not all for all of us. It's also for you. The old leader still smiled calmly, seeming to have spotted Zhu Xiaobao's weakness. He had to consider Zuanbao Island, thinking that now he had to fight with Sai Sect. It's like the beast control gate joins forces. Humph. Then, is there any way you can make me control my Jade Corpse more smoothly? Isn't this too much to ask? Zhu Xiaobao asked helplessly. I always feel like I am being led by others, and I feel very unhappy. And he also had a very strange feeling. It seemed that there were not just the three of them in the study, but there seemed to be a mysterious person. But even with all his spiritual consciousness, he couldn't sense the existence of other people. Well, let's do it. We will try our best to see if we can let you plant some miracles or imprints on the soul of this Jade Corpse. The old leader pondered for a while, then reluctantly said, in the next 2 days, Zhu Xiaobao, with the help of a large group of elders and seniors, tried to improve the Jade Corpse again, but it really had no effect. The Jade Corpse was still exactly the same as before, and even I was so stimulated that I almost got into a fight. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao reacted quickly and put away the Jade Corpse in time, so it didn't cause a tragedy. Zhu Xiaobao was very disappointed, and then asked to see the process of refining the puppet, but was flatly rejected by the old head of the puppet sect and the elders. Of course, this is understandable. After all, it is the ancestral technique of the puppet sect, and it must not be known to outsiders. On the 7th day of the puppet gate, there was thunder and lightning in the sky. Most of the disciples of the puppet gate took the opportunity to sacrifice their puppets and stand in the thunder and lightning to repair and evolve. The reason why Puppet Gate chose to station in this area with frequent thunderstorms is so that it can often receive the baptism of thunder and lightning, repair and evolve its own puppets. Zhu Xiaobao and Huang Tianxi were no exception. They sat lazily in a pavilion, drinking wine while watching the 2 puppets in the distance being baptized by thunder and lightning. This was the first time that Zhu Xiaobao saw the young sect leader Huang Tianxi doing something serious. There was not even a female nut around me. Chapter 1333 Divine Consciousness Seal A. Today's food and drinks were all prepared by Jing Hui, who originally stayed with Zhu Xiaobao to serve him. But he was angered by Mr. Huang's lewd eyes and ran away angrily. Not to mention Wei Zifeng. As soon as he saw the young master, he was far away. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to control her temper and kill young Master Huang. Ha ha! Brother Huang, are you worried about something today? You don't even have a female cultivator with you? Could it be that your subordinates didn't find someone newer and younger for you? Zhu Xiaobao still asked with a smile.
Apart from being lustful, he actually felt that Huang Tianxi was pretty good in other aspects. At least he is sincere and loyal. The 4 girls sent to Zhu Xiaobao were all ones he had never touched.
Yeah. Brother, do you think I'm suitable to be the young master?
Huang Tianxi leaned lazily on the seat and poured himself a glass of wine and asked.
It seems to be a bit forced. But fortunately you have your father to support you. So you don't have to worry about anything.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, and then said lightly,
Xiaobao, I know you look down on me. In fact, I even look down on myself. But there is no way. I am doing this for survival. You are the safest only when others think you are a waste.
Although young Master Huang was leaning there lazily, his words were serious. He also looked around quietly.
Oh, I'd like to hear the details.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately became alert. This Huang Tianxi is not as simple as he appears. At least judging from this sentence. He is still quite scheming. Just now, I stared at Jing Hui with a very lewd look. The purpose was to make Jing Hui angry and go away.
Humph. With my level of cultivation, why do you think my father would hand over the position of head to me? This is what makes me most uneasy. And since I took over the position of head, I feel like my father is like a different person. Although he still dotes on me as always. Many things have become unpredictable. Especially sometimes his eyes make me feel very strange.
Huang Tianxi said in a low voice.
What's the basis? It's still your intuition.
Zhu Xiaobao's heart trembled. It seems that this young Master Huang is not a fool, but a very smart person who knows how to protect himself. Thinking about his past arrogant and domineering appearance, it is indeed easy to confuse others. At least I have been deceived by him.
Intuition. Although I really hope that my intuition is wrong. But I still dare not take it lightly. Because this intuition is getting stronger and stronger. Are you willing to help me?
Huang Tianxi said nervously. Then he stared at Zhu Xiaobao closely.
I don't know. I really don't know how to help you. As you can see, I came here in vain this time and made no progress at all. The top and bottom of the
puppet door
are all about me. Outside and inside. Tai. In fact, you just want to take advantage of me. And there is no sincerity at all.
Zhu Xiaobao also said in a low voice. From the outside, it looked like 2 people chatting lazily. And you couldn't see the glint in their eyes?
Yeah, I know. I can tell you the first step in refining a puppet, which is also the most critical step.
Sealing divine sense.
With your divine sense being strong enough, you can realize something. As for the other steps, it is indeed an ancestral skill. And we cannot leave it all to you. There is no need for you to learn it. Because you will not refine a puppet yourself.
Huang Tianxi hesitated again, and then whispered with great determination.
Okay, Brother Huang. Since you trust me so much, I will give you a promise. If one day you need my help, I, Zhu Xiaobao, will definitely help. Of course, the premise is only for legitimate reasons.
Xiaobao raised the cup in his hand. From a distance, it looked like the 2 of them were still drinking and chatting.
Okay, Xiaobao, I really hope you can treat me as a friend. There are too few people around me that I can trust. I spend all day drinking and drinking. In fact, I am anesthetizing myself and being wary of everyone. But I feel more and more that some kind of danger is getting closer and closer to me.
While Huang Tianxi was toasting, a jade token had fallen into Zhu Xiaobao's hands. It was the
seal of divine consciousness.
Kung Fu.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Zhu Xiaobao now completely believed that Huang Tianxi was really showing his kindness to him. Otherwise, he would never give such a secret technique to an outsider easily. And looking back on his friendship with Huang Tianxi, it seemed that he was taking the initiative to make friends with Zhu Xiaobao. Could it be that Huang Tianxi had already begun to pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao at that time? If this is the case, this young Master Huang is definitely a very smart and visionary person.
To be honest, I don't know. It all started with the appearance of the mysterious
outside puppet gate.
In fact, our puppet gate has been aware of it decades ago. But we just didn't make it public. I very much doubt that Huang Qinghuang didn't die. Think about it. If he didn't die, wouldn't it mean that his cultivation level has advanced to a greater level? If you want to take over or take revenge on the puppet sect, you don't have to go to such trouble. You can just break into the puppet sect. How can anyone stop him?
Mr. Huang said doubtfully. Although Huang Tianxi's words cannot be completely trusted, the credibility is still very high. The conversation between the 2 did not continue, because several elders from the puppet sect had already walked over not far away. I always felt that they were staring at Huang Tianxi. But on the surface, they were loyally protecting Huang Tianxi. But upon closer inspection, the leader turned out to be the old sect leader Huang Ziqiang. When he saw Huang Tianxi, he still said lovingly,
Tianxi, you are so active and practicing today. It really makes my father very happy. TSK, what kind of training is this? It's just showing off my puppet. Why are those trash guys under my command so incompetent? The female cultivators they hired all look like crooked melons and cracked jujubes. It's off-putting to look at them. Hey,
old man, Dad, why don't you give me a puppet sometime? You can also get me a jade corpse. Right? Just like my brother Xiaobao. Right?
Huang Tianxi immediately pretended to be disdainful and hummed. As for Huang Ziqiang, the more he behaves, the more the old sect leader seems to like and dote on him.
He. Yes. Yes. We have disappointed the young sect master. We will definitely find you a female cultivator with excellent cultivation and good looks tomorrow.
Several elders following the old master were scrambling to be the first. They said with a flattering smile, it seemed that they felt quite guilty after being scolded by Master Huang.
Oh, you elders, you are just spoiling him all day long. In his courtyard, the female nuns can hardly live anymore. You are still spoiling him.
Although the old master had a complaining tone, his face was full of anger. Laughing. Then he remembered the purpose of magnetism, turned around slightly, cupped his hands with Zhu Xiaobao, and said with a smile,
Young masters, I came here specifically to see you. I wonder if I can help you with something. Oh, the old master is too polite. If you need anything, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Then he cupped his hand and returned the greeting.
Ha ha. Because of my low cultivation level and not being very talented in spiritual consciousness, I have always wanted to get a calming pill. Of course, it would be best if it can reach the 7th line or above. But I wonder if you gentlemen are willing to help me. Don't worry. My puppet sect has prepared all the materials for alchemy, so you won't let the young masters worry about it.
The old master asked politely.
This is no problem, but it must be above the 7th line. I can't guarantee it. As you know, I am not a full-time alchemist. But if the materials are ready, and there is no rush, I will return to Qianqiu Peak and work with Xian. If Master Daozi works together to refine the elixir, we will be more confident.
Zhu Xiaobao said in a very embarrassed tone.
Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. I will give you the materials first, and you can choose the most suitable time to start refining the elixir, based on your relationship with Tianxi. I am absolutely assured.
Unexpectedly, the old master was very happy, he said, and immediately handed a storage bag to Zhu Xiaobao. It was full of top-quality materials, and 4 copies were prepared. It looked like he had spent a lot of money, but considering the strength of
Puppet Gate,
this little material is nothing at all.
Okay. After a while, when I return to Qianqiu Peak, I will start refining alchemy right away. In the past few days, I still want to play with Brother Tianxi for a few days, and I have to learn many things from Brother Tianxi.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately showed a nasty smile and said, in fact, in order to confuse everyone in the past few days, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng often practiced together, in order to cover up people's eyes and ears.
Because there are many eyes and ears around his yard. This was one of the reasons why he trusted Huang Tianxi's words. Because Huang Tianxi's young master's mansion is also being monitored secretly. He and Huang Tianxi returned to their residence arm in arm. It was in the dead of night that Zhu Xiaobao summoned the Jade Corpse. He first carefully read the
Sealing of Divine Consciousness
technique given to him by Master Huang, and immediately determined that it was a genuine secret book. And Master Huang also made a lot of annotations beside it. From this point, we can see that Huang Tianxi is definitely not the playboy he usually behaves, but a very dignified person. Zhu Xiaobao studied it carefully several times. Not only can it seal the divine consciousness, but it can also remove the seal of the divine consciousness. You need to be very careful in this step. And you also need to have considerable confidence in your own consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao carefully removed the
spiritual consciousness seal
from the jade corpse in front of him, and immediately saw that the jade corpse's eyes were shining brightly, as if it was about to be resurrected. But then all the little horses went up to
seal divine consciousness
again, and used the technique twice in order to remove part of the seal from the jade corpse. Sure enough, this jade corpse had eyes shining brightly just now, and was ready to move. Now it has returned to almost the same state as before. But its spiritual consciousness has still been released a little, and it seems to be trying its best to communicate with him. Zhu Xiaobao communicates. Chapter 1333 Divine Consciousness Seal, Part 2. Although Zhu Xiaobao worked very hard to communicate with the Jade Corpse, the Jade Corpse was not from the puppet sect, so his memory was just some scattered memories of a casual cultivator. It is of no help to Zhu Xiaobao. And after the Jade Corpse's consciousness were slightly restored, you can clearly feel the resentment, anger, and unwillingness of this Jade Corpse. This is of course understandable. Who wants to be made into a puppet? Therefore, as a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao still planted a brand of spiritual consciousness on it, and at the same time tried his best to erase his newly recovered memory. Immediately, the Jade Corpse became more obedient. Since the divine consciousness was released twice as much, the Jade Corpse became able to understand Zhu Xiaobao's meaning, making it much easier to use than before. However, Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel very happy, which shows that the puppet sect is still an evil sect. Then should I help Huang Tianxi? In the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao did not talk to Huang Tianxi in depth, because there were always many people around Huang Tianxi protecting him, and in Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, it was more like they were spying on him. So Huang Tianxi resumed his day-drinking routine. Happy life. Of course, only Zhu Xiaobao knows that this guy is not actually living a happy life. He is just trying his best to hide it. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao also said goodbye, and the purpose of this trip was half completed. Although there were still many doubts, Zhu Xiaobao already felt that there was no need to stay here, because in the past few days, I have seen people from many sects coming to ask for an explanation. It is because their disciples or clan members have been captured and refined into puppets. So in the past few days, Zhu Xiaobao saw that the elders of the puppet sect were also worried and trying their best to explain. So he reluctantly did not take action. However, many sects have already questioned the puppet sect and feel that a sect like theirs is not a famous and decent sect at all. Seeing this chaotic scene, Zhu Xiaobao said goodbye knowingly. Fortunately, the puppet sect was very polite. The old sect master and the young sect master came forward together and personally sent Zhu Xiaobao out of the mountain gate. Huang Tianxi even offered 8 beauties to Zhu Xiaobao, which frightened Zhu Xiaobao and quickly refused. So enthusiastic. Ha ha! Thanks to the warm hospitality of the 2 sect masters, I will take my leave now. Old master, I will refine the 7 marks concentration pill you need as soon as possible, Zhu Xiaobao said, cupping his hands. No rush. No rush. There is no rush in terms of time. But it must be above 7 lines. The old master warned again and again. No problem. I will live up to my trust. Brother Huang. Farewell. Zhu Xiaobao then bowed his hands to Huang Tianxi, then turned and left. After walking for a while, Wei Zifeng caught up from behind. She scouted around to see if anyone was following her. Now Wei Zifeng is very cautious in doing things and considers things very thoughtfully. Huh? It was a waste of time. Ever since I came to this puppet door, I have felt something is wrong. On the surface, I am very enthusiastic. But secretly, I am wary of and monitoring us. I always feel that there is a strange atmosphere. Wei Zi, Feng said angrily. Ha ha. Yes, I have made great progress. And I know how to analyze and judge. But don't you think it is this weird feeling that is the biggest gain of our trip? This shows that the puppet gate is not as innocent as they advertise. Really? Zhu Xiaobao smiled and nodded, praising Wei Zifeng. Then where are we going now? We can't really help them find the outer territory puppet gate, right? Upon hearing this, Wei Zifeng felt a little proud and got closer before asking. Well, let's go to the Black Wind Valley. I heard that the Black Wind Valley has been the most troubled in the past few years. Let's just stop by and have a look. Zhu Xiaobao actually had a goal for a long time. In fact, he knew that even the puppet gate himself could not find the extraterritorial puppet gate, and he had no intention of looking for it. All we can do is pay more attention. What he needs to do most now is to improve his cultivation. Only after meeting Rita and 2 killers from Fake Wonderland at Xianqiu Peak did Zhu Xiaobao realize that his strength was still too weak. I didn't feel this way before. That's because many people didn't show up. Now that troubled times are brewing, many people can no longer hide themselves. Everyone felt the crisis. So everyone started to take action. Of course, there are also many people who want to take advantage of the chaos and gain some benefits. A few days after leaving the realm of the puppet gate,
I met a group of outsiders who were led by two casual cultivators from the
Fake Fairyland.
originally. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to avoid his sharp edge temporarily. After all, he was not sure yet about dealing with Lian Ming's
Fake Fairyland.
at the same time. What's more, behind these two
Fake Fairy Realm.
are four subordinates of the
True Martial Realm.
This strength is definitely quite powerful. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that they were hunting down a local cultivator in the Jinwu realm. And it was someone he knew. It was Feng Shuheo, who had helped him before. After so many years, Feng Shuheo has actually reached the peak of the
True Martial Realm.
But now his situation is not good. He is being chased by the other party in an awkward situation. There were two other people being chased with Feng Shuheo. It was obvious that the three of them were quite generous. They were all seriously injured, but they still supported each other and did not give up. It's just that the consequence of this kind of righteousness is that it slows them down in the eyes. And now they can't run away.
Humph. Brothers, don't run away anymore. Let's fight with them today. If you can fight each one, it's one.
Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Feng Shuheo simply stopped and shouted loudly at the two brothers.
Brother, it's all us who have caused trouble for you.
His two brothers shouted guiltily at this time.
Don't talk nonsense. If you ask me to give up my brother, I would rather die than do it.
Feng Shuheo shouted loudly. At the same time, holding a pair of axes in his hands, he turned around and glared at the six outsiders, who were getting closer and closer. Cultivator.
Ha ha. Don't run away. Very good. The person named Feng is indeed very loyal. But this kind of loyalty is really not worth the gain. But we still appreciate you very much and will never kill you. If someone like you practices if it is made into a puppet, it is also loyal. And it may also be a jade corpse.
The two leaders of the
Fake Fairyland.
cultivator said with a faint smile. In their eyes, these three people are the best resources they have encountered in these days.
Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I won't let you become puppets even if I die.
Feng Shuheo laughed loudly, seeming to be ready to die together.
Then it's not up to you. Second brother, you deal with the remaining two people. I'll capture this Feng Shuheo alive.
The boss of the fake fairyland said calmly. Then he used a three-pronged fork and approached Feng Shuheo. Okay, boss, don't worry. Those two are at the end of their game. If they weren't trying to catch them alive, they should have been killed long ago.
The second child in the fake fairyland also smiled sinisterly. His weapon is quite special. It is a fishing net. But when the other two local cultivators saw this fishing net, their expressions changed. They suffered a lot from the fried octopus king.
Come on! Let me show you how powerful I am.
Feng Shuheo had already let go, so he was the first to charge forward. A pair of axes whirred in the wind. First of all, he didn't want to lose to his opponent in terms of momentum. But after all, their cultivation levels were too far apart. And Feng Shuheo had already suffered serious injuries. Although his attacks were fierce, they were easily deflected by the other party. The other party also consciously did not want to hurt Feng Shuheo's life. So he turned the weapon and just hit Feng Shuheo with the back handle of the weapon. After only 5 or 6 rounds, Feng Shuheo was already in a hurry and lost one of the axes in his hand, leaving only one. But Feng Shuheo still opened his eyes angrily and charged fiercely.
Hey! With so many people surrounding 3 seriously injured people, you are not afraid of being embarrassed?
Unexpectedly, at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. And it was already close at hand.
Who is this person? You're sneaky. Get out of here.
The boss of the fake fairyland was immediately shocked. He didn't even notice that the other party could get so close. This was enough to make him very surprised. Quickly taking a step away, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation clearly. He was actually a local cultivator in the
true martial realm. Xiaobao? Run quickly. You idiot. Why do you want to show yourself in public? Can't you see their cultivation level and number of people?
Feng Shuheo was surprised and happy at first. But once he saw the person clearly, he yelled angrily and anxiously.
Oh, Brother Feng, if I run away, you will really be worse off than dead.
Zhu Xiaobao was very touched. Even at this time, Feng Shuheo was still thinking about him. This man is indeed a very good person. A loyal person. He couldn't help but feel excited and must save Feng Shuheo.
Okay. Here comes another one. Ah. Ha ha. There is also a follower female cultivator. I am really afraid that we will be too lonely. Come with me. I have gained a lot today.
Fake Wonderland. Once the boss saw clearly Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation and Jing Hui following behind him. He couldn't help but feel very good. This was simply a feast delivered to his door.
Ha ha! I'm afraid you can't bear this harvest.
Zhu Xiaobao also snorted coldly. Following the words, Zhu Xiaobao had already rushed to Feng Shuheo and launched the first attack on the bandit leader. What the bandit leader didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao was not alone. But at the same time that Zhu Xiaobao was initiating supplies, a female cultivator flew over from behind. With a quick pace, surrounding the bandit leader of Fake Wonderland, he launched a ferocious attack. The remaining 4 casual cultivators of the true martial realm were about to rush over to help. But unexpectedly a white lion appeared in front of them. Chapter 1334. Combat power explodes. Perhaps he was too careless and too confident. These 4 outside cultivators of the
true martial realm
did not take the white lion in front of them seriously. Although the strength of both sides is now 6 against 6. The boss and second child on our side are in Fake Wonderland. This is a huge gap.
Ha ha! Do you want to rely on such a divine beast to block us? Brothers, take action. 2 female cultivators. Don't let them escape.
The 4 of them are actually still planning the huge rewards after victory.
Roar!
A lion's roar immediately shocked the 4 of them. 2 of them lost all senses in an instant and fell to the ground. Although the remaining 2 were also in the
true martial realm.
They were at the peak of the true martial realm. Can barely bear it.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
But what I didn't expect was that this white lion was so fierce and could roar 3 times in a row. This time, even the 2 remaining people were shocked to the ground. This shocked the second child of Fake Wonderland. He didn't expect that this was a level 6 divine beast. But what happened next shocked the white lion. The Fake Fairyland guy actually released a mythical beast. A huge 8-clawed octopus, which entangled the white lion in the blink of an eye. The 2 mythical beasts started tearing and rolling on the spot. The key was that the 8-clawed octopus also released countless inks, which immediately turned the white lion into a black and white lion. Zhu Xiaobao heard the angry roar of the white lion, took a peek, and was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party also had a level 6 beast. And this 8-clawed octopus was very difficult to deal with. The white lion was already a bit overwhelming. And 2 of the 4 stunned true martial realm cultivators had begun to slowly get up.
Humph! Little bastard. Your methods are still a bit lacking. Today I will let you know how much you have to pay if you want to help others.
The boss of the Fake Fairyland said with a cruel smile at this time. His steel fork was no longer merciful, because the combination of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng was too sharp. If he didn't use all his strength, he really couldn't beat them. But at this time, Jing Hui rescued Feng Shuheo in time, hid aside to bandage him, and gave Feng Shuheo 2 pills.
Continuing strength pill.
And nourishment pill.
Humph. I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. He didn't expect that the white lion would act like a bear for the first time after advancing, which made Zhu Xiaobao very annoyed. But now there was no way to blame the white lion. So he had to release the little demon fiercely. Not to mention, tens of thousands of
black god bees
were also released by Zhu Xiaobao. Suddenly, the air was enveloped by this swarm of black bees, and even the light became much dimmer.
Ah? This little treasure has become so powerful in just a few years?
Feng Shuheo saw the
black god bees
all over the sky and the giant snake that came out again. He couldn't believe his eyes. Alone, how could he control so many divine beasts and spiritual bees at the same time? This kind of fighting method. It will definitely not be a problem to single out a Fake Wonderland.
Ah? You idiots. Why don't you get up quickly? Do you really want to die?
The second child in the Fake Fairyland was also shocked at this time. He thought he was already so great that he could own a level 6 divine beast, the 8-clawed octopus. But I didn't expect that the little fat man in front of me was much stronger than him. This giant snake was also a level 6 mythical beast. Moreover, the 2 mythical beasts attacked the catching octopus at the same time, and the 8-clawed octopus was immediately bitten and twisted back and forth in pain. It was not good at fighting on land. If it were in the sea, it could easily deal with these 2 level 6 beasts. But now, it is at a disadvantage. Several sections of 8-clawed octopus tentacles have fallen on the ground, and they are still rolling and twisting. Although they heard the order from the boss and the second child, the 4 stunned realms could not react in time because they had been surrounded by a large number of
black god bees.
and there were many among them. The Vulcan bee continued to attack them with clusters of flames without being noticed at all. The lethality of this flame can be said to be quite huge.
Brothers, don't panic. Old Feng is alive again,
Feng Shuhei roared. And as soon as he recovered half of his strength, he couldn't wait to rush over again with his double axe. The three of them were all in high spirits, and they joined forces to deal with the second child of Fake Wonderland. They even fought back and forth, and their combat effectiveness instantly increased.
You are looking for death.
The boss of the Fake Fairyland already felt that something was wrong at this time. He did not expect that the appearance of this little fat man would bring about such a big change. Now they are at a disadvantage. So he made a decisive decision. Roared. Closed the three forks. Put his hands on the ground. Like a toad. His body was getting bigger, and the shadow of a giant whale appeared behind him. He roared.
Whale swallow all directions. Immediately, a huge suction force sucked Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng in, and Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were stunned. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao reacted quickly, and he was immediately swallowed by the whale.
Release the 5 elements square.
In an instant, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng felt that they had been involuntarily involved in a huge suction force. They could not even stabilize their bodies, and could only move awkwardly with the suction force.
Roll.
Ha ha ha! When you get into the belly of the giant whale, you will be squeezed to death. Huh? If you want to fight me, you are still far away.
The boss of the Fake Fairyland laughed loudly at this time. But before he finished laughing, he felt something was wrong. The giant whale behind him suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain, because a drop of
1 yuan heavy water
had become bigger and bigger, falling into its belly, and the weight was still increasing. The ground is increasing, and its swallowing power is also rapidly slowing down. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng are supporting each other, and should be able to stand firmly on an earth-yellow shield.
Oh? Is this 1 yuan heavy water? You have actually refined 1 yuan heavy water?
The boss of the Fake Fairyland shouted in surprise. At this time, he became very embarrassed. The shadow behind him could not be recovered, and he had to continue to maintain the fighting power of this giant whale. He felt that his consciousness was being consumed rapidly. This was simply unbelievable to him. His consciousness could hardly keep up. But this little fat man still seemed to be able to do it with ease? You must know that this little fat man not only controls 2 divine beasts and a large group of spiritual bees, but also the mysterious
5 elements square.
The consumption of this spiritual consciousness is definitely more than 3 times more than him. Is this still the cultivation level of the
true martial realm?
With a dull sound, the giant whale began to spit out the stuff it sucked in. It wanted to spit out the drop of
$1 of heavy water.
The weight of this drop of
$1 of heavy water
made it overwhelmed. And its body was overwhelmed. The shape is shrinking, and the body gradually begins to lie on the ground. Bang, followed by a shattering sound. The giant whale phantom instantly fell into pieces, turned into countless fragments, and finally dissipated. The boss of the Fake Fairyland also vomited a mouthful of blood. His consciousness was severely damaged, and he suddenly seemed sluggish. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were both soaked and standing not far away. Although they were not injured, they were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party had such a strong attribute attack. If it weren't for this
5 elements square,
then they are the 2 who are being hit hard now.
Boss, are you injured? Let me help you.
The second brother in the Fake Fairyland was also stunned by the scene just now. This is the boss's invincible weapon. I didn't expect that today he would be defeated so completely. The key the other party is just a fat guy in the
true martial realm.
Although Feng Shuhei and the other 3 wanted to stop him, the physical strength of the 3 of them could not keep up after all. The short-term advantage just now had already turned into defeat, and now they were easily overcome by the other party. Before Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng could react, a fishing net had already covered them both, and it was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was going to strangle them to death.
Kill! Kill! Kill them! I don't want any beauties or puppets. Kill them immediately.
The Fake Fairyland boss also stood up and roared viciously.
I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! Chop! Chop!
But what he didn't expect was that this time, Zhu Xiaobao turned his kitchen knife more directly, slashing randomly. The invulnerable heaven-level artifact, Xuanzi Mesh, was actually cut it apart inch by inch, and in a moment, it turned into a broken fishing net. All the energy flowing on it has also disappeared.
Ah! 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 How dare you destroy my
Chauncey net.
boss? Kill him quickly.
The second child in the fake fairyland suddenly cried out heartbroken. He had refined this net thousands of times before he could advance to the level of a heavenly weapon. Unexpectedly, it would be chopped up with such a kitchen knife? How could he not be heartbroken?
Bang! Bang!
With two dull sounds. Two outsiders from the fake fairyland were hit hard at the same time and fell to the ground. A jade corpse stood between them. Immediately afterwards, the jade corpse came to the boss of the fake fairyland and smashed it down hard with one hand. Blood spurted from the mouth of the boss of the fake fairyland immediately. And he looked at the jade corpse in front of him in a daze. Corpse? His mind was already confused. Could this also belong to that little fat man? Oh my god. What kind of freak did I meet? Does he still have the power to control such a jade corpse? At this time, the second child in the fake fairyland suddenly jumped up and ran away at a very fast speed. And a large amount of black mist suddenly emitted behind him. It was not the dark art, but his divine beast with 8 claws. The ink released by the octopus was turned into mist by him. This was also one of his tricks to escape. Even Wei Zifeng could not match this speed. Although the fake fairyland boss also wanted to escape. His injuries were too serious. And the key was that his neck was currently being pinched by the jade corpse. Chapter 1335 Advanced Secret B. This battle can be described as thrilling. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng's hands and feet are now weak and exhausted. Especially Zhu Xiaobao. He used almost all his methods at once. And his internal energy, physical strength and spiritual consciousness were all exhausted. If he hadn't taken the continuing power pill in time, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't even be able to stand now. Even now, Jing Hui is supporting him. At the same time, Jing Hui also looked at Zhu Xiaobao with admiration. What kind of person is he? He can actually exert such powerful abilities. She suddenly felt a sense of admiration, surrender, and even a sense of pride. At this time, Feng Shuheo and his 2 brothers had already tried their best to kill the 4 true martial realm outsider cultivators. These 4 casual cultivators were quite miserable. They did not show their due strength at all, because they were too careless. They suddenly fell into a passive situation. And then, they were unable to reverse this passive situation. In addition, the 2 bosses of Fake Wonderland were also captured and the other escaped. And they were even more desperate.
Ha ha ha! Brother, I can't believe that you have become so strong in just a few years. Brother, I never dreamed that the little boy who wanted me to save his life would now save me in turn. Ah!
Ha 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 ha! Feng Shuheo laughed loudly while collecting the storage bags of several casual cultivators. His 2 companions were no longer able to do it. So they meditated on the spot and began to recuperate.
Yeah! Brother Feng, hurry up and clear the battlefield. We'll leave immediately. If someone comes again now, I won't be able to fight at all.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand weakly. In fact, he had already taken the drug again. I bought a
continuing strength pill
and a nourishment pill. But his face was still very pale. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was able to leave the place at a very fast speed while riding a white lion. And there was a little demon exploring the way ahead. So he quickly found a well-hidden cave. And everyone hid in the cave. It's truly safe. After a day and night of recovery, Zhu Xiaobao finally recovered more than half of his strength and could move freely. But it will take 3 or 4 days for complete recovery. Feng Shuheo and 3 others also suffered internal injuries. So it will take even longer to fully recover. However, this cave is very large. And it is a chain of caves. Feng Shuheo and others consciously stationed themselves in the outermost cave. He gave up the innermost cave to Zhu Xiaobao and others. After sending some food and wine to Feng Shuheo and the others, as well as a few pills, Zhu Xiaobao did not exchange too many greetings. He wants to interrogate this fake fairyland boss. Now the boss of Fake Fairyland is quite miserable. In order to prevent him from getting angry and hurting others, his hands and feet were tied up with immortal binding locks. And he also suffered serious internal injuries. He is still very weak, because he cannot perform normal exercises to heal his injuries.
Ha ha! Your brother is not very righteous. He left you alone and ran away. Oh, by the way, what is your name?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, sitting opposite him with a smile.
Humph. If he hadn't run away, wouldn't he have ended up like me? My name is Tuani. The one who ran away was my junior brother, Tu Qingxian.
Tuani rolled his eyelids at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said dejectedly,
Huh? Ha ha. Your names are very unique. Then why not live a comfortable and leisurely life? You have to travel thousands of miles to get here. For what purpose? The cultivation of the two of you is incredible. Are they all overlords who intimidate the other side?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing loudly. But he didn't expect that the names of these two guys were really interesting. And look at Tu Ani's slightly fat figure and chubby cheeks. He is really quite handsome.
Who are you? I should definitely know about such a powerful character like you. But I can't imagine that there would be someone like you in the southwest region?
Tu Ani looked at Zhu Xiaobao dully. Then he asked very puzzledly.
Well, how many years have you been in the southwest region?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile.
Almost 30 or 40 years. But in the past few years, we have been very low-key. That is, walking around, and found that the environment here is not bad. Various resources and materials are abundant. And the cultivation levels of the cultivators here are not bad. Hi. So my life is quite comfortable.
Tu Ani thought for a moment and said,
Well, that's right. I have spent most of my time in the Thousand Island Sea over the past few years. If I tell you my identity, you will probably know that I also have a nickname called Supreme Treasure.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. And then, he said calmly.
Oh? It's you? It's you? Damn it. I should have thought of it a long time ago. I heard about Zhu Xiaobao in the Southwest Territory before. But then, there was no news. I didn't expect that he went to the Thousand Island Sea Territory and occupied the
Saint-like island. I didn't expect you to be more difficult than the legend.
Tu Ani suddenly screamed, and then lowered his head again in frustration. It seems that losing this battle is not a loss. After all, he was the one who defeated the great priest of Qiang sect and occupied the
Icon Island. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, with such a high level of cultivation, why did you come to the southwest region for?
Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently. He heard such an exclamation. There are too many, and I don't feel like there's anything to be proud of. No matter how magical the legend is. I am only in the
true martial realm.
Many things require higher cultivation to truly understand, because many of them may only be exposed to the
false fairy realm.
Or above.
If I tell you, can you let me go? I can swear on my inner demons that I will never be your enemy again.
Of course, Tu Ani would also put forward his own conditions. It was difficult for him to cultivate to this level. Of course, I don't want to die.
Humph. I don't believe what the inner demon swears. Let's do this. You tell me the truth, and then I seal half of your consciousness. In this case, although the combat effectiveness is reduced, with your cultivation level, you want to keep it life is still not a problem. Wait until you go to Zuanbao Island and develop faith, and I will unlock the seal for you. This is better than planting a slave mark or being refined into a puppet.
Zhu Xiaobao Plan said, Such a person is a huge threat if not killed. But it would be a pity to kill him. So it is best to use it for yourself. As long as he goes to Zuanbao Island and develops faith, he can be completely on his side.
Okay. But how can I believe you?
Tu Ani said doubtfully.
Humph. You can only choose to believe me. Besides, I have to spend time to verify what you said. So this is the best way.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted, feeling that he was already very impatient.
Yeah. Well, I hope you keep your word.
Tu Ani has no better way. Although Zhu Xiaobao's method will reduce his combat effectiveness, it is indeed the safest way. After going out, as long as he finds his brothers, two people from the
fake Wonderland,
it is easy to go to
Zuanbao Island. Then simply, why are you here?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and asked directly.
Actually, the purpose is to capture a cultivator with a comparable level of cultivation, and then take him back and refine him into a puppet.
Tu Ani said hesitantly.
Lying. You two are in this fake fairyland, and you haven't been able to catch one of them after so many years? Are you still wandering around here now? Do you think I'm a fool?
Zhu Xiaobao scolded angrily.
No. No. Of course not. In fact, we have been healing for the past 10 years. Decades ago, we received news that there were a large number of ancient ruins in the neutral zone, but they were not open to those of us. That's why we gathered there and wanted to force our way in. Unexpectedly, we met a very scary woman, who forcibly injured more than 30 of us. At that time, the earth shook, landslides and tsunamis. If not for the other people in Penlai Immortal Domain, if a great god takes action from a distance, we will not be able to survive. Even so, my brother and I were seriously injured. and it took nearly 20 years of training before we fully recovered. We both suspected that the woman was Zixia immortal. Tu Ani waved his hands repeatedly, and said with lingering fear,
"Oh, could it be her?"
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. The time Tu Ani mentioned happened to be the years when he was wandering in the neutral zone. After Sister Yu left, there were indeed several earthquakes. He never knew the cause. Only now did he finally understand. It turned out that there was an unusually large-scale battle outside Zhongli that caused a huge earthquake.
I swear what I said is true. The scene at that time was too terrifying. With our level of cultivation, we can only be regarded as the bottom among the people. It would be great to be able to save Xiaoming.
Tu Ani saw Zhu Xiaobao Ranger sluggish and thoughtful. He immediately shouted anxiously,
"Yeah, I know what you said is true. Because I was in the neutral zone at the beginning." Then you go on to say, "Then why are you so persistent in trying to capture the cultivators in our southwest region? Such a thing it can be done even in the eastern region." "Right. Why bother looking far away from the near?"
Zhu Xiaobao immediately woke up and asked Tu Ani to continue talking.
"Alas, the fighting power of our two brothers is not very strong in the fake fairyland of the eastern region. And if we are all in the eastern region, we all have names, surnames, and families. If we do this kind of thing, wouldn't we just wait for our enemies to come to our door? There is no need to worry here at all. And the cultivators here are even weaker."
Tu Ani sighed and said,
"Then why do so many people come here, all wanting to refine a puppet of their own? Even those cultivators with low cultivation levels? This involves a secret that only high-level cultivators can know." "What secret? Tell me."
Chapter 1336 Advanced Secret C. At this time, Tu Ani suddenly stopped talking and looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who took the opportunity to make his request.
"Young masters, I can tell you this secret, but you must let me go first. And let me, my brother is here to pick me up." "Humph. You will find an opportunity." "Yes, but according to our agreement, I have to seal half of your consciousness first. Otherwise, there is no need to talk."
Zhu Xiaobao also had to admit that this person, who has cultivated to the fake fairyland, they are all talented people. And their timing is just right. The more this happens, the more it arouses people's curiosity. Zhu Xiaobao is no exception.
"Okay, but I have to wait until I recover a certain amount of skill."
Tu Ani gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew that if he bargained any more, he would probably incur the other party's anger. Sure enough, 2 days later, Tu Qingxian found this place according to the unique marks he and his senior brother had. And Tu Ani also had half of his consciousness sealed by Zhu Xiaobao. Both parties feel a little more relieved. And in the end, he had to talk to Zhu Xiaobao alone. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have any hesitation about this. The three of them stayed alone in the innermost cave. But they were surrounded by white lions, little demons, and densely packed black god bees on the walls. The most terrifying thing was that Zhu Xiaobao's there was a jade corpse standing behind him. This formation alone has frightened the two brothers. Tu Ani's consciousness is now half sealed, and Tu Qingxian's divine beast has not recovered at all. So when the two brothers faced Zhu Xiaobao's lineup, they were frightened and tried to stay calm. This can be regarded as a great spectacle for cultivators. Two people from the fake fairyland were actually frightened by a fat man from the
true martial realm,
and did not dare to move.
Actually, we don't know much about this secret, but the general meaning is that if you have a puppet that is comparable to your own cultivation level, after a certain period of time, you can integrate the puppet's cultivation level, so that the puppet master's cultivation level can be improved by 1 step. This is the biggest temptation.
Tu Ani finally whispered the secret.
"What? Is there such a good thing? Doesn't that mean that as long as you can refine a genuine jade corpse, it will be possible to advance to the first immortal realm?"
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't sit still at this moment. Jumped up and asked in surprise. The temptation is too great. This is thousands of times more likely to advance than your own hard work.
"Yes. Otherwise, why are the casual cultivators from the eastern region running here so crazily? It's because everyone has seen hope. Just like the two of us. It is almost impossible to advance to the next level through hard work. But now there is suddenly great hope. And the running in time is not long. Only a few decades."
Brothers Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian said excitedly. These two people, although they still look like middle-aged people, they are actually almost 3,000 years old. And their lifespan will be almost exhausted in 500 years. So even if they are usually calm, they are not calm this time. The two came to the southwest region together, hoping to capture 2 cultivators suitable for refining jade corpses. At this point, people no longer consider the difference between good and evil. Their biggest reason is to prey on the weak.
Humph. I'm afraid you have to pay a big price. Right. Otherwise, there would be no such good thing.
Zhu Xiaobao also tried his best to remain calm and said,
Of course, if you want to refine a puppet, you must first become a disciple of the
Qiyang sect, or the Pirate Alliance.
And you must also serve the Dragon Immortal for 100 years. This 100 years is also the time to get used to your own puppet. So everyone thinks it is completely acceptable. Of course, the other expenses and materials required are not a problem for us.
Tu Ani and Tu Qixian said excitedly.
Ha ha! The question is, have you seen anyone successfully advance because of this? Could it be a scam?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little unconvinced. He seemed to have heard of this scam somewhere.
That's because there are. And there are more than 1 or 2. Many of those monks who have low cultivation but have difficulty advancing have already advanced successfully. Their cultivation is low, so the time they need to adjust is very short. Some only need in just a few years. We have integrated the puppet's cultivation and successfully advanced. So now it is not only us who are crazy, but also those low-level monks. Even your cultivators in the southwest region are starting to make moves. And some people are starting to fight with pirates. They establish contact with people from the
Pirates Alliance,
and even join the
Pirates Alliance. Tu Qixian also added closely. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became stunned. Yes, these people with high cultivation levels have lived for thousands of years, and are still trying desperately to advance again. Those with low cultivation and limited qualifications want to live a few more years. Even the will to survive is even more crazy and persistent.
Then if things continue like this, won't the entire cultivation world be greatly improved? And the number of people killing each other will also increase significantly? This is not a good thing.
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. But in his heart, I have a vague feeling that someone is setting up a big scheme, hoping to gain huge benefits from the chaos, or to achieve an ulterior purpose.
We can't control this so much. We are just like ants in front of these masters. Just imagine, if we are still living a comfortable life all day long, then 100 years later,
that is a fake wonderland.
We'll advance if we succeed. Can we still live a leisurely and comfortable life?
Tu Ani and Tu Qixian shook their heads and said, the two of them don't want to think about it so much. As long as they can maintain their position in the middle and upper reaches, they will be satisfied.
Then if you really catch a cultivator from the fake fairyland, how do you contact the human flesh dealer? Why do they believe you?
Zhu Xiaobao continued to ask.
You also know about human flesh dealers. How come you know everything?
Tu Qixian asked in surprise.
Where does all this nonsense come from? Now I'm asking you too. And who is the Dragon Immortal, and what is his cultivation level?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted a little annoyed.
Yes. In fact, we don't know who this
Dragon Immortal
is. We only heard that the puppets were refined and fused in the future on
Dragon Immortal Island.
It was this Dragon Immortal, and as our men will take care of it. If we catch a suitable cultivator, as long as we contact someone from the
Pirate Alliance,
someone will naturally take us to Longxin Island, and then arrange a specific time to refine the puppet. It's a pity for us it's so difficult to find a cultivator who can refine jade corpses.
Tu Ani said quickly, and finally sighed. Compared with those low-level cultivators, those they want to arrest must be cultivators from the fake fairyland. This difficulty is really not small. It may not be difficult for the two of them to work together to defeat a fake wonderland, but it is a bit difficult to capture him alive. Zhu Xiaobao asked a lot of detailed questions to make sure that the two brothers really didn't know anymore, and then waved his hand and let them leave. Tu Ani and Tu Qixian didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to let them go so happily, and they were overjoyed and ran away all the way, knowing that they both thought it was safe. They sat down to discuss what to do. Now his morale has been severely damaged, and even his own divine beast has suffered heavy losses. The two brothers were also very depressed. After discussing for a long time, they decided to go to Zuanbao Island. Otherwise, the consciousness that is half comfortable will never be restored. Not long after, the little demon rushed back excitedly and reported to Zhu Xiaobao.
The two people discussed for a long time and decided to go to Zuanbao Island. They have already started to turn around and set off. Ha ha! That's right. They have nowhere to go. Otherwise, no one can lift the
seal of divine consciousness
for him. Well,
Zuanbao Island.
can be considered as having 2 more reinforcements.
Zhu Xiaobao he couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he was delayed here for a few days, Zhu Xiaobao felt that the harvest was still huge, and he had begun to touch some unknown secrets. And again, the more he understood, the more he felt that his cultivation was not enough. He suddenly felt that his time was very tight, because he also had the same sense of crisis as Huang Tianxi. If in a few years, a large number of monks accelerate their cultivation, wouldn't the world fall into a kind of madness? And will it fall into a vicious cycle? Because there is no limit to human desires. After being promoted to the divine transformation realm, you will want to be promoted to the fusion realm again. So wouldn't those at the bottom be more dangerous? On the 5th day, Feng Shuhao and others took the initiative to say goodbye to Zhu Xiaobao. They were going to Qianqiu Peak. Now that Zhu Xiaobao had told Feng Shuhao the secret, they also felt the scary side. It's better to live in Qianqiu Peak for a while first. Zhu Xiaobao continued to rush towards Black Wind Valley, because he still lacked several medicinal herbs and rare materials, which he needed to buy through the auction house in Black Wind Valley. In addition, he also wanted to get some information from Baishao Gate of Black Wind Valley. But the closer he got to the boundary of Black Wind Valley, the more something felt wrong. With Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual awareness, he immediately noticed that several groups of casual cultivators were ambushing around him, seemingly waiting for the casual cultivators to come out of the Black Wind Valley. Even Wei Zifeng noticed it at this time. 2 groups of people actually started to approach Zhu Xiaobao and his party.
Well, are we all so crazy now? Are we starting to fight right under the eyes of Black Wind Valley? Our true martial realm, cultivation is no longer a deterrent.
Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised and went up the first time I came. I could almost walk sideways single-handedly with the cultivation level of the
true martial realm. Catch him! He is a casual cultivator from the eastern region. Don't let him escape.
At this moment, a shout came from the north. A casual cultivator running in front panicked and originally wanted to retreat. Black Wind Valley has been cut off, and the casual cultivators, who gathered from both sides, pointed their targets at him. Chapter 1337, Bring a Message A. In fact, this casual cultivator from the eastern region was still far away from Zhu Xiaobao at this time. But Zhu Xiaobao also stopped, because the direction of his escape was right here. In fact, there is not much difference between the cultivators in the eastern region and the cultivators in the southwest and northwest regions. However, the armor or soft armor they wear next to their bodies has a very distinctive feature. That is, it can have inscriptions. It is said that this kind of armor with inscriptions can increase the defense power by up to 30%. However, there are no dedicated rune masters in the southwest region, so few people can use this kind of armor. In the eastern region, there are specialized rune masters who take this as their profession. Of course, the inscriptions on the armor are also divided into many grades. The best inscriptions are dark patterns, which are generally invisible and only appear when they are functioning. It is quite magical. But this kind of armor is also expensive. Cultivators absolutely cannot afford it. The inscriptions on the armor of the cultivators from the outside world running over were simply engraved on them, and a faint light flashed from time to time. This person's cultivation level is not weak, and he has the strength of the late stage of the true martial realm. But he didn't expect that there would be so many local cultivators guarding outside the Black Wind Valley.
You rely on the power of numbers. What are your abilities? If you have the ability, challenge me in a duel.
This ferocious outsider cultivator, the wild dog, even shouted unconvinced. As he rushed over, he even injured several people, which made the local monks who surrounded him feel disgraced.
Bah! Shameless thieves! You relied on the strength of your numbers to repeatedly attack our comrades, and even made them into puppets. Now you want to tell the rules and fight alone? What a beautiful idea! Don't listen to him. Everyone, kill him!
Immediately, someone shouted loudly from behind, and there were 40 or 50 people chasing after him desperately. But facing a cultivator who was working hard in the true martial realm, they couldn't catch up for a while. And those who are good at speed can't catch up with others, which causes this person to run faster and faster, and even starts to throw away the people behind him.
Catch him! Don't let him run away! That little fat guy! Stop him! He is a cultivator from the eastern region.
Many people had seen Zhu Xiaobao at this time and shouted as loud as they could. As long as Zhu Xiaobao can hold off for a moment, everyone will definitely be able to catch up with him.
I'm going to kill him!
Wei Zifeng asked eagerly. This opponent given to him for free is definitely a good opportunity to show off his skills.
Well, wait. We don't need to take action. We will see the results soon.
Zhu Xiaobao gently pulled Wei Zifeng, shook his head and whispered. Then Zhu Xiaobao still stood there very calmly. Jing Hui beside him was also a little confused. She didn't notice anything strange. Even Wei Zifeng was also confused. She also didn't feel anything unusual. Perhaps seeing Zhu Xiaobao motionless. This outsider cultivator also seemed to see hope. His speed became faster. Facing a fat man in the true martial realm, he was quite confident. At this moment, he suddenly felt something bad, because the little fat man opposite actually smiled at him and shook his head regretfully. What does it mean? What does it mean? This actually confused this outsider cultivator. But at this moment, a figure, wrapped in a white light, flashed past the outside cultivator, and then stopped behind him. The foreign language cultivator ran for more than 10 steps before gradually stopping. A large amount of blood was already pouring out of his neck. He wanted to turn around in disbelief. But something even more terrifying happened. As his head turned, it actually fell off his shoulders. The moment he landed, his eyes were still open and round, with an incredible look. At this time, those who were chasing him also stopped in fear. Standing in front of them was an old man in white. He looked at the crowd who were chasing him with determination. Then he calmly walked to the corpse and took his storage. He picked out the things he needed from the bag and didn't bother to ask for the rest. So he just threw it on the spot.
He is a white sword alchemist. He is the only assassin in the assassin sect who turned into an alchemist.
Someone finally recognized the old man and shouted in surprise.
Ah! I didn't expect that even the assassin sect would take action. Senior, can you please stay? I would like to ask you a few words. Senior is so powerful.
Immediately, various voices rang out one after another. Although the people in the assassin sect were very mysterious, this old man often dared to show up alone. But people who know the details are not very afraid of him, because he no longer works as an assassin and has changed his career to become an alchemist.
Get out of the way! This is a bunch of rubbish. Even an outside cultivator in the
true martial realm
can't be caught. Let's disperse quickly. If you really encounter a capable outside cultivator,
you people will die.
Unexpectedly, this old man in white was he shouted simply and rudely, and then looked at these people. The ones with the highest cultivation level were in the
true martial realm.
This clearly shows that we want to win with more. After being shouted out by the old man in white, these people suddenly didn't dare to say a word, got out of the way, and watched the old man in white walk away without paying any attention to these people. Went to Black Wind Valley alone. The Zhu Xiaobao who slowly followed behind were obviously no longer so intimidating. Everyone swarmed up and began to divide the property, armor, etc. on the outside cultivator. The appearance was indeed not very good looking.
Get out of the way. A bunch of losers. Short-sighted.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at these people with disdain. There were only a few people in the
true martial realm
who, in order to maintain their status, did not follow them to rob them together. The key is that these people have blocked the road, and Zhu Xiaobao has to take a detour to continue moving forward. So he shouted,
Who do you think you are? A small amount. Real martial arts realm?
All the immortal masters were startled. And then they wanted to explode. They had nothing to say after being scolded by the old man in white. They were cultivated in the
fake fairyland.
But this little fat man dared to scold them? How could they bear this bad breath?
Roar! Roar! Roar!
Before these people could get angry, they heard a series of lion roars. And suddenly a large number of people blocking the front fell down. The few people in the
true martial realm
who were further away also took several steps back, feeling a little dizzy. Zhu Xiaobao then swaggered over everyone and followed the old man in white as he walked away.
He is Zhu Xiaobao? I didn't expect that he is already at the true martial realm. That's too much. I'm going to kill him. Kill him down. If he wants to kill you, it's like killing a chicken. Humph. So, what about those Shiano masters? Weren't they almost killed by him in the end?
Although there were still people who were not convinced. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao walking away, no one dared to come forward and provoke him. When they arrived at Black Wind Valley, the old man in white was nowhere to be seen. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't care either. Just looking at the surrounding situation, the Black Wind Valley is now much more depressed than before. It used to be very bustling and lively, but now the number of people is less than half. Hire a carriage and walk for another day. Although it was still very safe here and no hands were allowed, Zhu Xiaobao immediately sensed that he had been targeted. The distance is very far, but there is no way to escape Zhu Xiaobao's induction. Finally, the most lively area of Black Wind Valley was ahead. Zhu Xiaobaosha got off the carriage, dismissed the carriage, and then said calmly with his hands behind his back,
You have been following me for so long. Come out? Ha ha. Okay. Take my sword.
After waiting for a while, he heard a very familiar laughter. Then I saw the old man in white walking out of the woods behind. Then he made a very strange move, holding a sword and stabbing Zhu Xiaobao slowly. Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui both couldn't understand. What could such a slow sword do? Similarly, Zhu Xiaobao also frowned, not understanding what this meant. But he still cautiously flicked the sword with his index finger, and looked at the old man in white with all his attention, waiting for his next move.
He. Okay. I have failed in this assassination attempt. The two groups of assassins from the assassin sect have all failed. So the assassin sect will not target the young masters anymore. What do you think of this ending?
I didn't expect the old man to do this. Sure put away the long sword and said with a smile,
Not so good. The assassin sect can't kill me in the first place. So forget it if you want to. I haven't promised to let the assassin sect go.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, indicating that he was not surprised, but returned, We need to settle old accounts.
Ha ha. I'm just saying something. Well, it's okay for you gentlemen to think this way. It's just that I want you to understand that it's not that the assassin sect is afraid of you. It's that the current situation is complicated, and the sect leader hopes to be able to communicate to the outside world unanimously.
The old man in white still said with a smile.
He was much more patient with the little treasures than he was outside the Black Wind Valley.
That's none of my business. I only remember being assassinated several times, but all of them narrowly escaped death. Huh? Now that you can't kill me, you want to get close to me again? What a great idea! Old man, please bring me back with you.
This matter is not over yet,
Zhu Xiaobao said reluctantly.
Ah? Well, gentlemen, we also know that you are a little frightened. Our sect master also specifically stated before coming that if you have any other requests, you can just put them forward. We will try our best to satisfy you. It should be a little compensation.
The old man in white was sweating like a Macau man. If he had known that this guy was so difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have dealt with this hot potato.
Okay then. Let the assassin sect help me find the human flesh dealer. Or find the Dragon Immortal Island, or the Dragon Immortal. The grudge between us will be wiped out. Impossible. We are the assassin sect, not the Baishao sect.
Similarly, when you assassins are looking for me, you must find the right one. I believe it is not difficult to find one of these.
Chapter 1338. Bring a message, B.
Ha ha ha. Okay. Smart little guy.
The old man in white looked at Zhu Xiaobao for a while, then twisted his beard and laughed. But he cursed secretly in his heart. This little fox.
He. What a friendly old guy.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile on his face. I was also cursing secretly in my heart. This old fox.
Now that we have reconciled, I will no longer disturb you gentlemen. I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first.
The old man in white said with his hands in hand.
Slow down. Thank you.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very respectful. After sending away the old man in white, Zhu Xiaobao found an inn to stay, and then went to the original Baishao Gate alone. Unexpectedly, Baishao Gate was closed. Zhu Xiaobao inquired in many ways, but could not find out any useful information. I just heard that it only closed in the past few years. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised. With this mysterious strength, Baishao sect has been standing for many years, but it has closed down in just a few years? Something important must have happened in the meantime, so that even a mysterious organization like the Hakuxio sect cannot survive. Going back to the market where slaves were auctioned, it was now empty. This was as expected by Zhu Xiaobao. They were all collecting materials for refining puppets. Of course, this kind of market where slaves were auctioned could no longer be used in stock. You must know that even people in the transcendent realm, no matter how poor their qualifications are, as long as they have enough financial resources, it is possible to refine a puppet, and then fuse the puppet's cultivation to achieve the purpose of advancing to the fusion realm. What a temptation this is! Zhu Xiaobao was a little frustrated, looking at the not-so-busy flow of people on the street. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that just a few decades later, Black Wind Valley had become so depressed. What made Zhu Xiaobao even more depressed was that he couldn't find He Baizi even though he tried to find him. And there was no reply at all to the messages he sent. It can be said that he and He Baizi are inseparable from each other in Black Wind Valley. While Zhu Xiaobao was wandering on the street, several casual cultivators from outside the realm came towards him. They were wearing very distinctive armors, and they glared at the local cultivators unscrupulously. They were extremely arrogant. Moreover, these people's cultivation level is very high. There are actually two, fake immortal realm, and the rest are also true martial realm. Ouch! Who dares to plot against me? If you have the ability, come out and don't hide in the dark. Is this what you monks in the southwest region are capable of? Suddenly, a monk from the true martial realm slapped him. The back of my neck was so hot that it had been stung. But there was no definite opponent to be found, and the surrounding local cultivators were all watching the fun with gloating. This made these outside cultivators suddenly angry, and they all showed their weapons and shouted loudly. But what awaited them was still a silent answer. Two more people were burned one after another, but they still couldn't see how they were injured. Even the two cultivators from the fake fairyland failed to sense it. Suddenly, the inscription on the neck of a cultivator of fake fairyland shone brightly. He stretched out his hand and slapped him. This time, he could see clearly that the Vulcan bee, that had always been completely transparent, quickly emerged from between his fingers. It flew away, but it was a pity that I couldn't catch it. Inspector? Where is the inspector? Come out. Is this what you said is not allowed to take action? It is your local monks who are provoking us now. Please give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for going on a killing spree. Fake Wonderland shouted arrogantly. Are you sure it's the local monks who are provoking? Point it out to me. A black-clothed messenger from the fake fairyland appeared ghostly in the venue and asked calmly. Sir Inspector, I'm not sure, but we are the only ones here from the eastern region, so it must have been done by local monks. As soon as I saw this black-clothed inspector, this dong from the fake fairyland, the field cultivator also restrained himself a lot and said sarcastically, Humph, don't make trouble for me. Although I can't kill people here, I can drive you out of Black Wind Valley. The black-clothed inspector snorted coldly, and then disappeared strangely. This made these casual cultivators from the eastern region no longer dare to be arrogant, and went back to their inns honestly. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly rushed to the place where the black-clothed inspector had just appeared. He looked around cautiously. When no one was around, he cautiously shouted, Sister Inspector, can you come out and see me? See you? I know you are nearby. But after calling several times and scanning the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, there was no reply at all. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then walked slowly towards a very remote place. Sure enough, they waited until they turned a corner. As soon as they turned around, they saw the inspector in black appearing strangely again. Although she was wearing a mask, she could still feel that she was staring at Zhu Xiaobao. What are you doing with me? How do you know I am a nun? You have such a good figure, so you can tell at a glance that you are a young woman. Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised at all, but said with a smile, Stop talking nonsense to me. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense to me will have consequences. Although his tone was still threatening, it was obviously much softer. No need to ask. Zhu Xiaobao's flattery has worked again. Sister, I just want to ask, where is the original black and white man? I have a close friendship with him, but this time I can't find him. Zhu Xiaobao asked. Such flattery you can only take 1 or 2 shots. Any more would be superfluous. Huh? Do you know He Baizi? Who are you? The black-clothed inspector was also a little surprised, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao carefully and asked, My name is Zhu Xiaobao. I am not a high-level practitioner, but I know a lot. I am the best cook. Zhu Xiaobao introduced himself honestly. Are you Zhu Xiaobao? You're really honest. The black-clothed inspector couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. He thought for a moment before saying, Seeing as your cultivation level is not high, you still have to be honest. For the sake of honesty, then I will make an exception and tell you. 10 years ago, the old monster Black Wind withdrew from Black Wind Valley with his disciples. Now we are temporarily managing Black Wind Valley. Oh? Then which sect and force are you from? Are you so powerful? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked when he heard this. And even the Black Wind Valley master evacuated? How big of a change has this happened? Well, I'm from the Northwest Territory. You don't need to know anything else. However,
Since you are Zhu Xiaobao, someone asked me to bring you a message.
The black-clothed inspector was not impatient. And the business it has also become very soft.
What words?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned. Could it be that He Baizi left something before he left?
Well, she said, you can do as many things as you have the ability. You can't take care of many things now. The most important thing is to advance quickly.
The black-clothed inspector said word by word.
Who is she? Why are you telling me this?
Zhu Xiaobao concluded that the person who left the flower was definitely not black and white. So I asked closely.
She is the royal sister?
The black-clothed inspector immediately said respectfully.
Sister Yu. How is she? Can you take me to see her? Just say. I'm itchy again now, and I really need her to discipline me.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted excitedly. He couldn't help but hold the black-clothed inspector's arm. This was not intentional. But Zhu Xiaobao was really excited.
I don't know. I just have a message for you. Let me go. Be careful. I'm going to get angry.
The black-clothed inspector also said with some difficulty.
You all just say something. Do you think I am a fool? Don't you think my cultivation is not enough? Do you have to meet your requirements before you are willing to meet me? Go back and tell Sister Yu. She doesn't want to see me. I don't want to see her yet.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted fiercely.
Do you really want me to take this back? Okay. I'm leaving.
The inspector in black was also a little confused by Zhu Xiaobao's sudden anger. He turned around cautiously and disappeared again. It took Zhu Xiaobao a while to readjust his mentality and return to the street. He was planning to have something to eat at Xiao's restaurant, but mainly wanted to talk about some useful news. Unexpectedly, as soon as he climbed to the second floor of the hotel, he saw the old man in white sitting at the window facing the street, waving to him kindly.
Ha ha! We meet each other everywhere in life. Come on, brother. Just the right one. People feel bored after drinking. How about having a few drinks with this old man? Humph. Good wine. But this wine seems to have been stolen from me. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly as soon as he smelled the aroma of the wine. Isn't this exactly the 20-year-old thing that was stolen by that female assassin?
No. No. It's my elixir in exchange for it. It's just that the same person stole your wine and my elixir.
The old man in white shook his head and said calmly.
Okay. Let's have 2 drinks then. Do it first as a courtesy.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped being polite and sat down and drank a glass of wine first.
Okay. Little brother. How do you know the black-clothed inspectors here? Are they all masters of the Northwest Territory? Have you ever been to the Northwest Territory?
After a few words, the old man in white turned to the topic.
Humph. Have you been following me? Tell me. What do you want to do? When you come to Black Wind Valley, it's not as simple as collecting medicinal materials. Right. Are you here for me?
Zhu Xiaobao stared at the person in front of him. They were all smiling old men who asked cautiously.
Well, I was a little curious at first. But now, I have changed my mind. You are more mysterious than I thought. And there are many things that are beyond my expectation. I now feel that the assassin sect and your reconciliation is the most correct decision.
The old man in white suddenly became very serious and said,
What do you want to say in the end? Cooperation. Sincere cooperation.
Chapter 1339 Bad News. Probably in order to convince Zhu Xiaobao of his sincerity, the old man in white took the lead in explaining the purpose of his visit. It turns out that the old man in white came here for the Baishao sect. And now, he revealed the truth to Zhu Xiaobao. Baishao sect is actually the property of the assassin sect, which is also the reason why the assassin sect is well informed.
Oh, no wonder you can find me so easily. But when I want to get some information from the
Bakuxio sect,
I have to shirk all kinds of excuses. So that's what happened. Can you tell me now who wants to kill? Me? Or 2 groups? Of course. I already know the first group. They were entrusted by Mr. He also wanted to spend a lot of money to buy information from
Baishao sect,
but he was politely rejected.
It's embarrassing to say that. We don't know about the other group. But we know that they are aggressive, and the assassins they hired have also improved to a higher level. I just didn't expect that I underestimated you too much.
The old man in white said with some embarrassment.
TSK. I knew there would be no useful information when you get here.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted dissatisfied.
Alas. To be honest, our assassin sect has also suffered heavy losses in recent years. Not only were all the informants and contact points of the Baishao sect destroyed, we also received several big orders. which actually made our assassin sect. Several of the top Xianpai assassins have also disappeared for no reason. It has never been a problem to see people alive and dead in bodies.
The old man in white sighed with some depression and worry. This time it doesn't feel like I'm just pretending.
But I feel really frustrated.
Could it be that he was captured and made into a puppet?
Zhu Xiaobao said with some gloating.
Yes. We have deduced that this possibility is extremely high. This does not mean that we have thrown ourselves into a trap and delivered the best puppet refining materials to our door. Similarly, the person who placed the order cannot find any clues. It's just that one thing is unified. The targets are all the great gods with extremely high cultivation levels in the eastern region or the Thousand Island Sea. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation level is also the
False Fairyland.
There are 3.
First Fairyland, and 1, Middle Fairyland.
Now, thinking about it, it's terrifying to think about it. Moreover, the top-ranked Xianpai assassin in our assassin sect has also disappeared. Her cultivation level has been infinitely close to the
Middle Fairy Realm.
If she hadn't been looking for an opportunity to break through, she would never have taken action. Yes,
the old man in white said sadly.
What? An assassin from the
Middle Fairy Realm.
Isn't that a powerful person who can kill people at a higher level and assassinate the
Upper Fairy Realm? This time, even Zhu Xiaobao couldn't sit still. What a terrifying strength this is. Unable to escape the bad luck of being framed by calculations? This mysterious force is so terrifying.
Yes. We would rather she had died in the battle or been counter-killed than to be killed.
The old man in white did not dare to continue speaking in the middle of a sentence. This kind of result would be too terrifying. If there really is that kind of fusion with such perverted methods of cultivation, isn't it very likely that in a few hundred years, another great god of the immortal realm will appear?
Then why are you still cooperating with me? With my level of cultivation? It's not enough to squeeze someone's teeth.
Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded and rolled his eyes.
Ha ha! Of course I don't mean that you can make a difference now. On the contrary, you should keep a low profile now and improve your cultivation quickly in secret. This is the most important thing.
The old man in white said with a wry smile. And cooperated with Zhu Xiaobao. It's just one of many plans. These cunning people would never put all their hopes on one person.
Then don't the Qing Immortal Lord and the Zixia Immortal Lord know about these things? And my 5th brother, the 5th True Lord, the 6th True Lord, etc. Don't they do anything?
Xiaobao asked, still somewhat puzzled.
Hey! How could they not know? But they are also waiting to see what happens. The opponents on the surface are easy to deal with. But the mysterious opponents behind the scenes are not so easy to deal with. No one wants to expose their strength prematurely.
The old man in white shook his head and said, although his cultivation is far inferior to these great gods, the old man in white has quite a lot of knowledge and experience. And he is also very experienced.
Then what should I do? Now that you have even closed the Baishao gate, what news can you provide me with?
Zhu Xiaobao is also a little confused. It seems that he will face a huge change in the future.
You? While improving your cultivation, it's best to go to various immortal realms to see for yourself. After all, the most reliable information is what you know. Also,
although our 100 Xiaomen
has closed, there are many informants and contact points have been destroyed, but there are still some that have not been destroyed, or that have been dormant for many years and have not been activated. Don't worry. These informants and contact points will also provide you with timely help in the future.
The old man in white behaved, said very sincerely.
Okay. I have gained something from this trip. Dad, since we are already in a cooperative relationship, you should tell me your name. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao finally asked suddenly before leaving.
Ha ha. It's not worth mentioning that I,
Feng Yin,
is ranked 3rd among the Xianpai assassins of the assassin sect. I'm ashamed. I'm old. It's been a long time since I've done it myself. I've been focusing on alchemy for so many years. I don't know. Where are you going to go next? Gentlemen, are you going back to Qinqiu Peak?
The old man in white tangled his beard and said with a smile.
Well, didn't you say it's best to see it on the ground? So I want to go to the Northwest Territory. The casual cultivators there are not very repulsive to the casual cultivators in the Southwest Territory.
Zhu Xiaobao said vaguely. In fact, he wanted to being able to see Sister Yu. He wanted to prove whether Sister Yu was the person he guessed.
That's fine. That's fine. The more no one knows you, the better it is for you. Sirs, please do it.
The old man Feng Yi nodded and was not surprised. and he stood up to see him off politely.
Oh, by the way, what's the name of the assassin you ranked first? Is he really that powerful?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned around and asked. It seems that the heavy damage suffered by the assassin sect has attracted Zhu Xiaobao's extreme attention. The number one assassin has just disappeared. This is really terrifying.
Yeah. To be honest, her name is
One Arrow.
And she is good at long-distance assassinations. Ever since her debut, every assassination has been done with just one arrow, and she has never missed. Oh, by the way, it can induce her to take action this time. There is another reason. That is, the opponent has a peerless divine bow. The sky-shattering bow.
The old man Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. Since it is a cooperative relationship now, there is no need to hide it.
What? Shen Gong? Who is the assassination target? What is its name? Is it a man or a woman?
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Wen Qing's delicate and indifferent appearance immediately appeared in front of her eyes, and she seemed to have always been full of thoughts. However, this woman suddenly disappeared decades ago when she was fighting for the master of Wushuang City. The disappearance was very sudden, and there has been no news in these years. Unexpectedly, I heard news about Jintian Bao again here, so no wonder Zhu Xiaobao screamed.
The other party. I guess he also uses a pseudonym. Something like Qingmu. He lives in seclusion in the Thousand Island Sea. According to the information we have, he is also a cultivator of the first immortal realm. As for whether he is a boy or a girl, we don't know, because this person always wears a mask and cannot tell the difference between male and female. Why? Do you know Shen Gong?
Old man Feng Yin also said with some surprise.
It appeared in Wushuang City, but then disappeared, and there has been no news for decades. So I don't dare to decide whether the person is
One Arrow.
Senior met is her, and I don't know if it is her. That sky-shaking bow.
Zhu Xiaobao said very uncertainly. The cultivation level of the
first immortal realm
is 2 levels higher than his. According to Wen Qing's cultivation level, it is impossible to advance so quickly.
Oh, that's it. Then don't worry so much. We will send people to continue to investigate,
said the old man Feng Yin, slightly disappointed. Back at the inn, Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the inn for a whole day, thinking about the complicated things in front of him. As his cultivation level increased, many things began to slowly connect together, but it was still far from enough. It seems that if you want to truly understand in depth, you still need to have enough cultivation to touch some more secret things. Because if your cultivation level is low, others will not tell you many things. I'm afraid you can't keep the secret at all, and you can't be of any help. One day later, Zhu Xiaobao got up early and went to the auction house to participate in several large-scale auctions. However, these auctions did not disappoint him, and he did get a lot of good things. The most satisfying thing among them is that he has finally gathered the top materials for refining the calming pill, and there are still 2 copies. What makes me a little unhappy is that many of the people participating in the auction are casual cultivators from the eastern region, and they are also very generous. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't been rich, he really wouldn't have been able to get these materials and medicinal materials. Even so, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little uneasy, because his several bold attacks had attracted the attention of many powerful people. These are all cultivators of the fake fairyland. Therefore, this made Zhu Xiaobao even more determined to go to the Northwest Territory. After all, the casual cultivators from the eastern region have not yet penetrated into the Northwest region. Most of them are still active in the Southwest region. In the middle of the night, Zhu Xiaobao quietly left Black Wind Valley with Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui. After confirming again and again that he was not being followed, he ran all the way out of the Black Wind Valley. By the time he stopped, he was already out of breath from exhaustion.
Alas! I'm a pauper again! I have to survive by robbing along the way.
Zhu Xiaobao rummaged through his storage bag, only to find that he only had more than 40,000 high-grade spiritual stones left. This is the most poverty-stricken time in recent years. Chapter 1340, Poverty. In a very remote house in Black Wind Valley, Old Man Feng Yin drifted into the house without anyone noticing, and then carefully walked into a basement of the inner house. There was an old man sitting inside, and there was a very young female cultivator beside him. If Zhu Xiaobao were here, he would definitely know that she was the female assassin who assassinated him back then.
I've met the sect master. The young masters have left the Black Wind Valley overnight and headed towards the Northwest region,
the old man Feng Yin said with a respectful salute as soon as he entered the door.
Well, Thank you for your hard work. Alas, do you think we really need to cooperate with this young master? With his cultivation level, he can't help us at all now.
The old man nodded, and then his expression asked solemnly.
Well, I think it is not only necessary, but also very necessary. I dare to say that in less than 20 years, his cultivation level will surpass that of Lao Chen. The key is that his most powerful thing is not his cultivation speed, but it's his spiritual consciousness and connections. There are also various endless methods,
Old Man Feng Yin said with certainty.
Oh, well, let me inform you. If the young masters encounter any trouble in the future, try to give them the greatest help, including all information channels. In addition, you should secretly restore and rebuild the
Baishao Gate
as soon as possible. Then, retrieve all assassins and cancel all orders. Go all out to track down the whereabouts of
One Arrow. The assassin sect leader is also a very decisive character. Once he makes up his mind, he will no longer hesitate.
Dad, don't worry. That little fat guy is definitely worth cooperating with. I promise you won't see the wrong person this time.
The young female assassin next to her said with a slightly squeamish tone.
Ha ha. Okay. Both you and your master said so. How can I still feel uneasy? It's just that I have been a little upset recently about your senior sisters.
One Arrow. If One Arrow
is really what happened, how can I be worthy of her mother?
The old man looked at his precious daughter lovingly, and he became more and more worried about One Arrow.
Sect Master, please rest assured. I have sent a large number of spies to the Thousand Island Sea. Once the whereabouts of
Yijian
are discovered, they will definitely get the news as soon as possible.
And with Yijian's
cultivation level, it may not be you will be captured easily.
The old man Feng Yin immediately said respectfully.
Okay. As soon as you get the slightest bit of news, inform me immediately. No matter how high the price is, I will save
One Arrow. The sect master also said with a solemn expression. Zhu Xiaobao and others who had just stepped into the Northwest Territory were in a relatively calm mood at this time. The wind and sunshine here were beautiful, and although the scenery was not as beautiful as the Southwest Territory, the mountains were tall and the trees were big, and there was a very heroic feeling everywhere. I didn't encounter any trouble along the way. At most, I met a few casual cultivators who were only in the physical realm. Zhu Xiaobao was too lazy to take action. This kind of casual cultivation is of no use to him in improving his cultivation. It is better to live in peace and harmony. It's just that there is a large village in front of us. Judging from the smoke coming out, there are at least 1,000 households. Moreover, it was a mortal area, which made Zhu Xiaobao even more relaxed. Generally speaking, there is basically no danger in this kind of place, and you can comfortably find an inn and rest for a day. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao also looked at the scenery with great interest and pointed.
Hey! I didn't expect that the folk customs here are very open. They all bathe in this river? Are they all beautiful women? Hey! Look no evil. This is your family law. Why are you looking at it so enthusiastically?
Wei Zifeng snorted disdainfully. Isn't it? Ever since Zhu Xiaobao saw this clear, I have never seen another scenery like the river.
Hey! Can't you blame me? It's broad daylight, and they don't wear clothes. Can you blame me? I didn't stare at them. I just looked at them one by one. I looked at them with appreciation. Very pure. Zhu Xiaobao laughed shamelessly.
Humph. Don't say I didn't remind you. Due to the relationship between Zixia Immortal Lord and Zixia Xinzuan in the Northwest Territory, in most cases, women's status is higher than that of men in this area. So the women here are very fierce, so tough.
Wei Zifeng said helplessly.
Ha ha. Aren't they all mortals? If we can't offend them, why can't we hide them?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't take them seriously at all. If he wanted to run away, it would be easy. But at this moment, a rapid sound of gongs was suddenly heard from the other side of the river. I saw reasonable women crawling to the shore in panic, hurriedly starting to get dressed, and then looking around. It is estimated that some powerful enemy has arrived.
Catch those gangsters. Don't let them escape.
Someone kept shouting, and there were crowds of people shouting everywhere around them, which confused all Xiaobao. Where did so many people come from in this generation? People. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the crowd that gathered from all directions turned out to be the three of them. Wei Zifeng and Jingwei were better off. Almost everyone was staring at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. He was the only one who was a man.
No way. Are you coming for me? I didn't do anything?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. Does this mean he is surrounded by others? And they are all in the body refining realm? It wasn't until I walked in that I saw clearly that the women who had gathered from several aspects, led by some cultivation, actually had the existence of the divine transformation realm and the extraordinary realm.
Sisters, what does this mean? We pass by here. There is nothing offensive. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't even think of running away at this time, but just raised his hands and asked in surprise.
Humph. You, a perverted thief, dare to peek at the women in our daughter's village bathing. Do you still want to deny it?
The leader, a female cultivator in red at the divine transformation realm, was holding a long spear, fully armed, and stood with a heroic appearance in front of Zhu Xiaobao. He pointed the gun in his hand at Zhu Xiaobao and yelled. There is no fear of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng's cultivation.
This is the daughter's village?
I don't know.
Besides, they were bathing in the river in broad daylight. I happened to be passing by. So what kind of peeking could be done there? If you want to look at it, you have to look at it openly.
Zhu Xiaobao, not to be outdone, he shouted.
Humph. You are still arguing that no men are allowed to enter the territory of the
daughter's village.
Don't you know? All the men in the Northwest Territory know this rule. And it was set by Zixia Immortal himself. Do you dare to disobey the Immortal Lord's decree?
The woman in the realm of gods proudly raised the spear in her hand and shouted. No wonder she doesn't take Zhu Xiaobao's
true martial realm
cultivation seriously. Da Qing has the decree of Zixia Immortal Lord, so no one has ever dared to violate this decree.
Holy shit. This map is actually a fake? It's off by hundreds of miles. I'm really wronged.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the map in his hand carefully, and his expression changed. He was angry. Shouted, a map of the Northwest Territory that I bought temporarily in Black Wind Valley turned out to be a fake. Counterfeit goods are everywhere these days.
Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Are you accepting the punishment?
The leading female cultivator in red became even more unreasonable. Asked loudly,
how about admitting to beating? How about admitting to punishment?
Zhu Xiaobao asked somewhat rationally, and his voice was much lower.
Humph. Accept the punishment. Those are the people who were bathing in the river just now. There are 80 of them in total. Each of them is counted as 10 lashes. If you are so careless, you will receive 800 lashes. This matter is considered a clean slate. Accept the punishment. Just now each of the sisters taking a bath will pay 100 spiritual stones. There are 10,000 of us here, and each of us will receive 10 spiritual stones. So I let you go casually. You take your pick. I accept the punishment.
Zhu Xiaobao had always thought that he would receive 800 lashes. It would be too embarrassing.
So he accepted the punishment boldly. However, when he touched his storage bag, Zhu Xiaobao's expression suddenly changed. It was full of lashes. There are less than 40,000 high-grade spiritual stones left. It's simply not enough. So Zhu Xiaobao asked with a grimace.
Sister, can we discuss and get a discount? I don't have enough money here.
What?
You think you're doing business? Can you still bargain? No. Pay quickly. After a while. It won't be this price,
the woman in red said forcefully. Moreover, the crowd surrounding Zhu Xiaobao gathered one step closer, and it was now difficult to run away.
Okay. Then let's join together. Is this okay?
Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. And then he joined Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui together, and the three of them took all the spirit stones. Come out. There are still 20,000 coins missing.
Sister, that's all. Do you think you can use another weapon or good medicines and materials to make up for the insufficient spiritual stones?
Zhu Xiaobao asked pitifully.
Humph. No. We don't like weapons. And we don't need any medicinal materials. We are here to process medicinal materials. Let's do it this way. You will work to pay off the debt for the rest. When you have earned enough to pay the debt, you can leave. As for your two companions, they are women, but they live and eat in our village for free.
The woman in red said seemingly generously.
What? What do you want to do? I'm not a prostitute.
Zhu Xiaobao became nervous, quickly shrank his neck, and shouted warily.
Bah! You look like this and you're still selling yourself? You are so beautiful. You go to our village to drive goods and pay by the piece every day. When you have hauled 20,000 pieces of goods, you can leave.
The woman in red was very disdainful. Hummed.
Yeah. Okay. That's reasonable. Just do what you said.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes before nodding. He figured that with his own cultivation, it would not be a problem to escape quietly in the dead of night. How can a person with a dignified cultivation level in the
true martial realm
be stumped by these mortals? But what happened next surprised Zhu Xiaobao. The other party actually tied a very thin chain around his ankle. The other end of the chain was actually buckled on the shaft of a carriage and was movable. The range is only 3 to 5 meters around the carriage. Chapter 1341, Working to Pay Off Debts A. Facing the dense circle of women around him, Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. There is no way to hide or escape. The key is that he is still in the wrong. The most important thing is that most people are still in the
physical refining realm
with their cultivation in the
true martial realm.
They can't use force. Right? Our gentlemen have always been the most opposed to bullying others and using force to solve problems.
Sisters, aunts, let's discuss it again. Okay, I can really get the money. How about I write you an IOU first? And the amount will be doubled 10 times. As long as you let me leave here first. Otherwise, if I leave an entourage as a hostage, this will be alright. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao was in a state of embarrassment, circling around and bowing. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. It is more difficult than encountering a strong opponent.
Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for your young age, I would have paraded you through the streets long ago.
The leading female nun in red snorted impatiently.
Then I can do something else? For example, I open a restaurant or something. I'm a professional cook.
Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to get a more decent punishment for himself. There is no way. Who told him to offend a lot of old ladies?
Open a restaurant? Do you have money? Pots and pans, tables, chairs and benches, and rent, none of which are free. Besides, we have so many beautiful cooks in the girls' village. Who will want to eat what you cook?
The female cultivator in red counted them with her fingers. And Zhu Xiaobao was immediately speechless. Only then did he realize deeply that you should never argue with a woman. Because you will never win.
That's right. Let's go! Hey, we're warning you. Don't ask your 2 followers to help. Otherwise the punishment will be doubled. Sisters, aunts, let's discuss it again. I really didn't mean to peek. In fact, I didn't see anything clearly. If you really don't want to do hard work, that's fine. We have walking marriages here. You go to one house every day. It's almost door to door. That's fine. You can pay off the debt in about 2 or 3 years. You don't have to work yet. Just sleep during the day and work harder at night. Whoosh.
Before he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao had already consciously jumped onto the carriage and started running. Walking marriage? Still a family every day? Open all year round? How many years will it take for you to become a mummy? Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui were also dumbfounded. With Wei Zifeng's temper, they would have taken action a long time ago. But the world was still very warm and polite to them. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao is still tied to the carriage. She didn't dare to act rashly. And Zhu Xiaobao also repeatedly warned Wei Zifeng not to be impulsive. Entering the village, it turned out that all the people in the village were women. When they saw Zhu Xiaobao driving the carriage, they all pointed as if they wanted to see rare species. Some people were still whispering to each other. And some were even talking. Cover your mouth and have fun. However, there were also many kind-hearted people. Some brought water to Zhu Xiaobao. Some brought food. And some bolder ones quietly asked,
"Can you come to our house tonight?" "Okay."
"Spare you a day of hard labor." "No. Auntie, I'm not an adult yet. Can I find your daughter?" "Go away. Are you still picky? Just stay in the carriage." Hey, why did you take the bun away again?"
"I haven't eaten it yet." When passing by a house, the servants inside took Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui inside and let them stay here. Then he closed the door abruptly.
Hey, then where should I stay at night? I can't stay tied to the carriage like this."
"Right?" Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became anxious and hurriedly asked.
"Humph. You understand? You are the one being punished now. It would be nice to have a carriage for you to sleep in. Do you still want to stay in an inn? Do you have the money? Starting tomorrow, we will start shopping for goods from this one. When we get to dinner, click. Whoever you pull over to will provide you with meals."
At this time, fewer and fewer people were watching the excitement, and a strong woman behind him yelled in a rough voice. Then he casually threw a copper basin to him, probably for washing.
"Sister, I have 3 urgent needs. I can't be on the carriage easily.
Zhu Xiaobao saw it and immediately shouted in confusion. It's not easy. You drive a carriage and just find a place where no one is around. Wouldn't it be?
Okay.
When you drink the horse or wash the car. Wouldn't it be?
Okay.
If you wash yourself clean at the same time? Oh? You are really thoughtful. Of course. You are not the first. Some people have worked here for 5 years. In the end, they even pulled a cart of boys away. Our village chief was kind enough to give him the cart as well. Damn it! He must have chosen a walking marriage. How can he still get out alive? It's not bad. Anyway, I walk with a cane. Little fat man, are you feeling excited? Why don't you come to my house tonight? No. 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 I'm better suited to drive.
We drove the carriage to the river, filled a basin of water, washed up, and took some food from the storage bag. Zhu Xiaobao was sitting in the carriage, thinking hard. Who is it? Hiding in such a village? Are you really an old-timer in this village? Because just when he was bargaining with the female cultivator in red, he clearly felt 2 rays of divine consciousness sweeping over him. At least they were at the level of First Immortal Realm, or above. So Zhu Xiaobao quickly warned Wei Zifeng not to act rashly. Look at the thin chain on his wrist. It's also very weird. With his
true martial realm
cultivation, he can't stop it. Not to mention this, even using a kitchen knife still can't cut off the chain. This chain is worth a lot of money. No wonder no one is watching him now. It turns out they know that he can't break free of this chain. Fortunately, the chain is long enough, and he can move freely within 10 steps of the carriage. Zhu Xiaobao thought about it, but couldn't think of who would target him. Moreover, only the people from the assassin sect know about his plan to go to the Northwest Territory. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to assassinate himself? It's not like that. Just by relying on the masters of those 2 spiritual consciousnesses, you can easily kill yourself. No need to go to such trouble at all. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't figure out the reason. He simply lay down on the carriage and fell asleep. He could handle it. And he slept soundly even in the carriage. On the next day, Zhu Xiaobao came to the house where Wei Zifeng was staying. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui already waiting there with water and washcloths. Wait until Zhu Xiaobao has finished washing. A middle-aged woman directed her servants to load packages of medicinal materials into the car. When it was full, she thoughtfully gave Zhu Xiaobao an address and a simple picture. This is where the delivery will be. In one morning, Zhu Xiaobao became familiar with the entire delivery process and delivered goods to more than a dozen households non-stop. Not to mention, this daughter's village really processes medicinal materials. What comes and goes are medicinal materials or processed waste. Every time a medicinal material is given, one will be left to Zhu Xiaobao as a reward. At the same time, he pressed a mark on the shaft of the car. This is equivalent to clearly calculating Zhu Xiaobao's daily workload.
Damn it! You don't pay at all? It's all about accounting. He can't even buy anything if he wants to.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in his heart, very depressed. However, after harvesting these medicinal herbs, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. They were all quite rare medicinal herbs. There were even some that he had never used before. And they were also very old. This did not look like them at all. What medicinal materials a mortal village should have. Zhu Xiaobao became more and more curious. After working for a day, Zhu Xiaobao felt very tired. And then he realized that he had not done such hard work for a long time, and was far away from the working people. The most annoying thing is that I don't have any money in my pocket. And I can't even eat some street food. The most popular thing eaten on the street here is a kind of porridge cooked with lotus leaves, plus other red dates, nuts or fresh meat and vegetables. It is sweet or salty. It seems to be a popular delicacy. You can often see women bringing their children, buying a bowl, and sitting on the street to eat. Of course, there are also various snacks such as snacks. Although the preparation is very simple, it is fresh, hot, fragrant, and very attractive. Especially chefs like Zhu Xiaobao really want to try the snacks here. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao ran hard for another day, and got a few more medicinal materials. It's just that he wanted to exchange these medicinal materials for snacks with others. But the aunt who set up the stall refused.
Hee hee. Senior sister, how long will it take for this little fat guy to pay off his debts and regain his freedom?
On the 3rd floor of an elegant hotel, 2 female practitioners in silver dresses were standing by. Chat over tea.
Yeah. If we run like this, it will probably take 5 years.
Another female cultivator called senior sister also said with a slight smile.
Humph! It seems that the legend is a bit exaggerated. There is nothing clever about this little fat guy. Isn't he just working hard?
The junior sister said a little disappointed at this time.
Don't worry. We are waiting for a few days. Senior sister, if we do this to him, will Master blame us? This is Master's intention. Who told him to say that he was itchy and wanted to be punished? Keek keek. This is the most interesting mission I have ever received.
7 days later. Suddenly many houses were decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, as if it was a Chinese New Year. Many women also put on their most beautiful clothes and rode in fragrant carriages out of the village like a festival, as if they were participating in the festival. What a rally. In the evening, we rushed back in a lively manner. Although it was night, the village was brightly lit and had a festive atmosphere. Restaurants and street food that had closed their stalls early were still open for business. There were a lot more people coming and going on the street. And what was even more incredible was that there were a lot more young men, each of whom was accompanied by a woman who looked happy and were playing together. Chapter 1342, Working to Pay Off Debts B. This is a walking marriage once a month. Zhu Xiaobao understood after a little inquiry. In the middle of every month, the specialties produced by the daughter's village will be traded at that time. And then, they will bring back the men they like from other villages, and live in their own homes for up to 3 days. The chairs were all beautifully dressed on this day, and every Huichuan woman was as excited as if she were celebrating a festival. Of course, this kind of walking marriage is only limited to mortals. Any female cultivator whose cultivation has broken through the
physical refining realm
will not participate in it. Most of them will still go out to practice.
Oh, what a beautiful and romantic life. It's a pity that I am not qualified to participate.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the couples walking past each other, leaning on each other. He really wanted to call Wei Zifeng, but the family that took Wei Zifeng in was not allowed to come and go casually at night. However, this beautiful walking marriage process has disturbed Zhu Xiaobao's pure life. Those couples specially choose such places with few people, or walk along the more romantic riverside, which makes Zhu Xiaobao extremely annoyed. What's even more exaggerated is that some people want to hire his carriage. Sit in the carriage and kiss me. This made Zhu Xiaobao even more depressed. I originally wanted to earn some extra money, but I didn't expect that these men and women were so enthusiastic and unrestrained. In the end, they started having fun in the carriage and made unbridled screams. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao can't hide far yet. He is tied by that iron chain. I had to passively listen to the sound of these dry firewood burning. But what's even more outrageous is that after the two of them finished their work, they actually carved a mark on the shaft of the car. This thing can also be used for accounting? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious.
Pay in cash. Do you need me to advance the money for this?
Zhu Xiaobao grabbed the two of them angrily and refused to let go.
Humph! Sister Hong said that you can charge your driving account and don't have to pay. If you dare to bully me, I'll tell Sister Hong.
The girl also shouted in anger. The boys around him also helped their lovers quarrel with Zhu Xiaobao. They were both in the
physical refining realm
and could not see Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation at all. So they were not afraid at all. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. And the two of them still grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and insisted on asking Sister Hong to argue. The final result was that Zhu Xiaobao worked in vain for 3 days.
What the hell are you going to do to stop people from living? I'm forced to listen to the obscene noises they made. And they even took over my sleeping place? I'm done with it.
Zhu Xiaobao also roared angrily. As a result, the days of working to repay the debt were extended by 5 days. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao no longer wants to make this kind of extra money. After changing into a set of bedding, I left the river angrily. If any couple wanted to get in the car, they would be strictly refused. This is the only power he has. And he doesn't have to work at night. In desperation, he had no choice but to drive the carriage and wander on the street. Seeing that every food stall was crowded with people, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly slapped his forehead.
Why am I so stupid? Why do I have to have a certain store?
If I open my business on a carriage, it's okay. If I don't have tables, chairs and benches, then I don't need these things. If you want to keep accounts, I won't sell it to you.
After delivering the goods the next day, after 2 hours of busy work, Zhu Xiaobao drove the carriage and started setting up a stall on the street. He also chose a relatively quiet place to avoid being too ostentatious.
Tongsan Zongzi. We will always be united. Freshly baked rice dumplings. Fresh meat. Bean paste. And salted egg yolk. All you need is a spiritual stone. Only sold for 3 days.
Zhu Xiaobao stood in front of the carriage. And the carriage was now occupied by him. It has been turned into a processing workshop. His 8th grade alchemy stove was used as a big pot for cooking rice dumplings. And there were many clean lotus leaves placed next to it to wrap the peeled rice dumplings. Aren't there other guys who are instigating it?
I've never seen anything like this before. It smells so good. The name is also very auspicious. Tongxin Zongzi. How much does it cost?
A young man and woman who were married happened to be passing by. As soon as they smelled the fragrance, they couldn't move away.
Children are innocent. A top-grade spiritual stone.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly.
What? So expensive? Are you trying to steal money?
The girl immediately exclaimed. Good guy. This pair of rice dumplings can make a decent banquet.
Hee hee. Concentricity is priceless. True love is hard to find. And it's just a high-grade spiritual stone. Do you think it's too expensive? Are you sincerely married? Otherwise, there are heartless white rice dumplings. All you need is a medium-grade spiritual stone.
Stone?
Do you want it?
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently.
Humph. Of course I mean it. Okay. Give us a pair of Tongxin Zongzi.
As she spoke, the girl also wanted to carve a mark on the car shaft, but was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao.
I'm sorry. This is a small business in my spare time. No credit allowed. Only cash.
Zhu Xiaobao said with his head raised in a very arrogant manner. As a cook, Zhu Xiaobao is still very fond of his processed delicacies. Confident.
You? Humph. We won't eat it. Who are you selling it to?
Let's go. The girl immediately shouted angrily, because she really didn't have so much money around her. How can a mortal get such high-quality food around her? Spiritual stone.
Hey. Sister, you should buy a pair. I have been waiting for several months to wait for you. This is God's will, and the happiest thing for me. Even if it is more expensive. It is worth it. Tongxin Zongzi. How good it is. The moral. Well, boss, I want it.
The boy next to him quickly grabbed the woman and said, although he didn't have much money in his pocket, it was just enough to buy a pair of
Tongxin Zongzi.
So, I bought it without hesitation.
Ha ha ha. It's really true. I wish you will be together forever, and have a baby soon.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately peeled 2 rice dumplings for them enthusiastically, held them with a clean lotus leaf, and then used a small piece of wood. Scoop and eat. A unique flavor. Immediately a fragrance spread. It was so delicious. This one was soft and sweet. The bean paste inside was delicate and smooth, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. The other one is fragrant and soft, with the fat meat melting in your mouth. The lean meat is fragrant but not burnt. Even the glutinous rice outside is golden and shiny, making people want to stop eating it. As this couple walked on the street, they became the target of everyone's pursuit. They rushed over to find out where they bought such delicious food. This is the Tongxin Zongzi. Maya Ming bought it for me with a piece of high-grade spiritual stone.
The girl, who was originally filled with heartache, suddenly replied proudly, seeing so many looks of amazement and envy. I already feel a sense of superiority in my heart. It didn't take long for Zhu Xiaobao's carriage to start queuing up in front of it. I originally thought that my price was too high, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated the financial resources of these handsome men and women. Especially those young talents are willing to spend a lot of money, as long as they can make their female companions happy. That is the greatest success, because walking marriage only lasts for 3 days. If you can get into the theme next, you have to work harder to perform. So you can quickly see couples on the street, each holding a lotus leaf and eating with their mouths full of oil. Some people were still unsatisfied and went back to buy another pair. Anyway, what Zhu Xiaobao feels is that there are still many wealthy families in this daughter village.
What? He started a business? Where did he get the capital? Besides, who dares to rent the store to him?
2 high-level female nuns were also on the top floor of the restaurant, admiring the handsome men and women on the street. Occasionally, he would sigh and exclaim, stimulating childhood memories. But as soon as he heard the report from the female nun in red, he immediately asked in surprise.
He doesn't have a store, but he sells the Tongxin Zongzi on his carriage. And now there's already a long queue.
The female nun in red also said a little depressed. I didn't expect that after deliberately suppressing Zhu Xiaobao, he would still cause such a big disturbance. The key is that there are so many people lining up now, and it's impossible to intervene if you want to.
Well, it doesn't matter, since it's for the 3 days of walking marriage. When these 3 days pass, there will be no business, but he will have to suffer for another month.
The senior sister was relatively calm and said calmly,
That's right. Senior sister is still smart. Well, go and buy us a pair of these so-called
concentric rice dumplings.
I want to try them. What's so special about them? How dare you sell them at such a high price?
That junior sister said. He also nodded and said, but he was still a little curious and wanted to try it himself.
But this little fat guy is only sold to couples, and it is peeled off on the spot. I guess he is afraid that others will imitate him. So the streets are full of people eating with lotus leaves.
Sister Hong said a little helplessly. She originally wanted to try it, but there was no handsome man around her, so I can only stare.
Ha ha! What's so difficult about this? Senior sister? It doesn't matter that we pretend to be a couple and try it ourselves.
This junior sister was more flexible and immediately came up with an idea.
Isn't this bad?
On the contrary, the senior sister was a little hesitant and felt very awkward.
What are you afraid of? The worst I can do is disguise myself as a man. Just show up as you are and that'll be fine. Okay. But don't be impulsive. If master blames me, we will both be punished.
I know. Tongqin Zongzi. Tongqin Zongzi. Only sold to lovers. Lovers will eventually get married. Only sold for 3 days.
Zhu Xiaobao was still shouting loudly. Now, he was full of confidence because he finally had money in his pocket. When it was the next couple's turn, Zhu Xiaobao glanced at it, peeled off the rice dumpling leaves enthusiastically, lined them with lotus leaves, and handed them to the other couple. He also looked at the pair of extremely fair couples with a smile.
Couple. Hey, little fat man. Why are the ones we have filled with red bean paste, and the others are meat and vegetables? Then, they are called Tongqin Zongzi. Right?
The fair and handsome man was immediately dissatisfied after taking a bite. Shouted,
Alas! You too. This is the Tongqin Zongzi sold to couples. Not to you too. It's not your fault that you are ugly and can't find a couple. But it would be too insincere to find someone to pretend to be a couple. Well, so I can only give you the same one. Ugly? Insincere?
Chapter 1343, Working to Pay Off Debts, C. Although the 2 female cultivators have suppressed their cultivation to the realm of divine transformation, most people can't tell it at all. Even Zhu Xiaobao couldn't judge their cultivation level for a while. However,
their super spiritual consciousness still aroused Zhu Xiaobao's vigilance. Because most people can basically get a certain feedback immediately as long as Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness is scanned, and they can roughly judge the other party's cultivation level. However, when they scanned these 2 female cultivators, it was as if they were filtered out. There was no feedback, and it immediately attracted Zhu Xiaobao's attention. That's why I deliberately angered them. Sure enough, a strong sense of oppression was faintly released immediately, making Zhu Xiaobao immediately understand that the identities and cultivation levels of these 2 female cultivators were absolutely extraordinary.
Little fat man, do you dare to say it again?
The junior sister was a little bit out of breath at this time. Although the woman dressed as a man did not look like a man, she still had beautiful features and was extremely handsome. It's not ugly by any means.
I'm sorry. There are really too many people who want to eat and drink together. I thought it was another couple pretending to be a couple.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and smiled. After saying this, the dissatisfied lovers couldn't help but hide their mouths and snicker. Everyone could see that they were a pair of girls, but their noble temperament made people dare not criticize them.
You're looking for death.
The junior sister finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned around and kicked her.
Hey! You haven't paid yet? You still want to hit someone? Me?
Zhu Xiaobao jumped back very smartly. He was still yelling, but he forgot that there was a chain tied to his wrist. So he just pulled the shaft of the cart and started moving. The horse also thought it was going to move forward, and began to move step by step. Move forward.
Yo. This damn chain. I'm warning you. This is illegal business. Today I'm only targeting couples who are walking in marriage. You are making trouble unreasonably. And here are people from the physical refining realm.
Zhu Xiaobao, hurry up and follow the carriage, or you will fall down.
Junior sister, don't take action. Let them handle it.
That senior sister is the calmer one. Zhu Xiaobao is right. Most of the people here are mortals. If they really take action, Master will probably blame them. He thought that his shouting had a deterrent effect. But before Zhu Xiaobao could feel proud, he saw Sister Han waving her hand not far away, and a large group of old ladies, all of them shrews in the
physical refining realm,
surrounded them. He gave Zhu Xiaobao a good beating. And suddenly Zhu Xiaobao was submerged in the middle of a bunch of fat palms. The women who were watching around took the opportunity to grab the rice dumplings. It turned out that the women with their children could only watch helplessly because they were only sold to couples today, and the price was too expensive for them. Now we have found the best time, swarmed in, and started grabbing. Not to be outdone, the lovers also rushed forward to fight for the rice dumplings. All the rice dumplings in the furnace were snatched away in the blink of an eye.
Hey! 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 Is there any royal law here? Aren't the people as promised simple and honest? Didn't you pay a penny?
Zhu Xiaobao stood up with difficulty, holding on to his waist, and there were still a few left on his body. Footprints and clothes became dirty. Looking inside the alchemy furnace again, it was empty. The remaining 200 or so rice dumplings had long been snatched away. Zhu Xiaobao got into the carriage, changed his clothes, and then cleaned up the mess. But he was secretly happy. What a real life. It's been a long time since he felt so real. Although he was beaten up by a group of old ladies, he was still in a good mood. The key is that he has already tested the strength of these two female cultivators. At least they are at the level of
first immortal realm,
and the senior sister may have to go one step further. Back at the top floor of the hotel, the two female nuns were enjoying the rice dumplings and praising them.
Not to mention, this damn little fat guy is really quite skilled. How did he make this thing? How come he made it?
It's so delicious. Junior sister, you went too far this time. No matter what, you should never take action. It's obvious that he is deliberately irritating you. This little fat guy is not simple.
The senior sister said more cautiously. If I didn't make trouble, how could you have eaten these good things? You ate no less than me. Right. Hee. Xiao Hong, how many rice dumplings did you grab in total?
The junior sister is still relatively satisfied, but the results seem to be less. A little bit.
Yeah. They're all here. I didn't expect those people with children to be even more ferocious. It's all this little fat guy's fault for selling it so expensive.
The female cultivator in red also said a little helplessly. She didn't expect that it would cause such a stir. There was a crazy scramble, and the scene was very chaotic. Fortunately, she was relatively sensible and stopped the most greedy women in time, so that the situation did not get out of control.
Well, bring some people to maintain order tomorrow, so as not to prevent some people from deliberately looking for trouble,
the senior sister said very cautiously.
Senior sister is still thoughtful. How about you dress up as a man tomorrow?
The junior sister asked, still wondering.
I'm not going. Why? Ugly. Insincere.
On the second day, Zhu Xiaobao continued to deliver goods and work as usual during the day. However, during the 3 days of walking marriage, work ended very early in the afternoon, so Zhu Xiaobao had enough time to prepare. But today Zhu Xiaobao called Wei Zifeng and Jing Wei out to help him. In order to prevent those women from attacking again, he needs Wei Zifeng to take charge. This time Zhu Xiaobao came up with another idea and parked the carriage between two snack bars and paid some money. Let the lovers buy rice dumplings and then sit down at the snack bar and order a bowl of lotus leaf porridge. Firstly, it solves the problem of no seats. And secondly, it also makes those women who are ready to move have some scruples. Those who can open a shop here are all powerful, and they don't dare to blatantly rob it. Couples still queued up. According to popular sayings, this is where internet celebrities check in. With Jing Hui on hand, it will be much faster. Jing Hui is responsible for peeling the rice dumplings, and Zhu Xiaobao is responsible for collecting the money. Wei Zifeng, on the other hand, stood aside with an indifferent expression. The aura she released was enough to frighten those women. However, Zhu Xiaobao is indeed very financially savvy. Every time he sells a pair of Tongxin Zongzi, he will give a free small rice dumpling to the child on the other side. As long as the child says a blessing to the couple, he can receive a small rice dumpling. Zongzi. Although the rice dumplings are small, the taste and workmanship are not cut corners at all. They are just as delicious. Immediately, the women on the other side began to line up with their children, and they were full of praise for Zhu Xiaobao. In the end, someone even took the initiative to return yesterday's money. 2,000 sets of Tongxin Zongzi were sold out in less than an hour. In just 2 days, Zhu Xiaobao had already accumulated 4,000 high-grade spiritual stones in his pocket.
2 sisters. If this continues, this guy will have enough money to leave,
the female correction officer in red said, thinking that the pair were sisters. At this time, she also wanted to keep Zhu Xiaobao a little longer, and at least teach his delicacies to the village, making them a feature of the
daughter's village. Humph. Don't worry. After tomorrow, the walking marriage will be over. How can he get any business with such expensive things?
The junior sister hummed confidently.
Well, that's true. And if he really leaves, it means he is not as smart as we thought.
Senior sister also nodded and said calmly. Sure enough, just as they expected, after the walking marriage ended, things returned to normal immediately. And the night was not so lively. Zhu Xiaobao's business also plummeted. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is too expensive.
How's it going? Let me tell you. He has no business now. 2 rice dumplings cost a high-grade spiritual stone. How can ordinary people afford it? Unfortunately, we can't eat it either,
the senior junior sister said proudly. She smiled, but she also felt sorry for losing a delicious dish.
Ha ha. No, I heard that he hired another carriage. It's now open for business during the day. His 2 subordinates are helping him run the business. And there's a long queue again. This time we can be justified go buy it and eat it.
The senior sister shook her head and said with a smile.
Huh? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Let's go and have a look now.
The junior sister opened her mouth in surprise. And then she happily pulled her along. When we came to the busiest street, sure enough, there was a long queue in front of a carriage. This time, the
mother and child heart
brown was launched. The big rice dumpling always asked for a medium-grade spiritual stone. But according to the number of children, it was still you can use one attraction spirit stone to sell several small rice dumplings, which together form a string of
mother and child connecting hearts.
Rice dumplings, although the price is still not low. It is much cheaper than Tongxin Zongzi. Most people can still afford it once in a while. And all the children were happily lining up with their mothers. And Zhu Xiaobao is extremely popular now. People greet him enthusiastically wherever he goes, making him the only popular male in the
girls' village.
But the 2 high-ranking sisters were once again made things difficult by Zhu Xiaobao.
I'm sorry. What we sell here is mother and son heart-to-heart zone. You 2 are not mother and son. Are you? Hey! Zhu Xiaobao. Are you not done yet? Are you deliberately provocative? Believe it or not, I will smash your carriage again.
The senior junior sister came to Zhu Xiaobao's side and threatened in a low voice.
Sister, how about we discuss this? What to discuss? If you remove this iron chain from me, I will provide you with free rice dumplings for life. You can eat as many as you want? Humph. That's a nice thought. If you take off this chain, what will happen if you run away? I don't want to leave now. Why?
Chapter 1344 I Don't Want to Leave. Zhu Xiaobao took a beautifully packaged gift box, which contained 4 rice dumplings with different flavors. He smiled and stuffed it into the senior sister's hand.
Sister, please untie the chain for me. I promise not to run away. Humph. Why should I trust you? Don't think you can fool me with a gift box.
Although the senior sister was full of joy, she still said calmly,
Because every time I deliver goods to those shops, the housekeeper sister gives me a medicine. And it is different every time. I am very curious. When will there be a repetition? What does this mean? I'm very curious.
Zhu Xiaobao stared into senior sister's eyes and asked with a smile.
Humph. Then wait until you have the answer. Then come and tell me.
The beautiful senior sister took the gift box, smiled faintly, and was about to leave.
Hey! Come on! Let's discuss it again! Let's do this. I still have 2 pieces of purple temptation soap here to give to the 2 sisters. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly shouted after her. It was really inconvenient to tie him to the carriage with a chain. So Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out 2 pieces of top-quality soap.
Well, senior sister, look at this.
First of all, the junior sister couldn't stand the temptation and became hesitant.
Okay, I can open the end of the car to you first. and you have to keep it on your wrist. In this case, no matter how far you run away, we can still find you.
The senior sister also said she was in the same mood, so she had to find a compromise.
Okay. Just untying one end is better than being tied to the carriage.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted overjoyed. He really gave the beauty something they liked, and it was more effective than any kind words. I saw the senior sister walking to the shaft of the car, and I didn't see how she did it. The iron chain tied to the shaft of the car had been untied, and only one end of Zhu Xiaobao's wrist was still tied, and the entire iron chain was 7 or 8 meters long. So Zhu Xiaobao had to wrap it around his arm first. However, even so, Zhu Xiaobao felt much more comfortable. After all, he could now move freely as he pleased.
Ha ha! Thank you. Sisters, come anytime if you want to eat anything.
Zhu Xiaobao was very excited and greeted him warmly from behind. It was another happy day. After all the rice dumplings were sold, Zhu Xiaobao, Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui deeply experienced the fun of counting money. It's hard to count money so happily for good wine.
Why are you only halfway untying this damn chain? What else do you say you don't want to leave? Are you really not leaving?
Wei Zifeng asked, still a little dissatisfied. Although he could follow Zhu Xiaobao wherever he went. She has a very happy life, but she still likes to go out and experience it. That is the life of fighting with real swords and guns. It's more exciting than staying here.
You didn't notice it at all? Why do they give me a medicinal plant every time after delivery? And it's a very rare medicinal plant?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a slight smile, and at the same time looked at Jing Hui.
I don't know. Maybe it's counted as a reward for each delivery.
Wei Zifeng and Jing Hui thought for a while before shaking their heads and saying,
Remuneration. Some medicinal materials are more valuable than the goods I delivered. Isn't this a loss-making business? So, I guess it should be a formula for elixir. In this way, I slowly became familiar with it. And I estimate that this kind of elixir is not low grade. At least it is at the level of
elixir, Zhu Xiaobao said at the end. His heart started to get hot. If this is really what he thought, then even if he stayed here, it's been a year, and it's worth it.
Really? Could that be an elixir that can be advanced immediately after taking it?
Suddenly, Wei Zifeng's eyes lit up. She was now in the true martial realm, and it would be too difficult to go further. Even Jing Hui's eyes lit up. No matter what kind of elixir it was, as long as it reached the level of elixir, it was a panacea with great effects.
What a beautiful idea! You have to rely on yourself to practice hard and practice hard. Of course, opportunities are also essential.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Where did he get such a magical elixir? If this is the case, wouldn't the fake fairyland and primary fairyland in this world be flying all over the world? In the most luxurious guest room of Xianlian, 2 bathtubs had just been carried out. The 2 fairies exuded an elegant and delicate fragrance, and walked out contentedly wrapped in bath towels.
Senior sister, I finally figured out the origin of the mysterious fragrance on Master. Do you think we should prepare a few more pieces of this
purple temptation
for Master?
At this time, the junior sister was still intoxicated by this refreshing feeling. He asked with a sigh.
Well, yes. Otherwise, why would I leave one end tied to this little fat guy?
The senior sister also said with a proud smile.
Oh? You have thought of it a long time ago. You are still smart. Senior sister? No wonder Master is willing to leave it to you every time he sets up some good errands.
Junior sister immediately exclaimed in admiration.
Well, stop flattering and do your job properly. This is probably the last good job we two will do. I'm afraid the situation next will not be so happy, and it may be very dangerous.
The senior sister gradually stopped smiling and sighed, said in a tone,
I'm not afraid. With our master's cultivation, even Penglai Immortal Lord wouldn't dare to attack easily. I hope so.
Just because of such a big temptation, Zhu Xiaobao is now very enthusiastic about delivering goods. When I have time, I will classify and distinguish these medicinal materials, analyze their respective effects, and the effects after mixing, and strive to know every medicinal material well. It seemed that in order to give Zhu Xiaobao enough time to study and become familiar with these medicinal materials, Zhu Xiaobao's daily delivery volume was also reduced, and it was almost over at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And now Zhu Xiaobao has his own house. Even if Zhu Xiaobao needs it, he can take leave and not deliver the goods. The treatment is getting more and more generous. In a blink of an eye, it was another 3 days of a month-long walking wedding. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was also familiar with the journey. He had prepared a large amount of Tongxin Zongzi early, and the price immediately went up, just to kill him with a knife. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that although there were many people lining up this time, none of the girls who lined up last month showed up again. After asking around, I found out that almost all the girls who got married last month were happy. This made Zhu Xiaobao amazed. Isn't the success rate too high? It seems that if you want to continue the family lineage, you have to do it as early as possible. Otherwise, when the cultivation level improves, the probability of conception will drop significantly.
Oh, I'm careless. I didn't work hard when I was young, and now I'm in the same predicament as Imo Dayo. Let me tell you.
Do you agree with me marrying another girl in the physical refining realm?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help shouting in annoyance. Then he asked weakly.
I disagree.
Unexpectedly, Wei Zifeng refused outright.
Why?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, very dissatisfied.
Because troubled times are coming. No one knows what the outcome will be, but it will definitely be much more cruel than the battle between the three immortals. Therefore, the top priority is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible and try to ensure that you can survive in troubled times. Survive?
Wei Zifeng said softly.
Ah? Is this your idea? Or did someone teach you?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Wei Zifeng, who had always been straightforward and simple, could tell such a profound truth. His vision seemed to be better than Zhu Xiaobao's. The treasure can be seen from far away.
Well, Sister Xianer told me, ever since you asked her to bring the people from Qianqiu Peak to Zuinbao Island, she has already started to warn us that we must practice more diligently. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, it's too late.
Wei Zifeng replied honestly.
Sister Zifeng is right. Our ancestor said the same. And this accident is getting closer and closer.
Even Jing Hui on the side nodded.
Okay. It seems that I thought too little. That's right. After all, I'm not great. I still have a lot of room for improvement.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. Now Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood that as soon as he arrived in the Northwest Territory, he would be treated like this. It seemed that someone was deliberately arranging it. And from the mouths of the old man Feng Yin and some other high-level monks, we can feel that they are still very disappointed with their own cultivation and have not told themselves some more important things. In the blink of an eye, 2 months later, Zhu Xiaobao no longer received the medicinal materials, but changed them into various materials. In the past few months, he has received a total of 97 rare medicinal materials. In the following month, Zhu Xiaobao received a total of 36 kinds of materials. On this day, no one survived the delivery mission. On the contrary, the senior sister came to Zhu Xiaobao's carriage one time. He enjoyed a meal calmly, and then lazily got into Zhu Xiaobao's carriage.
Let's go! Send me somewhere. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to take off the chains on your body?
The senior sister suddenly said a little impatiently.
Okay. Then you're done. Let's start on our way.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately perked up when he heard this. He sat on the handlebar position, raised his whip and shouted loudly. This carriage also he ran faster and faster. And soon under the guidance of this senior sister, the route he ran became more and more remote. Seeing that there was no way to go ahead, Zhu Xiaobao was about to stop the carriage, but was stopped by the senior sister behind him.
Don't stop. Keep running forward. But there is no road ahead. If I tell you to run, just run. I'm going to hit a rock.
Just when Zhu Xiaobao was shocked and angry, he suddenly felt that the carriage got into the rock and ran out of a quiet path. The environment here was very familiar. Chapter 1345 Attribute Pill A. There are small bridges and flowing water. There are people. There is warm sunshine. And the breeze is blowing. It is a completely quiet and peaceful scene. Such a familiar scene. Isn't it the small world that Sister Yu lived in back then?
Sister Yu. Is it really you?
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately filled with joy and excitedly rushed to the door of the most familiar room. As before, I still didn't dare to break in rashly, but asked loudly at the door. The door of the hut opened slowly, and the senior sister sitting inside was looking at Zhu Xiaobao with complicated eyes.
Who is Sister Yu? Just call me Yinruo. Sister Yu isn't here? She doesn't even want to see me? Then why did you ask me to come?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but said in disappointment. Among all the people, only Sister Yu gave him the greatest sense of security, and also allowed him to be successfully promoted to the
Fusion realm.
But it can be said that Sister Yu has been of great help to him. And she is also the sister to whom he truly surrenders. So when he came out of Black Wind Valley, his first choice was to come to the Northwest Territory, just because he wanted to see Yujia again. Of course.
He was not surprised by Yenrua's somewhat confused expression. Sister Yu was probably just a temporary name.
There is no
Sister Yu.
You mentioned here. Only me. I asked you to refine a
returning pill.
Here are the materials for making the pill. Well, don't worry. I will never let you suffer.
Although Yenrua was sitting in the hut, she still looked a little reserved. So she sat upright. Try to keep a calm tone.
No problem. I only need to adjust for one night, and I can start tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao agreed without thinking. Intuitively, he knew that this should mean Sister Yu. Even though Yenrua's cultivation has reached the
middle immortal realm,
she is definitely not as domineering as Yujia. So Zhu Xiaobao can be sure that this fairy Yenrua is most likely a subordinate of Yujia, or a disciple.
Okay. We have enough materials for alchemy. Well, if necessary, I can help you make alchemy together.
Yenrua seemed to still not trust Zhu Xiaobao a little, and said in a low voice,
No need. I only needed the help of other alchemists when I was in the
Chen transformation realm.
Now, there is no need for it,
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently, but also slightly suspicious of Ruiyin. A response to attitude?
Oh, can I watch from the sidelines?
Yenrua asked in surprise when she heard this. Can you already refine the
return to true pill
when you are in the state of transformation? This seems to be unheard of. Although she also noticed that Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness was not as strong as usual. She never thought that Zhu Xiaobao could successfully refine the
returning to God pill
at the level of spiritual transformation.
Okay, but don't disturb my alchemy.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Then I went back to my room to get ready. The next day, as soon as Zhu Xiaobao walked out of the room, he saw Yenrua already standing at the door waiting for him. And when they entered the alchemy room, there was an 8th level alchemy furnace placed in front of Yenrua, which was actually no worse than Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy furnace. When Zhu Xiaobao also sacrificed his 8th level jade cauldron pill furnace, Yenrua's face was unexpectedly slightly disappointed. Unexpectedly? This is the alchemy furnace that Zhu Xiaobao usually uses as a cooking pot. This guy only has such an alchemy furnace. But as Zhu Xiaobao started to refine the elixir, Yenrua was stunned from the very beginning. As we all know, the most difficult part of the Guishan pill is the fusion of materials. It is necessary to classify various materials, and then start fusion and refining at different temperatures. A slight deviation in the process will scrap the entire batch of materials. Most people divide materials and medicinal materials into 3 major categories. No matter how many there are, they cannot be accurately controlled. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would divide all the materials into 6 major categories as soon as they came up. This meant that Zhu Xiaobao divided them more finely and had to control 6 different temperatures. And they were still in the same alchemy furnace. This requirement for spiritual consciousness can be said to be unimaginable. When Zhu Xiaobao first refined the
return to truth pill,
3 people worked together to refine different materials, and then managed to complete the first
return to truth pill,
and it was still in the name of Xian Daozi. But now Zhu Xiaobao has advanced to the
true martial realm.
So his spiritual consciousness and alchemy skills are no longer the same. There is no need to join forces with others, nor to dissolve and refine in batches. It is all done at the same time in an alchemy furnace. So Yenrua was dumbfounded as soon as she made the move. She had never even thought about this method of operation. It can be seen that Zhu Xiaobao is skillful and precise in his control. Although he is facing 6 different temperatures, he can control it with ease. This greatly saves time when fusing materials. Yenrua, who was originally a little worried and complained that Zhu Xiaobao was too arrogant, soon began to observe and study seriously. Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy skills were enough for her to learn for decades. It turned out that she was worried that Zhu Xiaobao's insufficient cultivation would affect the alchemy. Now Yenrua already knows that Zhu Xiaobao's talent in alchemy is definitely far beyond that of her, an alchemist in the
middle immortal realm.
It only took Zhu Xiaobao 10 days to fuse these materials. I think it took him and Xian Daozi a month to fuse these materials. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised by this speed. It was much harder than he expected. This is also due to his continuous refining and learning over the years. He has refined no less than 1,000 of the
continuing power pills, Shenyang pills,
etc. alone.
Ha ha! Miss, You see clearly. Everyone thinks that fusing the materials is the most difficult part. But actually the next step is the most difficult. Because in order to control the pattern of the elixir, you must control the quantity of the elixir.
Zhu Xiaobao after taking a short rest and eating something. We can start to enter the next stage. Because when he saw Yin Ruo concentrating on recording and studying, he couldn't help but smile slightly and said, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised that a woman from the Zhongxian realm could study so seriously.
Yeah, I will.
Yin Ruo's face turned slightly red. But she still nodded and said, at this time, she also saw Zhu Xiaobao taking a
9-pattern sustainability pill,
which meant that Zhu Xiaobao the consumption is still quite large. There was no slacking off at all in the next 5 days. And the time to become an elixir was not shortened. On the contrary, 1 day was added. On the 6th day, a faint medicinal fragrance began to emit from the alchemy furnace. There is no need to go into details about the subsequent operations. They have already reached this point. Which means that this time the alchemy is definitely successful. But I don't know how many pills will be produced. There are several pill lines. As the flame of the alchemy furnace went out, Zhu Xiaobao wiped his forehead a little, opened the lid of the furnace, and carefully took out a flowing, crystal clear elixir.
Just 1 pill. It actually produced 7 lines? I didn't expect you to be able to refine the Guatian pill to produce 7 lines. It's so rare.
Yin Ruo exclaimed as soon as she saw it. Because the greatest effect of the returning pill is to cure the hidden diseases caused by failed advancement. Generally speaking, it only needs to be completed into a pill. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could refine this.
Returning to true pill.
Into 7 pill patterns.
Don't you understand this?
The Guatian Dan.
Above the 5th line not only cures hidden diseases, but also increases the success rate of advancement. I won't tell ordinary people.
Zhu Xiaobao was proud and shook his head. Smiled. Yin Ruo couldn't help covering her mouth and laughed. Then she saluted sincerely and said,
to be honest, this returning pill is for my junior sister. I didn't expect it. It's also a 5 marks returning true pill. So she should be able to attack the middle fairy realm this time. Oh, so it's her. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worked so hard. And I could have dealt with it just by refining a few pieces.
Zhu Xiaobao also said, pretending to be annoyed.
Screw you. Although my junior sister speaks straightforwardly, she doesn't mean anything bad. She always praises your craftsmanship. No, she copied this unilateral by herself. Take it.
Yin Ruo couldn't help but he said with a smile. And then handed Zhu Xiaobao a pill recipe. The Zhuanqiu calligraphy on it was indeed written by a woman.
Is this an attribute elixir? Or a level 5 elixir?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in surprise when he saw it. This is the highest level party he has ever seen. Even the returning pill he refined just now is only a 3rd level elixir.
Well, in fact, it should be a level 6 elixir. But because this elixir only works on attribute power, many people can't use it. Or it's not that useful. So it was downgraded to a level 5 elixir. However, the difficulty of refining the attribute pill has definitely reached the level of a 6th level elixir.
Yin Ruo said seriously at this time.
This is great. Others can't use it. I have all the attributes. How much attribute power can he increase at most?
Zhu Xiaobao was greatly surprised when he heard this. To others, this piece is useless. The elixir is so useful to him. He immediately thought of the
5 elements phalanx
and the infinite skull. If they could greatly improve their abilities, the benefits would be huge.
I'm not very sure. And it depends on how many pill patterns you ever find. I guess it can be improved by at least 20 to 30%. I don't know the details.
Because this attribute pill
has not been refined since it came into our hands. It worked,
Yin Ruo said, shaking her head.
Okay. The more no one succeeds in refining it, the more interested I am. This single recipe is too valuable to me,
Zhu Xiaobao said very excitedly. With a flick of Yin Ruo's fingers, a 9-petal lotus cushion appeared in the middle of the lake. It was the same lotus cushion that was used for meditating when she was promoted to the fusion realm last time.
You have 3 days to sit on the lotus mat. Comprehend and ponder this side of the story. Once the 3 days are over, you will return to Dao Daughter's village. Go quickly. Only 3 days? Okay.
Chapter 1346 Attribute Pill B. When Zhu Xiaobao saw the 9-petal lotus sitting, he immediately thought of Sister Yu. Still couldn't help but ask,
is this attribute pill given to me by Sister Yu? Well, don't worry about who gave it to you. Anyway, It is the most suitable for you. Especially your 5 skulls. Don't think that we don't know if you don't use it. From the moment you step into the Northwest Territory, we will always keep an eye on you,
Yenrua said calmly, still refusing to reveal any information about Sister Yu.
Humph. Find a group of old ladies to beat me up first. Your hospitality is really special.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but hum. However, I was still surprised and grateful. They even knew the secret of his 5 elements skeleton. And they helped me in this way. It was considered very thoughtful. He also became more and more certain that the person behind the scenes was Sister Yu.
Why do you always look so vulgar and still look at it with relish? Even a beating is considered a light one.
Yenrua couldn't help but laugh. And then urged,
Okay. Hurry up. Sitting on the 9.5 lotus position is a magical weapon. It is difficult for ordinary people to have such an opportunity. Okay.
After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao stopped talking nonsense and jumped up. Then landed lightly on the 9.5 lotus seat. This time, he mainly wanted to understand the refining method of attribute pill and the manipulation techniques of various medicinal materials and materials. So I took out all the materials and medicinal materials I got in the
girls' village.
Put it in front of you. Then, 5 skulls flew out and slowly circled around him. This time, Zhu Xiaobao let the 5 skulls choose by themselves. They made a preliminary classification of these materials and medicinal materials, and then speculated on the refining steps of the attribute pill. Even though there is already a prescription for the elixir, the steps for refining it are also written down. But Zhu Xiaobao knows very well that this all varies from person to person. Others' refining methods are not necessarily suitable for you to control. These 5 skulls seem to know that these herbs and materials were prepared for them, and they all emitted different beams of light and began to classify the materials that were useful to them. The 9.5 lotus position, where he was sitting, also emitted halos of different colors, as if in response to these 5 skeletons. Yenrua, who was watching, was also secretly amazed in her heart. This 9-petal lotus posture does not exclude the 5 elements skeleton at all. After classifying the types, Zhu Xiaobao also roughly proofread the materials, and then discovered that there were 2 missing medicinal materials, and the same material. It turns out that the missing materials and medicinal herbs are produced in the deep sea, so they cannot be obtained in the Northwest Territory.
Well, it's not that easy as expected, but this is pretty good. Let me handle the rest by myself.
Zhu Xiaobao understood the reason at a glance, but he was still very satisfied. The existing medicinal materials and materials have already consumed a lot of human and financial resources. He said he was working to pay off his debts, but in fact, everyone was helping him collect materials. I sat on the 9-petal lotus for 3 days to realize my thoughts. Although my cultivation level did not improve in any way, but Zhu Xiaobao felt that the connection with the 5 elements skeleton was closer and more integrated, as if it was part of his own body. The halo generated by the 9-petal lotus position also made the 5 skulls grow in size. On the contrary, the halo emanating from the 9-petal lotus seat is much darker. Zhu Xiaobao knew that he had benefited a lot this time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhu Xiaobao started to wake up, the lotus seat he was sitting on had begun to slowly dissipate, and the surrounding scenes began to slowly fade, and then gradually disappeared. When Zhu Xiaobao looked around again, he was already sitting on the carriage again. There was no way to go ahead. He tried to move forward again, but the horse hit the wall and pedaled several steps, and then turned his head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao like a fool. Is this grandson sick? There is obviously no way out. But I still have to keep going. He hurriedly drove the carriage back to the street. Wei Zifeng was arguing with the female nun in red.
I don't believe it. A good person has been missing for 3 days? You still told me that everything is okay? Is it you? Who among them has a walk-in marriage with him? I've noticed it a long time ago. Several girls queuing up here have bad intentions. They're flirting with each other. Yeah. This sister. He really went to get something this time and refine a pill. Don't worry. He will be back soon.
At this time, Yenrua appeared in Wei without anyone noticing. In front of Zifeng, a little pressure was released, and Wei Zifeng's momentum was suppressed. Facing Yenrua's cultivation, Wei Zifeng's cultivation is too far behind.
3 days? Have I only been out for 3 days?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised at this time. He had stayed in there for almost 20 days. He didn't expect that he only had 3 days in the outside world. This little the world is so amazing.
What? Aren't you satisfied?
Wei Zifeng snorted angrily. In fact, As soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao driving the carriage back, Wei Zifeng had already relaxed.
Ha ha! I did go to do business. I refined a returning pill. But there is good news. We can leave here.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said with a smile.
Really? That's great. I'm almost suffocated here.
Wei Zifeng immediately shouted excitedly.
Well, Sister Hong, please find the most trusted shops and skilled women in the village. Before I leave, I will teach them the recipe and method of making rice dumplings. And also the method of making tofu. They are mine. Please give me some thought.
Zhu Xiaobao turned around and hugged Sister Hong with a smile. Although it has only been a few months, Zhu Xiaobao has already developed a deep affection for this daughter village and wants to leave some craftsmanship here before leaving. It can be regarded as a little bit of repayment from myself. A few days later, it was finally time to leave the
girls' village.
Unexpectedly, the whole village, old and young, came to see them off. And many girls were a little reluctant to leave. What particularly surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the girl who came to buy his Tongxin Zongzi for the first time actually came to give it away with a big belly. I didn't expect that things would come to fruition so soon. But at this time, the girl's face was already filled with happiness of becoming a mother. In the meantime, Yanru also came, and she greeted Zhu Xiaobao in a low voice.
My junior sister has taken the Guasian Dan and is currently in retreat. So I can't come to see you off. We will meet again in the future. Hey! Then I'll say goodbye. This is for you. This is for Sister You. Please!
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and took out 2 small storage bags and handed them to Yanru. Although Yanru did not admit that the person behind the scenes was Sister Yu, she still accepted it with satisfaction. After walking a few steps, Zhu Xiaobao turned around again, raised his wrist and shouted,
Hey! Hey! Senior sister! Please take this thing off! You can't tie me up all day? Ha ha! Fool! This is a treasure.
The immortal vine silk,
refined from the celestial vine. As long as I erase the imprint of my consciousness and drip it with your essence and blood, I can control it as I wish. That's it. Even your wooden skeleton can be used.
Yanru walked over and took off the
immortal vine essence.
With some reluctance, saying in a low voice,
Really? Thank you. Senior sister?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly put it into his arms. He had experienced the firmness and strength of this thing. Even a kitchen knife could cut it without stopping. Finally left the
daughter's village.
This time the mapped sister in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was a very detailed and accurate map. But he didn't want to wander around in the Northwest Territory anymore, because he wanted to gather the remaining 2 medicinal materials as soon as possible. According to the statement from both parties, he must take the attribute pill as soon as he advances to the false wonderland. This is the most appropriate time. Moreover, the elixir furnace required for refining attribute pills must also reach the 9th grade elixir furnace. His 8th grade jade cauldron elixir furnace cannot withstand the high temperature and pressure during the refining process and is likely to be damaged. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao now wants to change the route to the Thousand Island Sea, and then, if possible, go to the eastern region to have a look, so as to understand what is going on in the eastern region. Because Qing Immortal Lord and Zixia Immortal Lord have not taken action for a long time. It is because Penglai Immortal Lord, who controls Dongyu Wonderland, has not made any movement in these years. Even after so many changes have occurred in the past few years, there is still no trace of information about Penglai Immortal Lord. There are 2 ways to go to the Thousand Island Sea. One is to return to Deshang Kingdom, and then take a boat out to sea again. Of course, this requires going back again, which wastes a lot of time. The other road is more difficult and dangerous, which is to climb over the Wanhan Mountain in the northwest region, then pass the Wanhan Mountain, and then go down the mountain to enter the northern area of the Thousand Island Sea.
I'm sure there's no problem. It's just that Jing Hui's cultivation level is too low. I'm afraid she can't get over it, or her speed can't keep up. And the temperature on Wanhan Mountain is also extremely low. I don't know if she can bear it.
Wei Zifeng said confidently.
I can do it too. As long as you just use a little bit of my skills, I can reach almost the level of the true martial realm. And I will never hold you back.
Jing Hui heard that Wei Zifeng wanted to take her.
Stay,
he said, immediately unconvinced.
Well, I almost forgot. You also have a secret technique that uses other people's skills. I just want to try it and see if it can be used on the 5-element skeleton.
Zhu Xiaobao's heart moved. He nodded and said, Isn't it just for her secret method that I forcibly branded her with a slave mark? I just haven't had time to study this. As long as Zhu Xiaobao made the decision, Wei Zifeng would of course have no objection. And she was already getting along well with Jinghui. I never treated her like a slave. They turned to the northeast and walked for almost 10 days. The weather was getting colder and colder. Gradually, they could see many high mountain snow peaks. But they were still thousands of miles away from the Wanhan mountain they wanted to climb. Chapter 1316 Wanhan Mountain A. Along the way, because Zhu Xiaobao and the others went more and more remote, they rarely met other cultivators. Occasionally, I encounter people who come here specifically to pick medicinal materials. In many low-temperature areas, there are still some very special and precious medicinal materials. However, most of these herbal collectors have relatively low cultivation. Although the climate is extremely harsh when collecting medicinal materials here, there is also an advantage. That is, it is relatively safe. And it is rare to encounter casual cultivators who kill people and steal goods. And generally speaking, as long as you are willing to endure hardships, you can achieve very good results. Zhu Xiaobao and the others have also encountered such herb collectors. And there is another very special place. These herb collectors almost always travel together. Many of them are husband and wife. And most of their cultivation levels are below the realm of transformation. Zhu Xiaobao usually tries to avoid such people when he encounters them, not wanting to scare them or be noticed by them. The only time he took action was when he saw a big man robbing an old couple. Although this big man himself was not very advanced, he was robbing the area because of his physical strength. His cultivation level was simply not good enough elsewhere. So he chose to rob the herb gatherers here who had weaker combat power and lower cultivation level. However, he didn't expect to encounter Zhu Xiaobao and others. Wei Zifeng couldn't bear it at first, so he rushed up and started fighting with the big man. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that although this big man's cultivation was only in the fusion realm, he could actually move around in the snow very nimbly. And when he knew that his cultivation level was not as good as Wei Zifeng's, the big man did not panic, but chose to run towards the snow-capped mountains and fight at the same time. As a result, Wei Zifeng's speed advantage was greatly reduced, and he couldn't catch up with this big man for a while.
This guy is quite interesting. He seems to be someone who has been making a living here all year round.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said,
Yes, sir. Please see. The shoes he wears are very special. They are not easy to slip. And the sides are very smooth. So he can move fast and slow very freely.
Jinghui also saw the trick, said to Zhu Xiaobao. Although she has recognized her status as a slave, she is still used to calling Zhu Xiaobao sir.
Then what do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded approvingly and asked. In comparison, Jinghui's thoughts are much more thoughtful than Wei Zifeng's. And he is also very good at observing.
Let him introduce the situation of Wanhan Mountain to us in detail, and then show us the way. If there is a guide, we will avoid a lot of detours. Okay, then I'll take action and capture this guy first.
Following the words, Zhu Xiaobao had already fled out. Although this big man jumped up and down very nimbly. Once Zhu Xiaobao took action, he and Wei Zifeng used the
Mandarin duck sword
technique. More importantly, a pentagonal
5-element square
appeared above his head.
Suddenly, the big man discovered in horror that when he tried to jump upward, he would be suppressed back by streaks of fire or golden glow. And this big man was trapped by Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng, which meant that he was completely passive, facing two Jinwu realm practitioners who cooperated tacitly. This big man was finally afraid,
bullying others with strength. It's not fair for you two cultivators of the true martial realm to hit me alone.
The big man shouted in anger, annoyance, and fear, because under the shroud of the
5-element square,
he couldn't even use his best escape technique. Doesn't this mean he's waiting for death? When I think of my paralyzed sister, I suddenly feel sad.
Hey, when you robbed the old couple, you didn't treat them fairly.
Zhu Xiaobao deliberately slowed down and trapped the big man in an emergency without killing him. But Wei Zifeng was connected with him, and immediately understood what Zhu Xiaobao meant, and did not make a killing move.
But I didn't kill them all. The most I can do is grab some spiritual stones and medicinal materials. Otherwise, if you let me go, I'm willing to hand over all my belongings to you.
This big man seemed to have found a glimmer of hope for survival. Hope! Immediately shouted loudly.
Huh? I can only decide the terms. It's not your turn yet. All you have to do is throw down your weapon and get caught.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled faintly, and then stabbed him with his backhand. Wei Zifeng on the other side had a tacit understanding and used the back of his knife to hit the big man's leg socket hard. Immediately, the big man fell to his knees, and Wei Zifeng put a knife to his neck.
Senior, this is my storage bag. It contains many rare medicinal materials that I have accumulated. I give them to you. As long as you let me go, I am not afraid of death. But if I die, no one will take care of my paralyzed body. Sister,
the big man quickly took out his storage bag and said expectantly, "It seems like they are really sincere. Not pretending."
I want to cross the Wan'an Mountain. If you can lead me the way, I will spare you.
Zhu Xiaobao said very directly.
Are you telling the truth? I'm afraid your cultivation level can't climb the Wan'an Mountain. So let's find another way.
Unexpectedly, the big man was stunned for a moment in surprise, and then said in a low voice,
"Hey, then can you climb over the Wan'an Mountain? I think your attributes and many of the equipment on your body are from the local monks who have lived here all year round. Right?"
Zhu Xiaobao's heart sank, and then he asked calmly, "Since this kid can still say this when life and death are at stake, it doesn't seem like he is talking nonsense."
Of course I can. But it's also very dangerous. Both of us, my sister and I, are both ice attributes. Especially my sister. Back then, it was easy to climb the Wan'an Mountain. I was a little bit behind.
"This big man is actually very proud," said.
"Then do I have ice attributes? Coupled with my
5 elements square.
Am I not as good as you at the fusion realm?"
Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his palm, and an ice sword instantly condensed in his hand. Although it is made of solid ice, the sides of the sword are also very sharp.
It should be okay. I'll prepare some more equipment for you.
The big man looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. This little fat man made him feel a very mysterious strength. Of course, with his cultivation level, he still cannot understand the origin of the
5 elements square. And he has never even heard of it.
"Then lead the way for me. Oh, by the way, prepare the necessary equipment for us first, and get your sister settled as well. Don't worry. As long as you help me cross the
Wan'an Mountain,
I will never break your promise. Let you come back."
Zhu Xiaobao finally regained some confidence and hummed with satisfaction.
"Okay, then please come with me."
The big man had no choice but to nod his head and said. He also let Zhu Xiaobao tie him with a chain. Although it was very thin, it was very strong. Looking back, I saw that the 2 old herb collectors who had been rescued had already fled long ago. Zhu Xiaobao just smiled indifferently and didn't care. After walking for almost half a day, we finally arrived at a mountain valley full of snow. Although there is snow all year round, there is no particularly strong cold wind because the terrain is very low. At a place in the col that was leaning against the rock wall, a huge boulder was pulled open, revealing a cave entrance. It would have been difficult to discover this cave if it weren't for the big man leading the way. What was even more surprising was that there were several bears surrounding him. When they saw this big man, they swung their fat bodies and ran away again. It was obviously just the lowest level monster. Probably not yet the 2nd level monster. But once we entered the cave, there was still some way inside. After walking a few dozen meters, it suddenly became clear that we could also see the light of fire inside. Surprisingly, a figure took the lead in launching an attack on Zhu Xiaobao. Although she maintained a cross-legged posture, relying on some handles and mechanisms on the cave wall, she was able to use the power of her hands to force herself in, walking back and forth in the east center of the station. The speed is quite fast, but her attack was quickly blocked by Wei Zifeng. Her combat effectiveness was not as good as that big man.
"Who are you? What do you want to do?"
the female cultivator asked with a cold face without any fear. But when she saw the big man, her heart tightened because she saw a chain tied around the big man's neck.
"Sister, don't do it. Their cultivation is too high. We can't defeat them,"
the big man shouted quickly, with concern and anxiety on his face. It's obvious that the relationship between these siblings is very deep. After listening to the big man's words, the woman pushed with both hands and used the force of the rebound to fly back to the stone pier nearest to her. She sat cross-legged and stared angrily at Zhu Xiaobao and his group.
"Ha ha! Don't be anxious. Young lady, we have no ill intentions. We just want your brother to take us over the Wan'an Mountain,"
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and cupped his hands.
"No, it's too dangerous. I don't agree."
Unexpectedly, This female nun was very straightforward and refused. Wei Zifeng was about to have a fit when he saw Jing Hui walking forward and circling around the female cultivator twice. He suddenly lowered his face and hummed.
I didn't expect it was you. Well, your name is
LV Zhu,
or White Chrysanthemum.
The female cultivator suddenly became very frightened when she saw Jing Hui. But she said in a trembling voice,
My name is Lu Zhu. I have met Miss Jing Hui. Humph. Shouldn't you kowtow when you meet your master? You're an unruly thing.
Jing Hui suddenly became very fierce and scolded. Even his eyes had a hint of ferocity and cruelty. Just as the woman was about to climb down the stone pier with difficulty and kowtow to Jing Hui, Zhu Xiaobao standing aside suddenly snorted coldly.
What? Have you regained the feeling of being an eldest lady? You have forgotten yourself. What's your identity? Oh? Damn it. Little one. I forgot my identity for a moment. Master, please forgive me.
At this time, Jing Hui suddenly woke up and fell to his knees first in fear.
Humph. Tell me, what's going on? Who is she?
Zhu Xiaobao sat down calmly and then asked. Chapter 1348 One on Mountain, B. After the two people told each other, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that this woman was actually Jing Mao's maid who came to Wushuang City to help Dong Guijianbing. However, she had been paralyzed by that time, and it should have been decades. It happened before. Although Jing Mao is not young, he is the same generation as Jing Hui. So Jing Hui has seen green bamboo in his family. It's just that after so many years, I can't remember her name. However, the imprint planted in the consciousness of green bamboo has never been eliminated. So as long as Jing Hui uses his own mental skills, green bamboo will still be severely suppressed. This Jing Hui himself, the planted slave mark, has almost the same effect.
Is that so? Then your original cultivation level is not low?
Zhu Xiaobao also secretly marveled at this. And at the same time, he also had a better understanding of the Jing family's skills. It seems to be the same as the puppet sect. Although it is recognized by the major forces in the eastern region, it still belongs to the category of evil cultivators.
Yes. Jingmo had a conflict with a group of pirates at sea. I was seriously injured, and Jingmo abandoned us and ran away alone. A few of us were also scattered, and I was chased by several pirates. In the end, I had to risk crossing the
One-on Mountain,
and luckily got rid of them. But my meridians were also damaged. My cultivation level dropped significantly to the
God Transformation Realm,
and my legs were also disabled. Well,
Green Bamboo
is worried when I was under Mao.
He named me.
My original name was Lan Shui, and my brother's name was Lan Chuan.
Lan Shui said in a low voice, and looked at Jing Hui bitterly. Of course people don't like it at all.
Don't look at me with such hatred. It's not me who caused you to be like this. Besides, I've also been marked as a slave now, and I'm no different from you.
Jing Hui was still kneeling there, seeing Lan Shui's resentful eyes. She said angrily. Zhu Xiaobao didn't let her get up, so she really didn't dare to stand up casually, so she could only kneel there obediently.
Okay, get up. You two siblings sound pitiful, but you are not a good person if you bully the weak and rob the herb collectors. So don't pretend to be wronged by me.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, hummed slightly mockingly.
No, my sister used to be kind-hearted. If that pervert Jing Mao hadn't harmed my sister like this, she wouldn't be like this. I did this because I wanted to save enough money this morning to save my sister, healed his injuries, and returned to the
Fusion Realm. Although Lan Chuan, standing aside, was afraid of Zhu Xiaobao, he still defended his sister loudly.
Oh, let me see.
After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt something in his heart. This is similar to the consequences of a failed breakthrough. She should be able to recover, and once she returns to her original state, she can reshape her meridians. It is completely possible. Recovered. In other words, as long as she advances to the fusion realm again, she can get rid of all other symptoms. So Zhu Xiaobao reached out and grabbed Lan Shui's wrist, wanting to feel her pulse and check her detailed condition. Unexpectedly, Lan Shui had some misunderstandings. She stared at Zhu Xiaobao in shock and anger. The humiliation and various unbearable scenes she had suffered many years ago came to mind again. She was shocked and angry and wanted to tell Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao threw away his hand.
What do you want to do? Let me go!
Even Lan Chuan next to him seemed to be desperately trying to protect his sister.
Do you think I care about you? All the women around me are better than you. Okay. Do you think I am a rag collector? I just want to see if I can make you recover so that you can personally lead the way for us.
Zhu Xiaobao, he scolded him unceremoniously. Although Lan Shui is very charming, she still can't compare with the women around Zhu Xiaobao. Even Jing Hui is more elegant than her. When Zhu Xiaobao said this, Lan Shui immediately became dejected and stopped struggling. She thought that Zhu Xiaobao had already heard Jing Hui talk about those unsightly things in the past. So I immediately lost my confidence. At the same time, she heard Zhu Xiaobao say that he could help her recover. And her heart began to beat.
Well, 1 returning pill, 1 ascending bone pill, 10 body tempering pills, and 1 more nursing soul pill should be able to return to peak condition. This price is too high. Zhu Xiaobao took his pulse, shook his head and said,
Senior, you are merciful. As long as you can restore me to my original cultivation level, I am willing to be a slave like Jing Hui. I will never dare to betray you.
Lan Shui suddenly rolled down from the stone pier. Come! Kowtow to Zhu Xiaobao and beg. She knew that what Zhu Xiaobao just said was the right medicine.
And if her brother was robbing like this, he might not be able to raise it in 200 years. This was even when Lan Chuan was not harmed at all, and went very smoothly.
Well, this seems to be a bit of a loss. All I need is your brother to lead me the way.
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head and said reluctantly, regarding Lan Shui's situation. He had an attitude that it had nothing to do with him. He had encountered misfortunes, but he also helped others do evil. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't want to help her. The other elixirs are okay, but the price of a
returning to true elixir
is a bit too high. There is a
returning to truth pill
with no pill pattern next to him. But even though it has no pill pattern, it is still hard to find for those with low-level cultivation. Staying with you is a kind of protection. If the people around you fail to advance in the future, you don't have to worry about any hidden diseases. And you can break through the cultivation level again in the shortest time.
I think she should be kept. Her attribute power is very strong. And being with me will allow you to better understand the techniques of my Jing family. And if you really have to climb the
One-on mountain,
I think it is still very difficult. I need her help.
Unexpectedly, Jing Hui helped Lan Shui and said,
Okay, you heard it too. Then let go of your spiritual consciousness and plant the Divine Soul brand. Don't worry. As long as you get to the eastern region, I will remove your Divine Soul brand.
Zhu Xiaobao finally followed Jing Hui's suggestion. Then he said reluctantly, with the strength of his consciousness, getting a Divine Soul mark is no problem at all.
More seniors.
Lan Shui was immediately overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. She also had her own plans in her heart. Although she was still imprinted, she also understood the spiritual imprint left by the Jing family. For her, she was more willing to be controlled by Zhu Xiaobao. Besides, her all puzzles solved.
Well, how many days will it take for you to recover?
Zhu Xiaobao easily completed the planting of the consciousness brand, and then asked calmly,
7 days. 7 days is enough. In these 7 days, my brother can prepare the necessary equipment for you to climb the Wanhan mountain. There will be no waste of time at all.
Lan Shui said quickly to please. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually took out the pill she had dreamed of. And except for the
Guishan pill,
the others all had pill patterns. She was so arrogant in her writing.
Okay, Lan Chuan, go and prepare the equipment immediately. Xifeng, come inside with me and have a good night's rest. I feel very sad and need comfort. I have lost several
elixirs,
and I am very heartbroken. Come on, help me in.
Zhu Xiaobao said with heartache before leaving, and scrupulously holding Wei Zifeng's waist, and walked directly into the innermost cave, which is where Lan Shui usually sleeps. But now Zhu Xiaobao has been taken as his own.
Huh? You can't keep your voice down,
Wei Zifeng said with joy, but pretending to be reserved. Jing Hui, who was behind Zhu Xiaobao, curled her lips secretly. She had seen Wei Zifeng showy reserve dozens of times. This is too much. Sure enough, as Zhu Xiaobao expected, Lan Shui's recovery was very smooth. And because she had returned to the combined state, she didn't even have to go through the tribulation process. More importantly, her paralysis was cured, and she could move freely after just 2 days of adaptation.
I've met the master. I've met Sister Jinghui.
Lan Shui walked out of the third building where she had broken through the seclusion. Her face was full of information and excitement. As soon as she saw Zhu Xiaobao, she knelt down and saluted. And she was also filled with excitement towards Jinghui. Grateful. This time it was thanks to Jing Hui for speaking kindly to her.
Huh? Middle level of fusion realm? I didn't expect that. My cultivation level is not low. Yes. My consciousness is also very strong. It only took 5 days in total to fully recover. Then do your best for me.
Don't make me feel bad about my few pills.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Lan Shui and saw that not only was she full of energy, but her appearance was even more beautiful than before. After waiting for another 2 days, Lan Chuan finished 4 pairs of shoes. It turns out that these hiking shoes are made of bear paw skins found outside the cave. They are warm and not bulky. The key is that they can be worn while standing on the ice. Will not slip. Just because Zhu Xiaobao was able to save Lan Shui.
Lan Chuan was also very careful this time. And the shoes he made were very comfortable and fit well. And Lan Shui also drew a map of the route over Wanan Mountain based on memory. Because Wanan Mountain is too big. And once lost, it will be difficult to find it again.
Okay. Now that everything is ready, let's set off tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao saw that everything was ready. And it was time to climb over the Wanan Mountain. I don't know why. But he was a little nervous during this trip. He didn't know what he would encounter. Everyone felt very relaxed when they first started climbing. Only Lan Shui knew that this was just the beginning. So I always remind everyone to be cautious. After climbing for a long time, everyone gradually began to feel very uncomfortable. Because the temperature was getting lower and lower. The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier. And what was even worse was that there was always the danger of avalanches. All the good ideas that had been ruthlessly shattered. Sword flying and light skill flying. Under the attack of the strong wind and snow. I had to shrink my neck obediently and walk step by step with difficulty. Chapter 1349 Wanan Mountain C. Only in this environment can you truly feel your own insignificance. Even for those immortals. The legend that they can destroy the heaven and earth is just an exaggeration. It is not a supergiant mountain range, like Wanan Mountain, that can overwhelm mountains and seas. It is estimated that at this point in the immortal realm, the best that can be done is to escape unscathed. The further up they go, Zhu Xiaobao is horrified to discover that his own cultivation will also be suppressed. And only 80% of what he can exert can be used. The further up he goes, the more powerful this suppression becomes. Now the main line and others are beginning to rejoice. Fortunately, Lan Shui can lead the way in person. She has a natural sense of direction, and can avoid risks in a timely manner. It is because of her super intuition that Zhu Xiaobao and others can successfully avoid them. 2 massive avalanches. But now according to Lan Shui's judgment, they have only climbed halfway. Originally, cultivators like them were not very afraid of severe cold. But now they all feel the cold. And as they climb higher, the temperature will continue to drop. However, this was not a problem for Zhu Xiaobao. He created the
5-element square
and enveloped everyone in it, so that the temperature around them could be maintained at a relatively bearable temperature. What makes Zhu Xiaobao very happy is that the
5-element square
does not seem to be greatly affected by the environment and can still function normally. Even Lan Shui was amazed by this. Isn't this equivalent to cheating? This is much easier than when she climbed the Wanan Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao also tried to release 2 divine beasts and several divine bees to see if they could adapt to this extreme environment. But unfortunately, these divine beasts and divine bees did not perform well. He quickly got back into the animal control bag. And the white lion did the same. After walking a few steps, he shrank into a very mini ball and got back into the animal control bag. He was still comfortable in the animal control bag. The
fire golden bee
and
black golden bee
were even more unlucky. They were immediately blown away by the strong wind and snow, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It looked like they died directly. It was still the Vulcan bee, with the highest cultivation level, although it was also blown around. But with its powerful flying ability and smaller size, it actually flew back again.
There is a cave ahead. We can take a rest in it. But before entering the cave, it is best to trigger an avalanche. Otherwise, when we come out to climb, a slight vibration may trigger a huge avalanche,
Lan Shui said, pointing to the bottom of a huge raised mountain peak in front of her. This was a place where she had escaped an avalanche to save her life.
Well, this is easy. Let them bring a bomb. Where do you think is the most suitable place to detonate it?
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. He also handed the telescope in his hand to Lan Shui.
It's right there. Almost 30 miles away from us. Where the surrounding snow can collapse,
Lan Shui said, pointing into the distance. These days, she has become accustomed to the endless supply of new items on Zhu Xiubao's body. And she has also begun to feel that replacing Jingjia's brand with Zhu Xiubao's brand is definitely a very correct decision. Because although Zhu Xiubao's behavior is sometimes very vulgar, he is actually kind-hearted. And what's funny is that he often has treacherous intentions but no courage. Sure enough, this distance is not difficult for the 5 skeletons at all. But now they also know that the environment is dangerous. So their previous cooperation with each other has become more tacit. And they are consciously maintaining the most perfect
5-element square
status. After flying to the designated place, the fire skull ignited the letter, and then quickly flew back to Zhu Xiaobao. Everyone watched the explosion in the distance in front of the cave entrance, and then began to feel the ground under their feet begin to tremble. The more violent it became, it finally triggered a large-scale avalanche. It was definitely the first time in my life that I had seen such a shocking scene that was overwhelming and covering everything.
Quick! Quick! Get into the cave quickly! It's about to be suppressed.
Seeing that it was about to reach them, everyone hurriedly hid in the cave. After entering the cave, you can still hear the sound of mountains of snow collapsing outside, which is absolutely shocking.
We must completely recover here. Going up there, there is a cave where we can escape the wind and snow. But the premise is that we must be able to get there. If we can't get there, or miss it, then we may have no hope of survival. Yes. So now we still have a chance to regret it. And that is to go back. Although it has wasted a lot of time. At least our lives are not in danger.
Lan Shui said to everyone seriously.
I only listened to Xiaobao.
Wei Zifeng's choice was very simple, and he expressed his attitude very directly.
I can only follow the adults.
Jing Hui also nodded and said, with her status, she actually has no decision-making power at all.
Well, let's rest and recover first. Let me think about it carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao did not express his position. In fact, he was somewhat retreating. It seemed not worth it if he lost his life here. Although they entered the cave, the temperature was still very cold. Without the
5-element square
covering them, they would still feel very uncomfortable. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao took out 4 sunburning pills and placed them around them. This made the temperature around them rise, and they felt the normal temperature that they had not seen for a long time. Just looking at this Jiang pill made Lan Shui speechless. There are too many treasures in this master. Wei Zifeng searched inside and out, and there was nothing suspicious. However, there were also several corpses of cultivators, which had long been frozen to a solid state, and still maintained their expressions of unwillingness before death. It seems that there are many people who want to climb the Wanan Mountain. With the right temperature, Zhu Xiaobao also used the alchemy furnace to directly use it as a hot pot. Everyone around the alchemy furnace could still enjoy the steaming hot pot. This was something Lan Shui had never dreamed of. The key is that she couldn't believe her eyes when she could eat such delicious hot pot in such an extremely harsh environment. On the contrary, her younger brother Lan Xuan ate so heartlessly that he was sweating. And he admired Zhu Xiaobao so much. One mouthful called Uncle Bao, which was so affectionate. This guy has lived a very difficult life since he was a child, and has never enjoyed a good life. Now that he is following Zhu Xiaobao, his perception has completely changed. It turns out that life can be so comfortable and enjoyable.
Don't be restrained. Even though I was given the slave mark, I didn't take away your current status. Come on. Come on. Eat freely. Jing Hui, don't you like eating meat? Then eat freely. Lan Shui, if you can drink, don't be polite. Just get drunk and then have a good sleep.
Zhu Xiaobao greeted enthusiastically, because he saw that only Wei Zifeng and Lan Xuan were eating heartily. So he specially greeted Lan Snow and Jing Hui Sound. It turns out that Lan Shui and Lan Xuan, who have been living in a cold environment all year round, are both very drunk. This kind of barbecue is just right for them. Lan Shui's drinking capacity can definitely surpass Xiaobao Sanjia. Sure enough, this kind of atmospheric hot pot makes it easy for people to communicate and communicate. After 2 bottles of wine, Lan Shui began to speak more casually, because this new owner is really easygoing and doesn't have so many rules. And now she and Jing Hui can get along very well.
Tell me, in such a difficult environment, why do so many people come to Wanan Mountain? There must be some reason for this.
Zhu Xiaobao asked casually while eating.
Of course.
Although Wanan Mountain
can suppress people's cultivation, it can also be regarded as an opportunity to exercise their physical fitness. More importantly,
Wanan Mountain
also produces a kind of
cultivation flower.
After eating this, one petal of a flower can add 10 years of skill to a person, and can also greatly increase one's physical fitness. If one can find a silver
cultivation flower,
one petal can add 50 years of skill. If one can find the legend, the golden
cultivation flower,
in the flower, that petal can increase 100 years of skill out of thin air. Do you think this kind of attraction is great?
Lan Shui also seemed to have opened up a chatterbox and said with excitement,
"Aw? Is there such a good thing? Let's look for it along the way."
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he was stunned and immediately showed a greedy and coveted expression.
Well, that's not all. The most important thing is that this
cultivation flower
is also an important material for refining a 9th level elixir. As for what elixir it is, I don't know. No one on the market is willing to do it anyway. For sale, it is rare for some alchemists to buy the
cultivation flowers
in exchange for very valuable elixirs.
Lan Shui said even more excitedly.
"Ah? Then you two siblings have been living at the foot of the Wanhan Mountain and have never picked a single cultivation flower?"
Zhu Xiaobao also asked with eyes shining. His mind immediately thought of what Yu Jia had said earlier, saying that when the time was right, he would ask Zhu Xiaobao to help refine a 9th level elixir. Could it be that this cultivation flower was one of the important materials for this 9th level elixir?
We siblings have never picked one before, but my father was lucky enough to pick a white
cultivation flower.
But he did not sell it, but ate it himself. So he relied on this
cultivation flower, Wei Hua.
Not only did she achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, she also married my mother, and we became 2 siblings. The cold attribute in my brother and I is probably because of this
cultivation flower
that we became so strong, Lan Shui said proudly. Then her face turned gloomy again and she said,
"It's a pity that my parents eventually died on the way to find the cultivation flower. Therefore, we hate and love this one on mountain. And we still love it. Very odd. Oh, I've decided. We are done resting here. We will continue to climb the Wan'an Mountain. Yes, and we will also look for a cultivation flower, by the way. Is this his nature?"
Chapter 1350 Cultivation Flower A. At night, Lan Shui asked everyone to put on special sleeping bags, all sewn from whole bear skins. Normally, Lan Shui never sleeps under such extreme temperatures. It is very likely that he will never wake up once he falls asleep. This is where they have experience. But when they arrived in the cave, with Zhu Xiaobao's
sunburn pill,
Lan Shui's preparation seemed a bit redundant, but she still received praise from Zhu Xiaobao, because her experience is still unmatched. I saw Lan Shui and Lan Chuan skillfully building several huts out of snow, which were only big enough for 1 or 2 people to lie down and sleep on.
With a sunburn pill
placed next to each other, they could sleep warmly and comfortably. One night, after 2 full days of rest, everyone was fully recovered, once again embarked on the journey over the
Wan'an Mountain.
It seems that due to the experience of the past few days, everyone has adapted to it, and actually feels that it is not as difficult as the past few days. And Zhu Xiaobao is still looking around all the time, for fear of becoming a
cultivation flower. There is no cultivation flower here. Only when you reach the top of the mountain can you find the cultivation flower. Because cultivation flower is arrogant and will never grow halfway up the mountain.
Lan Shui Ninja, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh.
Oh, if you didn't tell me earlier, why don't I take a look and see if I can find other medicinal materials?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a blush. You have to rely on yourself to find medicinal materials here.
Because of that
treasure hunting rat,
I simply can't bear the low temperatures here. It was easy to encounter a half day without wind and snow, and even sunny weather. However, not long after, it started to be cold and windy again, and the wind picked up. The rest of the way up the mountain was even more difficult. In the end, the big guys had to tie each other with a chain so as not to be blown away by the wind. Because once you leave the team, there is no possibility of survival. The following mountain road not only gets steeper, but is also full of traps. Because it is covered with snow, there are unfathomable rock gaps in many places. If you are not careful, you will step on the air and fall. Fortunately, they are tied to each other. Once someone falls, they can be pulled up immediately by the rest of the group. The mountaineering boots made by Lan Chuan are very effective because they can produce great friction on smooth ice. So they play an important role in the mountaineering process. After going through hardships and dangers, and spending more than 10 days. We finally reached the top of Wanan Mountain. In the meantime, I rested in another cave for 2 days before I regained my condition and persisted to the top of the mountain. So when Lan Shui was able to cross the Wanan Mountain alone, it was indeed a very remarkable thing. Perhaps to reward everyone. When they reached the top of the mountain, they were greeted by the long-lost sunshine, and the wind and snow stopped temporarily. Everyone cried with joy and cheered on the top of the mountain.
Sir! Hurry up and search for the cultivation flower as soon as possible. It is very rare to encounter such good weather. In such weather, if you are lucky, you can really find the cultivation flower.
Lan Shui hurriedly he reminded Zhu Xiaobao. The snow on the top of the mountain is not very thick, because it will be blown away by strong winds. But there are still several feet of floating snow. And the treasure rat still doesn't work here. But this did not faze Zhu Xiaobao. He dispersed a layer of water mist with the water skull. With a little warmth, it instantly dissolved a large area and exposed the original mountain rocks. But unfortunately, the cultivation flower was not found in this area. And looking around, the entire top of the mountain stretched and rolled. And it turned out to be endless. The width was also wide and narrow. If you want to find cultivation flower in such a large area,
cultivation as a flower
is still very difficult. I don't know how far I walked and how much area I searched, but I didn't find a single cultivation flower. This made Zhu Xiaobao extremely disappointed. Is this just a waste of time? But if I don't leave, it doesn't look like I'll be able to find it. And the weather has started to get bad again these days. Fortunately, I found another hiding place at the bottom of the mountain. This is a big gain. After all, I can rest and recover here. But this time I was more cautious, because it was too close to the top of the mountain, and it was very likely that I would encounter other herb collectors. Although the process of climbing is very difficult, and the chance of encountering other herb collectors is very small. Once you reach the top of the mountain, everyone is moving horizontally, so the speed and width increase significantly, and the chance of encountering them is magnified hundreds of times. Sometimes there will be a life and death fight between two herb collectors fighting for a cultivation flower.
Humph. I'll wait here until the weather gets better, and then search carefully for a few days. If we don't get anything in a month, then we have to give up.
Zhu Xiaobao grunted while gnawing on the chicken legs. He was really unwilling to get such a good opportunity for nothing. Isn't it said that he is a man of great luck? Could it be that this time there is no luck at all? This stay lasted for 5 days, and everyone was getting a little impatient with waiting. Finally, it was a sunny day again, and the wind stopped snowing, and there was a rare silence. Looking at the vast expanse of white, Zhu Xiaobao took the lead and started searching. But a few people still dare not spread too far apart, because the weather on the top of this mountain can change at any time. This time, Zhu Xiaobao also changed the way he searched for the cultivation flower. He used the earth skeleton to release a large amount of sand and dust, which not only quickly dissolved the floating snow, but each grain of sand could also sense whether there was anything underneath. Plant. In fact, it is not the earth skeleton that is sensing, but the wooden skeleton that is sensing in all directions. Finally, after searching for thousands of meters, the wooden skeleton discovered something, and Zhu Xiaobao rushed over happily. Wasn't it? A pure white cultivation flower is being pushed aside from the snow and displayed in front of everyone. Its vibrant, noble and arrogant form makes people feel ashamed just looking at it. So elegant.
The cultivation flower must be dug out with its roots, and it must be carried in a wooden box. It is best to put the soil and roots together.
Lan Shui also said excitedly on the side.
Okay, this is not a problem. I will let the little demon crawl into the ground to ensure that no roots are harmed.
Zhu Xiaobao also said cautiously. At this time, suddenly, a long laugh came from 100 steps away, and an old man with a dusty face and dirty body was rushing over. He accelerated while still laughing.
Ha ha ha! This is really amazing! It takes no effort at all. That little baby. Get out of my way quickly. This kind of treasure is not something you can get your hands on. First Immortal Realm? This person is actually the
First Immortal Realm? Zhu Xiaobao immediately stood up vigilantly, and everyone else was also ready to fight. But when Zhu Xiaobao saw the other party's cultivation level, he was shocked.
Ha ha! By the way, I have been looking for cultivation flowers in the
Wanan Mountain
all my life. My cultivation and wealth, and even the prosperity of my family, are all given by the
cultivation flowers.
Uh-huh. Now I understand well.
This cultivation flower of Wanon Mountain
can only belong to me. I am in a good mood today, so I will let you go and get out of here.
As soon as the old man saw the cultivation of everyone, he snorted with disdain on his face.
Hey, old man, is this too unreasonable? I found this. You want to bully others? Take it by force?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, not to be outdone. If the other party is in the middle fairyland, maybe he can still shock him. But if it was just the
first immortal realm,
it wouldn't be enough.
Ha ha. It's okay if you say that. I have already done my best to be benevolent and righteous. If you still don't understand, then don't blame me for being rude.
It seems that he saw that his image was too sharply contrasted with Zhu Xiaobao and others. The old man also deliberately flicked the dirt on his body. Although it had little effect, it still revealed its original color, which was still a dark gray cotton robe. Zhu Xiaobao still looked at each other calmly. But suddenly he felt that the two women, who were branded with the marks of master and servant, were experiencing huge psychological fluctuations. Lan Shui looked at the old man with a look of grief, anger and fear. But Jingwei looked at the old man with some disdain and expectation. At this time, the old man also saw Lan Shui and Jinghui clearly, and actually shouted in surprise.
Why are you here? Are you still together? Do you know this person?
Zhu Xiaobao asked calmly.
He is the old man from Han. His name is Yu Youfu, and he calls himself Yu Shanren. It was him who robbed the
cultivation flower
that I found first, caught me, and gave it to Jing's family, which is why I have suffered so many years.
Suffering,
Lan Shui said with a trembling voice, and then suddenly knelt down in front of Zhu Xiaobao, with firm eyes, and said fiercely,
Master, as long as you can kill this old thief, Lan Shui is willing to serve you forever. Be a slave and a maid.
It turns out that Lan Shui did not find a
cultivation flower,
but found a bead. But it brought her endless suffering.
Oh, what about you? What's going on?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, then turned to ask Jingwei.
He is just a hypocrite who is greedy for life and afraid of death. In order to survive, he once offered a cultivation flower and many female cultivators to our Jing family. But I didn't expect that Lan Shui would also be harmed by him.
Jinghui still snorted with disdain. From the moment she saw who was coming, she had a look of contempt on her face. But strangely, she hoped that Yu Youfu could help her return to Jing's home. So there was a huge fluctuation in her heart. Before Zhu Xiaobao could speak, Yu Youfu, an old man from the
first immortal realm, suddenly changed his expression and scolded fiercely.
I originally wanted to let you go, but now it seems there is no need. My business. How can I allow you to talk nonsense? Suffer death. Ha ha. You didn't plan to let us go in the first place, right?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked with a smile.
Humph. No. You two are worthless. I just want to take the three of them back. Okay. Let's do it then.
Chapter 1351 Cultivation Flower B. Once they had a fight, Zhu Xiaobao realized that this old man was not easy to deal with, because his weapon is so special. It is a weapon similar to a sickle, but very long. This is related to his long-term professional mountaineering and herbal collecting career. This shape makes it easier for him to explore the path when mountaineering, and can also use it as a climbing tool. Now this long-handled sickle-like weapon can cover a very large area when swinging it, especially the sickle at the front end, which is wide and large, and it raises large amounts of snow foam, causing Zhu Xiaobao to be completely stunned when they fight. At a disadvantage. Even if he and Wei Zifeng used the
Mandarin duck sword,
Zhu Xiaobao could not take any advantage, and could only wander around Yu Youfu from a distance. You also need to avoid the snow foam that is thrown up. The snow foam is very painful when scraped on the face, and it also affects the vision very much.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you are a female cultivator with the wind attribute. Anyway, today's harvest is very surprising. Ha ha ha.
Little bastard.
You know now.
On this, Wanon Mountain,
I am the real master? You might as well let me tell you. I have killed hundreds of people who are not weak in cultivation even on this
Wanon Mountain.
Today I will add 2 more.
Yu Youfu said with an extremely arrogant smile while fighting again. Indeed, his ice attribute is a unique advantage in this environment. Although Blue Snow and Blue River also have ice attributes, their cultivation level is still too low. But Yu Youfu is different. He can completely withstand the extreme temperatures here on Wanon Mountain. Sometimes, a huge circle of ice forms around the body, and if you wrap yourself in it, You can sleep peacefully all night, unaffected by severe cold winds. If the weather is bad, Yu Yofu's advantage will be even greater. But today it was sunny and windy, with a rare sunshine and not even a bit of wind. After playing dozens of rounds, both Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng started to feel a little hot, and he gradually adapted to Yu Yofu's style of play. Although he has the advantage of long weapons, he does not have the advantage in speed. Wingdings, Hourglass Untrackball Aquarius Open Mailbox with Raised Flag Virgo Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng became more and more happy around him, and gradually began to penetrate into his side and threaten him. Once they got close, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng began to gain the upper hand. But at this time, Yu Yofu suddenly changed his style of play. The weapon in his hand split into two and became two short weapons. And his defense, it also allowed Zhu Xiaobao to see it for the first time. It can actually form a layer of ice on any part of the body at any time. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng slashed it with their swords, only to break a large piece of ice. But Yu Yofu was not damaged at all. Stepping on the ice and snow, Yu Yofu was as if he was skating, showing extremely skillful skills, just like figure skating, interspersing between Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng with ease.
Ha ha ha! I have already said that in this environment. It is my world!
Yu Yofu became even more proud, and even slapped Wei Zifeng on the butt, probably because he wanted to conquer him. Wei Zifeng. So Wei Zifeng was not hurt.
Xiaobao! Why don't you do it? He dares to humiliate me. I want this old thief to die without a burial place.
Wei Zifeng shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, he was insulted in front of so many people, which made Wei Zifeng almost go crazy. It seems like I haven't been humiliated like this in many years. The key is that Jing Hui, Lan Shui and Lan Chuan are watching.
Hey! I'll do it right now. Recruit someone.
Zhu Xiaobao also responded quickly, and he also felt extremely angry. I just wanted to gain more practical experience, but I didn't expect that this old man would be so mean, which made Zhu Xiaobao very angry. He himself has never been so wretched.
Ha ha! What can you do to me?
Yu Yofu said with an evil smile, still feeling the remaining warmth on his hands. In this extreme environment, the most fun way he used to deal with female cultivators in the past was to take off their clothes. Almost without exception, the female cultivators would be so cold that they would kneel down and beg for mercy. That sense of superiority was his greatest enjoyment. But before he finished speaking, he saw that several Jiang pills had been fired at him. The intense high temperature instantly made him feel extremely uncomfortable because of his ice attribute. He was most afraid of fire attribute attacks.
Humph! How dare you show your embarrassment in front of me even though you are so small? Give me a break!
Yu Yofu sneered immediately, and with a wave of his hand, an ice curtain blocked the sunburn pill that was attacking him.
Humph! Let me see how many more ice shields you can create.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao remained unmoved and continued to shoot out not only Jiang pills, but also 40 or 50 of them. It was so much that even Yu Yofu couldn't bear it this time. He was a little overwhelmed and couldn't cope with it. What is even more amazing is how come Zhu Xiaobao has so many Jiang pills. This kind of Jiang pill is worth a lot of money. I have never seen such extravagance and waste. What's even worse is that Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife is now bursting with hot red light, and there is a fire light more than 2 inches long at the tip of the knife. Unexpectedly, this little fat man actually has fire attributes. Wei Zifeng on the other side also launched a sharp attack. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yofu felt that he was already at a disadvantage, and he still felt a little overwhelmed. Especially Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife had already cut his weapon into disrepair, and was finally sliced off. It was broken into several pieces and completely scrapped.
Ah! I'm so angry! But I underestimated you. Then let me show you how powerful I am.
Yu Yofu shouted angrily, then turned sideways, dodged Wei Zifeng's knife, and then throw out an object and pounced directly on the little treasures. This shocked Zhu Xiaobao, thinking it was some kind of hidden weapon. But he had never seen such a big hidden weapon before. But when he arrived, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he saw it. It turned out to be a puppet. It is still a mysterious corpse, one level higher than his jade corpse. If it wasn't evolved by oneself, it was refined by cultivators from the
primary immortal realm.
How many tricks does this old man have? Even Zhu Xiaobao began to doubt. This old man actually has so many tricks? But now Zhu Xiaobao had no time to think so much. He quickly sacrificed his jade corpse and immediately used the opponent's Xian corpse. The two puppets immediately started fighting each other fiercely.
Aw? Why do you have a puppet? Or a jade corpse?
This time it was Yu Yofu's turn to be surprised. His mysterious corpse was obtained in exchange for a silver cultivation flower. I usually have such a treasure that I am not willing to take it out and use it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao, with his cultivation level in the
true martial realm,
could actually control a jade corpse equivalent to the cultivation level in the
fake fairy realm.
What is the background of this little fat man? Yu Yofu vaguely felt that he might have hit a brick wall this time. But now the arrow is on the line, and both sides are going all out. Zhu Xiaobao wants to get rid of Yu Yofu as soon as possible, because his jade corpse was being beaten back by the opponent's Xian corpse. The gap in strength was still huge. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse has experienced thousands of hammers, hundreds of chains, electric fans and lightning strikes. In the process of evolution, it has greatly improved its ability to withstand blows. So even though it is being beaten back again and again, it is still able to survive. I can hold on.
Damn it! Sun! Quickly dismantle his jade corpse!
Yu Yofu shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, he also gave his puppet a very nice name. Sun!
Hey! Do you think the Xian corpse can save you?
Zhu Xiaobao sneered. And Wei Zifeng speeded up the attack at the same time. They also had to buy time. Otherwise their jade corpse would really it's possible that the mysterious corpse was dismantled.
Oh! Damn it! You brought so many
Jiying pills.
No fight. No fight. I don't want this
Cultivation flower.
anymore. Can you two stop it?
Yu Yofu was already at this time, I couldn't bear it anymore. The surroundings were surrounded by Jiying pills. And a sea of fire appeared above my head. A fire skeleton was flying happily, trapping Yu Yofu in it. So Yu Yofu suddenly spoke up and wanted to make peace. He thinks that Zhu Xiaobao must be what he wants.
Humph. What a beautiful idea. Why do you want to sue for peace if you can't beat them? Old man, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a heavy price today.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. He and Wei Zifeng had begun to gain an absolute advantage. And Yu Yofu is now covered in sweat. And the temperature is scorching everywhere. What he fears most is the fire attribute attack. But now, he is actually trapped in a sea of fire.
Xian Nu! Come and save me!
Yu Yofu had no choice but to use his spiritual thoughts to order the Xian corpse. This Xian corpse immediately gave up on the jade corpse and changed its direction and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. He didn't pay any attention to this jade corpse. But what was shocking happened. Zhu Xiaobao's jade corpse suddenly pounced on him, and then tied himself and the Xian corpse together with an iron chain. The two puppets unexpectedly they were tied together tightly and could not move. Only the Xian corpse was still twisting desperately, as if it wanted to break free from the shackles of the iron chain.
Aw? How could this happen? You bastard! You are forcing me!
Yu Yofu was simply stunned. All his methods were defeated by Zhu Xiaobao one by one. Now he is desperate. He rolled hard to avoid Wei Zifeng's knife, then hurriedly took out a flower from the storage bag, broke off one of the petals, and put it into his mouth.
Hurry up and stop him! He is eating the cultivation flower. And it is also a silver cultivation flower.
Lan Shui, who was watching the battle with sharp eyes, suddenly screamed eagerly and excitedly. She didn't expect that you can also see the silver cultivation flower for the first time.
What? Damn it! Old man, how dare you eat my flower petals? Spit them out!
Chapter 1352 Cultivation Flower C. When he heard Zhu Xiaobao's angry shout, even Yu Yofu was stunned. Why did this silver cultivation flower become yours? This is what I picked up. It turns out that this time Yu Yofu was actually lucky enough to be the first to step on a silver cultivation flower. He was already ready to go down the mountain. But he didn't expect that just when he was about to go down the mountain, he heard Zhu Xiaobao and others cheering when they reached the top. And he suddenly became greedy. It's just that he was very tired and consumed a lot of energy from searching and climbing for the past few days. So he had first and only showed up again after he recovered. Fortunately, just as he guessed, this group of people was also looking for the cultivation flower. He was very disdainful at first, but he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually found a cultivation flower. This made Yu Yofu very surprised. This was the first time in his herb collecting career that he could harvest more than 2 cultivation flowers at one time. Moreover, the other party also has several female cultivators. which are all excellent resources. That's why he rushed over quickly and stopped Zhu Xiaobao before they could pick the cultivation flower. He was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't know how to pick it and would damage this cultivation flower. So now that Yu Youfu was cornered by Zhu Xiaobao, he had no choice but to break off a petal. On the one hand, he could quickly recover his physical, internal and mental strength. And on the other hand, he also hoped to improve some of his own skills. Although it can't prompt him to advance, it would be good if he could improve his cultivation and enhance his combat effectiveness. The current situation is too critical. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would open his mouth and regard this silver cultivation flower as his own. He shouted angrily. At this time, Yu Youfu finally understood that this little fat man was even more greedy than him. And he had actually considered this silver cultivation flower as his own. But just when Yu Youfu figured it out, he saw Zhu Xiaobao rushing over and grabbing a big-eared melon seed. Then he snatched the cultivation flower from his hand. Yu Youfu was so shocked that he never thought of fighting back. He just looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little dull. He is still chewing the petal in his mouth. The petals of the cultivation flower are not only powerful, but also very sweet and tender, which can instantly make people feel comfortable all over the body, refresh their soul, and make their bones and muscles stronger and stronger. It can even make people intoxicated.
What? You dare to hit me? How dare you hit me? You are looking for death.
After a while, Yu Youfu finally came to his senses and shouted in disbelief. His face turned red instantly, and he roared with embarrassment. But now Zhu Xiaobao no longer gives him a chance. I smoked several big-eared melon seeds in a row. The beating made Yu Youfu look like stars. And he started to doubt his life. What's even more terrible is that at this time, Wei Zifeng snatched Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife and cut off one of Yu Youfu's right arms. It was the right arm that had touched Wei Zifeng just now. So he was immediately punished. Retribution.
Ouch! Damn you bitch! How dare you break my arm? I want you all to die!
Yu Youfu suddenly screamed in pain. Then I felt that his momentum was growing wildly. And he was still gaining momentum. Unexpectedly, this petal was so crazy that it could make his cultivation skyrocket. Even the blood from the wound stopped spurting and started to scab.
Come out! Hurry! Beat me to death!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in horror when he saw it. He had no time to appreciate the silver cultivation flower he had just grabbed, and immediately released the white lion in Xiaobao. Demon. There are also countless Vulcan bees. Now in this sea of fire, the temperature has already become very hot. These mythical beasts and divine bees can already fully exert their power. I saw thousands of Vulcan bees wrapping Iofu in the middle, and little bits of flames were burning on his body. And the white lion and the little demon were biting crazily. They could also feel this. The opponent's cultivation level is very strong. So it's a life-threatening bite from the beginning. Lan Shui, Lan Chuan, and Jing Hui also rushed forward, and it completely turned into a group fight. The beatings made Yu Youfu howl and scream, and he couldn't get angry at all. His hands are constantly injured all over his body, especially the burning injuries, which are the most uncomfortable for him. The thing that his ice attribute fears most is being burned. But that's not all. There was something even more terrifying. Yu Youfu felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and finally crushed him, and he could only lie on the ground. It turned out that there was a drop of blessing on his body.
$1 of heavy water.
Double the weight he could bear. Coupled with Zhu Xiaobao's gravity technique, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist.
Hey! Hey! Please spare me. Take everything away. As long as you let me go. Give me back my Zuan dot.
Yu Youfu was lying on the ground half dead, still moaning. Even now that he was talking about it, he was still thinking about his mysterious corpse, which shows how much he values the phrase, mysterious corpse.
No way, old man. I am also very fond of this.
Chuanji,
you have done so many bad things. You should come back. The most annoying thing is that you gave me my silver
cultivation flower.
I ate one petal. I'm so angry.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the
silver cultivation flower
in his hand and said heartbrokenly,
"This is the one on mountain. When the wind and snow come, you just wait to die."
Yu Youfu was still feeling lucky at this time, hoping that the violent wind and snow would suddenly come, so that he could regain his advantage.
Ha ha! You don't have to worry about it now. Tell me, who refined this mysterious corpse for you? Where can I find him? Just tell me honestly, and I can make you immortal.
Zhu Xiaobao asked Chui, who was very anxious. The biggest purpose of his trip was to find the puppet gate hidden in the Thousand Island Sea. Catching Yu Yofu this time was definitely a huge gain.
Humph. Do you think I'm that stupid? Stop dreaming. God, please open your eyes and let the blizzard blow.
Yu Yofu suddenly opened his only remaining arm and cried out in grief and indignation.
Damn! This is really difficult to handle. If the person who leads this job has such a high level of cultivation, I would be really worried. But if he is killed, I won't be able to find out the information I need.
Zhu Xiaobao was scratching his head a little at this time.
Master, I know his secret. At the foot of
One-On Mountain
is the Yu family's castle. That's his lair. His wife is very favored, so she knows everything. And many bad things are instigated by that woman behind his back.
Unexpectedly, Lan Shui whispered into Zhu Xiaobao's ear at this time, and glared at Yu Yofu bitterly.
Damn bitch! I shouldn't have kept you alive in the first place.
Yu Yofu happened to hear it clearly, and he immediately became so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He is not only worried about his wife, but also a lot of family members. Hundreds of them. It took thousands of years to develop from an ordinary casual cultivator to a giant. Yu Yofu was immediately enraged and spewed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that the female cultivator he captured back then would become a fatal threat to him many years later.
Ha ha! This is easy to handle. Old man, why are you still refusing to tell the truth?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a satisfied smile.
Humph. The worst case scenario is death. Unless you promise me, you will let me go after what I say. I also promise not to retaliate.
Yu Yofu was still holding on, because he also knew that if he was honest, once the explanation is given, there will be no trump card to negotiate terms.
Ha ha! It seems that you are still taking chances. I have already said that you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now. You will regret not explaining things happily later. Golden years.
Zhu Xiaobao said coldly. He smiled, and then used this secret technique that he had not used for a long time. Yu Yofu felt that his lifespan was passing rapidly, and the speed was accelerating. Following this, his body began to undergo horrific changes. Wrinkles began to appear all over his body, and his body also began to shrink. He is getting stiffer and stiffer. His gray hair is getting thinner and thinner, and all of it has turned white. His old eyes are dim, and he is dying. The most terrifying thing is that he can feel that his lifespan is passing away bit by bit. At this rate, he will die in less than a quarter of an hour.
Stop! Stop! I am willing to confess honestly.
Finally, Yu Yofu could no longer bear this horrific change, and he began to howl in panic. But with his hand, he realized that his voice had changed. He is very old, and even breathing has become laborious. At the foot of One-On Mountain, on this side of the East Territory, the climate here is much warmer and humid, much better than the environment where the Lan Shui siblings live. Moreover, there are several villages and towns surrounding the
Yu family castle.
Here, with a total of more, there are millions of people, all making a living within the Yu family's sphere of influence. The resplendent Yu family was having a banquet at this time, because one of Yu Yofu's grandsons married another concubine today. Even though it was taken by force, the surrounding villages and towns had to send gifts and send people to attend banquets. Although everyone is very reluctant. In this area, the Yu family is the emperor of the country. The reason why Yu Yofu's grandson is in such a hurry to get married is to get it done before Yu Yofu comes back. Otherwise, this old man is very perverted. Once he takes a fancy to him, the bride will first have to marry him. Waiting in the room for 3 days, a group of people carrying a sedan chair and playing music were walking towards the
Yu family courtyard.
Suddenly, they discovered that the wedding team was followed by a donkey cart, on which sat an old man in ragged clothes. The only thing left was a donkey cart. A trembling hand was pointing at the
Yu family courtyard.
In front of him. Chapter 1353 Udas Hamran A. Coming down from One-On Mountain, Yu Yofu suffered a lot. He was tied by an iron chain and dragged away by Lan Shui like a dead dog. Anyway, his current combat effectiveness was almost zero, and the consciousness left by Yu Yofu has also been eliminated from that Xuanji. Through the technique of
stealing divine consciousness,
it is now in Zhu Xiaobao's hands, although he only has a few years left in Yangshou. After Zhu Xiaobao gave him the
Gu Sheng Dan,
the old man's muscles and bones became much stronger. Although his movements were slow, he was able to withstand the wind and cold along the way. After all, His cultivation is still there. However, in order to survive, Yu Yofu showed a strong desire to survive and managed to keep up with everyone and return to the
Yu family castle.
When he arrived at a small town outside the
Yu family castle.
Zhu Xiaobao hired him. A donkey cart arrived, and the handlebars took Yu Yofu back to the
Yu family courtyard.
Before entering the Yu family compound, I also gave the old man a
continuing power pill.
Otherwise the old man might not even have the strength to walk. This journey is really hard. But Zhu Xiaobao and others did not follow him in, but disappeared into the crowd, because he wanted to visit the surrounding area to see what the reputation of the Yu family was in this area. Because he didn't want to go on a killing spree and wipe out the Yu family. It's easy to say, but if the Yu family is destroyed, who will maintain order in this area? Many things are not as simple as killing a few people. At that time, it will still be the people at the bottom who will suffer. Not to mention, as soon as he took this
continuing power pill,
Yu Yofu immediately became more energetic. Trembling slightly, he went straight to the groom's official, who was greeting the sedan chair at the gate. That is, his grandson Yu Bapetin. The grandchildren of the Yu family are all named after the number of petals of the cultivation flower, because they all want to get one petal of the cultivation flower. These young men don't have Yu Yofu's ability, and they are not willing to take risks. They just hope that one day they can get a petal. Or if they are lucky, they can please Yu Yofu. If they get a cultivation flower, then suddenly, his cultivation level skyrocketed, and his status also skyrocketed.
Papai? Papan's grandson? Is that you? I'm home now. Hurry up and find 2 girls to help me in.
Yu Yofu trembled slightly and ran to Yu Papai, crying with excitement.
Who are you? You bad old man. Are you the one who called Yu Bapetin? If I hadn't gotten married today and was in a good mood, I would have arrested you. Get out.
When Yu Bapetin saw such a dirty person, old man, Yi Yin actually dared to call her by her first name. Why did she need 2 girls to serve her? He immediately frowned and scolded her. At the same time, he also glared at the servants around him. Who let them in? No rules at all?
Bang!
Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the old man in his dying years stood up in front of Yu Badon and tremblingly raised his hand and gave him a slap. It seems to be trembling, but I can't escape. I got a solid slap in the mouth, and it was very loud.
Oh? Are you looking for death? How dare you hit me? Come on. Get it.
Yu Babbitt immediately spit out 2 teeth from his mouth, and then shouted angrily.
Little beast. I am Yu Yofu, the head of the Yu family. Yu Das Hanren. Kneel down.
Yu Yofu suddenly shouted angrily. Even though he looks like this, he still has a bit of coercion. Suddenly, several old family members noticed that something was wrong. Although the old man was dirty and torn, his clothes and shoes were of the highest quality, and from his old face, he could still vaguely tell a hint of Yu. Blessed look.
Oh? Housemaster? Master? Is it really you?
One of the old housekeepers asked in surprise.
Oh. Yu Lu. It's really me. It's really me. Master. Oh.
As soon as Yu Yofu saw this old man, he couldn't help crying. Suddenly, the Yu family courtyard was in chaos from inside to outside.
The beef soup here is so delicious.
Wei Zifeng and others were sitting with Zhu Xiaobao in the most luxurious restaurant, tasting the specialty beef bone soup here. Unexpectedly, it is really a delicious dish. It doesn't require too complicated processing. Just simmer it for 2 hours, and you can make a pot of good soup and good meat.
Master, why don't you kill the Yu family? No one in the Yu family is good.
Lan Shui asked a little indignantly. She hated the Yu family deeply. But even though Yu Yofu had become like this, she was still unwilling to accept it. Compared with the suffering she had suffered, she still felt that Yu Yofu was too cheap.
Ha! From what I know, regardless of whether he is pretending or not, this guy is pretty good to ordinary people. And once the Yu family is destroyed, other families will definitely take advantage of the situation and want to rise up. It is inevitable that they will compete for the throne. If he fights for power, the most unlucky people will be the common people. Just let him manage the Yu family and this area well in a limited few decades, which can be regarded as accumulating some evil for himself.
Zhu Xiaoxiao said. Bao smiled and shook his head. It turns out that after some insinuation, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the Yu family still has some prestige in this area, and at least most of the people living there are living a pretty good life. All other big families don't dare to act recklessly.
Hey! I'm afraid it's not that simple. Right. Otherwise, what would you do if you sent the little demon to sneak into the Yu family compound?
And those, fire golden bees. Although Wei Zifeng has a straightforward personality, he can also tell that Zhu Xiaobao there is an ulterior motive.
Ha ha! Of course. I estimate that within a few days, the Yu family will be in chaos. When they are almost in chaos, we will do the aftermath work, and then we can leave with peace of mind.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed. Said. Back at the inn, Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the room alone. He was studying the two puppets excitedly. Unexpectedly, there was a Xian corpse now. This Xian corpse didn't look so shriveled. The muscles on its body were still a little soft and tough. And it had a pair of eyes. Aside from being a little sluggish, he doesn't look as scary as the other puppets. The most amazing thing is that she can also condense the Gongqi armor on her body. So she doesn't look like a mummy. Unlike that jade corpse. Zhu Xiaobao also needs to equip him with a set of soft armor. Otherwise he will look unsightly.
Ha ha! This Yu Yofu is really willing to spend money.
A silver cultivation flower
Is exchanged for such a
Xian corpse.
TSK. TSK. If I couldn't bear to part with it.
Zhu Xiaobao became more and more happy as he watched. In this way, my combat effectiveness will be doubled. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao patted the jade corpse again.
You have to evolve well. It's a pity that both of you have no self-awareness and feelings. Otherwise you wouldn't be lonely as a pair. Oh, what a sin! This is an evil spell after all. We still have to find the Dragon Fairy Island as soon as possible.
It turned out that from Yu Yofu's mouth, all the clues pointed to the mysterious
Dragon Immortal Island
and the Dragon Immortal. But Yu Yofu didn't know the specific location of
Dragon Immortal Island.
Although Yu Yofu went there twice, he entered a fantasy world and could not remember the location of
Dragon Fairy Island.
Afterwards, even the people on
Dragon Fairy Island
wear masks and are very mysterious. Sure enough, a few days later, the little demon hurried back.
Oh no! Just as the master expected, a fight broke out in the Yu family compound, with heavy casualties. Now Yu Yofu has been controlled. His wife is now in control of the situation, and is forcing Yu Yofu to hand over the Xianji.
Even though he has advanced to the 6th level of the Divine Beast, the little demon still needs to communicate with the little treasures through his spiritual consciousness, and cannot really speak. But its strength is equivalent to that of Fake Wonderland. It is hidden underground. Except for Yu Yofu, who can feel it slightly. No one else can notice it at all.
Hee. Okay. It's our turn. I don't know what kind of surprise this lady will bring us.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. These were all things he expected. Now go and deal with it. It saves a lot of effort in the endgame. In the secret room where Yu Yofu practices, he is being tightly tied up by his wife. And the 6 or 7 people standing around are from her faction. And they are all very close to her by blood. Some were injured. He was looking at Yu Yofu with some awe. Even though Yu Yofu has no power to resist now, his power to intimidate them is still very powerful. The cultivation level of
First Immortal Realm.
The first person in this area to cultivate.
Master, just tell me the truth of the matter. Did you meet some powerful character? Where is the
Chuanji?
Since you are so weak now, don't you have to rely on me to take charge of this family from now on? Put your hand over the storage bag and those
cultivation flowers.
I promise I won't embarrass you.
His wife looks like a MILF. But her beauty still counts. Otherwise she wouldn't let Yu Yofu have favored her for so many years. And even raised her cultivation level to a fake fairyland.
Ha ha! Mr. Bao is right. When a disaster comes, we should all fly away. I'm not dead yet. And you can't wait to seize the class and seize power. Don't forget, with your qualifications, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to do it now. It's not certain whether the Transcendent Realm can be reached or not.
Yu Yofu said with a sad smile.
So, if you die, wouldn't I have nothing to rely on to continue to advance? So the cultivation flower picked this time must be handed over to me.
Mrs. Yu said very depressedly. She also unexpectedly. Yu Yofu would suffer a heavy blow this time. And he would not even have a few years left in his life.
Humph. What if I don't hand it over?
Yu Yofu asked angrily.
Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Your concubines will die in front of you one by one. As well as your only son who you like the most. You won't even leave him alone. Right. Ha ha. It seems that both of them have about the same lifespan left before they can spend the rest of their lives together.
Suddenly, A very regretful voice came from outside the door. Chapter 1354 U-B.
Who? How dare you break into my secret room?
Mrs. Yu asked in shock and anger as soon as she heard the strange voice outside the door. With her fake fairyland cultivation, she didn't notice it at all, which made her very vigilant. At this time, several people walked in calmly from outside the door. What surprised Mrs. Yu was that Yu Yofu's only son Eugene Pian also followed behind. This was very clear, indicating that someone else had taken control of the door, because Yu Yofu's only son was subdued by her just now. And now he comes back unscathed, which means that the outside world is already controlled by the little fat man in front of him. But after seeing clearly the cultivation of Zhu Xiaobao and others, Mrs. Yu felt relieved again. It's just a cultivation level in the true martial realm, so this is not a problem for her. But there are several direct descendants of the
true martial realm
outside the door. How did they get in?
Ha ha! This is Mrs. Yu. It's really a good trick. I can't hold it anymore after these few days. And the arrangements are clear. And the Yu family compound is under control.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao entered the door, he said with a smile. He didn't notice anything, and sat directly in front of Mrs. Yu. Wei Zifeng behind him killed one of Madame Yu's personal bodyguards, who was about to attack with one strike.
How brave! You dared to kill people in front of me. You are looking for death.
Madame Yu was furious and jumped up, wanting to fight Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng.
Bang!
With a fierce punch, the normally pampered Madame Yu immediately took 2 steps back and looked at the jade corpse in front of her in horror.
Okay. There is such support. But this jade corpse is not enough. Come out!
Mrs. Yu took a breath and said with a sinister smile. As soon as she finished speaking, another jade corpse was also sacrificed. It turned out that she also had a puppet as a helping hand. But at this time, Wei Zifeng, Lan Shui, and Lan Chuan paid no attention to Madame Yu, but went on a killing spree against Madame Yu's cronies in the secret room. In an instant, these people were all killed on the spot, before the jade corpse could rush to Zhu Xiaobao. A very familiar, mysterious corpse appeared in front of him. After just one encounter, this jade corpse was beaten to the ground by Zhu Xiaobao's 2 puppets, and was also tied up with an iron chain.
Xian Nu! How could this happen? What have you done? Why did you even give Xian Nu to this person? How could he control Xian Nu?
This time Mrs. Yu he was completely shocked and couldn't help but turn around and ask Yu Yofu.
He is the one who hit me hard. Bitch, if you never leave me, you can still control the Yu family. Now it seems that you can only be like me. Mr. Bao, do it.
Yu Yofu he hummed with pity and more disappointment. He actually doesn't hate Zhu Xiaobao so much now. And there is still awe in his tone.
What do you want to do? I will fight with you.
Madame Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. Although the opponent's cultivation level was not high, the 2 puppets in front of her could completely suppress her.
Got it. Stop talking nonsense. Let you be like Lao Yu. Golden years.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his hand and slapped her, and then saw that Mrs. Yu was being held down by 2 puppets and could not move. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yofu once again witnessed the process of using the secret technique of golden years. He experienced another frightening process. But this time it happened to Mrs. Yu. But Yu Yofu still trembled in his heart when he saw it.
No. Please kill me. I don't want to become so old and ugly.
Mrs. Yu saw earth-shaking changes taking place in her body. What's even more terrifying is that opposite her is a bronze mirror. She can clearly see that her appearance is aging rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she has changed from a plump and beautiful woman to a wrinkled woman. A hunched old woman.
Master Ibeo, please stop and let her live a few more years. I really can't bear to see her getting so old.
At this time, even Yu Yofu, who was still hating her just now, couldn't help but beg from the side.
Stop now? She has more than 200 years of life longer than you.
Zhu Xiaobao asked fairly.
Forget it. I admit it. Sir, please stop immediately.
Yu Yofu said with a very complicated mood.
Okay then, Mr. Yu Dashin. Your conscience really found out.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped the secret technique, then raised his hand and took back the iron chain. Then he saw the jade corpse standing up again, standing blankly behind Mrs. Yu. Now Mrs. Yu's eyes are dull, and she is in pain. So this jade corpse will not take the initiative to attack. At this time, Yu Yofu's son also quickly stepped forward to help Yu Yofu down and let him sit down. Yu Yofu, on the other hand, quickly hugged his former beloved wife and kept comforting her. Only then did Mrs. Yu come back to her senses and began to hold Yu Yofu in her arms and cry loudly. She was so sad.
Yeah. Yu Jinpian, you will be responsible for taking care of the Yu family's castle from now on. Treat the people well. With these two old couples here, your Yu family will still be the absolute overlord.
Zhu Xiaobao said to Yu Yofu, said the son.
Thank you, Mr. Bao. But, can you let my father live another 200 years?
Yu Jinpian was dull by nature, but he was really an honest man and a filial son. So he quickly bowed down and thanked him.
Yeah. Okay. Zifeng.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment, and then asked Wei Zifeng to take a petal and stuff it into Yu Yofu's mouth. Suddenly, Yu Yofu's skill picked up again, and he looked much more energetic than before. Yu Yofu was immediately overjoyed.
Master Bao, I still have something to say.
Yu Yofu approached Zhu Xiaobao to please him and whispered in his ear for a while, then looked at Zhu Xiaobao with hope and nodded repeatedly.
Oh, are you serious about this? Well, then I will also make a promise to you. As long as I can find the
golden cultivation flower.
By then, I will give you another
silver cultivation flower.
To ensure that you and your wife can prolong life.
Zhu Xiaobao's eyes lit up. He nodded and solemnly promised.
Thank you, Master Bao.
After leaving the Yu family compound, Wei Zifeng couldn't help but curiously asked.
What on earth did he tell you? Just tell us. Ha ha. A huge secret. After so many years of professional picking of
cultivation flowers,
he has concluded a rule that
golden cultivation flowers
will appear once every 1,000 years, and the next one will appear in less than 10 years. It's been 100 years,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. But the specific time he said was vague. But this has shocked everyone. They didn't expect that there really is a
golden cultivation flower.
In the last few days, there were major personnel changes in the Yu family. The old patriarch announced his retirement. A new patriarch took office, and the branches of the Yu family in various places also changed their heads. However, all villages and towns under the jurisdiction of the Yu family and all operating shops, hotels, inns, and other places have reduced taxes. He immediately gained support and praise from all the people. After almost 400 miles away from Wanan Mountain, we finally arrived at the seaside. Yu Jinpian had already set people to prepare a warship. This was also the best warship he could buy. Now Zhu Xiaobao also faces two choices. Going east is the Eastern Territory, which is the Pengli Immortal Territory, a wider immortal territory with an area almost twice that of the Southwest Territory. Going south is back to the northeastern area of the Thousand Island Sea. This area has never been set foot in. Zhu Xiaobao calculated it carefully. What he wanted to know most now was about the situation of
Dragon Immortal Island
and Shungan Island. Compared with these two islands, Pengli Immortal Territory was not very urgent. When he turned off the phone, there are too few people around him. If he goes to the Pengli Immortal Realm, where there are more casual cultivators and more powerful fighting power, Zhu Xiaobao will feel a little unsure. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to go to the Thousand Island Sea first. It would be best if you can find the
Fairy Dragon Island.
If you can't find it, you can also go back to the Zuanbao Island. They haven't gone back for such a long time. And Zhu Xiaobao also misses Lu very much. Sienna and others. Although this warship is not slow, and the person pulling it is still a giant sea crocodile. But Zhu Xiaobao has too few manpower. So it is quite difficult at sea, especially at night. We have to take turns on duty to prevent being attacked by pirate ships. After 3 days on the sea, nothing happened. Are there no pirates in this area? This made Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised. On the 4th day, Zhu Xiaobao and the others encountered a caravan heading to the trading island, accompanied by 6 escorting warships. The other party actually came from Pengli Immortal Domain. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao in such a lonely boat, the chief steward of this caravan was also surprised. He didn't understand what was going on with Zhu Xiaobao. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to lie and claim that he was also guarding the caravan. They came out of the Wanan Mountain, but got separated along the way. Now they were going to the trading island to meet up. Although the other party's chief steward was doubtful, seeing that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was only at the
true martial realm,
and that there was only such a warship, he didn't take it seriously, and even enthusiastically allowed them to accompany him. In order to express his gratitude, Zhu Xiaobao even boarded the other party's boat and gave him some gifts, and wine to express his gratitude. Of course, he didn't dare to take out his high-end goods. Just some ordinary drinks and gifts. But after boarding this huge merchant ship, Zhu Xiaobao found that there were many family members on the ship. And it seemed that many people were migrating from home to home. Zhu Xiaobao politely exchanged greetings with the chief steward on the ship. Just when he was about to ask, a guard came running from the stern of the ship and reported in a slightly panic.
There are several boats vaguely at the stern of the ship.
Track.
Oops.
The butler suddenly turned pale and looked nervous. Chapter 1355. Unjust Injustice A. At this time, something unexpected happened. The chief butler, who had always been kind and cheerful, suddenly turned pale. With a wave of his hand, several more guards appeared behind him. And they were all cultivators of the true martial realm.
Huh? Butler, what do you mean?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in a daze. Looking at my warship again, I saw that it had been sandwiched left and right by two other escort ships. The guards on both sides had hooked their own warship with hooks. And then dozens of people started to climb up. They boarded Zhu Xiaobao's warship. Wei Zifeng and others immediately drew out their weapons and prepared to take action.
Humph. What do you mean? You are obviously a group of pirates. Otherwise, how could you have appeared here by such a coincidence? As soon as you appeared, you were immediately followed by the pirate ship? It was obviously you who sent the signal. It's just that you couldn't escape in time. That's all. We have to pretend that we got separated from the caravan. How can there be only so many people on a warship? It's clearly a pirate reconnaissance ship.
The chief steward shouted sternly.
Oh? I told you that we came from the Yu family castle at the foot of Wanan Mountain. We are not pirates at all. You are being very arbitrary. Besides, have you ever seen such a large reconnaissance ship? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily and annoyed. Not to mention that his analysis really made sense. A single warship like theirs with only a few people is indeed very suspicious. At this time, Wei Zifeng also stepped forward. With her temper, she was about to take action. Even though there are only 4 people, the cultivation of the 4 of them is not weak. Except for Wei Zifeng. The others are also in the
fusion realm.
Even if they face famous guards, they are not afraid. At this time, several guards in charge of the search also ran out and shook their heads at the tumbling guards. Because there was nothing in Zhu Xiaobao's warship that could compete with pirates. On the contrary, there were really some of the specialties of
Wanan Mountain.
Are also the delicacies in the cabin. It's definitely not as dirty as a pirate ship.
Humph. Then we have to wait until we finish this battle before we can let you go.
The chief steward also got the results of the search. And he was still doubtful now. Although Zhu Xiaobao's warship is very good, it really doesn't look like a pirate. Because it is rare for a pirate ship to carry so many beauties. So I had to speak in a slower tone.
Hey. You are not being kind. Although there are no valuable goods on my ship. Do you think those pirates will let women like me go? Are you sure that you can win?
Zhu Xiaobao loudly shouted. Until now, he still doesn't know how many pirates there are, and how many pirate ships there are. Once he is trapped here and gets involved with this caravan,
it will be very detrimental to him.
Humph. Do you think you can escape from the pirates with just one ship? What a joke. You have a chance of survival if you follow us. There are thousands of women on our merchant ships.
Unexpectedly, the butler also snorted with good reason.
Okay. If I don't want to leave, then I can go back to my warship. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao was speechless immediately. He had 4 merchant ships and 6 escort ships. On the merchant ship, in addition to all kinds of cargo, there were thousands of family members. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao can also conclude that the chief steward did not tell him the truth. In addition to trading island, these people may have other purposes.
No. You just stay on my boat. I don't need you to do anything. But you must stay with us.
The chief steward looked at Zhu Xiaobao and flatly rejected his request. It seemed that he was still not completely satisfied. Trust him and separate him from Wei Zifeng and others. Just because they are afraid that Wei Zifeng and others will suddenly take action.
Okay. Then I'll watch you defeat the pirates.
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. It's not bad. He can't go back to his ship. There are no other restrictions on him. But there are always 2 guards behind him to monitor him. Running to the stern of the ship, Zhu Xiaobao took out his telescope and took a closer look. He suddenly took a breath of air. The other party was actually 9 pirate ships, surrounding them in a fan shape. They were definitely much faster than merchant ships like them. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao the most was that the pirate ship headed by it was flying a flag with the logo of the Pirate Alliance embroidered on it. This shows that they all joined the Pirate Alliance, pirates. But the habits of the pirates have not changed. They are all baring their teeth and shouting loudly, as if this caravan is already in their possession.
Guard warships. Line up to fight. Let the merchant ships go first.
The chief steward also saw the situation clearly at this time. So he had to send out the escort warships to resist for a while. But he was already a little panicked in his heart. He didn't expect that the other party was not a sporadic small pirate, but a member of the Pirate Alliance, who was encircling and suppressing them in an organized and planned way. But it was too late by this time. And I saw two pirate ships coming from the opposite direction. Blocked the way. These two pirate ships are particularly spacious. There are actually 300 to 400 people on each pirate ship. The leader of the pirates is actually sitting on a big chair with wine and food on the table in front of him. He looks very confident. Behind him stood a golden eagle proudly.
Ha ha ha! Butler Chen, where are you going? Please invite the head of the Chen family to come out. Since the whole family is moving, I think Monroe Island is the most suitable place.
The leader of the pirates laughed loudly. Now there is not even a warship in front of them, because the 6 warships are now confronting the pirate ships surrounding them. As soon as the chief steward heard this, he knew that Zhu Xiaobao had been wronged. These pirates had already found out their details clearly, which meant that they had received the exact information a long time ago. From the moment they set sail, they were already in people's calculations.
We are going to the
trading island,
and have no intention of going to the
Monroe Island.
Please forgive me,
the chief manager said with an ugly expression and cupped his hands. Although there was a trace of smile lines, this expression was worse than crying. Ugly.
Ha ha. If you don't go to Monroe Island, maybe you want to go to Zuanbao Island. That's because we did something right. You are not qualified to talk to our master Jiao Lu. Let Qin Chuan come out and reply.
A middle-aged scribe, who looked like a man next to the pirate leader, shouted in a high voice. He is considered to be the advisor of
Master Jiao Lu,
and he has become very prosperous in recent years. Very arrogant. But this sentence made Zhu Xiaobao secretly surprised. Did the Qin family really go to Zuanbao Island? That means I have to help you no matter what. I just didn't expect that my Zuanbao Island would be so influential now. Have even the families from the eastern region started migrating there? In other words, something happened in the eastern territory, which made these big families start to take action. The chief steward was so choked that his face turned red. So he had no choice but to turn around and go to the cabin to invite the head of the Qin family out. Zhu Xiaobao still hid in the stern of the boat and watched secretly, and saw that although the head of the family was fat and white, his cultivation level was not low. He was already at the peak of the
true martial realm.
And in the face of such a predicament, he behaved very calmly. And I should say he still looked like a family leader.
Master Chen, stay well. I have been thinking about you for so many years. Ha ha. By the way, there is also that old weirdo from your Chen family. How is it? After all these years, is he still alive? I have been waiting for this day for a long time.
Mr. Jiao Lu raised his left hand gloomily. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao see clearly that his left hand had been replaced by a genuine eagle claw, and it actually grows together with the arm.
Humph. Jiao, you were lucky enough to escape back then. I didn't expect that you didn't repent and continue to do evil everywhere. Today, I don't have to worry about the ancestor of the Chen family. I can still make you die without a burial place. You want to kidnap us? Go to Monroe Island and stop dreaming.
Qin Chuan's face changed slightly, and then he yelled loudly. But his heart sank. Unexpectedly, this Jiao has already reached the level of fake fairyland. I'm afraid I came here just to avenge the sword strike from back then. But the ancestor of the Qin family failed to break through and passed away 50 years ago. Now the other party obviously knows the news. Otherwise, he would never dare to be so arrogant.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Even when you are about to die, you are still so stubborn. Jiao Lai, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You are also at the peak of the
true martial realm.
As long as you can go one step further, you can be in the
Pirate League.
We have gained a firm foothold. Go!
Jiao was not in a hurry to take action, but sent his brother Jiao Lai out, wanting to give him more opportunities to experience. At this time, the 6 warships of the Qin family were already fighting with the pirate ship. On the contrary, Zhu Xiubao's warship seemed to be doing nothing because it was following the 4 merchant ships. Even Wei Zifeng and others are confused. Should they help? But when they thought about the injustice done to them by the Chen family, Wei Zifeng and the others just hid in the cabin and waited to see what would happen, mainly still waiting for Zhu Xiubao's order. Although their ancestor has passed away, the Chen family is still quite powerful, without Qin Chuanyi taking action himself. 2 old men who were also in the true martial realm took action first. It has to be said that this Jiao Lai was quite bold. He flew directly to the Qin family's merchant ship. With 1 against 2, he was able to attack and defend without falling behind. On the other hand, the 2 old men of the Qin family were so poor in actual combat abilities that they could barely manage to tie with Jiao Lai.
Don't win with more. Take my sword.
Unexpectedly, at this time, the man who looked like a middle-aged scribe also jumped over waving a sword. He also wanted to show off his strength. Snapped. As quickly as it comes, as quickly as it goes. This middle-aged scribe was immediately slapped and sent flying back. He covered his face and looked at the other person in shock and anger. It turned out that it was Zhu Xiaobao who took action. Chapter 1356, Unjust Injustice, B. With just this slap, everyone was stunned. This was too simple. And the one who did it was a smiling fat man.
Do you have any self-awareness? These are people from the true martial realm. And you dare to come here and show off? And you still stand in front of me? Really? Ha ha. You continue. Leave me alone. Continue.
Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands. He said with a smile. He actually sat there, watching others fight. Jiao squinted his eyes and looked at these little treasures. He felt that they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. But when he saw that the other party was in the true martial realm, he didn't pay much attention. Moreover, this little fat man behaved very strangely, as if he was not from the Qin family. The head of the Qin family was also shocked when he saw Zhu Xiuba's smiling appearance, and immediately remembered the statue on Zuanbao Island. Since you are moving to Zuanbao Island, you must have a serious understanding of this new knife. I didn't notice it at first because the statue on Zuanbao Island was the image of a laughing harvest boy. But now Zhu Xiaobao is smiling exactly like that smile. But at this time, Jiao Lai became more and more courageous as he fought, and he actually had the upper hand, forcing the 2 old men to retreat step by step. In a state of embarrassment, he is worthy of being a pirate at the peak of the true martial realm, and his actual combat ability is really very powerful. Even Jiao couldn't help but nod his head after seeing it. He was very satisfied with his younger brother. But at this moment, Jiao Lai suddenly felt a severe sting on his neck. Burning pain. But when he patted it, there was nothing. But just for a moment, the 2 old men regained their disadvantage and started the siege again. Then Jiao Lai had just gained the upper hand again, and was stung hard again in the same area. This time, the pain was unbearable, because he was stung again at the original wound. Pa! Jiao Lai slapped himself hard, then opened his palms. But there was still nothing. After careful sensing, he still couldn't detect anything abnormal. He's going a little crazy.
Who is he? He's sneaky. Come out!
Jiao also noticed something was wrong. He stood up and sensed it carefully. But he couldn't sense it either. But he had a very vague feeling that it must be a flying insect that is very good at hiding. So he shouted loudly. Soon after, Jiao intuitively felt that an invisible flying insect was rushing towards him. But the golden eagle behind him opened its mouth and swallowed the Vulcan bee in the mouth. But before Jiao could be happy, the golden eagle quickly spat out the fire gold bee in its mouth, followed by a cluster of flames. In the blink of an eye, this fire gold bee, the bee disappeared again.
Oh, I didn't expect that there are such masters in the Qin family. Are they fellow Taoists from the bee's control sect? Come out and have a look. Right,
Jiao said with a solemn face. But no one responded to him, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Don't understand what he's talking about. Only the little fat man was still looking at him with a smile.
Then don't blame me for being rude. Come on! Today I have the final say. Whoever grabs the woman will be hers. You only need to hand over half of the stolen property.
Jiao waved his hand in anger. He wanted to use this method to force out the hidden masters of the Qin family. Immediately, the pirates from the 2 pirate ships rushed to throw hook locks and caught up with the Qin family's merchant ship. These pirates also rushed to climb towards the merchant ship. Those with high cultivation levels could even jump up and fly towards them. Buzzing, as this terrifying sound sounded, The darkness shrouded these pirates under the black cloud formed by tens of thousands of
black god bees.
In an instant, the light in the entire sky dimmed. Then I heard someone starting to howl. And then, there were the sounds of falling into the water one after another.
Don't mess around. Go get torches. These black swordsmen are all afraid of fire. Please help me.
The middle-aged scribe originally wanted to give everyone an idea. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately attacked by thousands of
black god bees
and hundreds of
Vulcan god bees.
He was immediately stung all over his body, and his whole body was covered in clusters of wounds when it was fatal. The flames are extremely hot and difficult to extinguish. This time, the arrogant Jiaogo Jiao's sixth master was also dumbfounded. He had never seen such a weird attack method before. His men were like dumplings, and almost half of them fell into the sea. Fortunately, there was a golden eagle beside Mr. Jiao Lu. This golden eagle spread its wings and flapped a few times, and slapped away the swarm of bees that were attacking Jiaogo. So Jiaogo didn't receive any attack. Seeing that there is no oil or water here, these spirit bees have begun to fly towards the rescue pirate ship behind the upload. This made Jiaogo even more furious. This was going to completely destroy his encirclement and suppression plan. But who exactly is the owner of these spirit bees has not shown up yet.
Charge me again!
Jiaogo waved his hand. Now that the swarm of spirit bees have flown to the 9 pirate ships behind the Chen family, there should be no threat here. The hook lock thrown in front is still there. So he issued another harsh order. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of desperate pirates began to climb crazily. Now they also realized the seriousness of the situation. They didn't need any rewards at all, and they all spontaneously started working hard. Jiji, with a laugh from H.L. A skull appeared out of the sky and flew along the Chen family's merchant ship. Wherever it went, there was a sea of fire again. The pirates who were half crawled, once they all fell into the sea. This time even more completely than before, and they were unable to resist.
Kill! Kill these bandits who do all kinds of evil!
At this time, hundreds of guards emerged from the upload, armed with crossbows, and began a series of shooting. And the family members also stuck their heads out one after another, waving flags and shouting for their own guards. Sharing the same hatred, immediately the momentum started to change. The 9 pirate ships that had already had the advantage were in great chaos at this time. Even the queue of rescue pirate ships began to be chaotic. Several pirate ships had already started to catch fire. They were caused by the Vulcan bee. Lit. Similarly, the guards on the Chen family's warship, who had no fighting spirit at first, suddenly became more motivated to fight and turned from defense to offense.
How annoying! I want to see who you are!
Jiaogo shouted angrily at this time. He jumped onto the Chen family's merchant ship and knocked away an old man with one palm. The remaining old man quickly retreated in panic, facing the Jiaogo from the fake fairyland. How could he dare to take it head on?
Bang!
As Jiaogo struck out with another palm, Shinchuani, the head of the Chen family, vomited a mouthful of blood, took several steps back, and stopped right in front of Zhu Xiaobao. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then raised his hand.
Lord Supreme Treasure, are you still unwilling to take action now? What about me? No way. I'm just a pirate spy. How could it be some kind of supreme treasure?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked stupidly. At this time, Wei Zifeng and others also rushed to Zhu Xiaobao's side, fully alert, and the aura suddenly rose. At this time, without saying a word, the big housekeeper ran to Zhu Xiaobao and bowed down.
Master Zizunbo, you don't remember the faults of villains. It's because we have blind eyes and don't recognize Taishan. And we have wronged you. You deserve to die.
I also ask you to save thousands of our old, weak, women and children. The Supreme Treasure? Are you the Supreme Treasure? Didn't you go to the Northwest Territory?
Master Jiaogujio Lu suddenly felt dizzy and felt that his brain was not enough. What Jiaogo couldn't believe the most was that the legendary
Supreme Treasure
only had the cultivation level of
true martial realm.
How is this possible? There are no less than 4 or 5 people in
Fake Fairyland on Zuanbao Island.
There are also several powerful powers from the
First Immortal Realm,
and this legendary godman is actually in the
true martial realm.
An illusion? It must be an illusion. Jiaogo rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Yes, this is the real
true martial realm.
Cultivation level.
Ha ha. Yes, I was originally from the Northwest Territory. But when I heard that you were going to rob my people from Zuanbao Island, I hurried here.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped talking at this time. After pretending, he stood up with a smile, showing a harmless look.
Humph. If you only have this level of cultivation, then you will die.
Although Jiao Go was very doubtful in his heart, he was confident that he would never be wrong. The other party was just a genuine,
true martial realm. Not necessarily. What I'm best at is killing people at a higher level.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and as soon as he finished speaking, he and Wei Zifeng took action at the same time,
using the Mandarin duck sword
to attack Jiao Go. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Xiaobao is more willing to rely on his own hard power to fight, so he took the lead in launching the offensive. I was a little apprehensive at first, but after more than a dozen rounds, Jiao Go had already started to take advantage, and his golden eagle also swooped over and joined the battle group. As a result, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were completely unable to resist.
Just when the head of the Chen family was a little worried, Zhu Xiaobao shouted impatiently,
Come out! Come out and kill that broken bird for me!"
As soon as he finished speaking, a white lion and a giant snake began to join forces to launch a fierce attack on the golden eagle, and the three mythical beasts immediately fought together. Jiao Go was stunned for a moment, and then roared angrily,
"The art of darkness!"
Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were immediately plunged into endless darkness. However, before Jiao Go could become happy, his darkness art was broken by Zhu Xiaobao. When the light returned, Jiao Go discovered that there were two puppets, Jade Corpse and Jade Corpse, standing next to him. Xuanji. Chapter 1357, Unjust Injustice C. At this time, Jiao Go was stunned. He didn't expect that the dark art had been cracked, and there were two puppets standing next to him. His first reaction was that there were still experts hiding in the dark. A puppet of this level cannot be controlled by Zhu Xiaobao's level of cultivation. If you think about it, you will understand how strong your spiritual consciousness is to do it.
Which Taoist friend is this? Don't you know the relationship between our pirate alliance and Qiyang sect?
Jiao Go shouted loudly. At the same time, he wanted to take this opportunity to leave these two puppets quickly. But there was no sound to answer him, and the two puppets started to attack him at the same time.
Boom!
With a muffled sound, the eagle claw of Jiao Go and the palm of the Jade Corpse faced each other hard, and they were evenly matched. Such a hard eagle claw was only left on the arm of the Jade Corpse. There was a shallow scar, but Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised. He didn't expect Jiao Go's eagle claw hand to be so hard and sharp.
Bang bang!
The next two palms were not able to be withstood by Jiao Go, because they were strikes by Xianji. Not only were they faster, but they also contained deeper internal energy than Jade Corpse. Immediately afterwards, Xianji followed up with a kick, which knocked the dragon upside down and spurted out a mouthful of blood in midair.
The golden eagle returns!
Jiao Go roared angrily, but there was no response at all to his order. Only then did Jiao Go see that his golden eagle was entangled by the white lion and the little demon. Its pair of huge wings could not play its intended role in front of these two mythical beasts, because the little demon became thin and long. It was constantly entangled around the golden eagle. Along with the little demon, there was a dark iron chain. It was this iron chain that caused this golden eagle to suffer so much. Its wings were tightly intertwined with an eagle's talons. Now it was only the wings that were flapping. It was extremely uncomfortable. What's even more uncomfortable is that several Vulcan bees also set fire all over the golden eagle's body. The golden eagle's abdomen, tail, and the soft parts of the neck were all burned, and the whole body was scorched. Smelly green smoke. This one keeps whining even after entering the store. Jiao Go couldn't believe his eyes. Could this be the strength of this supreme treasure? It's so damn perverted. No wonder people are saying that he can kill people by leapfrogging his level. Now it seems that he can not only kill people by leapfrogging his level, but he can also kill people by 2 levels. With a wild roar, Jiao Go jumped into the air and peeked out. He saw that his 9 warships were now in a state of disarray. Almost every warship was carrying raging fire and began to flee in all directions, while the opponent's 6 except for one of the warships that was set on fire by a rocket. The remaining 5 warships are basically intact and are being pursued with all their strength. Looking at the 2 large pirate ships that Jiao Go himself brought, Wei Zifeng and others were killing each other, and the guards who jumped off the merchant ships also boarded the 2 pirate ships. Originally, the pirates were trying to hold back the merchant ship, but now they have held back their own pirate ship, making it impossible for them to escape. Looking at his brother Jiao Lai, He was surrounded by Qinquani and others, and he couldn't escape at all.
It's over. The Art of Darkness.
Jiaogo sighed, and then suddenly cast the Art of Darkness again, finally causing the two puppets that were chasing after them to temporarily lose their direction. By the time Zhu Xiaobao quickly cracked his Dark Art again, Jiaogo had already escaped. The same Jiaogo also used his strongest escape card, splitting into two and turning into two phantoms. Not only did his speed increase several times, but he couldn't tell which one was the real one.
Huh? Is it this trick again? Or did he escape? It's really disgusting.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned and shouted angrily. This was the third time he had seen this secret method of escaping. But he still couldn't. It's impossible to catch up, because the opponent's speed has increased too much all of a sudden. And even a spiritual bee like the Vulcan bee can't catch up.
Ha ha ha! My eldest brother has escaped safely. I will not accompany you.
When Jiaolai saw that Jiaogo had escaped, he laughed loudly, and with 3 swords, he killed the head of the Qin family and 2 other
true martial realm
members who were besieging him.
Was forced back by the old man, and he jumped into the sea, trying to escape with his pure water attribute. But just as Jiaolai jumped up, he stopped motionless in midair. His 2 feet were being grabbed by 2 puppets, and the 2 puppets only held 1 foot firmly, and there were no other attacks. Behavior.
Aw, damn puppets.
Let me go. Jiaolai was dumbfounded immediately. He turned around, struggled desperately, and even punched back. But his little cultivation was nothing against the 2 puppets. It worked. Suddenly Jiaolai's heart was filled with despair. At this time, Chen Chuani and others rushed over and killed Jiaolai with a single blow of his sword. The Qin family is merciless to these pirates.
My brother, will never let you go.
Jiaolai finally let out a ferocious roar. And then, his head was shattered by a punch from
Xianji.
At this time, all 6 warships had gathered together again, and there was no further pursuit. They did not dare to stray too far from the merchant ship. Moreover, the pirate ships were all scattered and they couldn't catch up. Although 1 warship was lost in this battle, 5 of Jiaogo's pirate ships were also burned, and more than 2,000 pirates fell into the water and were killed. It can be said to be a great victory. Of course, the Qin family's warship soldiers and merchant ship guards also lost more than 300 people. But this loss is already very small. This makes the head of the family, Qin Chuani, very happy. This is definitely a great victory for the Qin family that deserves to be recorded in history.
I, Qin Chuani, the head of the Qin family, have met Lord Supreme Treasure. Thank you very much, Supreme Treasure, for your rescue.
Qin Chuani led these important backbones of the family and bowed respectfully and sang,
Ha ha, Mr. Qin, you can't bear this. You just went to Zuinbao Island, so of course I have the obligation to protect you.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly stepped forward to help the Qin family leader, and said with a smile,
Ashamed. We misunderstood Mr. Supreme Treasure at the beginning. Ha ha ha. Come on. Have a banquet with wine and wine immediately. I want to celebrate this great victory.
Chen Chuani ordered with excitement and great victory. The butler around him immediately started to prepare actively. At this time, Wei Zifeng and others also returned to the merchant ship. They had a great killing spree today, especially Wei Zifeng. The clothes on his body were already stained red, and he showed even more heroic aura. The commanders of the escort warships looked in awe. I have never seen such a heroic female cultivator with moves like the wind. Not only did Wei Zifeng and others cleanly annihilate 2 pirate ships that intercepted the merchant ships, but they also captured the 2 pirate ships, which was equivalent to making 2 warships in vain. What is even more surprising is that there are hundreds of people imprisoned in the bottom cabin of the pirate ship. Among them, more than 20 are low-level cultivators, and the rest are ordinary mortals. According to the accounts of the pirates who were captured alive, these people were also sent to
Monroe Island.
At the banquet, Zhu Xiaobao presented the real best wine and meat. This once again aroused everyone's amazement. It also further proves Zhu Xiaobao's identity. I heard that these high-end goods can only be bought on
Zuinbao Island. Even Trading Island
is hard to buy.
Ha ha. I wonder if Master Chen wants to go to Trading Island first. If he must go, I would like to go to Zuinbao Island first, and then I will send the caravan from Zuinbao Island to take you with him go. After all, Jiaogo ran away and may come back to take revenge on you at any time.
Zhu Xiaobao and the head of the Qin family were discussing the next move. Nowadays, there are few people on the boat, so it is really inconvenient to go to
Trading Island. Yeah. No. We had no intention of going to Trading Island in the first place. It was just a cover. We just don't want anyone to find out our true purpose. Then we will go directly to Zhuanbao Island. These merchant ships are the backbone and hope of my Qin family, as well as my dearest relatives and friends.
The head of the Qin family shook his head repeatedly. At this time, the head of the Qin family was still rejoicing that he was so lucky to meet Zhu Xiaobao this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Oh, can you tell me, Master Chen, what happened in the Eastern Territory that caused big families like you to start moving your families? Is it a civil unrest? Or?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a little doubt at this time.
Alas. In fact, we can't understand the current Penglai immortal realm. But one thing is for sure. That is, there will be chaos in the future. That's why I made up my mind to make plans early.
Qin Xuan sighed and said, in fact, even now so many clansmen have followed. But there is still less than half of the family property, and quite a few clansmen in the Penglai immortal territory. He is still thinking in his heart.
If Zhuanbao Island
is really safe, then the remaining family properties and clansmen will be left behind. All moved here.
Oh, can you tell me? I really need to know the current situation in the eastern region.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel something in his heart. It seems that it's not as simple as he thought.
Okay. Lord Supreme Treasure must know that Penglai Immortal Realm is the largest of the 3 immortal realms.
Right? Qin Xuan nodded. Even if Zhu Xiaobao didn't ask, he was obliged to tell everything.
Of course. Qingyi Immortal, Zixia Immortal and Penglai Immortal. Each of the 3 immortals is in charge of a domain. Among them, Penglai Immortal is the most powerful, and the Penglai Immortal domain occupies the largest area. Well, even Penglai Immortal
Lord's cultivation level is also the highest.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He had already known about these attempts.
Alas! In fact,
the current Eastern region and Penglai Immortal region
are not one region, but 2 regions.
Huh?
Split into 2? Almost. You can say that.
Chapter 1358, True or False? After hearing what Master Chen said, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. It seems that things in Penglai Immortal Domain are much more complicated than he thought. Moreover, even the head of the Qin family is very uncertain. Perhaps in order not to cause other people to have doubts. The head of the Chung family did not say much at the banquet, and Zhu Xiaobao was wise enough not to ask further questions until the banquet was over. Only then was he invited by the head of the Qin family to board the top of the merchant ship. The two began to drink tea and chat. In the open space in front, there was a group of dancers singing and dancing to add to the fun. He looked like he was enjoying himself. But the 2 of them were enjoying themselves with singing and dancing, and were talking in a low voice. The maid beside him was also replaced by a butler. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao finally understand the reason why the head of the Qin family wanted to move his family. This starts from more than 100 years ago. Originally, Penglai Immortal Territory was a whole, but it was only divided into 2 parts because of a big river. But they are all under the control of Penglai Immortal Lord. But before that, the development of Penglai Immortal Master was quite stable. Since the 3 great immortals competed for hegemony, there have been no disputes in the following 2,000 years. The 3 great immortal realms have developed independently. Among them, Penglai Immortal Territory has the most comprehensive development, and its population growth rate exceeds that of the other 2 immortal territories. Later, as the eldest disciple of Penglai Immortal Lord advanced to the Shanshan realm, the area north of the river was handed over to the eldest disciple's management. However, it did not escape the control of Penglai Immortal Lord. Penglai Immortal Lord has 4 disciples in total: Jinyao, Jinma, Jingui, and the last one is Jingguai. However, because the last one is a female disciple, she dislikes such a name and often calls herself Jinmei. So Penglai Immortal Lord also recognized this name. The changes in the Penglai Immortal realm started when the second disciple of Penglai Immortal Lord, suppressing demons, was promoted to the upper immortal realm. Since then, the second disciple seemed to have taken over the management of the area except the eastern region, on the master's behalf. This made the eldest disciple, Jinyao, dissatisfied, thinking that the second disciple had greater power and had won the trust of Penglai Immortal Lord. Later, The eldest disciple gradually began to put his thoughts and attention on the Eastern Territory, and gradually became separated from the
Punlai Immortal Territory.
And as time went by, the development of the Eastern region became more and more prosperous, and the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord
intentionally or unintentionally began to expand the northern area, thereby expanding the area of the Eastern region a lot. At the same time, the profits, taxes and tributes that should be paid have decreased rather than increased. This made the second disciple,
suppressing demon Immortal Lord,
also feel dissatisfied, although his fellow apprentices did not quarrel with each other.
Suppressing demon Immortal Lord
still sued the eldest disciple in front of the master. But what is strange is that Punlai Immortal Lord did not blame the eldest disciple for suppressing demons, but he also did not make any reaction. This makes everyone very strange. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that everyone was suddenly shocked to realize that Punlai Immortal Lord had not shown his face for a long time. Even when the second disciple, the demon-suppressing Immortal Lord, advanced to the upper immortal realm, Punlai Immortal Lord did not show up. When the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord
advanced to the
upper immortal realm,
Punlai Immortal Lord specially celebrated for 3 days, and even reduced taxes and burdens, and granted amnesty to all the people in the world. Although people were full of doubts, they still didn't find any clues. Moreover, Punlai Immortal Domain is also developing very smoothly under the control of 2 disciples. Until one day 100 years ago, the first disciple,
suppressing demon Immortal Lord,
and the second disciple,
suppressing demon Immortal Lord,
were on both sides of the river. They made several wrong moves in the air. As a result, the second disciple,
suppressing demon Immortal Lord,
returned defeated. From then on, Eastern Territory no longer paid profits and taxes, and the annual offerings were automatically cancelled. At this time, the entire Punlai Immortal Territory seemed to be divided into 2 parts. But it did not affect the communication of the people on both sides of the river. Everyone still felt that there was no inconvenience as before. Later, as the Eastern Territory continued to expand to the north, it had disputes with the foreigners. The 2 sides fought for nearly 30 years. In the end, the Eastern Territory won, and the area controlled by
the demon-suppressing Immortal Lord
added some more. But in the following years, foreign missionaries began to appear in the Eastern Territory. They set up statues, built churches, and attracted ordinary people from the Eastern Territory to join the religion. This aroused the dissatisfaction of the
suppressing demon Immortal Lord.
Kill all these missionaries. But within a few years, these missionaries appeared again. This time they learned the lesson and did not build a church in the Eastern region. Instead, they took a boat directly to the Thousand Islands Sea and started building churches in the uncontrolled Thousand Islands Sea to recruit believers. Unexpectedly, after decades of operation, it has gradually developed. This is the Chiang sect, developed by Archbishop Monroe. I just didn't expect that he not only visited etiquette and churches everywhere, but also used the power of pirates, and also established a relationship with the Shungden Island, making the power of the Chiang sect in the Thousand Islands Sea grow day by day. These things have nothing to do with Punlai Immortal Realm. However, just 20 years ago, churches started to be built again in the Eastern Territory, and ordinary people were allowed to join the church. Moreover, more and more foreign churches are opening, and more people with yellow hair and green eyes are coming to the Eastern region. As a result, there are constant frictions between the local people and these foreign races, and there are often fights and conflicts. But this time, the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord
did not intervene. Instead, he drove the troubled people to the south of the river, and finally understood these disputes. But what's even more incredible is that in recent years, those aliens have begun to cross the river and appear on the borders of the Punlai Immortal Domain. Moreover, churches began to be built in Punlai Fairyland to attract believers. For this reason, the
demon-suppressing Immortal Lord
and the
demon-suppressing Immortal Lord
had another discussion. But this time, there was no winner between the 2 sides. Both of them made timely moves, and those foreigners seemed to feel the danger and no longer dared to expand into the Punlai Immortal Domain. However, the number of foreigners coming to Punlai Immortal Territory continued unabated, and some even married, had children, and settled down in Punlai Immortal Territory. This made the Aborigines of Punlai Immortal Territory feel very unhappy. But what worries them even more is that after so many things happened, there is still no movement from Punlai Immortal Lord. So over the years, various rumors have slowly appeared. Some say that
Polai Immortal Lord
is in retreat and is preparing to advance again. Others say that
Polai Immortal Lord
has given way to
two Immortal Lords.
But what is coming from the eastern region is even more terrifying. It is said that
Polai Immortal Lord
has been usurped by Erzinjuan and is now under house arrest. What is even more extreme is to simply say that
Polai Immortal Lord
has passed away. But most people don't believe this statement. I thought Polai Immortal Lord Yangsho had not reached the time of enthronement yet. However, the strength of the Eastern Territory is getting stronger and stronger, and it is still eroding towards the Polai Immortal Territory step by step. This is an indisputable fact. The Qin family happens to be on the south side of the river and feels it the most. It was obvious that he felt the aggressive invasion from the eastern region. As the scheming head of the family, Qin Chuan considered many factors and decided to move to Zuanbao Island. Of course, he was very thoughtful and still left part of his family fortune in the Polai Immortal domain.
So complicated? Mr. Qin, do you think Polai Immortal Lord is really practicing in seclusion? Or has he been usurped by the second true lord?
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little confused after hearing this. Now I finally understand a little bit why Qing Immortal Lord and Zixia Immortal Lord are standing still and waiting to see what happens. The reason is that they don't know what the current situation of Polai Immortal is. Even the situation of the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord
in the eastern region is not clear. It's just that the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord
has been said to have skyrocketed in cultivation since he joined forces with the outsiders. The second true lord,
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord,
is no longer his opponent.
Hey! Master Xiaobao, you think too highly of me. With such a low level of cultivation, how would I know about the situation of these
immortals and immortals?
We can only be cautious and make the best preparations in advance. Bad plan,
Mr. Qin said with a wry smile and shook his head.
Oh, then let me ask again. What are the cultivation levels of Polai Immortal Lord and his two disciples? Suppressing ghosts and suppressing charms? Are they also in the Shanghai Immortal Realm?
Zhu Xiaobao asked uneasily. These days, why are there so many people with high cultivation levels? All Xiaobao are a little dizzy. If this comes to a critical moment, a large number of top masters will definitely emerge.
I heard that they are all in the great perfection of the middle immortal realm. But the higher you go, the more difficult it is to advance. It is not that easy to smoothly advance to the upper immortal realm.
Qin Chuan shook his head and said, in fact, I am very envious in my heart. If I can go further, even if it is a fake fairyland, I will be satisfied. Returning to his cabin, Zhu Xiaobao called Jinghui over.
Is your Jing family north of the river? Or south of the river? Last time, in order to save the old monster Jing Chai, we were separated from the Fushur Immortal Lord by the air. Is it the great true lord suppressing demons, or the second true lord suppressing demons that takes action? Well, our Jing family originally lived south of the river. But later, because of the controversy, because of the cultivation method, we took the initiative to move to the nearest island in the Polai Immortal Territory. The last time the person who made a move from the air was
Erzin.
Junjin Ma. Master, how do you know these things so clearly?
Jinghui had no choice but to answer honestly, and then asked with some surprise.
Humph. If you don't tell me, why don't I know? What else are you hiding from me? It's best to tell the truth.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted lightly.
I don't dare. Although I am from the Jing family, I don't like this kind of practice. So I don't know many things clearly. I try to hide in my own small courtyard.
Jinghui explained eagerly and agreeably.
Okay. Go and bring the Yan Wuxing to me. I want to interrogate him personally.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and then gave the order. Not long after, Yan Wuxing was tied up like a rice dumpling and carried in by Lan Chuan.
Ha ha! Come on! Slap him first. Huh? Why? Crack! 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 Another tooth fell out.
Chapter 1359, True or False? B. He was beaten violently as soon as he came up. He was beaten until he said nothing and howled like a ghost. Finally, he trembled in the corner and asked,
Why? Why? I didn't say anything. But I was beaten right after you came up? Why is that? Why? Well, let me think about it. By the way, I'm just afraid that you will tell me nonsense. So I'll teach you a lesson first.
Zhu Xiaobao sat there, scratched his head, and found a very reluctant reason.
No. 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 I will definitely tell the truth.
Yan Wuxing felt even more aggrieved. The reason for this is that he is just having fun with him. Yin Wuxing is the middle-aged scribe beside pirate Jiao Go who specializes in giving advice. Wasn't it Zhu Xiaobao who slapped him back to the pirate ship? In the end, he didn't run away and was captured by Wei Zifeng. Although this guy is also at the fusion realm, his actual combat ability is very weak. At the beginning, he saw that Jiao Lai was about to win, so he thought of showing off. Unexpectedly, this time it was a miscalculation, and Zhu Xiaobao was able to bring him back to his original shape. At this time, Lan Shui had already served tea to Zhu Xiaobao, and then stood quietly behind Zhu Xiaobao. Ever since her revenge was avenged, she had fulfilled her promise very seriously, and would be a loyal maid. Although Zhu Xiaobao has stated that the two siblings are free to leave, the two siblings have firmly stated that they will stay with Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah. Tell me, why did you, a cultivator from the Penglai Immortal Realm, defect to the pirates and still do well? How many unethical things have you done?
Zhu Xiaobao asked while drinking tea. Anyway, there are still several days before he can return to Zuanbao Island, so he has plenty of time. The reason why I didn't pay too much attention to Jiaogo's escape was because I caught the staff officer around Jiaogo. Generally speaking, although this kind of person is not very effective in combat, he does know a lot of things. He also has a lot of brains and strategy. It's almost the same as the original know-it-all.
Alas, people like me have very weak fighting power, and are particularly afraid of death. So all my life, I have been carefully calculating and striving to improve my cultivation in the safest way. I joined the
Pirate Alliance
in order to one day I can get a puppet, and then fuse the puppet's skills to improve my realm again. I didn't expect that this time I made a mistake and met the
Supreme Treasure.
However, I have never done anything harmful to nature in my life. I am just afraid there is reincarnation in the way of heaven, so I will be punished.
Yin Wuxing said dejectedly.
Ha ha! You are very self-aware, and you are very confident in your own resourcefulness?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. This guy was actually quite calm, and did not shy away from his greedy and fearful behavior at all. Moreover, this guy being able to cultivate to the combined state is really pretty good, and should surpass most cultivators.
No, no, no! My little resourcefulness is not worth mentioning in front of adults.
Yin Wuxing quickly flattered him.
Humph! Don't tell me nice things. I want to know something useful. For example, who is in charge of Penglai Immortal Realm now? Is Penglai Immortal Lord in retreat? If you can't say anything valuable, then you really have to return to the West early.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly.
I really don't know this. Do I? With my little cultivation, how can I know about these great gods? What's more, the relationship between the Eastern region and the Penglai Immortal region over the years has been extremely subtle, which is very puzzling.
Yin Wuxing shouted in horror. He was really afraid of death.
It doesn't have to be very detailed and accurate, even if it's hearsay or some possibilities you infer. You can tell me, if it's reasonable. I will never embarrass you. If you can't tell me why, then there is no need to get out alive today.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. It is indeed difficult for people with low cultivation levels to know these things.
Oh? Well, let me tell you my speculation. Based on my observations and speculations over the years, plus information collected from various aspects, I deduce that Penglai Immortal is neither in retreat nor in retreat. Instead, we will wait and see what happens in secret.
Yin Wuxing said in a frustrated voice. In order to survive, he had to tell his immature speculation.
Oh, why? With Penglai Immortal's cultivation level, do you still have any scruples?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and asked.
Well, to tell you the truth, the current rapid development of the Eastern Territory is due to the
monster-suppressing Immortal Lord.
And as far as I know, the great Immortal Lord has made rapid progress in recent years, and may have broken through to the level of
Immortal Lord, the Immortal Realm.
At least it is infinitely close to the
Immortal Realm, Yin Wuxing said very uncertainly.
What? Doesn't this mean that there are already 4 immortals now? Well, take him down first, and let me think about it carefully.
This time it was Zhu Xiaobao's turn to be completely shocked. Immortal Realm? This is the top existence in this world. But if you think about it carefully, this is really a possibility. Otherwise, why wouldn't Penglai Immortal Lord be unwilling to intervene? It's because he still has to be wary of Immortal Qingyi and Immortal Zixia. Zhu Xiaobao was walking on the deck of the ship. Although it was midnight, Zhu Xiaobao was not sleepy at all. He was completely shocked by the inferences made from words and deeds. Although it was an inference, Based on intuition, Zhu Xiaobao actually felt that it was very possible to wake up. Which of these top gods is not cunning and wise? The strangest thing for him now is, where has the second immortal lord? The devil-suppressing immortal lord gone? Because from what we know now, the current Penglai immortal realm is jointly controlled by the third immortal lord, suppressing ghosts, and the fourth immortal lord, suppressing charms. At this time, Wei Zifeng walked over quietly. Although she is very willing to be around Zhu Xiaobao all day long, she is quite responsible on weekdays. They are now taking turns to be on duty, for fear of any accidents happening. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's upset look, Wei Zifeng was very surprised. Having won a big victory today, he should be happy. But now Zhu Xiaobao doesn't look happy at all. The two of them were scattered on the deck. And Wei Zifeng realized that Zhu Xiaobao was upset by the confusing situations.
This has nothing to do with us. At worst, we will retreat to the
Zuanbao Island.
It's the same as being free and at ease.
Wei Zifeng smiled nonchalantly. In her eyes, being with Zhu Xiaobao is nothing. It's dangerous. The current Zuanbao Island is already very powerful.
Oh, you don't understand. I always feel that it is possible to infer words and deeds. In that case,
a small Zuanbao Island
is not worth mentioning at all,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a long sigh of relief.
If it doesn't work, then let's fight. Our greatest advantage is that we are united as one.
Wei Zifeng hummed confidently.
Ha ha. It's better for you to think simply and live a simple and fulfilling life. But I can't. I can't make mistakes now. Because as long as I make a mistake, many people will be involved.
Zhu Zibaran didn't. Zhu shook his head. It seemed that as his cultivation level increased, he was not as happy as before. Then the two of them practiced the Yuanyang knife on the deck of the ship for a while, broke out in a sweat, and then felt comfortable all over. Then went back and had a good sleep. It was already afternoon when I woke up. Zhu Xiaobao ordered people to carry Yin Wuxing over again. Today it's still the same as before. When we meet, we won't say a word and just give him a beating.
Why is this? Are you getting beaten as soon as you come in?
Woo-woo, Yin Wuxing wailed with a sad face.
Humph. Because you still have a lot of things you haven't said. Think about it carefully. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hurry up. Otherwise the second round of fat beatings will begin right away.
Zhu Xiaobao actually has no basis. I want to scare you, but I don't want to do anything. I even want to hear him express some unique insights again.
Hey! 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 Don't fight. Don't fight. I remember that the brothers Jiao Go and Jiao Lai also have a sister who is a swordsman. But she is not a member of the
Pirate Alliance,
and has always been a loner. Yes!
Yin Wuxing shouted urgently, as soon as he saw Lan Chuan's raised fist.
Huh? What do you mean?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't react for a moment, and asked in confusion.
You killed her little brother Jiao Lai. I'm sure she will take revenge.
Yin Wuxing then told the truth.
Damn it! You really are hiding something. Hurry up and change the route of the Qin family's fleet.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. If Jiaogou brings in more reinforcements, he may not be able to escape unscathed. He knew the combat power of a sword cultivator. It was very terrifying.
Alas! It's too late. Even if you can leave, the merchant ships and warships of the Qin family can't escape. I've already said that I always carefully calculate the stakes.
Yin Wuxing said helplessly. If it hadn't been for this fat beating, he would have gotten away with it. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly ran to the bow of the ship, only to realize that the wind was blowing hard, and the waves in the sea were coming one after another, and the weather became extremely bad. No wonder those released
fire golden bees
couldn't fly back in time to call the police. Moreover, they still had a tailwind and rushed forward quickly. Taking out the telescope, he saw 8 pirate ships lined up in front of him from a distance. On the pirate ship headed by them, there were 2 people standing facing the wind. One of them was Jiao Go, and beside him was a tall female nun, dressed in green clothes, holding a sword in his hand, standing upright.
Stop the ship! Stop the ship!
At this time, the head of the Qin family also discovered the pirate ship on the opposite side, and started to stop the ship with a slight panic, preparing to meet the enemy. Before the boat stopped, the female cultivator on the opposite side had already jumped up and flew to Zhu Xiaobao's warship, because Zhu Xiaobao's warship was now at the forefront.
Who killed Jiao Lai? Stand up for me. Yeah. Even if it's me. Very good. Take your life.
Chapter 1360 The Sword is Fierce. At this time, Zhu Xiubao's expression was solemn. Facing such a sword cultivator from the first immortal realm, he felt a kind of fear. Based on his intuition, the other party was fully capable of killing him. In the world of cultivation, sword cultivation has always been a very unique existence. A true swordsman pursues the true meaning of swordsmanship, has no distracting thoughts, and does not deliberately pursue the improvement of his cultivation. I only care about the understanding of swordsmanship. Of course, not everyone who wields a sword can be called a swordsman. Very immortal. This woman is Jiao Go Jiao Lai's sister Jiao Min. A genuine swordsman. Cold. Simple. No unnecessary nonsense. After getting Zhu Xiaobao's answer, he took action immediately.
Ultimate stack kill. 5 elements square. 1 shadow clone.
Zhu Xiaobao also used his most powerful secret techniques without hesitation, and instantly transformed into 4 figures and shot out. He mainly focuses on escaping. The
5 elements square
immediately enveloped Jiannuo, and then several different beams of light were fired at Jiannuo. But it was of no use at all. In the blink of an eye, it was smashed to pieces by Jiayu's sharp sword light. Furthermore, with a wave of Jiayu's arm, 6 flying swords flew out of the sword box on his back, heading towards the
5 elements square array. The electricity shot away.
The 5 elements square
suddenly became full of energy,
and the 5 skeletons joined forces to release strong energy to resist some sharp flying swords. However, under the sword of this female cultivator, these defensive auras were broken through in an instant, and each skeleton had to use its own means of self-protection. The golden skeleton resisted the sword with the same sharp sword aura, but was still defeated. A flying sword was inserted into the skull, and the wooden skull stretched out countless branches and vines to wrap around the flying sword that shared it. But it was also shattered to pieces. A flying sword still penetrated the skull. Only the Earth Skull's Luz shield barely blocked the flying sword. Jialing's main target was still Zhu Xiaobao. A few sword rays passed by, and several of Zhu Xiubao's clones were cracked.
Popular slash.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, turned around, and slashed hard at Jiannuo. The attack of this move was fierce, and with the blessing of various secret techniques, it was comparable to the full force of the
first immortal realm.
Git. Even Jiaomin had to turn sideways to avoid its sharp edge.
Cut! Chop! Chop!
Zhu Xiaobao took advantage of this momentum and slashed 3 times in a row, forcing Jiannuo to take 3 steps back.
Come out! Come out!
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little shocked. Such a ferocious attack could not hurt Jiannuo, seeing that the time that his secret technique could last was running out. He shouted anxiously. In the blink of an eye, 2 puppets appeared in front of Zhu Xiaobao and attacked Jiayu at the same time. The other 2 divine beasts also appeared. The white lion and the little demon also launched a fierce attack around Jiayu. They immediately sensed that this female cultivator was so powerful. If you don't go all out, you may not even be able to save your life. Jiao Go was dumbfounded on the pirate ship opposite. How could this little fat man have so many tricks? This is simply outrageous. I thought that within 3 moves, I would die under Jiannuo's sword. Unexpectedly, now it was Zhu Xiaobao who was taking turns launching fierce attacks. If this was used against myself, I would probably be dead. Whoosh! Another 12 flying swords flew out of the sword box. This time it's also Jiannuo's surefire move. She never expected that she would be forced by Zhu Xiaobao to use her special skill. With a sound of ouch! One of the white lion's front paws was split open, and the bones were clearly visible. The white lion roared wildly and ran away far away. The little demon tried to resist the flying sword with its huge snake tail. Unexpectedly, his scales were split open, and a long wound appeared on his body. The little demon twisted his body in pain and burrowed into the ground. Jade Corpse and Xian Corpse were also stabbed by flying swords. But these 2 puppets were unmoved. Although the wounds were deep, they continued to attack Jiayu.
When?
The worst thing was that Zhu Xiaobao was stabbed in the abdomen by Jiannuo's sword. If it weren't for the soft gold armor inside, he would really have died. The kitchen knife in his hand blocked another flying sword for him at the most critical moment.
Bang!
In the end, Jianwan was hit by the mysterious corpse, staggered, and took 2 steps back. She looked at Zhu Xiaobao in shock. She didn't expect that this little fat man with a talent for the real martial arts realm could resist her most powerful killing move and even hurt herself.
Come on! Without the flying sword, how can you kill me?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted fiercely. With one force, He pulled out the flying sword stuck in his abdomen. At the same time, two puppets were already standing in front of him. This was his most powerful protection. Although several flying swords have already flown back to the sword box. But there are still a few flying swords that are firmly held in Zhu Xiaobao's hands. And a few others are inserted into the heads of several skulls. At this time, Jiao Nuo did not look at Zhu Xiaobao anymore. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked at the mast of the ship behind Zhu Xiaobao. I don't know when. There was already a young man in white standing on the mast of the ship, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the battle between the two.
Shiman hidden sword?
Jiaomin asked lightly.
Not bad.
The young man in white floated down and waved his hand towards Zhu Xiaobao. The flying swords could no longer be held and flew back to Jiao Nuo's sword box, including the flying swords inserted in the skulls. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately secretly surprised. This man's cultivation level was definitely no longer inferior to that of Jiao Nuo. But I was also secretly happy. It was obvious that this person was here for Jiaomin. There is no friendship between sword cultivators. Only victory or defeat and life and death.
Well, you can rest for a quarter of an hour.
Shiman Yingjian, the swordsman in white, said calmly.
No need. The victory between you and me is in an instant.
Jiaomin snorted indifferently, not worried about his own state.
Okay.
Shiman Hidden Sword stopped talking nonsense and slowly stepped forward. At the same time, Jiao Nuo also stepped forward firmly and slowly stepped forward. They were still more than 10 steps away, and both of them stood still, as if time had stopped. Even the wind and waves on the sea gradually subsided. But everyone present felt a sense of oppression, which was the strong murderous intent emanating from both sides. After a long time, the two people suddenly moved, and the light of Jiao Nuo's sword flashed. But the young man in white moved his arms, and his sword was never seen. Then it was as if they had passed through each other's body, turned their backs to each other, and each took a few steps forward before stopping again. But no one around me understood what was going on. After a while, Jiao Nuo turned her head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao coldly, then tiptoed the ground, slowly flew up, and flew away without looking back. Under her feet was her hand, sword, and drops of blood are flowing down the trousers and onto the sword.
Wow! Is this flying with a sword?
Zhu Xiaobao admired with envy. At this time, the young man in white also slowly flew up. Although he was not as fast as Jiaomin, he looked more calm and unrestrained. He also looked at Zhu Xiaobao in midair and smiled slightly. Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head.
I am not a swordsman. I don't want to compete with you. Ha ha. The knife is good.
The young man in white nodded, said softly, and then left. It seemed that he was much more relaxed than Jiao Nuo.
Who won? Who won? Is this the end? Didn't you see them take action?
While everyone was talking, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and shouted,
Rush over and kill them all.
This was undoubtedly telling everyone that the female swordsman had lost. And the pirate ship on the opposite side also started to get into chaos. In fact, as soon as Jiao Go saw Jiaomin flying away with his sword, he already knew that Jiaomin had lost half the move. As for Shiman Hidden Sword's move, he could only feel it vaguely, but it is certain that Shiman Hidden Sword has already taken action. Among these people, the only one who could sense victory or defeat was Zhu Xiaobao. Although he could not see clearly, the moment Shiman Hidden Sword was released, the hidden sword energy and murderous intent were immediately caught by him. Sensed. Therefore, only he can roughly understand the entire fighting process. But it is precisely because of this that Zhu Xiaobao is even more amazed. Real sword cultivators are the most terrifying. In fact, while Zhu Xiaobao was marveling at the fighting power of these sword cultivators, Jiao Go was also marveling at the fighting power of Zhu Xiaobao, who was able to escape from Jiao Nuo's hands. You must know that Zhu Xiaobao is only at the true martial realm S cultivation. Originally, Jiao Nuo would definitely not take action, but for the sake of his own brother, he reluctantly followed Jiao Go here. She has always disapproved of the two brothers defecting to the pirate alliance.
Kill! Charge! Kill all these pirates!
Everyone rushed to kill them in excitement. Many people thought that the swordsman in white was Zhu Xiaobao's man. With this charge, Jiao Go lost 2 more warships, because no matter how fast they ran, they could not run faster than those Vulcan bees. Soon, 2 pirate ships were set on fire. Those pirates were in desperation. He still chose to jump into the sea to survive. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was quietly supported by Wei Zifeng and returned to the cabin. He had already entered a period of weakness. This time, Zhu Xiaobao had used all his cards and managed to withstand the fierce attack of a sword cultivator from the
First Immortal Realm.
This already makes Zhu Xiaobao feel very proud. After another 2 days, a row of warships finally appeared in front of them, with a total of 50 warships. What hangs on the mast is the flag of Zuanbao Island. Green Fairy, Sha Jilling and others brought the warship of Zuanbao Island to meet Zhu Xiaobao and the others. The head of the Chen family immediately felt relieved. They finally reached their destination. And as soon as we landed on Zuanbao Island, we could already feel that this island was full of vitality and hope. And an area was specially designated for the Chen family, so that they could settle down there. He had just rested for a day. And early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao was awakened by the noise at the door. When I went out, I saw that they were all the backbones of Zuanbao Island. Everyone was holding a stack of information in their hands. And they all wanted to report and ask for instructions from Zhu Xiaobao. All of a sudden, Zhu Xiaobao's head was as big as a bucket.
Come here. Drag Yan Wuxing over here. Give me a good beating. And let me relax. Yes.
Chapter 1361. I still have a trump card.
Ah. Stop fighting. Why is this? There must be a reason. Right.
Yan Wuxing cried like a ghost again. It has become the norm now. And you get beaten at every turn. And you don't need any reason at all.
Why? Well, every time I hear your cry, I get energetic and in a good mood. Well, is this a good reason?
Zhu Xiaobao stopped and thought about it, and then said with satisfaction, Indeed, now I'm starting to feel better again.
You should just kill me. I can't stand it anymore if I do this every day.
Yan Wuxing said in an extremely angry and depressed tone.
Aren't you the most afraid of death? Now you are not afraid of death?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise.
Yes. Instead of being beaten in pain like this every day, it's better to die early. Woo woo woo.
Yan Wuxing collapsed to the ground, humming with tears streaming down his face.
Ha ha. Well, as long as you come up with a good idea for me every day, you will be exempted from the punishment for that day. Of course, if you can't come up with it, the punishment will be doubled. Go back and use your smart head.
Zhu Xiaobao, after thinking for a while, he said. The reason why he did this was because he found that if Yan Wuxing was pushed into a hurry, he could always come up with some good ideas or think of some useful information. Tried and true. So this is one of the reasons why Yan Wuxing gets beaten every day. After letting everyone go into the hall, Zhu Xiaobao saw for the first time the strongest strength of Zuanbao Island. 2. First Immortals, Sha Kuan and Yi Tong. 5. Fake Immortals, Green Immortal Sun, Sha Jilling, 2 Mei, 2 Qin Xian and 2 Ani. The rest are all from the
true martial realm.
There are actually 20 or 30 of them. This strength is indeed quite powerful. After a few words of greeting, everyone was full of joy. But the next opinions raised were actually about the defense of Zuanbao Island. In particular, the reports delivered by Wan Chitong are the most detailed.
What? We are so strong now. And you don't think it's enough? You guys can handle it even with 1 or 2.
Middle Fairy Realm.
People.
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled.
If only 1 or 2 high-level cultivators come, of course there will be no problem. But what everyone is most worried about now is that with the increase in population and prosperity on the island, it has attracted the covetousness of many forces. I'm afraid there is a large-scale battle. If thousands of warships and millions of troops launch an attack, it will not be possible for a few people with high cultivation levels to handle it. The island owner is requested to prepare in advance, just in case of any unexpected events.
Wan Chitong immediately said anxiously.
Yes. Yes. Especially in recent years, with the rapid increase in the number of people on the island. Even the small islands on both sides of
Zuanbao Island
have been included in our territory. If these 2 small islands are used well, it can definitely provide strong support to
Zuanbao Island.
But if it is not used well, it will also become a breakthrough point for the enemy to attack.
Shikun and Yitong also hurriedly agreed at this time.
Okay, now that you have submitted your own copy, you must have your own opinions and suggestions. Let me read it carefully before making a decision.
Zhu Xiaobao's mind was buzzing, thinking that there would be so many things waiting for him to decide upon his return. I met all the important people on the island, and then went to visit various places. The scenes I saw along the way were very gratifying. Everywhere was in full swing, full of energy. Business was booming. and the streets and alleys were full of people coming and going. It was very lively. As soon as people saw Zhu Xiaobao's luxurious carriage, they all moved out of the way and greeted loudly. It can be seen that the common people now recognize and admire Lord, Supreme Treasure. If it weren't for the guards blocking it, it would be difficult for this carriage to drive normally. After walking out of those busy streets, it felt a little cleaner. Zhu Xiaobao then began to focus on the various proposals in his hand.
Building defensive walls and battlements? I'm afraid this will require a lot of manpower. Are there so many manpower?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and asked, saying that spending some money is not really a big problem. But we have to mobilize a large amount of labor, which makes us feel unsure.
Don't worry about manpower. The wages we pay are very generous. And the people are also very willing to contribute to
Zuanbao Island.
Even these defense facilities are still not satisfactory. The strongest crossbow has a range of 1,000 steps. Or too close.
Unexpectedly, Wen Shitong was worried not about manpower, but about the lack of good defensive weapons. Once the enemy ship comes within 1,000 steps, it will be quite dangerous.
Hey! It's your turn. Have you come up with any ideas? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You'll get a good beating tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao asked, kicking Yan Wuxing, who was cowering aside. Even the know-it-all found it a bit funny. This counselor was having such a miserable life. I'm still groaning now, because many injuries on my body have not healed. And there are several more injuries today.
Think about it. The villain knows a kind of repeating crossbow, which can also use the energy of spiritual stones to fire 10 crossbow arrows continuously at one time, with a range of up to 1,500 steps. If the arrow shaft is filled with gunpowder, it can also set the enemy ship on fire.
Yan Wuxing quickly sat up straight and said in a panic, I'm afraid that someone will get ahead of me.
Only 1,500 steps? The range is still too close,
Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head in disappointment.
If you use mid-grade spiritual stones, you can increase the range. If you use high-grade spiritual stones, you can probably reach a range of 2,500 steps. It's just that the cost is a bit high,
Yan Wuxing quickly added, but his voice became louder and louder. The smaller the price seemed to be too high, and he felt that Zhu Xiaobao would not agree.
Well, not bad. After all, I have figured out a way. This beating was not in vain.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction, which made Yan and Wuxing feel a little flattered. He quickly stretched his neck and waited for the next step. What he cares most about is whether he can avoid a severe beating tomorrow.
Sir, I have heard of this kind of continuous fire crossbow that can use spirit stones, but the cost and manufacturing process are very high. I'm afraid that if it is manufactured in large quantities, it will still be a bit outweighed by the gain, because the range is still its close.
Wen Shitong said, still a little embarrassed.
You're talking nonsense. Although this kind of repeating crossbow is expensive to make, once it is manufactured in batches and is condescending, it can reach a range of 3,000 steps.
Yan Wuxing shouted urgently. He was afraid that his suggestion was rejected, and he will not be able to escape the beating tomorrow.
Ha ha! Build one first. Let me see. How powerful is it?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. In the next 3 days, with the joint efforts of Wen Shitong, Yan Wuxing, and the skilled craftsmen on the island, a repeating crossbow was actually built. It was placed at a high defensive point on the island and tried to fire a few rounds. But Xiao Aiguo was very unsatisfied. Although being condescending could increase the corresponding range, the position was also extended thousands of steps back. So that's a range of about 2,000. Moreover, the cost of this repeating crossbow is indeed not small, and it also requires high-grade spiritual stones.
Sir, do you think we should manufacture these repeating crossbows in batches?
Wen Shitong also asked, a little embarrassed. The important people on the island next to me also looked a little depressed. This thing is too useless. The range is neither far nor close. It is difficult to choose. The key is that the consumption is still huge. To activate the spirit stone inside, one must have a cultivation level above the extraordinary realm to control it.
Oh, forget it. This crap is not only expensive to build, but the range cannot meet the requirements. I'd better do it myself. You guys build the city walls and battlements first. I'll take care of the defensive weapons.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, I thought that in the world of cultivation, I would no longer need the old things. But I didn't expect that I would have to pick them up again.
Do you have better defensive equipment than this? Wouldn't the cost be higher? How effective is it?
Wan Shirtong immediately asked in surprise. It seemed that he had never heard of anything more powerful than this one that uses spiritual stones. The crossbow is a more lethal weapon.
The range can reach 8,000 steps. As for the cost, it is probably only 1/10 of this repeating crossbow. The cost of use is less than one low-grade spiritual stone. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
This is absolutely impossible. If there was such a magical weapon, I would rather be beaten for 10 days.
Yan Wuxing immediately shouted angrily. If he didn't use his repeating crossbow, wouldn't it mean that he would have to start a new one tomorrow? A round of beatings? Can he not be anxious?
Huh? I didn't mean to beat you at first. But you did it yourself? Well, if you can't reach 8,000 steps, I will exempt you from the punishment for a month. But, if I do it...
Huh? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yan Wuxing and laughed. Yan Wuxing immediately trembled all over, feeling that something was wrong. In this realm, the temperature used to make steel does not need to be so troublesome, and the desired temperature can be easily obtained. And the performance of some basic materials has also been greatly improved. They are resistant to high temperatures and high pressures, and with profound spiritual consciousness, coupled with the 8th grade jade cauldron alchemy furnace. It is more difficult to create a high-quality gun barrel than it was in Daxia Kingdom. So much easier. The materials for making gunpowder have also become more abundant and diverse. The key is that the lethality has increased several times. Only 2 days later, Zhu Xiaobao summoned everyone to a newly built battlement. 2 tough female guards also climbed onto the battlement carrying a thick and long steel pipe. This is the red cannon that has been improved by Zhu Xiaobao. It is much lighter than the original one in Daxia, and the barrel is more than 1 meter longer. The key is that the caliber has been slightly reduced. Just when everyone couldn't understand what this was, Zhu Xiaobao had already asked the messenger to wave the flag towards a warship on the sea in the distance. And he saw that there was a dilapidated warship dragging behind it. The ship is being towed and speeding through the sea.
Come on! Come on! Yan Wuxing, come and light this thing on fire! Me? Sir? What is this? Stop talking nonsense! Come on!
Chapter 1362 10,000 Cannons, A.
Boom!
With a loud noise, everyone felt shaken. Fortunately, many people subconsciously followed Zhu Xiaobao and covered their ears. That's why I wasn't shocked into hearing loss.
Hey! 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 If you don't say anything, reload quickly, light the fire, and fire the second round.
Zhu Xiaobao then gave the order. Yan Wuxing just looked at him stupidly, his mouth wide open. But he shook his head. This guy was standing next to the red cannon. His ears were buzzing from the shock, and he couldn't hear anything. But everyone turned their attention to the sea. Although there was still a big gap between the target and the target. The power of the huge wave of more than 10 meters high that exploded on the sea still amazed everyone. This is much more domineering than 1 or 2 arrows and crossbows. It's just that this accuracy is really bad.
I still need to adjust the angle and direction. Let me do it.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little embarrassed. The accuracy was really ridiculous. He hadn't practiced it for many years. Plus this a new type of gun barrel in SH.LS. Indeed a bit inexperienced. Based on the deviation just now, adjustments need to be made.
Let's come!
Unexpectedly, Jin Huan Inhuan took the initiative to run forward. The two of them had been interested in this powerful weapon from the beginning. When they saw such a long range, they could no longer hold back and ran up. After readjusting the direction and angle, the next shot was much closer to the target ship. Although it still missed the target, the huge air wave had already made the target ship rise and fall.
What is this? It is so powerful! If there are thousands of them, wouldn't it be able to cover the entire sea area?
Wan Shirtong, Shikun and others were all amazed. They had all been stationed in a territory. Although the person did not hit the target, he immediately thought of the terrifying power of this defensive weapon.
Hey! This is the weapon I used to defend my territory when I was in the lower realm. I didn't expect it could be used here,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a little pride.
How much does this thing cost? Can it be built in batches?
Shikun immediately grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's hand and asked excitedly if his own island had such a defensive artifact. It would not be attacked by foreigners.
Come in. Ha ha. It's not 10% as good as that repeating crossbow, and it only requires an average strong person to operate it,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. In fact, this result was what he expected. He does not have high requirements for the accuracy of this kind of artillery. As long as the number is sufficient, it can achieve coverage bombardment, which is definitely enough to deal with a large number of warships.
Let me try.
Shah Jilling, who had been itching for a long time, suddenly ran forward. His operation was even simpler and rougher. He directly put the barrel on his shoulders. He wanted to carry it. The red cannon aims and fires once. I was still worried about him at first, but after a closer look, I saw that this stupid boy is not stupid at all. The muscles in his shoulders and neck have been petrified. In other words, this little shock cannot hurt him at all.
Boom!
With a loud noise. This time Shah Jilling, under the guidance of Zhu Xiaobao, was really smart, and he managed to hit the target ship. Immediately, the deck of the ship was blown to pieces, and a raging fire broke out on the ship. This lethality is definitely more powerful than hundreds of crossbow arrows. Everyone who was still very sorry at first was really shocked this time. And after a while, they let out a series of exclamations and cheers. What does this mean? This shows that as long as there are enough red cannons, the defense of Zuanbao Island can rest easy.
Sir, how many of these
red cannons
are you planning to build? Can you build 1,000 of them?
Wan Shitong asked with some disbelief at this time. The defensive problem that had troubled him for a long time was solved so easily.
Already? 1,000? Is that enough? How about this, including the 2 small islands next to it? There are 10,000 in total.
Zhu Xiaobao did some calculations and then gave his answer.
That's great. If there are 10,000 artillery pieces, then our Zuanbao Island will be impregnable.
Wan Shitong immediately shouted excitedly.
Well, okay. Don't worry about this. I'll let Su Yin'er lead the craftsmen to make it as soon as possible. Among all the clan members now, the people of the Su family and the Yu family are the most trusted by Zhu Xiaobao. And the clan members of these 2 families have already migrated to
Zuanbao Island,
and many skilled craftsmen have followed them from Wushuang City. Got it! He is also Zhu Xiaobao's most trusted person. Song Sha's clever performance made Zhu Xiaobao think of another way to achieve both offense and defense, which was to install naval cannons on the warships. Although such naval cannons would pose a threat to cultivators whose cultivation had exceeded the
God transformation realm.
Not so big, but the richest warships are still very effective. That definitely takes advantage of range and accuracy. Zhu Xiaobao waved to Su Yin'er, and the 2 walked side by side, while explaining the structure and principles of this artillery to Su Yin'er. He was also telling Su Yin'er his ideas. But at this moment, Su Yin'er was being held by Zhu Xiaobao's waist. Her heartbeat was accelerating. Her face was getting hot. But she was very willing to just walk next to Zhu Xiaobao. So she didn't listen much. What made Su Yin'er feel embarrassed was the one who said, "It's okay." He was crying and following Zhu Xiaobao. He was thinking about the tenfold punishment he had fought for today. This was not about killing people. It's something. But this guy is also a little clever. He consciously follows Su Yin'er and makes some noise from time to time, just to make Su Yin'er uncomfortable.
What? I can't hear clearly? There was a loud noise just now, and my ears can't hear clearly.
Faced with Su Yin'er's sneer, she said with exaggerated gestures.
Humph. Okay. Don't pretend to me. Your cultivation level is not enough to make you deaf. I don't have time to care about you these days. You just follow those 2 fat people, sister. Let's build the city wall together. If you behave well, you will have food and drink. If you behave badly, nothing will happen to you. At most, it will just relax your muscles and bones.
Zhu Xiaobao knew at a glance that this guy was pretending. So he waved his hand a little impatiently and said,
"Hey, I know. I will definitely perform well."
Yan Wuxing was immediately elated, finally able to get rid of Zhu Xiaobao. As for the 2 fat girls,
they weren't that unreasonable. So they immediately stopped deafening and ran towards Jin Huan. Now with the bonus of attribute power, everything becomes simple. Taking out the
5 elements square,
the earth-attributed skeleton quickly made a very precise mold according to Zhu Xiaobao's requirements. The fire skeleton could easily melt black iron into black iron water, while the golden skeleton could easily melt black iron into black iron water. It can carve rifling in the barrel very accurately. The wooden skull dyes the barrel colorfully, making it difficult to detect it when placed among the trees. The water skeleton plays an irreplaceable role in quenching and flushing. Of course, these operations are all completed under the supervision of Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness. So Zhu Xiaobao alone can complete all of this. Of course, batch production still relies on those craftsmen. Zhu Xiaobao will only do it himself when it comes to key steps, and those that need to be kept secret. The first batch of 200 red cannons were quickly built and placed on the newly built city wall. Each cannon was tied with red silk and looked majestic. Boom! 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 This round of volleys made people feel extremely powerful, and the effect of the area-covering bombardment was very good. The two abandoned warships used as targets were blown to pieces in the blink of an eye. Although one of them did not sink, the entire warship was ablaze. This is just the result of one round of bombing. What's even more surprising is that at this time, two more warships came out. On one warship stood Wei Zifeng and Xiao Yao, while on the other warship stood Jin Huan and Sha. Smart and earthy girl. Just when everyone was puzzled, the two warships quickly drove towards the target warship. They were still 500 steps away. Suddenly, a salvo of naval guns was fired from the warship. The warship, which was already on fire. Suddenly, he was immediately annihilated by the explosion. This is definitely more efficient than the previous back-and-forth shooting between the enemy and us. And the range has also been greatly increased, ensuring that our soldiers are almost in no danger.
Can this artillery be used like this? Then our warships are invincible at sea.
Shikun, Wan Shirtong and others also looked a little dull, and then asked excitedly,
Yeah, that's about it. I don't dare to say that one is worth 100, but one is worth 10. By the way, I'm going to collect some
Blue Saltpeter
and bring back the goods we have accumulated for a long time. Go to Trading Island. Prepare yourself and set off the day after tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao had known the result for a long time, so he said calmly, it was such a simple sea mission. But this time he had to rush to get it. Even the soldiers and generals were clamoring for this sea mission. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao, Wei Zifeng, Xiao Yao and Jin Huan. Even Green Fairy couldn't be restrained. If he didn't fight for it, he wouldn't follow him. Even Xia Jilling and Tu Mei are clamoring to go.
It's not a particularly important errand. You all gone, and you don't care about this Zuinbao Island? Okay. The most fair and reasonable way is to draw lots.
Zhu Xiaobao explained for a long time. But in the end no one was willing to give in. The only way to determine the manpower is by drawing lots. The result of the lottery surprised Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out to be Jin Huan and Xia Jiling. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't used some cheating techniques, the next one would probably be Tu Mei. Now it has been changed to Green Fairy. Chapter 1363 10,000 Cannons B. This time, Zhu Xiaobao's cargo ships were quite large, with as many as 16. The reason is accumulated over the past few months. In addition, the goods brought by the Chen family also need to be sent to the trading island for cash or trading. Although there are many other caravans coming to Zuinbao Island to actively trade, there are not many who dare to openly show their kindness. That is, some caravans from Desheng Kingdom. The most important of which is the caravan from Fengyuan City, because the big boss behind the scenes is Fu Aising. Next is Dong Zicheng's caravan, which also includes some of Dong Guanghao's goods. The reason why many goods on Zuinbao Island are backlogged is because there seem to be more and more pirates targeting the caravans of Zuinbao Island. Every time I go to Trading Island, I will be attacked. Fortunately, there were enough escort warships sent out, and Xia Jilling, Xiao Yao, Jin Huan and others had strong combat capabilities, so there was still a near miss. But there was a price to pay every time. Otherwise, why would Wan Shirtong and others be so worried about the defense of Zuinbao Island? Now that Zuinbao Island is attracting more and more attention, many forces have begun to pay attention to Zuinbao Island, and do not want it to develop and grow. Got it. In addition to the 4 newly improved warships, Wan Shirtong also arranged 20 warships for Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao sent back half of it, so he didn't need that much. When everyone was very worried and tried to persuade Zhu Xiaobao, they saw a small warship coming out of the port. It was only half the size of an ordinary warship, but it was still driven by 2 giant sea crocodiles. The speed of the warship has doubled. Its flexibility has been greatly increased, and the number of people on the warship has also been reduced by half. There were less than 60 people. At the same time, those bulky super powerful crossbows and catapults were also abandoned. So although 24 naval guns were added, the total weight was reduced by more than half. Boom! 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 The warship flicked its tail quickly and beautifully, and then started a salvo with the cannon on one side. Suddenly, a giant reef 500 steps away was blown to pieces. When the smoke cleared, this giant reef had completely disappeared.
Turn around and do it again.
Sha Jilin was not satisfied, and flicked his tail again, causing the naval gun on the other side of the warship to fire a salvo. But this time, it was a reef farther away. Relatively speaking, the hit rate has dropped a lot.
Wow! This artillery can be used like this. It's really amazing.
Everyone finally understood why Zhu Xiaobao was so confident. With this kind of shooting range, other warships have not yet reached the distance of long-range combat, so it won't be of any use. There are only 4 such small warships in total, and each warship has 24 naval guns. There are 96 naval guns in total. Although the range is not as far as the red cannon, the caliber is small, the loading is fast, and the control is more flexible. If necessary, all the naval guns can be moved to one side. Think about it. These 24 naval guns are fired at the same time. Which warship can afford it? So when they saw this actual combat exercise, everyone stopped talking. This Lord, Supreme Treasure, is a genius and a genius. If anyone dares to rob this caravan, he has won a big prize. However, Zhu Xiaobao also had a reason for coming out in such a hurry. Many supplies stored on Zuanbao Island were not enough. Especially the blue saltpeter for processing cannonballs has been used up. So he must dig some back immediately. Because this kind of blue saltpeter has no other uses. It cannot be purchased. You have to mine and dig it yourself. Fortunately, he discovered a large amount of blue saltpeter on a small island not far from the trading island. This time, he was going to mine and transport it back in large quantities. This very large caravan, escorted by 14 warships, left the port and headed for the trading island in a mighty way. The highest level of the leader's flagship was all occupied by Zhu Xiaobao's people and was heavily guarded. This time Zhu Xiaobao also specially brought Su Yin'er with him, because many secrets or key steps of manufacturing, processing and production were only taught to Su Yin'er. Su Yin'er is the person around Zhu Xiaobao who has the strongest ability in all aspects except cultivation. According to Zhu Xiaobao's estimation, Su Yin'er's IQ is probably still higher than his own, and she can basically tell at one point. You'll learn it in no time. Most of these days were spent with Su Yin'er. Firstly, it was necessary to build warships and naval guns. Secondly, she wanted to spend more time with Su Yin'er. For Zhu Xiaobao, she paid in silence without asking for any report, and it also delayed her own cultivation. So Zhu Xiaobao always wanted to try his best to help her improve her cultivation. This made Green Fairy a little helpless, so she had no choice but to take the initiative to avoid it. So now the Green Fairy is practicing her ice fire wheel on the warship. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that there was someone behind Su Yin'er. It was Yan Wuxing. It turned out that he was following the golden ring and the silver ring. That was simply the beginning of a new round of nightmares. If you are not careful, the sour and refreshing, kneading, rubbing, pinching will definitely make life worse than death. Within a few days, when Yan Wuxing saw the gold and silver rings, his legs were trembling and his head was buzzing. Fortunately, Yan Wuxing really had some tricks up his sleeve. He found the right time and ran to Su Yin'er. He cried bitterly and said that he would kill Su Yin'er and refused to return to Jinhuanin. The ring has gone there. In desperation, Su Yin'er had no choice but to let Yan Wuxing stay here to help, and even went to say hello to Jinhuanin. So now Yan Wuxing is following Su Yin'er. To be honest, this period of marriage is indeed a bit clever, and it can help Su Yin'er in many ways.
Huh? You actually came with me? Are you afraid that I will be too bored on the boat? Are you here to take the initiative to relieve my boredom?
Zhu Xiaobao became happy when he saw Yan Wuxing and was in a good mood.
No. Master Bao, you don't have to do anything today. I've already figured out a countermeasure for you.
Yan Wuxing waved his hands in panic and shouted.
Oh, what countermeasure? Could there be any accidents?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Su Yin'er and then asked with a smile. To be honest, with 4 newly developed invincible battleships in his hands, Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to try his skills.
Master Bao, look, here, and here. I think that with many years of experience in making plans for Jiaogou, these 3 places are the most likely to be attacked by abdominal muscles, especially at night. They are absolutely perfect.
The ambush points. And Jiaogou also knows these places. So I guess not. I am 90% sure that Jiaogou will definitely set up an ambush here, waiting for us to break in.
Yan Wuxing quickly unfolded the sea map, pointing to the 3 places above and said,
Ha ha. Yes. You successfully avoided a severe beating today. Keep up the good work, and I hope you will have new ideas and discoveries every day.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Yin Wuhang's shoulder with satisfaction. Then he hugged Yin Wuxing and whispered,
Now, get out of here as far away as you can. Why? I'm still using my brain to think of some new topics? Because my wife and I are going to have sex. And you still want to follow me? No. 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 I'm leaving now. Why do you always bully him? He's almost going to get sick from the scare.
Su Yinner couldn't help covering her mouth and laughed.
Humph. I always feel that this guy is hiding something from me. But judging from today's performance, this guy is getting more and more on our side.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. And then, he was very presumptuous. He held Su Yinner in his arms. This lair belongs to him anyway. Apart from the maids and female guards, there are no more outsiders.
What are you going to do? Do you want to fight back?
Su Yinner struggled a little, and then leaned in Zhu Xiaobao's arms obediently and asked,
Don't worry about it now. It's full of goods now. When we come back, we will pack up Jiaogou and the accomplices he invited. I hope he won't disappoint me.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said, just as Yin Wuxing said, Jiaogou and nearly 40 warships have already ambushed Lujiao Mountain. The terrain here is dangerous and surrounded by large and small protruding rocks, like deer antlers, and there are many more below the surface of the sea. Generally, warships who are not familiar with the terrain can easily run aground here. However, once they pass this reef, there is an open area where hundreds of warships can stay. Therefore, Jiaogou often sets ambushes here, and 9 times out of 10, he will succeed. Ever since he was defeated by Zhu Xiaobao twice, Jiaogou has been grudged about it. Although his sister Jiaonua is unwilling to take action again, Jiaogou still has no intention of giving up. He cannot lose his prestige in the
Pirate Alliance,
so he must get this phase back. And this time Jiaogou is also full of confidence. These are the hardcore friendships he has had for many years. Not only is his fighting power super strong, but the cultivation level of each of the masters is not low. Now including Jiaogou, there are 3.
Fake Wonderland.
Among the masters, there is also one who has cultivated in the
First Immortal Realm.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao's caravan left the
Zuanbao Island,
Jiaogou got the news, so he recruited helpers early and laid an ambush in advance. This time he must give Zhu Xiaobao a powerful blow.
But what disappoints Jiaogou is that Zhu Xiaobao's fleet has not passed here for a long time. While he was restless, an ultra-small warship suddenly came from a distance and headed straight for Lujiao Mountain. There were actually 2 fat girls standing in front of them. They were not afraid at all. They drove up to them and faced the 2 warships guarding the entrance of Lujiao Mountain. They even shouted loudly and asked,
Is Jiaogou here?
My young master asked us to bring him a message. Who are you? What do you want to do? Stop. I want to board the ship and search.
As soon as the leaders of the 2 pirate ships saw these 2 fat girls, their eyes suddenly lit up. This is definitely a good thing. I have never tried such a strong fat girl in my life. Unexpectedly, this fragrant warship really stopped. When the 2 pirate ships approached, Jin Huan suddenly launched a surprise attack. Not only did they fire random arrows from the warship, but these 2 fat girls even fired with their bare hands. Several round cans were thrown over, with smoke still coming from them. Chapter 1363 10,000 Cannons. C. The sudden attack of this small pirate ship caught the 2 pirate leaders off guard. I have never seen such an arrogant warship dare to rush over and openly provoke. What's even more unbelievable is that the other party actually took the lead in launching an offensive. A series of arrows, carrying flames, landed on their 2 pirate ships. The pirates who were caught off guard were already too late to shoot back, because their ship was still on fire. It was even more unexpected. The cans thrown over exploded one after another. Burning objects flew everywhere, and the 2 pirate ships quickly ignited a raging fire. It turns out that the inside of the tube is not a powerful explosive, but an extremely powerful incendiary bomb. Along with the billowing smoke, the small warship piloted by Jin Huan quickly turned its bow and escaped quickly. Only the shouting and chaotic sounds of the 2 pirates guarding the entrance and exit of
Antler's Mountain
were left. When Jiaogou got the news, he rushed over in his boat and took a look. He almost fainted from anger. It doesn't matter if they burned 2 pirate ships. The key is that these 2 burned ships also blocked the way out. He raised his eyes and looked around. A few hundred meters away, it was the fleet of
Zuanbao Island.
neatly arranged and sailing past in an orderly manner. The merchants on the ship were pointing, talking and laughing, and they didn't seem to be at all concerned about this group of pirates ambushing them here. Yes. Now, if Jiaogo's pirate ships are ambushing here, if they want to get out, they have to wait until the 2 pirate ships are burned out. You have plenty of time to drive by calmly.
Don't be complacent. Unless you don't plan to come back. When you come back from the trading island, we'll see who dies worse.
Jiaogo roared at the top of his lungs, then waved his hand and gave it to the 2 who were still telling the story. Each of the pirate leaders has a big-eared melon seed. Jin Huan returned to his own camp and kept shouting with unsatisfied intentions.
It's not satisfying. It's not satisfying. You didn't do anything at all? Why don't you let us use those naval guns? Hee hee. I won't let you use the cannon just so that you can take care of them when you come back. You 2 did a good job. Go back and rest first.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Probably the pirates along the way had been cleared away by Jiaogo. So we drove all the way to the
trading island
without encountering any danger. And we arrived at the
trading island
very smoothly. Once on the
trading island,
fighting are not allowed here. Many merchants were also greeting each other and congratulating each other for a smooth arrival. Let's make an appointment with each other about the method and price of the next goods transaction. At this time, it depends on Su Yin'er. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't understand the market at all. But Su Yin'er knows it very well. And she is also very good at negotiating with these merchants. In fact, it doesn't take too much effort. All kinds of goods brought by
Zuanbao Island
are very popular. And the most you can do is to make a counteroffer. Of course, after selling your own goods, you also need to purchase a large amount of supplies needed on the island. There are now millions of people on
Zuanbao Island, and a large amount of food is needed for brewing wine and building defense facilities of black iron. Zhu Xiaobao will stay here for at least a few days. Even though Zhu Xiaobao was wearing a mask, he could still feel that he was being closely followed and monitored by several groups of people. Zhu Xiaobao can only pretend not to know. It seems that his identity as the owner of Zuanbao Island has been noticed for a long time. But I just don't know what the attitude of the big boss behind the trading island is. To be able to keep this trading island running all year round, the forces behind the scenes are definitely very powerful. Zhu Xiaobao estimates that there must be at least a powerful person from the
Middle Fairy realm
sitting behind the scenes. There is probably more than one. Zhu Xiaobao took Green Farrier around on the street, eating and drinking when necessary, in order to learn more about the situation. Judging from the still lively and prosperous situation of Trading Island, it seems that it has not been invaded by foreigners, nor has the strength of pirates penetrated. There are no churches or statues on the entire island. Occasionally, a few priests will appear, but they are very polite and don't dare to be arrogant.
Alas, my cultivation level is still too low. I want to get to know the great master behind the scenes, but I don't give him face. It's so disrespectful.
Zhu Xiaobao came out of the largest auction house and sighed a little indignantly. It turned out that he had entrusted many unused items in his storage bag to this auction house. But even though it was a large amount of valuable items, the auction house still only sent a steward from the First Immortal Realm to receive Zhu Xiaobao. Moreover, the manager was not very enthusiastic towards Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, he was very polite to the Green Fairy beside Zhu Xiaobao, because the Green Fairy was now in the middle of the fake fairyland, and her attribute power was very special enough to attract the attention and respect of the other party.
I think this just shows that they want to remain neutral, so they never want to be seen as having any affection for any party. At the same time, they are also looking at how strong our
Zuanbao Island
is,
Midori Sinner said with a smile.
Humph. Well, when they go back, they will know how powerful this island owner is.
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed dissatisfied. But while wandering around, they unexpectedly discovered a long-lost facade, which turned out to be Baishao Gate. Unexpectedly, after the Baishao Inn,
Black Wind Valley,
was forced to disband, it actually started to reopen here. This shows that the strength of assassin sect is still very strong. Zhu Xiaobao walked in without expecting that the person who greeted them was an old man from the fake fairyland. They were much more polite when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, because they all knew that Zhu Xiaobao had resolved his grudges with the assassin sect and reached some kind of agreement, probably to show sincerity. The old man who called himself Wenda gave Zhu Xiaobao an uncertain location. This is what they can find now. The approximate location of
Dragon Immortal Island
is very close to the Eastern Territory, although the sea area is still very large. Zhu Xiaobao is very satisfied. The work efficiency of this Baixiamen is quite high. But another piece of news made Zhu Xiaobao a bit dumbfounded. A total of 19 spies from different forces were secretly watching Zhu Xiaobao and others. And this did not include the place where the warship was docked. I guess there are quite a few spies there.
Well, thank you, Senior Wenda. If you bothered me, I'll take my leave.
Zhu Xiaobao was very polite to the steward of
Baishao's sect.
He bowed his hands and left. 3 more days later, all transactions here by Su Yinar have been successfully completed. Except for a few cargo ships that are still empty. The others are already full. That night, everyone was having a grand banquet to reward everyone. And they were also showing off their fun. They will leave the trading island in 2 days. In fact, in the second half of the night, Zhu Xiaobao's caravan had quietly started to leave the trading island. Of course, this was also the advice given to him by Mr. Wenda from Baixiamen. After leaving the trading island, Zhu Xiaobao went straight to the small island where he was going to excavate and install the blue saltpeter, although there were several small boats following behind him. Halfway through, he was stopped by a giant snake, overturned the tracking boat. Arriving at this unknown island, all the soldiers and guards started working together to fill the remaining cargo ships as quickly as possible. Then, he hurriedly returned to Zuanbao Island. On the way back, Zhu Xiaobao was much more cautious. Although there is no speed, he keeps changing directions, as if he is avoiding pirates who may appear.
Xiaobao, do you really think you will meet someone from the
Pirate Alliance? Su Yinar asked a little nervously.
Definitely. And there are quite a lot of them,
Zhu Xiaobao said with certainty. At the same time, he hugged Su Yinar tightly. In this kind of sailing against the wind and waves, Su Yinar looked a little weak.
Then you still change directions frequently? Isn't it unnecessary?
Su Yinar suddenly felt warm and safe in Zhu Xiaobao's warm arms, and asked in a low voice.
Ha ha! It's just to make them feel that we are trying to avoid them, and give them a certain sense of confidence and superiority. The more confident they are, the easier it is for them to be impulsive. After 4 days of sailing with 7 twists and turns, the weather finally turned out to be sunny and windy, and the sky was clear. It was rare to see such a calm scene on the sea. But it seems that there is some murderous intention in this calmness.
Towards the northwest. Rush over as fast as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao put down the telescope, and then asked the signal soldiers to send orders to other warships. Just as Zhu Xiaobao's caravan changed course, 30 pirate ships appeared head-on, led by Jiao Go. At the same time, 20 warships from each side were quickly surrounding them, apparently trying to surround Zhu Xiaobao's caravan in the middle.
He finally showed up? Don't worry about the warships on both sides. Just line up your formation and set up a battle formation to meet the enemy head-on.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly grinned, seeing Zhu Xiaobao's caravan getting closer and closer. Jiao Go, who was facing the enemy head-on, couldn't help laughing and said,
"You want to force your way out of me? Where do you get the confidence? Ha ha ha. Prepare super powerful crossbows. Prepare catapults. Form a formation. I'm afraid they won't dare to come."
There is still less than 1,500 steps to go, and it is already quite close on the sea. With the cultivation level of Jiaogo, they can clearly see that on the flagship of the cargo ship, Zhu Xiaobao is hurriedly commanding the guards, who are very busy. "Quick! Quick!
Get me within range as quickly as possible."
Jiaogo became even more excited and kept urging. Suddenly he saw Zhu Xiaobao standing on the flagship wave his hand, and the 8 female guards behind him lifted off a large piece of red silk, revealing 4 thick tubes. But Jiaogo didn't know what they were. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao's flagship cargo ship actually carried 4
red cannons.
Chapter 1365, Meeting Jianan again, eh?
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and then a huge wave of several feet high was seen behind Jiaogo's warship. Jiaogo was stunned immediately.
What is this? It can shoot so far? And it has such lethality? How did he do it?
Jiaogo couldn't help but ask the people around him in shock. Zhu Xiaobao here grinned.
The aim is too high. Lower it. I'll do it.
Su Yinar couldn't help but smile softly, and then stepped forward confidently, instructing several female guards to slightly adjust the angle of the barrel, and then started the second bombardment.
Boom! 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 Boom!
This time, for cannons were fired almost at the same time. The entire bow was filled with smoke, and even more so were the cheers of the female guards. They were depressed because they couldn't fight with those warships. Unexpectedly, they were the first to launch the attack, and they couldn't help but cheer loudly. Following the sound of cannon fire from the opposite side, Jiaoko shouted and rose from the ground to a height of several feet, barely avoiding the danger of being bombed. Looking down, he saw that his flagship had actually been hit by 3 cannonballs. Not only was the front and rear on fire, but a big hole was blown out in the center of the warship, and the seawater below quickly surged up. What? Just such a salvo almost destroyed his own warship? Isn't this too exaggerated? Relying on his own cultivation, he could fly a short distance, so Jiaoko had no choice but to fly to the pirate ship closest to him, raised the flag again, and thought about sprinting with all his strength. But he couldn't do it, because their powerful bows and catapults haven't reached the range yet. Charge forward with all your strength and catch him off guard. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was also waving a red flag and roared loudly. At this time, it is necessary to cheer up the crowd and launch a quick attack. I saw 4 small warships rushing out from behind the tin warships lined up. Their speed was 2 or 3 times faster than the tin warships. The leaders on each of the 4 warships are Green Fairy, Xia Jiling, Jin Huan and Yin Huan. Each commander rushed out with small warships, and in the blink of an eye they were less than 800 steps away from the pirate ship in front of them. Just when the pirates were marveling at the speed of these 4 warships, they did not expect that the 4 warships actually separated to the left and right, making a beautiful sideways movement, forming a formation of 4 ships in a row, which was very impressive. Unexpectedly, the guards on the ship had moved all the naval guns to the same side, as Green Fairy took the lead in firing. The other 3 warships also started a salvo. This round of salvo alone was 96 rounds. Although the hit rate was not that high, it was still half of the hit rate. Moreover, the ones that landed in the sea and exploded also set off a raging fire on the sea. In an instant, some of the 30 oncoming pirate ships were on fire, while a few others were unlucky enough to have been hit by several cannonballs and began to tilt and flood. Suddenly, the formation on Jiaogo's side was already in disarray. The battle formation that was originally fierce had now become chaotic, with gunpowder smoke everywhere, and it was hard to see clearly what was happening on the other side. Don't stop! Charge for me! Charge while putting out the fire! Jiaoko was very lucky this time, and was unscathed. He stood on the bow of the boat and yelled loudly, but no one paid attention to him anymore. They were all panicking to save the fire and save people, and they all wanted to save their own ships. Unexpectedly, the second round of bombardment came faster, far shorter than the time it took those repeating crossbows to replace the crossbow arrows and spiritual stones. And as the distance shortens, the hit rate will be higher this time. Moreover, the 4 small warships did not stop at all. Instead, they fired 2 volleys and began to rapidly approach the pirate ships on both sides. The pirate ship on the front has basically lost its combat effectiveness, and 10 of its own warships can easily deal with it. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao, who was standing on the flagship of the cargo ship, also turned the 4 red cannons to the left and right sides respectively, because the pirate ship outflanking from the side was getting closer and closer. Boom! Boom! It was the same 2 shots. Su Yinner's side hit all, but Zhu Xiaobao's side missed all. This made him very depressed. This should be his strength. Why is she playing more accurately than me? This is unscientific. But what is even more incredible is that the pirate ship that was surrounded by the side that was not hit actually turned around and started to escape. And the pirate ship on the other side is still charging. Ahem. Don't worry. I did that on purpose. My real level will be next. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the female guards around him, who were helping him load ammunition, and said a little embarrassed, because these female guards were looking at him angrily. It was finally their turn to show off. Unexpectedly, they still missed the target. If they had known better, they might as well have helped Su Yinner. Look at Su Yinner. 2 shots hit all of them, and she sank a pirate ship in an instant. Okay. You can do whatever you want. My eyesight is not good today, so I'm not performing well. As the next 2 shots failed, Zhu Xiaobao could only laugh and said, You must know that these female guards already have the urge to strangle him to death. But just because of the abnormal performance of the inner little treasures, it directly led to 2 completely different results. The 2 small warships, Green Farrier and Inhuan, had just turned around
and aimed their side guns at the enemy ships. The distance was just right, and one salvo hit more than half of the pirate ships. On the other side, because the enemy ships turned around and fled in advance, a very chaotic scene formed. It was not so easy to aim, so only 5 pirate ships were hit in one salvo. This made Sha Jilin and Jin Huan very angry, and they both chased after them at full speed.
Come back here! Don't chase me too close!
Zhu Xiaobao immediately became anxious when he saw this. These two people have simple and hot tempers, and this is starting to happen again. Unintentionally, Zhu Xiaobao saw that Yan Wuxing was also on Sha Jilin's warship, working hard to adjust the angle of the gun barrel. He was also having a great time. Ganqing tried his best to avoid being beaten, but finally ran to Sha Jiling's boat. Although Sha Jilin has a bit of a straightforward temper, he doesn't really like to bully people who have no strength. So Yan Wuxing mingled behind Sha Jilin, and actually ate and drank, and lived a relatively carefree life. And he also found that Sha Jilin sometimes needed his advisor. This makes Yan Wuxing regain his own value. At this time, the entire sea has already presented a one-sided situation. The 70 pirate ships that originally wanted to surround Zhu Xiaobao were now defeated and in chaos. The pirate ships on the front and left began to disperse one after another, too busy to take care of themselves. No one was listening to the command at all. They all wanted to turn the ship around and escape. On the other side, several female guards were replaced to perform their own duties, and it was indeed an immediate success. The next 2 shots all hit, and then he looked back at Zhu Xiaobao with satisfaction. This meant that he was demonstrating to Zhu Xiaobao,
don't run! Think about it. They only have 10 decent warships. As long as we can pass the exam, we won't be able to catch them. Come back to me!
Jiaogo was still shouting loudly at this time, seeing the pirate ships around them turning around. They all wanted to escape. If you're the only one left, why don't you give me a spanking? But looking at these close friends, now they all want to preserve their own strength and are no longer willing to suffer greater losses. Because no one is stupid. To survive in the 1,000 Islands, strength is the most important thing. Now whoever rushes forward will die faster and more completely.
Boom!
With another round of volleys, Jiaogo remained silent this time, because his pirate ship had been hit, and a raging fire broke out. If he hadn't used a shield in time, he would have died. Even he had to be bombed. At this time, looking at the 10 warships on the opposite side, although there were only 10, their momentum was very high, and the continuous high-speed shooting began to take effect quickly. The pirates, who were already in a state of embarrassment, became even more miserable during these continuous shootings. They could not organize a decent counterattack at all. The pirates began to jump into the sea to survive. Zhu Xiaobao stopped firing, because the warships on both sides were already too close. And if he fired again, his own warship would be damaged. Even some soldiers on the warships had begun to jump on the enemy ships and begin to clear out the remaining enemies. The most tragic ones at this time were Sha Jilin and Jin Huan. These 2 warships had actually caught up with the pirate ship on the right, with only 100 steps away, and the distance was rapidly shortening. I saw Sha Jilin simply carrying a naval gun and aiming directly to fire it. At such a distance, one shot would be accurate. After the fight, these pirate ships were all crying for their fathers and mothers. No one even thought of fighting back at such a close distance, even if there are individual arrows shot. If they land on Sha Jilin, it is equivalent to shooting on a stone.
Go around! Go around! Stay away from the immediate area. Only then can we annihilate them all. The support from behind has already caught up.
At this time, Yan Wuxing said to Sha Jilin and Jin Huan,
Okay, just listen to you. Boy, if you don't annihilate them all, I'll twist your head off.
Sha Jilin and Jin Huan were both fools. They looked at each other, and then felt that the words and deeds should be yes. Then, he quickly turned around and surrounded him from the outside. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's cargo ships had already arrived at the pirate ship that was still on fire. At this time, only the pirate ship Jiaogo was left on the opposite side, and it was still burned to the point of collapse. But Jiaogo was unmoved and was staring at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Zhu Xiaobao also looked at Jiaogo calmly.
Show up! Does the dignified sword cultivator still want to make a sneak attack?
After a while, Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, although he was staring at Jiaogo. His words were aimed at someone else. Chapter 1366 Meeting Jianan again, B. At this time, a figure slowly floated out from behind the pirate ship, which had been burned beyond recognition. It was Jiaogo's sister Jiamin. although the scene was filled with gunpowder smoke and smoke was everywhere. Jiao Nuo, dressed in white, was still spotless, still carrying the sword box behind him. He walked to Jiaogo's side.
Sister? When did you come? Quick! Quick! Kill him quickly!
Jiaogo didn't even notice when his sister came. He couldn't help shouting in surprise and joy.
Shut up! If it weren't for the blood relationship between us, I wouldn't come here!
Jiaoling scolded impatiently. Then he looked indifferent and said to Zhu Xiaobao helplessly,
Humph! Don't worry. I have already taken action once, and I won't do it a second time. I just want to take him away. Please show your respect. Gentlemen! Okay, but I hope this is the last time. Your brother has tried to trick me over and over again. I won't be so easy to talk to next time.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Sure enough, the sword cultivator's pride still made Jiao Nu unwilling to take action again. Once this kind of thing spreads, it will be a stain on a sword cultivator. And from the beginning to the end, Jiao Nuo has always been the choice and development direction of the two brothers. It's just that she can't control the two of them. I originally thought of letting them fend for themselves. But at the critical moment, I couldn't help but want to save them. Jiao Nuo stopped talking nonsense with Zhu Xiaobao, took Jiaogo, used the skill of flying with a sword, and left quickly. Although Jiaogo's false fairyland could only fly for a short period of time, he was carried by Jiao Nu with one hand. He also stood on the flying sword, looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a resentful expression, and had no choice but to follow his sister and leave, because he has no power to resist in front of Jiao Nuo. And the current situation is indeed over, and the result is complete defeat.
Just let him go like this?
Su Yin'er asked reluctantly at this time.
Then what else can we do? A fake immortal realm, a first immortal realm, and a sword cultivator. If these two people are really cornered, they can really kill me.
Zhu Xiaobao, he said with a sigh. And at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I saw Zhu Xiaobao acting very calmly. But in fact, he had already prepared the two puppets. Other means are also fully prepared. Zhu Xiaobao still remembers the series of offenses that Jiao Nu had made back then. They were so sharp. Less than half an hour later, the 4 small warships had completely wiped out the pirate ship on the other side. Those who tried to escape were all sunk, and the remaining pirate ships surrounded by them were still burning fiercely. Seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, this group of pirate ships was completely wiped out, except for those pirates who jumped into the sea to escape. Sha Jilling and the others did not kill them all.
Well, there are a total of 70 pirate ships, in addition to 22 that escaped, for were captured by us. The rest were sunk or burned. A total of more than 30,000 weapons and various property were seized. More than 10 million spiritual stones. A total of 416 servants were rescued. 1 cultivator from the
fake immortal realm
was seriously injured. 9 cultivators from the
true martial realm
were killed, and 47
without much effort. Su Yin'er had already sent the statistical data to Zhu Xiaobao.
Alas, these artillery pieces seem to be powerful, but they are not that lethal to cultivators above the
God transformation realm.
It's not bad. At least it gives the
Pirate Alliance
a good warning. I think, if you rely on these mobs to threaten
Zuanbao Island,
then this is the only result. Take a rest quickly. Light up again, and let's rush back to
Zuanbao Island. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, to put it bluntly, well, these artillery pieces are meant to deal with warships and cultivators and mortals below the
God transformation realm.
This is the reason why Zhu Xiaobao has never paid attention to these firearms in this world. But now Zhu Xiaobao still feels a little weak and wants to go back quickly, because all the naval gun SH/LS have been exhausted. If you encounter a strong enemy, it will be very dangerous.
Yes.
Everyone followed the order in unison and left. This battle made everyone worship and admire this supreme treasure, even more from the bottom of their hearts. To be able to defeat the opponent's encirclement and suppression of 70 pirate ships with more than a dozen warships, and still have 0 casualties on our own side, is an absolutely unheard of achievement. Enough to brag about for the rest of my life.
Yan Wuxing! Why? You want to run away when you see me?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but asked with a smile when he saw Yan Wuxing also wanted to run away after Sha Jiling.
No. 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 I'm afraid that Mr. Sha needs someone who can give some advice.
Yan Wuxing immediately shouted nervously. His whole body tensed up reflexively, and he was praying secretly in his heart. Today Qian Wuxing will don't be beaten by Fatty again.
Ha ha. Don't worry. I won't hit you today. Now you also know that we have very few SHLs left. Should we return at full speed or make a careful detour?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yan Wuxing's expression with some amusement. But I am still very satisfied with his performance in this battle. According to statistics, Yan Wuxing was considered to be well advised in this battle. And he also hit 11 shots, which was a very positive performance.
Well, I think that instead of cautiously taking a detour, we should go straight to the
Zuinbao Island.
In full swing. Others don't know that we have run out of elixirs. And the more public we are, the more people will not dare to come closer. I believe that many powerful people now regret that they want to make friends with us.
He spoke clearly and logically. But in the end, he was still shaking his head and started to forget about it again.
Okay. Just do as Yan Wuxing said. Hang up the flag of
Zuinbao Island
and sail at full speed. Well, I'm going to reward Yan Wuxing with 2 jars of fine wine and a table of dishes. If you want to go to Shajiling there, just go there. If you have any good suggestions, you can report to me at any time.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Yan Wuheng's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "This guy's ideas coincide with mine. And he is quite strategic."
Thank you. Thank you, Master Bao. Woo woo woo.
Unexpectedly, Yan Wuxing hit his face and cried, suddenly being favored by Zhu Xiaobao and offering him something else. He was a little unable to control himself. Moreover, Yan Wuxing also felt inexplicably that he seemed to like following Zhu Xiaobao. Sure enough, just as Zhu Xiaobao and Yan Wuxing duo said, they were marching forward without encountering any robbery or ambush. Occasionally, when I encounter a caravan, I always say hello politely. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's merchant ships advancing with such great fanfare, the caravans were also amazed. The key is that there are only a dozen or so warships escorting such a huge opponent. This is simply a strange scenery. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao and his caravan returned to Zuinbao Island smoothly. Once back here, Su Yin'er and the craftsmen got to work. There is an urgent need to manufacture artillery SHLs in large quantities, because there are now as many as 3,000 red cannons installed on Zuinbao Island. But the required cannonballs are far from enough. The average cannon was now armed with only 10 SHLs. Now that the required raw materials are sufficient, the next step is mass production. Of course, Su Yin'er will take care of these things. Zhu Xiaobao was still studying those pill recipes attentively. Before he leaves, he wants to raise Su Yin'er's cultivation level to another level. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. Tens of thousands of red cannons have finally been placed on Zuinbao Island with sufficient ammunition. The city wall built along the perimeter of Zuinbao Island has also been completed. These were built by the concerted efforts of millions of people working day and night. The entire Zuinbao Island has been surrounded like an iron wall. There have also been some personnel changes on Zuinbao Island in the past 2 years. Because Xiaoyao didn't like the life on the island, he returned to Qianqiu Peak and joined forces with Su Zhu, the red-haired woman, and others to go out frequently for training. But Mo Dayo followed Zhu Xiaobao to Zuinbao Island. However, there was still no progress in his 100 pregnancy pill, which made Mo Dayo still worried. What makes Zhu Xiaobao most gratified is that he finally refined another 9-line calming pill that allowed Su Yin to cross the God transformation realm in one fell swoop and advance to the fusion realm. This can also be regarded as a blessing to Su Yin. It's a reward for working hard in almost all businesses and industries over the years. There are also words and deeds. And now he has completely surrendered to Zhu Xiaobao. And he can still give Zhu Xiaobao some good ideas from time to time. He and Wan Shitong cooperate tacitly and manage the operation and management of the island in an orderly manner. But Zhu Xiaobao still feels that Yan Wuxing is more suitable to be by his side, because he is so familiar with the Thousand Island Sea and has a unique advantage. I originally wanted to help Yan Wuxing get a wife. Unexpectedly, this guy is still an infatuated man, and he has a beautiful woman in his heart. It was only because Yan Wuxing was greedy for life and afraid of death, and his cultivation progress was too slow, that he left Yan Wuxing. It was for this reason that Yan Wuxing took the risk and joined the pirates, just to improve his cultivation. Win back the beauty. Zhu Xiaobao was a little touched when he heard that such a person, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, actually acted bravely for the sake of a relationship, regardless of the consequences. It's just that after meeting Zhu Xiaobao, he returned to the right path. Get ready.
It's time for us to set off.
Now, Zuanbao Island
Should be able to sit back and relax.
Spring is blooming. And Zhu Xiaobao once again inspected the island's defenses before making up his mind to set off. But just after a few days of preparations, Wei Zifeng suddenly ran in from outside, shouting with excitement.
It's here. It's here. It's finally here. What's coming? Who's coming?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. At the same time, 2 of the 7
fire golden bees
that were released also flew back. It seems something is going on.
Swarms of warships. They should be coming towards us. Huh? Damn it. Is this about to start a war? Are you still so excited? Shouldn't you be happy?
Chapter 1367 Battle of the Island. A. Hurry to Zuanbao Hall. This is a place dedicated to discussing and handling all matters on Zuanbao Island. In the middle is a large chair inlaid with gold and jade, which is actually prepared for Zhu Xiaobao. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao rarely sits here to manage government affairs. Usually, Wan Chitong stands in front of the big chair and presides over all government and military affairs of Zuanbao Island. By the time Zhu Xiaobao arrived, almost all the important people on the island had arrived. Even Mo Dayo had arrived. Li Wuxing was whispering to Wan Shitong, as if they were discussing something. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao, everyone stopped talking and stood in 2 rows. And they consciously arranged them according to the level of cultivation. The one on the left column is headed by Shikun, while the one on the right column is headed by Green Fairy. Zhu Xiaobao did his part at this time, and sat on the big chair in the middle very domineeringly, having a clear view from a high position.
Knowledge of everything. Words but no deeds. Tell me in detail what you know.
Zhu Xiaobao said very directly as soon as he came up. After so many years, Zhu Xiaobao is no longer such a young cook, but a powerful island owner. Although he doesn't look powerful enough, his momentum can already make people all.
Yes, Master Zizumbo. According to what we know, there are about 500 warships coming this time. They are composed of the
Qiyang sect, Pirate Alliance,
and several other unidentified forces. Among them,
the Pirate Alliance
has the largest number of warships, accounting for 60%. Judging from the flag, the leader of the
Pirate Alliance
should be the deputy leader Shark Tiger. This person was originally a little-known casual cultivator in Penglai Immortal Domain, but since he was promoted to the Fusion Realm, his water attribute power has become very powerful. So he left the Penglai Immortal Domain and came to the Thousand Island Sea to explore alone. Not only did his cultivation level soar, but he also became the overlord of the area. In less than 1,000 years, he has cultivated to the Middle Immortal Realm. He is one of the 3 leaders of the
Pirate Alliance.
Super powerful in combat at sea, but its combat effectiveness on land is obviously much inferior. He is fierce and violent, and is almost invincible in the Thousand Island Sea.
I didn't expect Yan Wuxing to be able to speak in such detail, which made everyone here look at him with admiration. At the same time, they also admired Zhu Xiaobao's methods for being able to recruit such a talent under his command.
Very good. Keep talking.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction, and said with appreciation,
Yes. As for the branch leader of the
Qiyang sect,
Yake, he is the one with the highest cultivation level under Archbishop Monroe. He is also the one who has followed Archbishop Monroe for the longest time, and is also very powerful. But regarding his specific situation, I don't know much about it. But judging from the arrangement of the warships this time, Yake's warship is still the center and takes command. Shark and Tiger are the main attackers.
I didn't expect that the next performance would be a bit anticlimactic. In fact, it's no wonder. Yan Wuxing has more contact with people from the Pirate Alliance, and has not yet established a relationship with the Qiyang sect.
Yeah. Also, let me add that there are not a few cultivators who came this time, and their cultivation levels are not low. According to my investigation, in addition to Sharu who is in the Middle Fairyland, there are no less than 20 other cultivators who are in the
Primary Fairyland, and there are countless others. It should be a fierce battle.
Wei Zifeng also stood up and added at this time. It was said to be a fierce battle, but Wei Zifeng still had a look of excitement and anticipation on his face. The same golden ring and silver ring standing behind her are also wearing clothes that are eager to try on. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dizzy.
Ha. I haven't put this strength in my eyes yet. You should go back immediately and actively prepare for the battle. According to their speed, it will take at least 1 day to arrive.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted seemingly in an understatement. Although he was very upset in his heart, Zhu Xiaobao must not let everyone see it at this time. Because he is the backbone of the big guys. Once he is timid, it will affect everyone's momentum.
Ha. That's right. After setting up these 10,000 cannons, we haven't shown the power of our Zunbao Island yet. They came just in time, and I was worried that I had no target.
Sha Jilling also shouted as he geared up. His expression was similar to that of Jin Huaninhuan. And his wife Tume, who was also a promiscuous man, was also smiling stupidly and following Sha Jilling's back to show off.
Yes. Let them remember this time. I didn't say anything. My soldiers have already become impatient. We request an outpost. Give us 2 naval guns and a fast ship? We want it too.
Suddenly the hall became lively, and everyone took the initiative to challenge. And everyone watching was excited. Only Sha Kuan and Yi Tong frowned slightly during this period. Only then did they know that these artillery pieces probably wouldn't have much effect on those advanced cultivators.
When Shabao Island
was breached, it was due to the powerful fighting power of several highly skilled cultivators. Among them is Sharu, who came this time.
Well, okay. I will divide the troops and generals tomorrow. Now go back and get ready. Well, for the sake of peace and quiet, you two stay here for a while.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and asked everyone to go back and do pre-battle preparations. Prepare. And then leave 2 Qi and 2 Ani behind. Weren't these 2 people's general spiritual consciousness sealed by Zhu Xiaobao at the beginning? So they found
Zunbao Island
in order to lift the seal of this spiritual consciousness. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao also wanted them to stay here for
Zunbao Island serves. Now that the war is imminent, the role of these 2 people is very crucial. He wanted to determine whether these 2 comfort-seeking cultivators were willing to fight for the Zunbao Island.
Lord Supreme Treasure.
We, 2 Ani and 2 Qi looked at each other, and then spoke cautiously.
I will lift your seal, and you 2 can decide to stay or go on your own. But you 2 must know that there is no truly comfortable place in the world. Only the place you work hard for and defend is the most stable place worth staying. Land!
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly.
Yes. We are willing to stay on the island. And we are willing to fight against foreign enemies with everyone.
But 2 Ani and 2 Qi nodded repeatedly. But they were a little hesitant later, and seemed to have some concerns.
Just say it. If you have any requests, I will try my best to satisfy you.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, these 2 guys didn't hesitate for too long. So Zhu Xiaobao also asked with satisfaction.
Just don't let us meet Shark Tiger. We were defeated by him in the beginning. And now it's even harder to compete with him.
2 Qi and 2 Ani said in embarrassment. Even their old faces were a little red.
Ha. Don't worry about this. It's not your turn to take action against the most important person on the other side. The stronger the opponent, the more I want to wait for a while.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately laughed when he heard this, waved his hands, and said with a smile. Then he said very freely,
You can come to my alchemy room in the afternoon, and I will lift the seal of your spiritual consciousness for you. Thank you, Lord Zunbo. The 2 of us brothers will definitely stick to the
Zunbao Island
and work together with the millions of people on the island to resist foreign enemies. In fact, you are not satisfied with what you said. We brothers also worship the holy statue every day, which also produces thanks to the power of faith. We all like this place very much and are willing to live here for a long time.
2 Ani and 2 Qi immediately bowed and saluted excitedly, and then said sincerely, unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao did not use the divine consciousness seal to coerce them, but instead released them from the divine consciousness seal before the war started. This actually gave the 2 of them a feeling of mutual trust. After 2 Ani and 2 Qi left happily, Sha Kuan and Yi Tong walked in again and said solemnly,
Master Xiaobao, what do you think is the chance of winning? That Shark Tiger is not easy to deal with. I think.
At the beginning, needless to say, they were able to take over Shabao Island because they knew your Sha family too well. But this time, they will lose because they don't know me too well. You should be like the Sha Ji is good at learning. So he believes in me.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and said decisively,
Yes.
Shikun and Yintongxian were stunned at first, and then said firmly, because they suddenly felt that Zhu Xiaobao was not worried about number 4 at all, but was full of confidence. Whenever they see Zhu Xiaobao like this, they will feel confident in their hearts. The entire island of
Zunbao Island
was actively preparing. No one was seen panicking. Only people united as one. Ordinary people are also very motivated to fight, and actively participate in logistical support and various supplies. Some people even took out weapons that had been dusted for a long time and were ready to join the battle. Finally, on the morning of the third day, a large number of warships appeared on the sea. And it doesn't come from one direction. The opponent relied on their numerical advantage to form an encirclement from 3 sides. Even so, looking around, the sea was densely covered with warships. To the east was the opponent's main force, with 300 warships. The one at the front was a very large warship, with a big man standing on the bow, 3 meters tall, even taller than Su Zhu. He was holding a lot of weapons, holding 2 short-handled 3-pronged forks in his hands, and wearing a set of dark gold sharkskin armor, looking murderous. In fact, none of this was very surprising or amazing. But Zhu Xiaobao took a closer look with a telescope and was surprised to find that behind the 2 dwarf flags behind Shark Tiger, there was actually a very familiar figure standing. It seemed it's because he doesn't want to show up. But he didn't expect that even though he was so far away, Zhu Xiaobao could clearly see that this person was the Jiaogo whom he let go. Is she here too? This is really troublesome. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but frown and secretly felt worried. Listen to my order. All groups are ready to fire. As Sha Jilin roared, thousands of red cannons began to blast at the same time. Chapter 1368 Battle of the Island, B. With a deafening roar, I could feel the ground shaking under my feet, making everyone's heart shake. Even Zhu Xiaobao has never seen tens of thousands of red cannons fire at the same time. This scene is absolutely shocking. Looking at the warships on the sea, they suddenly fell into a bombardment. All the warships were covered by a huge amount of artillery fire, and it felt like there was nowhere to escape. Not only the 300 warships in the front, but also the warships surrounding them from both sides were also crushed by artillery fire. Even the cultivators had never seen such a shocking scene, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Disgraceful. Is this the response given to them by those mortals who usually look down upon them? Not long after, the second round of artillery fire arrived. By this time, more than half of the warships were on fire, and a considerable number of warships that had been hit by multiple cannonballs had begun to fragment and sink. And there are more people on the burning warships who are making noisy, crying and howling desperately trying to save themselves. At this time, Shark Tiger on the pirate flagship was also stunned. He had never encountered such a one-sided tragedy. He couldn't help but turn around and glare at Jiaogo in anger, feeling a little helpless in his heart, because Jiaogo really urged him to disperse the warships. But he didn't listen at all, and even scolded Jiaogo, so that Jiaogo had no choice but to huddle behind the dwarf flag, hoping for a miracle to happen. The scene turned out to be more terrifying than anything Jiaogo had ever encountered. Jiaogo really regrets it now. If he had known earlier, he should have listened to his eldest sister Jianu's painstaking advice, concentrated on practicing, and slowly regained his strength, instead of rushing to seek revenge on Zhu Xiaobao. For this reason, he even betrayed his eldest sister Jianuo. Thinking of this, Jiaogo felt a little upset. But although other warships were seriously damaged, Shark Tiger's flagship was unscathed, because the gang Chi he and his masters released could make those cannonballs change their direction or miss the target. Within the air, they exploded around the pirate flagship. So now, the 30 or so warships running at the front have already approached Zuinbao Island. But then, they still encountered huge trouble. If they went further, the bottom of the warship had already touched the reefs, and there was a possibility of running aground soon. So they had to stop. At this moment, Green Farrier and Sha Jiling had led 4 small warships to quickly drive out from both sides. This warship, which had been repeatedly improved, was 1/3 smaller in size and more flexible. But there are 8 fewer naval guns on the station ship, and there are only 16 naval guns. There are now a total of 20 such small warships on Zuinbao Island. Bang! 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 With a volley of fire, the warships around Shark Tiger began to be unbearable. They did not expect that the opponent had such close-range shooting artillery. And these small warships, the speed far exceeded their imagination. And it was extremely flexible, interspersing among many pirate ships. Damn it! What kind of ship is this? So small! Come on! Shark Tiger roared furiously, and the short-handled steel fork in his hand flew out, directly taking Sha Jiling's head. Because Sha Jiling is happiest when he kills while shouting. Moreover, Shark Tiger also knew Sha Jiling. When they captured Xiaobao Island, Sha Jiling was in the first stage of cultivation in Fake Fairyland. This silly boy is indeed extremely talented in cultivation. In this short period of 100 years, Sha Ji-ling, if you don't fall down, you will have advanced to the middle stage of
fake Wonderland. Still as motionless as a mountain.
Although Sha Ji-ling is a bit naive, he is not stupid at all when it comes to fighting. And the actual combat experience is extremely rich. As soon as he saw the flying short fork, he knew that he couldn't match it. So he immediately used the most powerful defense method, completely petrified, and even protected his head with his arms. Crack! With a huge whistling sound, this short fork carried a fierce wind and released a strong murderous aura. With just one move, the small warship was broken into two pieces. The right half of Sha Ji-ling's body also shattered, and the whole person fell into the sea and sank quickly. At the same time, Sha Mei also commanded a small warship to follow Sha Ji-ling before she could rescue Sha Ji-ling. I felt that the warship was overturned by a huge force from the bottom of the sea. A great white shark jumped up from the bottom of the sea and swallowed several guards in one bite. Then with a flick of its tail, it overturned another warship. Got it. It turns out that this shark tiger also has a mythical beast. A huge white shark. This white shark is twice as big as Tu Qingxian's octopus. No wonder Tu Qingxian is unwilling to fight with shark tiger head-on. But? No. Original illusion.
Green Farrier secretly screamed as soon as she saw it, and quickly cast her original illusion, not only covering several warships on her side, but also the Sha Ji-ling's. The only two remaining warships in the team were covered up. Then he began to run back desperately. The shark tiger in this middle Wonderland was so powerful that he destroyed 3 small warships with just a few moves.
Humph. Little lady, it's too late to run away now. Can this kind of illusion be able to lift up my consciousness?
Sharkus snorted disdainfully, escaped from a fishing net, and cast it away. Come. We are about to cover all these warships, including Green Fairy. At this time, even Green Farrier began to panic. After all, she was only in the fake fairyland, and there was a huge gap in strength between her and the cultivators in the middle fairyland. But at this moment, something invisible seemed to be caught in this fishing net. The heavy thing could not be tightened no matter how hard it was, causing Shark Tiger to shout in surprise.
1 yuan of heavy water? Someone actually refined 1 yuan of heavy water. Who is it? Come out!
But no one responded to him. But this drop of
1 yuan heavy water
pressed toward Shark Tiger, and even shrouded Shark Tiger's warship in it. Zhu Xiaobao wants to use the weight of
1 yuan heavy water
and the gravity technique to crush this pirate flagship. But before Zhu Xiaobao could use the gravity technique, he saw Shark Tiger in the 1 yuan heavy water. He only slowed down his movement slightly, and then smashed the drop of
1 yuan heavy water
with one palm. Then he laughed loudly and said,
I don't care who you are. If you want to use the water attribute to fight me, you are asking for trouble. Don't worry. I've just started. Let's do it the same way.
Although Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked, he still laughed calmly. At least his plan had worked. With such a small delay, Green Fairy had quickly escaped back with those warships, and Sha Ji-ling and Tu Mei also sank to the bottom of the water, and slowly walked back from the bottom of the sea step by step, although the huge white shark kept attacking them both. The super abnormal petrification ability of these two idiots prevented the great white shark from eating them. Before Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, Shark Tiger discovered that the surrounding warships were already on fire, and the fire was now closing in on him. A
5-element square
also appeared in midair.
5 elements venerable? Are you really the descendant of the 5 elements venerable?
Although Shark Tiger was very reckless, he still knew about the 5 elements venerable. This was a man whose combat power could rival the
immortal venerable realm.
Back then. What a man of God.
Stop talking nonsense and bring your great white shark out to me. I'm going to grill it.
Zhu Xiaobao is still further irritating Shark Tiger. What he has to do now is for Shark Tiger to leave the sea and come directly to the island to confront him head-on.
Humph. I said, this is my world. Thousands of waves.
As Shark Tiger roared, he saw countless water waves rising from around the flagship, and the fire skull spread out in an instant. The sea of fire was extinguished. The great white shark also jumped up angrily, using its huge tail to throw up a column of water, which directly smashed the
5 elements phalanx
into pieces in midair. After a while, the ignorant skulls gathered together again and formed the
5-element square. He's really hacking strong. Well, just stay down there.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little lost when he saw it. This man's fighting ability is too strong. At least no one can beat him on the sea. But Zhu Xiaobao has a trick up his sleeve. So just leave him here and forget about it. Unless you jump out of the sea yourself. Just stay in the sea. Zhu Xiaobao is now focusing on another flagship in the distance, which is the warship of the branch leader Yake. Because their warships are far away from the warships of the Pirate Alliance, they have not suffered much. There is another more important reason for the loss. That is, although their warships are few in number, they are all wrapped in black iron, which is anti-collision and fireproof and not easy to be blown up. Although they are short in speed, they are very sturdy. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that this row of warships also emitted a dazzling light, making it impossible for the red cannons to see clearly the target they were going to hit, and could only see a bright and dazzling light.
Huh? Being able to use the
light technique
to such a level, Master Yake is considered a master.
Zhu Xiaobao also looked a little dull. He could do the same spell, but he could never use it to such a powerful level. The point.
Supreme Treasure. We don't want to be your enemy. As long as you can replace the statue with the statue of our Archbishop Monroe, we will withdraw immediately. And we also recognize the existence of your
Zuanbao Island.
You are still
Zuanbao Island, island owner of Treasure Island. How about it?
I didn't expect that the leader of Yakefeng could speak the local language very pure. Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly by the whole island.
No need to go to so much trouble. As long as you smash the statue of Monroe, I will treat you to a drink and treat you as a distinguished guest. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao responded with a smile.
Humph. Then don't blame me for being rude. The light is shining.
Yika's face suddenly darkened. And then he drank coldly.
Come here. Take out all my pot lids. Let's have a radiant one too.
Chapter 1369 Battle of the Island, C. As Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, he saw hundreds of round ice sculptures appearing on the city wall, which really looked like pot lids. These were made by the Green Fairy's ice technique. Just now, Green Fairy escaped back to
Zuanbao Island
with a few warships. She didn't come to help Zhu Xiaobao. She was just working on these things. Although she still doesn't understand why Zhu Xiaobao turned such a large ice shield into a huge pot lid. She has long been used to it after being with him for such a long time. Zhu Xiaobao's move must have a purpose. This huge ice shield is actually a concave mirror. But with the ice attribute of Green Fairy, it becomes much easier. Thousands of them can be released at once. Facing the midday sun, these huge pot lids reflected huge beams of light, directly hitting the large halo released by Yake and others. Suddenly, on the side of Master Yake, he felt countless huge rays of sunlight shining directly at him, which was more dazzling than the light he released. In real sunlight, their halos appear too small. They rely on the power of faith, and it is stored by themselves. So recovery is much slower. With such a huge consumption, it was already a bit difficult. But now it is even more stretched.
What is this? Why is it stronger than our light technique? Is the power of their faith stronger than the bishop's? This is impossible.
The originally confident leader Yakefeng suddenly exclaimed. But the light beam emitted from the
Zuanbao Island
is far more effective than this. It also contains a sharp
light technique,
which is exactly what Zhu Xiaobao released. Although he is not as proficient and powerful as Yake, he used the earth and stone shield formed by the earth skeleton to form a huge pot lid, and cleverly used this
pot lid
to allow the water skeletons to form a layer on top. The reflective film concentrated the
light technique
released by Zhu Xiaobao into a beam of light, which penetrated the opponent's light barrier.
You are looking for death. Supreme Treasure, you have only been practicing Taoism for a few years, but you dare to compete with me in our magic?
Yake shouted angrily, but he was also very panicked in his heart. There are endless amounts of little treasures here. Supplement, but he does not have a steady stream of
power of faith
to supplement it. If he wants to defeat Zhu Xiaobao, he must fight quickly. But now the opponent's reflection of sunlight has made Taimin very uncomfortable, and Zhu Xiaobao is still playing at home, with a steady stream of faith power to replenish it, which puts the leader of Yak in a dilemma. But Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about this now. Seeing that the light curtain formed by the other party is rapidly weakening and shrinking, he is very surprised. And now he is full of confidence. At the same time, millions of people are praying and worshipping devoutly at the statues of the
Supreme Treasure
on the island, except for those who are helping to defend the city and provide supplies. The rest of the people on the
Supreme Treasure.
most of the people have fallen down in front of the statue of the
Supreme Treasure.
and are praying sincerely, so that the power of faith is continuously being used by the little treasures.
So when these spells are cast, the little treasures don't even feel any consumption and fatigue. He just felt the huge blessing brought to him by united efforts. As the control becomes more and more proficient, Green Fairy has mastered the basic rules and can concentrate all the reflected light on key points. This time, the warships began to be unbearable. Unexpectedly, these beams of light were concentrated on one point, resulting in extremely high temperatures, and the warships were finally burned by the irradiation, and more than one warship was on display. More and more exhibits began to smoke and catch fire.
This is sorcery! It's not our magic!
Leader Yikofan shouted angrily at this time. He didn't expect that a Zuanbao island could be so powerful, and he fell into passivity from the beginning. At this time, he didn't care about the image and shouted,
Master Shark Tiger, what are you still doing there? Why don't you attack the island? Are you still afraid of them in the
Middle Wonderland?
What do you mean you're afraid of them? I'm waiting for you to attack Zuanbao Island together. Humph! You've been hiding behind, and it's my men and ships who are taking the lead.
Shark Tiger suddenly shouted angrily. But now even the warships of the Qiyang sect are starting to catch fire, and the opponent's offensive has also begun to change. If he doesn't take action, I'm afraid this time's plan to siege Zuanbao Island will fail. In desperation, Sharku had no choice but to jump up and start flying towards Zuanbao Island at high speed. He is a cultivator in the
Middle Immortal Realm,
so flying in the air is not a difficult task for her. It's just that he can't take his great white shark with him. Although the Nashi warship suffered heavy losses at this time, there were also many more clippers on the sea. It turned out that each warship had more than a dozen clippers, which were used in shallow waters or for beach landings. Thousands of clippers have been deployed, and finally some enemies have begun to board the coast. Moreover, a considerable number of people who can board the beach now are those who have cultivation skills, and it is easier for them to protect themselves from artillery fire. Facing these extremely small targets, the red cannon doesn't have much lethality. Now the soldiers on the city wall have begun a real defensive battle. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had no time to take care of the enemies, who were rushing to land on the beach. He was staring at the leader of Yikofan. He did not expect that the leader of the branch would rise up when he was free, holding a staff in his hand and muttering something in his mouth, actually steamed into the air, and came face to face with Zhu Xiaobao on the top of the mountain.
Fireball attack!
As soon as Yake spoke, Zhu Xiaobao was stunned, because a fireball the size of a football was shooting towards him.
That's it?
Zhu Xiaobao sacrificed the fire skull, and saw the fire skull swallowing the fireball shot by the electricity in one bite. And then a fire light returned to the leader Yikofan. However, the leader of Yikofan also calmly used the staff in his hand to absorb the light. At this time, those huge ice shields began to dissipate. After all, Green Fairy couldn't hold on for long if she had to maintain such a large number of ice shields. The most important thing for her now was to join forces with Zhu Xiaobao to deal with powerful enemies.
Dark Art! Light Jutsu! The power of faith!
Zhu Xiaobao cast his most powerful spells one after another, but they all disappeared when Yake used his staff to hit them. However, it is also the Dark Art. Zhu Xiaobao is not so easy to crack. At most, it is only a partial crack. This shows Yake's cultivation. The Dark Art that has just been cracked can be repaired immediately, making Zhu Xiaobao a little passive.
Damn it! Other people's techniques are not easy to use. Sienna, we'd better use our own.
Zhu Xiaobao felt like he was beaten on a ball of cotton, and he couldn't help but shout to Luciener.
Who told you to have to compete with these yellow-haired, blue-eyed monsters in these skills? Ice and fire!
Green Fairy snorted, and then immediately launched her best skills. A large sea of fire was overwhelmingly suppressed in an instant, and the feet below turned into a vast expanse of white. At the same time, the surrounding scenes became vast, and the original city walls and defensive equipment disappeared.
Huh? There is such a method? The power of faith. The fireball technique.
Yake was slightly surprised, but then a layer of halo emitted from his body, and the Green Fairy's ice and fire two-layered sky also can't attack him. But an even bigger fireball slowly flew towards Zhu Xiaobao. At the same time, Shark Tiger also led many of his men to the beach. Although he did not have the blessing of a tribute power, he was still very powerful with his Middle Fairyland cultivation. He led everyone to start step by step, while resisting the arrows that were constantly flying. It was getting closer and closer to the city wall in front.
Shark Tiger, do you still remember Shikun from
Shabao Island?
Come on! Come on! Today is just the day to end the hatred of our nails.
At this moment, Shikun and Yintong had already jumped over from the city wall, facing the enemy. The two of them came hand in hand to avenge their past humiliation.
Ha 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 ha! Who do I think you are? It turned out to be my defeated general. Why do you want to challenge me again? I won't let you escape this time. Ha ha ha!
When Shark Tiger saw Shikun and his wife, he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. And then he also launched two short forks. He was very confident that he could fight one against two.
Brothers, come on! There are a lot of beauties on the island. And the leader said, whoever grabs it belongs to whoever.
The pirates under Shark Tiger also began to shout arrogantly. In their opinion, I just suffered a loss at sea. I can definitely get it back here. Because the person with the highest cultivation level is the Shikun couple from the
First Immortal Realm. Kill! Kill these pirates who do all kinds of evil. Kill them all.
At this time, a large number of cultivators rushed over from behind Shikun. The number of cultivators was actually more than those led by Shark Tiger. And these pirates were finally surprisingly. The opponents on the opposite side are not even low in cultivation. The leader was Sha Jiling Tu Mei, followed closely by Jinhuan Yinhuan and many female guards. The most beautiful scenery is the maids and internal guards led by Huang Yuyu. They are all beautiful and charming women, especially Huang Yuyu and others, who are also wearing clothes similar to eunuchs, which is even more eye-catching. At first glance, this female officer is no less impressive than the female cultivators around Zhu Xiaobao. But before he could rush forward, he saw a figure passing by quickly, followed by three heads falling to the ground. It was Wei Zifeng who used her wind attribute and took the lead in launching the attack. Chapter 1370 Defeat Each One, A. This time is a real battle. The number of people on both sides has reached thousands. Although the initial realm, Transcendent Realm, and
God Transformation Realm
account for the majority, they are also cultivation. Who? Sure enough, the lethality of those artillery pieces is still a bit weak for cultivators. Who doesn't have a life-saving trick or magic weapon? Although they were very embarrassed, they were able to save their lives. Now that they are together, the scale is still very large. At the beginning of the battle, the lower the cultivation level, the further away from the center of the battlefield. Because I am afraid of being affected by those with high cultivation level. And those with advanced cultivation are indifferent to the people around them, and stare closely at their opponents. Among them, the most fierce battle was between Shark Tiger and Sha Kuan and his wife. Although Shark Tiger still had a certain advantage, what he didn't expect was that Yintong had advanced to the primary fairyland. Compared with the one on Shabao Island, it's time to take another step forward. For the Shikun couple who are also powerful, Shark Tiger's advantage is not so obvious. When fighting on land, his shortcomings of slow speed and single style of play are infinitely magnified. At the critical moment, Sha Jiling and Tu Mei also ran over to help their parents, which made Shark Tiger gradually become passive. Although Sha Jiling and Tu Mei's cultivation level is fake fairyland, these two guys are tall and strong, and their abnormal defense ability gives Shark Tiger a headache. But Sharu was also aggrieved. He obviously brought so many cultivators with him. Logically speaking, they are the ones with more strength. Why is it that Rang Sha Jiling and his wife have their hands free now? Shark Tiger took a peek and almost lost his teeth in shock. In the distance, an old man from the
First Immortal Realm
was commanding more than 400 female cultivators who also joined the battle. This person is none other than Imodayo, who has been working hard on the
100 pregnancy pill.
And those more than 400 female cultivators were all his wives and concubines. But Imodayo himself stood there with high spirits and commanded his wives and concubines to fight. Daching Imodayo has gradually brought back all the wives and concubines left on the
Immortal Pill Island
over the past few years. And he has married or bought more than 40 wives and concubines in the past few years. Anyway, this old man has a lot of money. Just a few the patent fee Xiaobao paid him for the
Bayou Dan
was enough for him to squander it for hundreds of years, in order to continue the family lineage. This old man is also worried. But no one expected that Imodayo would lead his wives and concubines to the war this time. Everyone ignored such a huge army of women. Because Imodayo is just like words and deeds. He is greedy for life and afraid of death. And he cherishes his life very much. But this time when the critical moment came, they actually stepped forward.
Sui Hua! Give him the sauerkraut hand. Yes. Yes. You are the best. Xing Hua! You can't help your 249 sister. Just like on the bed? You only know this trick? Use another trick. Damn it. Damn, Junior. You dared to touch her ass. Wait until I come to capture you.
While Mo Daya was supervising the formation of his wives and concubines, he also did not forget to give instructions to these wives and concubines. Once they were in danger, he would take action himself. The pirates watching were all envious. If you had such a life, who would want to be a pirate? What made Shark Tiger even more unexpected was that two brothers from the fake fairyland were killed at the edge of the battlefield. Aren't they the brothers Tu Ani and Tu Chi Xian who were trying to join them before? These two brothers actually also don't covet comfort anymore. Fight as hard as the wind blows. And be merciless in your attacks?
Need! Rub!
Sha Jilling roared. And Tu Mei stood up and moved forward. They actually arrived in front of Shark Tiger and started a hand-to-hand fight. It turns out that these two silly guys have been discussing couplets with Jin Huan. So they also like this kind of close-hand combat, especially in order to increase the fighting power. Tu Mei's weight and figure have soared, and she has exceeded the sand is clever. Now when he was stabbed by Shark Tiger's short fork, not a drop of blood came out, because it's all meat.
Stop! What kind of style of play are you doing? Are there any rules?
Seeing that he was so passive, Shark, who couldn't help but roared loudly.
Rules! Killing you is the rule. Have you forgotten how our old man died?
Shakun immediately snorted angrily. Then he put on a pair of iron claws, and together with Yitong, accompanied Sha Jilling and Tu Mei, harassing Shark Tiger from both sides.
Ouch! You two juniors have gone too far. Ouch! You still dare to bite someone?
Shark Tiger suddenly shouted in shock and anger. This kind of close combat has made him fall into absolute passivity. The people of the Pirate Alliance, who thought they would have an absolute advantage, are now gradually starting to panic. Especially seeing Shark Tiger in deep danger makes these people even more timid. And there is no way out even if they want to retreat, because there is a huge octopus lying on the beach, with tentacles hundreds of meters long waiting for the pirates to return. Now that Shark Tiger's great white shark can't come here, this octopus has no fear. As soon as it gets closer, it will be sucked into his mouth. Zhu Xiubu's side has been in a stalemate. The leader Yakufan on the opposite side is too difficult to deal with, and all kinds of attacks are ineffective against him. Even the original illusion of Green Fairy was easily cracked by him. At the same time, a large number of black armored knights also rushed over. Spears, long swords, and long bows were their standard equipment. They wore heavy armor and carried a heavy shield behind them. Also riding on his crotch is a war horse that is also wearing heavy armor. This kind of war horse is huge, one size larger than the horses that pull Fwashing's carts. The hoofs of the horses tremble when they hit the ground. Most of them are at the divine transformation realm, and a small number are at the combined realm. However, their fighting methods are definitely different from the local casual cultivators. They all move forward in an orderly manner. Although the number was only over 500, this steadily advancing offensive was still very effective. They could also resist the oncoming arrows in an orderly manner. Zhu Xiaobao and others had no choice but to retreat slowly. But this time Zhu Xiaobao did not panic. What he has to do now is to hold back Yake and others, so that Shakun and others have enough time to annihilate them. People from the Pirate Alliance.
Children, rush forward and destroy these evil humans. Reshape the Archbishop's statue.
Yak waved the staff in his hand and started to get a little anxious. From his condescending position, he had already seen that the people of the Pirate Alliance, led by Shark Tiger, were already passive. But here he was dragged to death by Zhu Xiaobao. This made her very angry. She didn't expect this little fat man. How can it last so long? What Yak couldn't understand the most was the
5 elements phalanx
in midair. Although he had heard its name for a long time, when he actually encountered it, he was still shocked by this wonderful
5 elements phalanx.
Intuitively, this
5 elements square
should be controlled by divine consciousness. But with Zhu Xiaobao's
true martial realm
cultivation, how can he control such 5 magical skulls? The strength that Zhu Xiaobao showed was far more than that. There were also many helpers behind him. What made him even more stunned was that the leaders were 2 women from their own clan, Helena and Michigan Lu. There are also people like Wan Shitong and Yin Wuxing, as well as some foreign monks who have been completely naturalized.
Traitor! Traitor! Knights! Rush forward and kill these traitors.
Yake suddenly shouted angrily, raising his hand. One after another, bigger fireballs kept trying to crush Xiaobao here. Although his offensive was very simple, due to his advanced cultivation, these fireballs were difficult to break up or absorb at once. In desperation, Green Fairy had no choice but to erect a huge ice shield to block these huge fireballs. Fireball? It's just that once these huge ice shields hit these fireballs, they will quickly dissolve and disappear.
Humph. Let me see how much more you can do.
Green Fairy was furious. After erecting ice shields one by one, he fired thousands of
ultimate cold pills.
This time, Yake couldn't bear it. He didn't expect Green Fairy to have such a treasure. And it seemed like it was free of charge, and he could get thousands of them at a time.
Leighton! It's your turn to take action.
Yak's big fireball has obviously caught up with the attacks of many Green Fairies. Faced with a Jihan Dan, that was both defensive and offensive. Yake also sensed a danger, because ice had begun to form under his feet. If he hadn't resolved it in time, it would have quickly spread upwards and frozen him into an ice sculpture.
Whoosh!
A figure, faster than Wei Zifeng, shot toward Zhu Xiaobao with lightning, and the short sword in his hand also struck directly at Zhu Xiaobao's neck.
Boom!
There was a muffled sound. And as the saying goes, the alien killer from the fake Wonderland had been beaten backwards as quickly as he came. Stopping behind the leader Yikafan, he looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. Suddenly, a mysterious corpse appeared beside him. The sharp palm just now was caused by this mysterious corpse. And Leighton his sword also pierced the body of this Xian corpse. But it was unscathed. The sudden change caught Yak off guard. Unexpectedly, there was a mysterious corpse beside Zhu Xiaobao. What's more, this mysterious corpse followed Leighton like a shadow, following Leighton's whereabouts. This surprised both Yake and Leighton. If they were to fight in close combat, they were not sure they could defeat this mysterious corpse. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a very terrifying sense of crisis. He felt that he was being targeted. And then an electric arrow shot straight towards his chest. And there is no way to dodge it, because this is at least as powerful as the full blow of the
Middle Fairy Realm.
And the opponent's consciousness is tightly locked on him.
No! Come back quickly!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, hoping that Xian Ji could help him block this arrow. At the same time, the Earth Skeleton shield had been deployed on his chest. But it was still not enough. Zhu Xiaobao could already feel the breath of death at this moment. Sure enough, a dark golden arrow with flashing inscriptions and supreme murderous intent directly penetrated the earth and stone shield, and then shot through the jade corpse in front of Zhu Xiaobao, as well as the armor he was wearing. Even the automatically protected kitchen knife was pierced through the golden inner armor.
Ah! My life is at stake!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in despair. Chapter 1371 Defeat Each One B. At this critical moment, a thin sword penetrated from behind Zhu Xiaobao, shattering the powerful arrow. The arrowhead still pierced Zhu Xiaobao's chest, but it was already at the end of its powerful crossbow. Got it.
How could it be you?
Zhu Xiaobao then turned his head and saw clearly that it was Jian Nu who saved his life at the critical moment, and her wrist was still shaking slightly. He looked at Zhu Xiaobao coldly, and then stared at a place behind the leader Yikafan. Although there is still no figure visible, Zhu Xiaobao can also feel the presence of the other party. At this time, the Xian corpse has returned to him. Now it is impossible to shoot Zhu Xiaobao again.
Humph! Are you finally willing to show up?
Jialing took the lead and snorted coldly. It can be heard that Jiao Nu has been hiding, waiting for the opponent's archer to show up.
Ha ha! Jiao Nu, are you finally willing to show up? You are already my slave. Why are you running away? Come back. I will forgive you.
Unexpectedly, the leader of Yake also gave a double glance when he saw Jiao Nu, said radiantly. From his eyes, Zhu Xiaobao saw a lustful and evil look like a beast. Even this smile makes people feel malicious.
Get out of here! You sanctimonious scum! You took advantage of others' danger and plotted against me. I swear I will kill you with my own hands one day.
As soon as Jialing heard Yak's words, he shouted angrily. At the same time, his face turned pale, as if there was a blood feud between the two.
Ha ha! How can you be taking advantage of others? It was your brother who gave you to me? This is also a great honor for you. Now come back obediently, and don't let me do it myself.
I didn't expect Yak to still do it. He licked his lips in recollection and smiled calmly. He didn't take the opponent's identity as a sword cultivator seriously at all.
Shut up! I don't allow you to talk nonsense here.
Jialing saw Zhu Xiaobao's confused eyes. His face turned red, and he yelled angrily. The sword in my hand is trembling.
Humph. Then don't blame me for being rude. No one can escape from my hands yet.
Leader Yake also lowered his face slightly, and snorted coldly. In front of so many subordinates, he would not allow anyone to offend his dignity. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's attention was still focused on the archer. This man's cultivation level was definitely not inferior to that of Jiamin. And his bow and arrows were also divine objects. This person is the scariest. Moreover, I had never noticed the existence of this person before. It can be imagined that his concealment skills are already very strong. But now that Zhu Xiaobao is focused on this person, there is no sneak attack. And Zhu Xiaobao has already released several Vulcan bees to fly over. I am confident that no matter how concealed the opponent is, they will not be able to make a sneak attack.
Weak.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, Master Yake suddenly used the staff in his hand and thought about Jianduo. His face suddenly became even paler. He was so weak that he could no longer stand. He had no choice but to hold on. Only after killing Zhu Xiaobao's mysterious corpse could he barely stand. But the panic and anger in her eyes were obvious.
Oh, this should be some kind of divine consciousness attack. Right. Or is it similar to divine consciousness brand control?
Zhu Xiaobao understood somewhat and asked.
Yes. I was betrayed by my damn brother Jiao Go and was plotted against me. Leave quickly. His spell is very overbearing.
Jiamin said very weakly at this time, even with a slight tremor in his voice.
Ha ha. Everyone on this island, including everyone, cannot leave today. The only way out is to switch to my sect. Weak.
Although Bishop Yak was struggling at this time, he actually pointed with his staff again. Zhu Xiaobao wants to solve the biggest trouble in front of him in one fell swoop.
Aw? You bitch. How dare you play dirty tricks? Reflex.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. This was the opponent launching a spiritual attack on him. He couldn't help but said angrily.
Ouch. How is that possible? You can also use the weakness spell.
This time, it was Bishop Yak's turn to tremble violently. He was also very weak due to the reflection of his own spell, and could not summon up his energy and strength. I also have a splitting headache. He couldn't help shouting in horror. But, immediately, Zhu Xiaobao saw a halo of faith emanating from Master Yake's body, and immediately resolved the weakness spell. But what makes Bishop Yake very depressed is that all the little horses are also imitating the cat and tiger, and the same layer of faith halo is emitted, which also allows his own to resolve the other party's spiritual attack. And what's even more amazing is that he also resolved the weakness of Jianduo.
Thank you.
Jianduo immediately returned to normal. At the same time, he looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some surprise. His eyes were full of disbelief. How old is this guy? There are so many endless methods.
Ha ha. If you have any other means, just use it. Old man Yake. If there are no other means, you will not be so easy today.
Zhu Xiaobao finally understands now that the power of faith is the most fundamental as long as the power of your faith is deep enough. You will be invincible.
You devil. You are the devil. Knights, rush forward and kill this devil.
Yake finally panicked, pointing at Zhu Xiaobao and shouting angrily. Because the leader of Yake feels that he can no longer shake Zhu Xiaobao. He has a steady stream of faith power, and now he is becoming more and more skilled in using it. However, the power of his own faith consumes a huge amount, and without any reservations, it may be really difficult for him to escape unscathed. Countless knights like a torrent of iron armor, urging their mounts, holding long bows at the same time, kept firing, all rushing towards Zhu Xiaobao. This kind of effort is indeed very scary. Even on the ground they were all shaken to the point of moving, and the arrows shot from the city wall are basically ineffective against them.
It's hard to move even an inch.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the horses of these knights seemed to have stepped into the soft sand, and suddenly became slower, hard steps. Moreover, there is a steady stream of yellow sand piling up under our feet. It turned out to be patches of sand released by the earth skeleton. At the same time, several other skeletons in the
5 elements phalanx
also launched a steady stream of attacks on Bishop Yak. And that mysterious corpse started to hunt down Leighton, who had just received heavy damage.
Faith! The power of faith! Fireball!
In desperation, Master Yake used the power of faith over and over again to wash away various attribute attacks on his body. Although he could barely maintain it, he was becoming more and more panicked. The power of faith he had reserved had been exhausted, and green fairies 2 layers of ice and fire are harvesting the lives of these knights. Many people began to be frozen into ice sculptures, and many people howled and jumped off their horses and quickly took off their armor, because it was so burned that they could no longer wear it. Finally, the black knights behind became afraid and immediately turned around and ran away. If they fell into this kind of sand, it would be such a tragic end.
Don't run! Don't run! You are all useless black knights. You must defend your honor.
Bishop Yake was already around Zhou Jin's shoulders, howling in embarrassment, and then waved his hand viciously. The priests behind him also raised their staffs and used the fireball technique with him to resist the continuous attacks. Suddenly, countless fireballs, large and small, rushed towards me.
Snowflakes all over the sky.
Green Fairy also screamed, and suddenly snowflakes were flying all over the sky, blocking these fireballs one by one, and soon disappeared without a trace.
White God be!
There was also a scoff from behind Master Yake, and suddenly tens of thousands of white divine bees flew out and attacked Zhu Xiubu's side.
Ha ha! I haven't used these magic bees yet. But you are trying to do something for me first? Then let you see my magic bees. Come out for me!
Zhu Xiaobao immediately became happy when he saw it, and he was very disdainful. A wave of his hand. In an instant, no fewer than 50,000 spiritual bees flew out of Zhu Xiaobao's beast control bag. Not only were there 20,000
paralytic white bees,
there were even more
black god bees,
and even thousands Vulcan bee. Immediately, the group of god bees stared at the
white god bees,
released by Yake, and launched a crushing massacre. Their numbers and combat effectiveness were absolutely dominant.
Why do you have everything? You devil! How on earth did you do it?
This time, the leader of Yake was completely desperate. It was originally used as a trick to keep the bottom of the box, but once it is used now, it is a joke. The opponent's divine bees are divided into several types, which are far more ferocious than his
white divine bees.
At this time, the people of the Pirate Alliance, fighting on the beach, were already retreating steadily, with numerous casualties. They had originally hoped that Bishop Yake would come to rescue them, but now that they saw Bishop Yake in the distance, who was even more embarrassed than they were, they all started to turn around and run for their lives. There is also an extremely fierce battle in the middle. Brothers Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian are here. They have encountered a strong enemy this time, because they are actually the old monster Jing Chai who is facing you, and he is still so arrogant. 8 female cultivators were carrying the sedan, and he was casting spells to fight against the 2 brothers alone. If it weren't for the constant harassment of the giant octopus, Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian might have been defeated, because the 8 female cultivators who carried the sedan chair this time were all in the true martial realm. With the help of their cultivation, old monster Jing Chai could reach the combat effectiveness of the
middle immortal realm.
So of course the 2 brothers are I can't bear it anymore.
Lord Supreme Treasure, come and save us!
Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian had no choice but to ask Zhu Xiaobao for help.
Ha ha! Don't panic! Don't panic! I'm here to save you!
Unexpectedly, at this moment, Mo Dayo saw the old god walking over, still saying with a smile,
"Oh, Master Ma Xian, why don't you stop joking? Just these 400 wives and concubines of yours? Don't use them to die."
Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian said in frustration when they saw it.
Ha ha! Who said I would use my wives to save you too? Old monster Jinghui. Look who is behind me. Stop it! Jinghui, why are you here?
Chapter 1372 Defeat Each One. C. Old monster Jingkai is the current patriarch of the Jing family, and he is also the person with the highest cultivation talent in the Jing family. Since the last attack on Kaeman failed, he fled back in embarrassment. But he still gained something. In the following decades, he actually successfully advanced to the
first immortal realm,
which further strengthened the Jing family's strength. In recent years, it can be said that the population has prospered and the development has been very smooth. The only thing that made him uneasy was that after running away from home all these years, there was no news from Jinghui. Not only is Jinghui one of the few girls in the Jing family, due to the practice of Kung Fu, most of the Jing family's descendants are mainly male, but she is also very talented in cultivation. So she has always been Jing's daughter, one of the juniors that old monster guy likes and values very much. I didn't expect to see Jinghui here today, and it seemed that he was still on the side of Zuanbao Island. He is looking at himself with a complicated expression.
Why are you here? Have you been imprinted with spiritual consciousness by them? Don't worry. Come back with me. The ancestor will help you remove these spiritual imprints.
The old monster Jingzai was suddenly stunned. He asked in shock and anger. He won't take action anymore. This allowed Tu Ani and Tu Qingxian, who were already in danger, to finally take a breather.
Grandpa, you'd better go back. I don't want to leave here. I want to stay here.
Jing Hui felt excited, sad, and full of contradictions when he first saw the old monster Jing Shui. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't asked her to deal with old monster Jing Chai, she wouldn't have wanted to show up. After all, her status was so humble now that she was actually given the mark of slavery. But I just like living with Zhu Xiaobao more and more. At least there is no humiliation as imagined here. Instead, life is very harmonious, giving people a sense of belonging, compared to his own island. His brothers and uncles were all scheming and ruthless in order to compete for training resources. Life here is so cozy. What troubles Jing Hui is that she can't tell whether this feeling is caused by the planting of the slave mark, or whether it arises spontaneously over time. She should feel both. It's just that the latter is more and more profound than the former.
What? Bastard. Mo Dayo. What on earth did you do to my granddaughter? How dare you extend your evil hand to my Jing family?
Jing Shui, the old monster, immediately yelled angrily.
Oh? Hey, old weirdo Jing. Do you think I, like you, must choose a female cultivator with high cultivation to be my wife? The first condition for me to take a wife is to look at the buttocks. Big butts will make it easier to have children.
And the lower the cultivation level, the better? Look, is this female doll of yours suitable? You don't even want to give it to me for free.
Mo Dayo was immediately startled and hurriedly waved his hands and said, he has known the Jing family for hundreds of years, and they have daily dealings with each other in the alchemy business. Therefore, as soon as the war started between the two sides, old monster Jing Hui consciously avoided Mo Dayo's more than 400 wives and chose to fight against the two brothers.
Is it that little fat man? Enemies are really on a narrow road. Last time it was at Cayman, but this time it's here. Okay, then I will have a good fight with you today. Do you dare to imprison me? People of the Jing family. Our Jing family will never give up.
The old monster Jing Xian finally understood that this time he had encountered Zhu Xiaobao's iron plate again. But when it comes to the children of the Jing family, he will never let go easily.
No. Grandpa, you better go back. Don't care about their affairs. It's me who doesn't want to go back. I like staying here.
Jing Hui cried with a complicated expression and tears on his face. She is really conflicted.
Zhu Xiaobao, come out. I want to show off with you.
Old monster Jing Kai finally couldn't help but roared angrily. At the same time, the 8 female cultivators carrying the sedan were also working hard with all their strength to provide the greatest blessing to the old monster Jing Xian. The Jing family's skills are so overbearing. Only by working hard can you minimize the amount of skills that are absorbed or borrowed. Once you slack off a little bit, you will be the worst absorbed.
You're okay. Old monster Jing Xian. We meet again. But I don't have time to pay attention to you now. If Jingwei wants to leave, I can let her go back with you.
Unexpectedly, she was thousands of meters away. Zhu Xiaobao responded with a smile. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is very helpless now, and can't spare any time to deal with the old monster Jing Chan. But if this old monster really goes crazy, I'm afraid he can really change the situation of the battle. You must know that this old monster also carries a jade token from his ancestor. Maybe for Jing Hui, this old monster will really use the family's jade metal. He still understands Jing Hui's status in the family very well. So Zhu Xiaobao was smart enough to let Jing Hui choose.
No. I won't go back. Grandpa, just think it's for me. Give up and go back to Jingjia Island. Don't be an enemy of Supreme Treasure. Our Jingjia can't defeat him.
As soon as Jing Hui heard Zhu Xiaobao's reply, he waved his hands and shouted in shock and urgency. Once she could really leave, she was actually a little annoyed. But when I saw Sha Jilling and Tu Mei who were getting excited to kill each other, and the 2 fat girls who were enjoying each other's hands, there were also Lan Shui and Wei Zifeng, the 2 people they usually chatted with the most. And she was even more reluctant to leave the Lu Xiner and Su Yinner who took such good care of her.
What? Hui, are you going to betray the family? Or are you restricted by something? I told you. Don't worry. I can help you remove any brand or poisonous injury.
Old monster Jinghui is a bit unbelievable. Asked. Because he is a veteran. You can tell from Jing Hui's expression that Jing Hui definitely doesn't feel forced. At least most of it comes from the heart. Unlike the 8 female cultivators under him. Once they have such an opportunity, they may immediately switch sides and surrender.
No. It's me who wants to stay. I'm very happy here.
Jing Hui said in confusion. The old monster Jing couldn't help but not believe this. Because Jing Hui had obviously gained weight now. And the eyes he looked at Zhu Xiaobao and others were full of concern. It was no longer Jing Jia's unique cold eyes. The whole person exudes a girlish and beautiful brilliance.
He. Old monster Jing. Go back. I'm not telling you. But your Jingjia Island is just like a prison cell. Which girl is willing to live there? And you don't even look at it. The one you rely on most is Shark Tiger, and that other leader are no longer able to protect themselves. Do you still want to help them sacrifice your life?
At this time,
Nianqiu, who was surrounded by the old god, smiled and said,
Well, Grandpa, go back. This is the
8-line calming pill,
which I honor you with. Go back. When my cultivation reaches another level, I will come back to see you.
Jing Hui was very affectionate at this time. Said, although old monster Jing Chai is not a good person in the eyes of outsiders, it is undeniable that he is the one who loves her the most. So she gave the calming pill she treasured to old monster Jing Zai.
Ah?
8 patterns concentration pill.
How is it possible? You just gave it to me like this?
Then old monster Jing Xiu has suddenly lost his composure. Jing's family's skills are also the most valuable for increasing spiritual consciousness. With this calming pill, his consciousness can increase by 30%. Or even more.
I'm waiting for Jiao Wen's calming pill. He promised me that he would refine one for me.
Jing Hui said a little shyly. But he didn't feel any regret at all. It seems that he has absolute confidence.
Okay then. I'll go back to Jingjia Island first. If you have any difficulties, send someone to deliver a message to me. Why is this happening? Can you come over? Let Grandpa take a good look at you.
Old monster Jing Kai hesitated for a long time before he said with a hint of regret. At the same time, he also looked at Jing Hui with hope. He really liked and loved this granddaughter.
Well, Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa. I really miss you. You are the one who loves me the most in the family.
Jing Hui hesitated for a moment, then walked in front of the old monster Jing Hui, and then hugged Jing Hui. The old monster cried loudly. This time he showed his true feelings and cried unbridledly. Even an old monster like Jing Kai has moist eyes. Without the ferocity and hostility. Before leaving, Jing Hui quietly stuffed a storage bag into the old monster Jing Xian, and then reluctantly returned to Imodayo. In fact, the old monster Jing Xian had every chance to take Jing Hui away by force. But he did not do so. As Imodayo said, the atmosphere on Jingjia Island is really cold and not suitable for girls to live in. On the way back, old monster Jing Xian felt sad for a long time. And then he remembered to open the storage bag. Unexpectedly, it was full of food and top-quality roasting knives, as well as high-end supplies that are becoming more and more scarce in the market.
Humph. This little girl actually knows how to care about an old man like me. Uh-huh. Get off the sedan. You all should have a rest. And each of you can take a
spiritual pill.
Uh-huh. There are also these soaps and toilet paper for each person. 1 portion.
Old monster Jing Kai said with a rare smile to himself. What's even more incredible is that for the first time, these 8 female cultivators under his opponent suddenly became generous. Immediately, these 8 female cultivators were surprised and cheered. On the other hand, Shark Tiger, who had the highest cultivation level in the Pirate Alliance, was in terrible shape at this time. He was beaten with blood by Sha Kuan and his wife, and Sha Jiling Tu Mei and his wife. Not to mention fighting back. He didn't even have much ability to parry. What's terrible is that one of his legs was injured by Sha Jiling and was broken. Now Sha Jiling also has a broken leg. But the Sha family's family of 4 had no intention of stopping. They had to kill the shark and tiger before they could hurry up. Now Shark Tiger's only thought is to quickly return to the sea. Only in the sea can he be the real overlord. Shark Tiger dragged a broken leg and ran desperately to the beach. He had to get rid of the entanglement of the Shikun family, which was extremely miserable. But he was about to escape to the seaside, and his eyes were full of hope and excitement. Gold and stone are open. When Sha Kuan and Yi Tong saw Shark Tiger approaching the seaside, They couldn't help being shocked and angry. So many people still can't kill this evil thief? Once he is allowed to escape, it will be a huge hidden danger. So the couple looked at each other and launched the most powerful joint attack in unison. Boom! This blow was almost the strongest blow that had exhausted all the strength and cultivation of both Sha Kun and Yi Tong. Even the fairyland wouldn't dare to take a fatal blow. Ah! Shark Tiger screamed, flew more than 100 feet in the air, and finally fell into the sea. Chapter 1373 The Stars Change. Although this blow seriously injured Shark Tiger, it also allowed Shark Tiger to use the opportunity to return to the sea. Immediately, the great white shark appeared next to Shark Tiger, leaned on him, flicked its giant tail, and hurriedly the swim is gone.
Hey! It's a pity that I still couldn't kill him!
Yi Tong shouted unwillingly.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. The blow just now was enough to severely damage him. His cultivation in the
Middle Fairy Realm
will definitely not be preserved, and he will no longer be a threat to us in the future. It can be regarded as revenge for the past.
Although Sha Kun was a little regretful, he still said with certainty. At this time, Sha Kun and his wife were busy checking Sha Jiling's injuries. Fortunately, although a leg was broken, this injury was not a problem for Sha Jiling at all. Tu Mei, on the other hand, was more straightforward. She directly carried Sha Jiling on her back and started walking back easily. As for the remaining pirates, they have already started to hunt them down. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also launched an oppressive siege against the leader of Yakfen, Leighton, and the Black Knights. As more and more people came to support Zhu Xiaobao, Leader Yak also wanted to retreat to the warship, especially when he saw Shark Tiger being blown away like a kite with a broken string. He was completely panicked. Originally, the combat effectiveness of those Black Knights was still very strong. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, they were even stronger because they were riding horses and had some advantages in speed. Several weapons could be switched quickly as needed. They have an advantage over the soldiers of Zuanbao Island. But as more and more monks arrived for reinforcements, their cultivation level became higher. These Black Knights are a little overwhelmed, especially when it comes to someone like Wei Zifeng. He can't compare in terms of speed, but looks very clumsy. If you encounter a gold ring or a silver ring, it will be even more unlucky. Even people and horses will fall to the ground. And then, there will be a terrifying close quarters attack. At this time, screams were already coming and going on the battlefield. The leader of Yakfen had no choice but to retreat, surrounded by a group of priests under his command, and launched a final resistance.
Supreme Treasure, do you really want to fight to the death with our
Qiang sect?
If I die, Archbishop Monroe will never let you go.
Yak shouted in despair at this time.
Humph! This is my territory. Are you the ones who take the initiative to start the war? Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now?
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly. If he doesn't kill Yak, Qiang cult, he won't just give up. The current Zhu Xiaobao has no intention of letting them go. These foreign priests are even more detestable than those pirates. And like the plague, it spreads extremely fast.
Then let's fight to the death.
Yak howled viciously. And now the calmness that he had at the beginning could no longer be seen on his face, replaced by a dying struggle. What is even more unbelievable at this time is that Leighton, the most powerful man under Yak, was being killed by Green Fairy, who was unable to fight back. Green Fairy didn't even give him a chance to beg for mercy. Leighton had been seriously injured by the unexpected palm of Xianji, but now he could no longer resist Green Fairy, who was of comparable cultivation.
Lightning Phantom!
In the end, Leighton had no choice but to use the trick of signing up. Although this would damage his cultivation, at least he could save his life. But what I didn't expect was that two figures came one after another. The former attacked Green Fairy, and the attack power was maximized. Even Green Fairy didn't dare to neglect and quickly put up an ice shield in front of her. But the phantom behind is the main body that Leighton wants to protect. That is, the real body that wants to take the opportunity to escape. However, what I never expected was that this figure was actually pierced by 6 flying swords. Leighton stared at Jiao Nua unwillingly, but he didn't expect that Jiao Nua would suddenly attack him at this time. But when he thought about it, he understood that after Yak insulted Jiao Nua a few days ago, he took the opportunity to get a share of the pie. I just didn't expect retribution to come so quickly.
Ah! You stubborn slave! How dare you kill him? You are weak. Yak felt his heart tremble when he saw it. He reluctantly used the staff in his hand to cast the
weakness
spell again. but then gave up. His own power of faith has been exhausted. And the reason why he dare not take action is that Zhu Xiaobao can reflect his spiritual attacks. Now he simply cannot withstand the reflected spiritual attacks. Know the attack? Humph. I'm going to kill you too. Jiao Nuo scolded with anger in his eyes. And at the same time, 12 flying swords came out of the box and took Yak's head directly.
Archbishop.
Help. Yak suddenly felt desperate and cried out sadly. But I didn't expect that before Yak's voice fell. The entire scene suddenly changed. What was originally a sunny afternoon turned into a sky full of stars. And the entire
Zuanbao Island
was shrouded in the starry sky. And the surrounding scenes have also disappeared. What's the trick? Why have you never seen this before? Zhu Xiaobao also looked a little dazed. Because the area of this starry sky is large. It far exceeds the original illusion of green fairy. And at this time, a huge eye appeared in the sky. Looking down.
The starry sky changes. It's Lord Star Lord. Lord Star Lord. I am a subordinate of Archbishop Monroe.
Kill them. Kill them.
They are heretics.
Yak was surprised at first. And then shouted ecstatically. The leader of Yakfen suddenly became energetic. And together, with the priests behind him, they used the power of faith to ensure that their people would not be isolated. But Zhu Xiaobao immediately followed suit and used the power of faith with Wan Shirtong, Helena, Michigan, Lu and others, and he was also able to gather his own people around him.
Huh? You actually have the power of faith? Then I can't keep you.
The eye in the sky blinked, and then a very surprised voice came out. Although no one could be seen at all, the sound was clearly audible. Based on intuition, this person's cultivation level has reached an incredible level. At least the cultivation level of the
middle immortal realm, or the upper immortal realm.
As he spoke, he saw that the stars in the sky suddenly moved, forming a stream of meteors, streaking towards Zhu Xiaobao and others.
Earth and stone shield. 1 yuan of heavy water. The 5-element square array is operating at full strength.
Zhu Xiaobao looked solemn and shouted loudly. The lethality of these meteors is much sharper than that of Yak's fireballs. Zhu Xiaobao also began to panic. Sure enough,
the 5-element square
and the Earthstone shield couldn't stop these meteors at all. They were easily penetrated by thousands of meteors, and then continued to shoot towards Zhu Xiaobao and others.
The power of faith.
Zhu Xiaobao opened his eyes angrily and roared at the people behind him. I saw that Wan Shirtong, Helena, Michigan, Lu and others were also going all out, and everyone behind them also released the power of faith, forming a huge halo. A surprising scene happened. When those meteors hit this halo, they seemed to be swallowed up and fell into the sea, and the corresponding halo of faith has also become much dimmer. But it immediately began to recover quickly, and gradually began to return to its original appearance. It turns out that millions of people on
Zuanbao Island
are praying devoutly, allowing the power of faith to continuously provide relief.
Huh? How can it be repaired so quickly? Huh? You are lucky.
Let's go. The giant eye in midair also showed an incredible look, and then began to gradually fade away, and the stars in the sky gradually disappeared and then recovered. The original sun-drenched scene. But when I looked for Yak and others, they had already fled to the warship on the sea, and they had already sailed a long distance away, when the stars in the sky completely dispersed. And when I wanted to aim and fire again, those warships were already out of range. Unexpectedly, such a change would occur. Zhu Xiaobao shouted with a gloomy face.
Helena, Michigan, Lu, you too. Please explain to me. What is going on? Why is there such a method? This is definitely not Yak. Whatever you can do. Lord Supreme Treasure. This is the first time we have seen such a scene. It feels like it should be another kind of attribute power. Or another kind of belief. But the person who cast the spell is far away from us. So it can't last long.
Helena and Michigan. Lu also replied with fear.
Have you never heard of it?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. It could be seen that these two foreign women really didn't know that they had lived and grown up under the rule of the
Qiyang sect
since they were born.
Zhu Xiaobao thought about it carefully, and found that even Yak's subordinates looked confused and had no idea what the reason was. Only Yak was surprised and called out the origin of the other party. It seems that my Taoism is still too shallow, and I don't understand many things. There is another thing that puzzles Zhu Xiaobao. That is, the mysterious archer also disappeared. And when the sky was filled with stars just now, he didn't take action. It seems like he can't perform normally in this environment. In fact, among all the opponents, this archer poses the greatest threat to Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha! Although I am not sure about the origin of the other party. But one thing is certain. He just cast the spell tens of thousands of miles away. So he can't last long. I have to end it hastily.
At this time, Shikun, but he smiled very calmly.
This means that this person will not pose much of a threat to us in the short term.
Zhu Xiaobao understood the meaning as soon as he heard it. Just like Fuji back then, he was able to fight back opponents who were thousands of miles away. This time Zhu Xiaobao also felt the opponent's strong strength.
That's right. And if this person dares to come here, it will definitely attract the attention and precautions of other powerful people.
Shikun nodded and said,
Okay, clean the battlefield first, and then ask for your merits and rewards from all the soldiers. After all, we have won a great victory this time. Jing Hui, I want you to stay for a while. Everyone else can go about their business.
Zhu Xiaobao pointed at Jing Hui and Jiamin and said,
Yes.
Chapter 1374 Take me there. After everyone left, Zhu Xiaobao asked with a half smile,
Why didn't you leave? You definitely had the chance to leave at that time. And you also know that in that case, I would not embarrass you. Zhu Xiaobao was asking about Jing Hui, while Jiao Nua put his hands behind his back, facing away from the two of them, and slightly distanced himself to show his aloofness. Jing Hui hesitated slightly for a while, then bit her lip and whispered,
I can't bear to leave them. But not you. Ha ha ha. I know. You are forced to be in front of me.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing, but he was still quite satisfied in his heart, and he was willing to help Jing Hui remove the slave mark. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't really like to plant this kind of slave mark on others, because although he can sense their presence in time, it may be a very safe way of control, but there is also an obvious disadvantage. That is, their fluctuations in thoughts or emotional changes will often affect themselves, so most people will never control many slaves in this way, and the most are 2 or 3. Unexpectedly, this kind intention was rejected by Jing Hui.
No, this is fine. I don't want you to think about releasing me from the slave mark because of my grandfather's affairs.
Ah?
Are you still relying on me?
Zhu Xiaobao also exclaimed, a little dumbfounded.
Who is relying on you? I just don't want to think about it now. If nothing happens, I'll leave first.
Jing Hui rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, and then ran away without asking for Zhu Xiaobao's consent. This slave has more personality than his master. Jiao Nua, who was standing aside, couldn't help but smile, then turned around and looked at Zhu Xiaobao intently. Unexpectedly, the former enemies would now be so close to each other, without any hostility.
Humph. It's your turn. Tell me, why did you come to me, and why did you save me? Yeah, but you saved me once just now. I'm still very grateful.
Zhu Xiaobao also pretended to be a little embarrassed. He asked in a serious manner,
I don't want to say it. I saved you because I wanted you to help me remove the brand of divine consciousness that the Yak leader planted on me.
At this time, Jiao Bai suddenly regained his cold attitude, and there was still something in his eyes. There is sadness and resentment, but more of hatred.
Well, I know. Being betrayed by your own brother. Of course, I feel uncomfortable. You don't want to tell me, and I don't want to ask, and I didn't hear anything. As for the brand of weakness that was planted on you, it's better than it is much different from the slave marks we commonly use. It is not difficult to understand. And as long as you stay on Zuanbao Island and develop faith, it will be easily eliminated by itself. There is no need for me to take action at all. It just takes a certain amount of time.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, it was just to show that he would not reveal what happened to Jiao Nu. After all, a dignified swordsman must feel uncomfortable when he is subjected to such a shame and humiliation. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao also has Xiao Jiujiu in his heart, hoping that Jiao Nua can stay on
Zuanbao Island.
That is definitely a great guarantee for the safety of
Zuanbao Island. I don't want to wait that long. I hope you can help me completely eliminate the remaining brand as soon as possible.
Unexpectedly, Jiao Nua shook his head, seeming to be in an anxious mood, which is no wonder. Zhu Xiaobao guessed that she was eager for revenge.
Okay, then I'll do my best. You siblings are all from Pumlai Immortal Realm, right?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then asked,
That's right. It was the original Pumlai Immortal territory. Later, The Eastern Territory was separated from it. Our Jiao family is located in the Eastern Territory.
Jiao Nua nodded and said,
That's great. I'm about to go to Penglai Immortal Domain to find out what's going on. Do you think it's more appropriate for me to take me with me? After all, it's my first time to go to Penglai Immortal Domain, and I don't know anything about the situation there.
This is what Zhu Xiaoxiao said. Bao asked Jiao Nua for his real purpose. Since the end of the war, Zhu Xiubao's mood has not been relaxed, but has become more heavy and complicated. The mysterious archer in the
Starry Sky transformation
he saw for the first time made Zhu Xiaobao unable to relax. All kinds of opponents, overtly and secretly, are starting to make moves, which means that I have to speed up and can't slack off. Fortunately, after this battle, there will be no crisis on
Zuanbao Island.
For the time being?
Yeah. Take me with you. You don't need to take anyone else with you. The Penglai Immortal Territory is okay. The East Territory is no better than the Southwest Territory and Northwest Territory. And the people there behave more fiercely. If you go alone, you still have to, puppet.
There are various methods, and self-protection is more than enough. If you bring others with you, I can't guarantee it.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised by Jiao Nua's answer. She actually wanted to leave with Zhu Xiaobao, but didn't want to stay here.
That's it. Then let me think about it.
After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao was stunned. He rarely goes out to practice alone. After the celebration banquet, the peace of the past returned to Zuanbao Island, and the whole island became more united and harmonious. Although this battle also killed and injured hundreds of monks, but it also made Zuanbao Island famous, and many casual cultivators came to join it. There are also many major families who came from the Shang Kingdom to provide support. Therefore, the strength of Zuanbao Island has been further enhanced. Sure enough, when Zhu Xiaobao proposed to go to the Penglai Immortal Realm alone, he was met with constant opposition from everyone, and they were all very dissatisfied with the aloof, cold and arrogant Jiao Nua. Those led by Lu Xiener and Wei Zifeng were the most opposed. They had originally planned to follow Zhu Xiaobao to the Penglai Immortal Realm, but they didn't expect that they would go without them now. There was a huge quarrel immediately.
Okay, I've made my decision. I just want to understand the situation. It's not like we're going to fight. It's easier for me to act alone.
Zhu Xiaobao was so noisy that he was dizzy. At this time, he sincerely admired Mo Dayo for being able to manage more than 400 wives in an orderly manner. He really had some skills.
Humph. If nothing else, how are you going to get there by yourself? Are you driving a warship by yourself? Or should this swordsman control a warship by himself?
Wei Zifeng asked plausibly.
This.
Zhu Xiaobao hesitated a little, as if he had forgotten about it. To go to Penglai Immortal Domain, you must use at least one boat.
I'll take him to fly there. It's faster, and it won't easily attract other people's attention.
Unexpectedly, Jiao Nua, who had been standing aside and silent all this time, said calmly at this time, as if this is not a problem at all.
You? Sword flying.
Only then did everyone remember that sword cultivators had such a special ability, and their sword flying speed was much faster than that of a warship.
Yes.
Jiao Nua still nodded coldly and arrogantly, without any extra explanation. Everyone had the idea of swarming up and beating her up.
Okay. It's settled. Keeping you on the island is also to prevent people from the Pirate Alliance and Qiyang sect from coming back for revenge.
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao decide the case, and decided to go alone. He hasn't tried flying with a sword yet, so he is somewhat curious and looking forward to it. Yes, faced with Zhu Xiaobao's decision, everyone finally had no choice but to agree. And everyone also knows that it is indeed more convenient to bring Jiao Nua with you. Coupled with Jiao Nua's super fighting power, he is definitely the best among all the people. But in the following time, Zhu Xiaobao did not leave immediately, but rested on Zuanbao Island for another half-month. Only when the remaining marks on Jianwan's body are completely eliminated are we ready to set off. In fact, this short period of half a month has allowed Jiao Nua to gradually adapt to the life here. And she has also developed a trace of faith. Even with such a trace of faith, she can quickly crack some of the most common problems. Ban's exotic skills. Although Jiao Nua still showed disdain on the surface, he also learned it quietly. Finally, after full preparation, Zhu Xiaobao was ready to leave. But he didn't leave in a big way, but quietly. It was still specifically chosen in the middle of the night. After all, he doesn't want people to know that the owner of Zuanbao Island is not on the island.
Come back early. Otherwise we will be very worried.
A group of people led by Lu Xiner were reluctant to see Zhu Xiaobao off, making the scene a bit sad, but more of a worry.
Ha ha.
Okay.
Don't worry. Maybe when I come back, it will be a
fake fairyland, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, shook his head, and stepped on the dragon decisively on top of Min's long sword. The long sword slowly rose into the air, swayed slightly, and then shot out with lightning. It was indeed incredibly fast. At this speed, the voyage that originally took half a month is now estimated to only take a day or two. Standing on the common ground, there was no strong wind blowing in front of them as they imagined, because both of them released a layer of strong wind around their bodies, and they were completely undisturbed.
Wait! Go down and rest for a while.
Unexpectedly, when Zhu Xiaobao was sighing, Jiao Nuo's flying sword had already turned downwards and stopped on a huge reef.
Hey! Why are you still resting? Didn't you rush to Punlai Immortal Realm in one go?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked in surprise. This is different from what he imagined.
Nonsense! Of course I don't need to rest alone. But with you, the burden is too heavy. You are so fat. How can I bear it if I don't rest for a while?
Jialing confidently lowered his flying sword, and then became even more domineering. Said,
Aren't you a cook? Prepare food quickly. I'm hungry. Huh? Do you really think of me as a cook? Humph. Do you really think of me as a coachman? Wait. I think I heard a voice calling for help. That's right. I heard it too. Let me take a closer look. Who? Pirates? Yeah. And he's the person you least want to see. Jiaoko?
Chapter 1375 Take Action. After hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words, Jiao Nu immediately became silent. Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to care, and continued to observe with his telescope. What is very strange is that one of the original 6 pirate ships has now escaped, and the remaining 5 pirate ships seem to have suddenly lost their original huge advantage. They only have a slight advantage, and the two sides are fighting fiercely, because the woman headed by the other party is also a cultivator of fake fairyland, and she is inextricably involved with Jiao.
Humph! Go kill that beast!
Jialing's face turned gloomy, and then he snorted to Zhu Xiaobao. Although he hates Jiaogo deeply, he still can't be cruel because of his blood and family ties. Knowing this distance, she could kill Jiaogo with just one exertion.
I won't go! I don't have a warship. And besides, I can't beat him.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and simply refused.
Don't you hate those pirates who commit all sorts of evil things by burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil? Do you still claim to be a just and kind person?
Jiao Nu asked with some confusion.
Then you have to do what you can. You don't have to risk your own life.
Right. How about you use your sword flying technique to send me there? Come up.
At the same time, Jiaogo was loudly encouraging his men.
Brothers, it would be better without the women named Zheng. When the spoils are divided later, there will be an extra share. Everyone, work harder. They can't hold on for long. This is a good deal. Whoever grabs it gets it. Jiaogo, the shameless thief wants to rob my Ding family. You have to pay a price.
The lady who was fighting with Jiaogo shouted angrily. Although she could hold Jiaogo back, others people are very passive, and the situation is still very unfavorable to them. But at this moment, the lady's eyes lit up, and she noticed the dragon's arrival. But what is surprising is that at this time, a little fat man was thrown down from the air, and he was shouting angrily.
Hack you, smelly bitch. What do you think you are? Betraying me like this? 5 elements phalanx.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect that Jiao Nuo would be able to trick him. Seeing that he was about to reach the sky above the battlefield, he actually raised his hand and threw Zhu Xiaobao down. Anyway, she knew that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely not die if he fell. He had all attributes and could still be alive and kicking even if he fell into the sea. In the blink of an eye, a regular pentagon formed by 5 skulls appeared in midair. What was even more amazing was that Zhu Xiaobao actually stepped on a heavy water shield and landed on the sea, dangling. Then he slowly approached several warships. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was still pretending to touch his hands behind his back, looking like a master.
How did you get here? What do you want to do?
Jiaogo asked in surprise and fear as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah, I'm just passing by. You guys keep going. I'll just take a look.
Zhu Xiaobao actually said very calmly. without any sign of wanting to get involved. This made Jiao go confused. He couldn't figure out what Zhu Xiaobao was doing. So he actually let him continue? On the warship that was hostile to him, there were 2 female cultivators taking care of an unconscious woman. When they saw the skeleton phalanx above Zhu Xiaobao's head, they shouted in shock and anger.
A 3-eyed evil cultivator has just left. And another skeleton evil cultivator has arrived. Guards, fire arrows at random. Don't let him get close.
In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrows were shot toward Zhu Xiaobao. But the arrows shot by such low-level guards had no effect on Zhu Xiaobao. In front of him, he was already blocked by the 5-element square formation, and could not reach Zhu Xiaobao at all.
You bitches. I didn't come to provoke you. But you came to shoot me? You still want to slander me? You asked for this.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. This time it was better. He turned around. He walked straight towards the 2 female cultivators who were giving orders, and in a blink of an eye he landed on the opposite side of them. Only then did he see the 2 female cultivators clearly, and Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned, because the female cultivators on the boat all had dark and red skin, strong bodies, and what was even more strange was that they all used a hammer as a weapon. Moreover, the cultivation of these 2 female cultivators is not weak. They are both at the
true martial realm.
However, with the cultivation level of
true martial realm,
now, it would be a bit difficult to fight Zhu Xiaobao. It was okay at the beginning. The 2 female cultivators could still have some advantages. But as Zhu Xiaobao brought out the power of his attributes, they both fell into a passive position, and immediately seemed to be stuck in the mud. While Zhu Xiaobao he was able to do it with ease, and even hit them with a slap in the face from time to time. He doesn't even use a kitchen knife now. Instead, he uses a wooden board that is usually used to perform family law. The biggest feature of this wooden board is that it hits the body with light force and makes a loud sound. It is not very harmful but extremely insulting.
Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiaobao. Just do it like this. Don't worry. When the spoils are divided later, these 2 female cultivators will be yours.
At this time, Jiao was also on the side. Fearing that the world would not be chaotic, he shouted with a smile. His purpose is very clear, which is to distract the woman opposite him. Otherwise he really can't win against her. Humph. Zhu Xiaobao. Are you Zhu Xiaobao? I heard that you can be considered a gentleman, but I didn't expect that you were treated like them in the same despicable manner.
When the woman opposite heard the name, Zhu Xiaobao, she immediately shouted angrily.
Hee! You did it first. Now that you can't fight, you want to bite back? You women are really good at using strong words to argue.
Zhu Xiaobao sneered and kicked a woman in front of him. Xiao. And then walked towards the female cultivator lying on the ground.
What do you want to do? You can't go over. She is already injured. Do you want to take advantage of others?
The 2 female cultivators were trapped in the heavy water and could not catch up with Zhu Xiaobao. They shouted angrily.
Didn't you say that I am an evil cultivator? Of course you should know what I want to do. What nonsense!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao stopped paying attention to the 2 female cultivators. Instead, he grabbed one of the female cultivator's hands lying on the ground, probed her forehead with his hand, felt it slightly, and couldn't help but feel shocked. This is the coma caused by being attacked by divine consciousness. There is also a person in this group of islands who is good at spiritual attacks. What's even more strange is that this person discovered them just after they landed. So he immediately turned the boat around and left? Could it be that this person's sensing ability is further than mine?
That person is a female pirate. There is a vertical eye between her eyebrows. She is good at spiritual attacks. She could have killed me, but for some reason, she suddenly gave up. She ran away in a panic.
Unexpectedly, at this time, that person, the female cultivator, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and said weakly, although she was still very weak, she could already feel that Zhu Xiaobao's casual touch had already restored a lot of her consciousness injury. At least it would not leave any sequelae.
It turned out to be her? No wonder it was farther than what I could sense. She left one step ahead of time? But why did she join the pirates? Where is Sherdun now?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately thought of the woman Zheng Yitong. Doesn't she just have vertical eyes between her eyebrows? Moreover, she was still with Sherdun. For this reason, Zhu Xiaobao also specially released Sherdun from the slave mark. But I never expected that they would become pirates? At this time, the one who was most anxious was Jiao. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao had restrained 3 female cultivators of the
True martial realm.
with just a few movements. This guy's methods were too terrifying. So Jiaogo shouted eagerly.
Little treasures, don't wait any longer. Take your time and enjoy it. Shut up. Let me ask you, what is the name of the female cultivator who led the pirate ship that escaped just now?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted coldly with a serious face.
Ah? It seems that her surname is Zheng. I'm not sure about the rest. She also wanted to join the
Pirate Alliance.
with me. So she joined. This is our first time working together. Ha ha. I understand. Did you come here just for this woman? No wonder. No wonder. This woman named Zheng is indeed much fairer than these female cultivators. Don't worry. Please understand what is going on here. And I will hand over the woman named Zheng to you right away. Here.
Jiaogo smiled as if he had some sudden realization.
Humph. Is it just like when you handed your sister over to Yake?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly snorted with a mocking look on his face.
How do you know? Zhu Xiaobao. Don't go too far. Do you think I'm really afraid of you?
Jiaogo immediately turned gloomy. This matter is his biggest worry. And it is also what he is most afraid of. What he is afraid of is not the little treasures, but the dragon. That's a swordsman who doesn't recognize his relatives.
The person you are most afraid of is definitely not me. But you will see it soon. Brahma boils the sea.
Zhu Xiaobao sneered, but did not fight the dragon himself. He pounced directly on several other pirate ships. Suddenly a sea of fire swept down, burning a pirate ship in an instant. Then Zhu Xiaobao landed on another pirate ship without even looking. The smallest pirate ship was even worse. It was sunk under the weight of a drop of
1 yuan of heavy water.
Another pirate ship was about to turn around and escape. But suddenly 2 more mythical beasts appeared on the ship. A white lion and a giant snake.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
Amidst a series of lion roars, groups of pirates fainted and fell to the ground. Those who could barely stand on their feet were immediately entangled by the little demon, and their bones and tendons were broken in an instant. Death is even more tragic.
Quick! Quick! Run!
Jiaogo was dumbfounded. This little fat man was even more terrifying than before. He panicked and wanted to run away. But at this moment, a person fell down from the bow of the warship. It was Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Instead, he muttered to himself,
If you don't do it, then I won't care. Who?
Jiaogo looked around in panic, but saw nothing. The casual cultivators and guards of the Ding family also looked at Zhu Xiaobao in shock. Chapter 1376. You do it, B. Zhu Xiaobao waited on the pirate ship for a while. Everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. But Jiaogo was even more panicked. He had an intuition, but I dare not admit it. He hoped that the person lurking in the dark was not his sister Jianu.
Yeah. If you don't come forward, then I won't care. This person is a cultivator in the
fake fairyland.
I can't beat him.
Zhu Xiaobao waited for a while, feeling bored. He simply floated up and landed on the Ding family's warship opposite. Although it was a bit abrupt. The female nuns from the Ding family didn't say anything. They are worried about who is hiding in the darkness. Is it a friend or an enemy?
Quick! Quick! Run!
Jiaogo shouted desperately at this time, urging his minions to escape quickly. But at this moment, 12 flying swords shot out, and more than 20 pirates were pierced through the chest in an instant. Some of them died on the spot, without even seeing the flying swords clearly. This is the terrifying thing about being a swordsman. Then came 6 more flying swords, drawing the famous and strange arc, taking the lives of the remaining dozen pirates.
Sister! Big sister! I know I was wrong. Just spare me!
At this time, Jiaogo could no longer bear the fear in his heart, and knelt directly on the bow of the boat, shouting in horror. He knew that as a sword cultivator, Jianuo would never show mercy. The key is that in order to please the leader of Yake, he plotted against Jianuo, which resulted in her being brutally humiliated. He just didn't expect that Jianuo could escape from the control of the leader of Yake. This was definitely beyond his expectation.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The 2 flying swords directly penetrated the shoulder blades on both sides of Jiaogo. Immediately afterwards, a masked female swordsman appeared in front of Jiaogo and pressed the sword in her hand between Jiaogo's eyebrows.
Sister! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was also obsessed for a moment. I regret it so much. I am your biological brother. The 3rd child is gone. And I am your only relative.
Jiaogo knelt down there. The terrified people begged for mercy. He had no chance of winning in front of Jiao Nu. Now I can only rely on this blood and family relationship to impress Jiao Nu.
Shut up! Not only have you ruined my innocence, you have also ruined my sword's heart. I must kill you.
Jialing had no choice but to think about the insult she had suffered. And she was extremely angry. The key is that this incident has destroyed her heart towards the Tao. You must kill Yake and Jiaogo to fully recover.
It's all him. It's all caused by him. If he hadn't killed Lao San, I wouldn't have been eager to avenge Lao San, let alone do those things.
Jiaogo suddenly pointed at Zhu Xiaobao. Shouted angrily. He wanted to divert Jialing's attention to Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. Did you see it? If I don't kill him, he still wants to put the blame on me. Sooner or later, this kind of person will frame you a second time.
Zhu Xiaobao clasped his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. But he had done enough. Be prepared, for fear that Jiao Nuo will really take action to avenge Lao San. At this time, Jiao Nuo's eyes were complicated. But she didn't pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao, but looked at Jiaogo. She still couldn't help but feel cruel. But when I saw Jiaogo looking greedy for life and afraid of death, I felt very disgusted. In the end, Jiaomin stretched out his hand, picked up Jiaogo, who had no ability to resist, flew with his sword, and left on his own.
Hey! 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 What should I do if you leave? Are you too unreasonable?
Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded when he saw it, and greeted loudly. But at this time, he could no longer see Jiao Nuo's face. No trace. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to smile coquettishly at the female cultivators.
Hey! Sisters! Look! I have nowhere to stay now. I wonder if you can let me take a ride. Humph! You didn't kill the pirate leader just now. Why do you want us to help you? You are obviously with him.
The female cultivator, who was trapped in the heavy water by Zhu Xiaobao, was immediately unhappy. Hummed.
Hey! 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 I helped you sink 3 pirate ships. You all saw this.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said loudly.
Yeah. Don't be surprised. Gentlemen, they have always thought you were an evil cultivator when they saw these skeletons. Are you the Lord Supreme Treasure of the
Zuanbao Island?
We are from the Ding family of Penghuai Fairyland. In Penghuai Fairyland domain, the weapons made by our Ding family still have some reputation.
The lady from Fake Fairyland was more discerning and said in a pleasant manner, not at all as fierce as when she fought hard just now. In fact, this woman is just like the other female nuns. She is also dark, strong, and very distinctive. The weapon in his hand is also a hammer.
Oh, no wonder you all use hammers as weapons. And you are all brave and strong. Where are you going? Looking at the direction, the closest one should be the trading island. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao then handed over his hand. Said, Qingqing also met a group of female blacksmiths. Don't all the men in this family contribute anything? Why are women all making weapons? Although Zhu Xiaobao had some doubts in his heart, he did not ask too many questions. What he has to consider now is how to go to Penghuai Immortal Domain. I was put off by Jiaomi when I moved, so I had to find a way to get over it on my own. Although his 5 elements phalanx can also fly, if he has to travel a long distance and carry a living person like him, the amount of spiritual consciousness consumed cannot keep up at all.
Ha ha! We originally planned to move to the
Trading Island.
Now, we plan to move to the
Zuanbao Island.
I wonder if the young masters can accept it.
Madame Zuming said with a smile.
Of course. Of course. You are so welcome. Don't worry. Zuanbao Island's current conditions in all aspects are far superior to those of Trading Island. You will definitely not regret going there.
Zhu Xiaobao he was overjoyed and said, not forgetting to give a grand introduction to his Zuanbao Island. Now all the major forces are robbing people, especially now that there is the power of faith. The number of people on the island is even more important. After such an exchange, the two parties immediately became close to each other, and the conversation was very speculative, especially the female cultivators, who were full of yearning for the life on Zuanbao Island. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, struck while the iron was hot and cooked a feast for them, and then described the beautiful life on the island in detail, making these female nuns yearn for it.
Let's do this. There shouldn't be any risk if we go further. After passing the
Trading Island,
there's
Zuanbao Island.
I'll leave you a small warship and a few servants, which should be enough. You can reach Penghuai Wonderland safely. Maybe you can meet the returning merchant ships along the way, so it will be even safer.
The woman finally left Zhu Xiaobao with a small warship. And at the same time, she also took to the hostess, whose reputation was so damaged, was also left behind. The meaning is also very clear. She just wants Zhu Xiaobao to help her recover from the injury of her consciousness. Anyway, when we arrived at the
Penglai Immortal Territory,
more than half of the Ding family members were still in the Penglai Immortal Territory. It turns out that like many large families, the Ding family has also made preparations to allow a small number of people to move to other safe places. Because the current affairs of the Penglai Immortal Domain are also very unclear, and various rumors are emerging one after another. This has caused many big families to start making preparations in advance. Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. As long as he had a boat, he would have no problem with his current ability. Although there are still many opponents that he cannot beat, if he wants to protect himself, he is still more than capable. After parting ways with the Ding family's fleet, there were less than 10 people left on the small warship. But the boat was pulled by a giant sea crocodile, so the speed was not slow. The female cultivator who stayed behind was named Ding Miao. Although she was much younger than the other female cultivators, her cultivation had already reached the fusion realm. Especially the cultivation of spiritual consciousness is one of the best among this generation of the Ding family. It's just that now Ding Miao has been bombarded by Zhu Xiaobao's snacks, and she has basically told everything she knows. What makes Ding Miao even more happy is that her injuries have been basically healed without her realizing it.
Hey, Sister Miao Miao, can your Ding family make this kind of arrow?
Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on the bow of the boat, taking out a 2-inch long arrowhead that had been cut off from his arms. There are faint inscriptions engraved on it, and there is still some spiritual light flowing. At first glance, it looks like something extraordinary.
Let me see. This requires a very high level of weapon refining, and our family does not know the inscriptions on this arrow. It should be a
soul-eating arrow,
specifically aimed at spiritual consciousness. The arrow made by our Ding family are mainly made of metal and have extremely strong penetrating power. But this arrow is mainly designed to hurt the consciousness. It should be made by other weapon refiners, and the cost of making such an arrow is very expensive. The person who made this arrow must have a very high level of cultivation and a very powerful spiritual consciousness. Well, as far as I know, only the weapon refiners of the
Xiong family
can achieve this level.
Ding Miao took it. He picked up the arrow cluster, looked at it carefully, and then said with some admiration,
"What? The Xiong family? The Xiong family is actually in the Penglai Immortal Territory?"
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that the Xiong family, which suddenly disappeared many years ago, would actually appear in the Penglai Immortal Territory again.
What? Do you know people from the Xiong family? They are the biggest competitors of our Ding family. Not only are they large in number, but their weapon-making skills are also superior to ours.
Ding Miao asked in surprise, with an expression on his face. He also looked slightly wary. After all, if the other parties supported the Xiong family, wouldn't it be embarrassing? He had already told Zhu Xiaobao everything about the Ding family.
No. We just met a few times, and I'm not sure if I know the older Xiong family.
Zhu Xiaobao also waved his hand. At this moment, a person had settled on the bow of the warship. It was the masked Jiao Nuo. Chapter 1377. First entering Penglai Domain A. Jiao Nuo stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. Although he said nothing, but everyone on the ship was silent. They could board the warship so easily without making a sound. Moreover, the scene of Jiao Nuo's killing of those pirates was still fresh in the memory of those present. Who would care about this? If you don't come out, this is definitely a top master.
Sister, what do you mean?
Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little worried and asked with full vigilance. To be honest, with the moody tempers of these sword cultivators, he was really not sure whether Jiao Nuo would attack him next.
Well, I said, I will accompany you to the Penglai Immortal Realm. I keep my word. When we get to the Penglai Immortal Realm, we will not owe each other anything.
Jiao Luo glanced at Zhu Xiaobao indifferently and said indifferently, I can't tell her state of mind at this time, but based on common sense, it must be something bad. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to ask more. What happened to her hook?
Thank you very much. Eldest sister, come and prepare a cabin for this sister.
Zhu Xiaobao said with his hands in hand.
Well, the arrow cluster in your hand should be a
soul-eating arrow,
and the one used by the archer should be the legendary
God-destroying bow.
It's just that the material and grade of this arrow are also engraved. The inscriptions and the craftsmanship are lacking a lot. So you can escape this disaster? If the quality of this arrow is high enough, even I will not be able to escape death.
Only then did Jiaoming turn around, looked at the arrowhead in Zhu Xiaobao's hand, and then whispered. It seemed that she had heard the conversation between Zhu Xiaobao and Ding Niao before she settled down.
Oh, where's that bow? Is it also a fake?
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately surprised after hearing this. Not enough heat? It also penetrated several layers of obstacles and almost killed himself. If this arrow had reached the highest level, wouldn't it be possible that he would have been dead a long time ago? Who is going to shoot him? At the same time, this bow also aroused Zhu Xiaobao's strong curiosity.
That bow is not a fake. It's just that the archer's cultivation seems to be a little lacking, and he still can't fully control the bow. Okay, that's all I know about the god-destroying bow. Prepare some good wine for me. Send it to my cabin.
Jialing shook his head, and then ordered without any politeness at all. Sitting alone in the cabin, Zhu Xiaobao began to sort out his somewhat disturbed thoughts. Now many hidden masters have begun to take action. It also made Zhu Xiaobao feel that his cultivation level was still too low. But there was nothing he could do about it. The improvement of his cultivation is beyond his control. All I can say is do your best. Now there is another mysterious archer, and it looks like the target of that arrow is completely aimed at him. We also learned from Ding Niao that the Xiang family was actually in the Penglai Immortal Realm, which meant that it was very likely that when Qing also went to the Penglai Immortal Realm, and she also has a peerless divine bow in her hand. Is there any connection between these two things? The other thing is Jiao Nuo. This female swordsman's behavior is also unpredictable. She originally followed him because she wanted to get rid of the remaining imprint of the soul of Yake. Now that she has achieved her goal, she is probably settled. Zhu Xiaobao decided to separate from Jiao Nuo once he arrived at the Penglai Immortal Realm. It was a bit unreliable to stay with such a moody and weird swordsman, and it was obvious that even with Zhu Xiaobao's current strength, he was still looked down upon by Jiao Nuo. Zhu Xiaobao felt that she was unwilling to tell him many things. This is what makes Zhu Xiaobao most angry. There was another thing that made Zhu Xiaobao uneasy. That's why Zheng Yitong joined the pirates? Although he did not see Zheng Yitong, he could be sure from Ding Niao's description that the female cultivator was definitely Zheng Yitong. So where did the stone peer go? Even though he had been released from the slave mark, Zhu Xiaobao was still very concerned about Shi Dun. He released him from the slave mark because he wanted to stay with Zheng Yitong. So Zhu Xiaobao let them go. But I didn't expect that just a few years later, they would become pirates? No. It should be said that Zheng Yitong became a pirate. But Shi Dun was missing. Now Zhu Xiaobao is very doubtful whether Zheng Yitong's feelings for Shi Dun are true, because Shi Dun was more enthusiastic at the beginning. But Zheng Yitong disliked Shi Dun's cultivation level for being too low. But this time, Zheng Yitong escaped from under his nose, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little ashamed. This showed that Zheng Yitong could see further than him with that divine eye. It's not that easy to catch her again. Alas, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Just think of it as a hard experience. Advance as soon as possible. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said to himself. When she was upset, she didn't expect Ding Niao to knock on the door and come out. Now she is pestering Zhu Xiaobao to teach her the skills of alchemy whenever she has free time. And in return, she also teaches her the skills of refining weapons. All little treasures. It can be said that the two of them learn from each other. In fact, Ding Niao's spiritual aptitude is very good, but because she was born in the Ding family, she could only learn weapon refining since she was a child. Although her talent in weapon refining is also very good, she doesn't really like it in her heart. But this was a skill passed down from her family, and she had to study and study it seriously. Ever since she met Zhu Xiaobao, she began to try to learn the techniques of alchemy, because she hopes that she can also refine them. Shenyang Pill. To improve and consolidate her spiritual consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, wanted to know more about the principles and techniques for refining special artifacts such as soul-eating arrows. This process of mutual learning and communication is quite enjoyable. Whenever he can learn something new, Zhu Xiaobao is always very happy and fulfilled. Unknowingly, the two of them had been in the cabin for a long time, and even Zhu Xiaobao felt a little hungry. But the strange thing is that Jiao Nuo didn't come to urge Zhu Xiaobao to cook the food today. Could it be that she didn't eat today? At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a chilling atmosphere, and it was also quiet outside the cabin. But the more this happens, the more people feel an abnormal atmosphere.
You stay in the cabin and don't come out. I'll go take a look,
Zhu Xiaobao whispered to Ding Yao. Then he carefully walked out of the cabin alone. As soon as they arrived at the bow of the ship, Zhu Xiaobao saw Jiao Nuo standing face to face with a man in gray holding a sword. And that kind of murderous aura emanates from Jiao Nuo's body. And the swordsman opposite him exudes the swordsman's unique sword intent.
Is it him?
Zhu Xiaobao saw the man in gray clearly, and couldn't help being extremely surprised. This person is the Edgeless Sword, known as one of the 3 sword madmen whom he met in the neutral zone. After so many years, he has reached the level of fake fairyland. His demeanor is more calm, and the broad sword in his hand seems to be longer and wider. The Edgeless Sword and the Jiaoling had been confronting each other for a long time, and finally they couldn't help but take the lead. They saw the Jiaoling quickly shooting towards the Edgeless Sword, and only made a slight sound of swords clashing. Jiaoling quickly retreated. As for the actual fighting process, even Zhu Xiaobao didn't understand it. But it was obvious that Jiaoming had fallen behind, because the Edgeless Sword is still standing there, as if it hasn't moved at all.
Your sword heart has been damaged. There is no need to compete anymore.
Wu Fengjian was slightly disappointed and said lightly. And then he ignored Jiao Nuo and flew with his sword, abandoning Jiao Nuo and walked away. What he wants to challenge is a real swordsman, not a cultivator holding a sword. At this time, Jiao Nuo stood there blankly, with his hands trembling slightly, and a look of resentment on his face. Although her cultivation level was much higher than that of Edgeless Sword, she still lost. She knows that the Edgeless Sword is right, but she has not recovered her sword heart yet. The demonic barrier in my heart has not been resolved yet. She is no longer a real swordsman. Jiaoming stood there motionless for more than half an hour. Unexpectedly, at this time, a caravan came quickly from behind. One look at the flag and knew that it was a merchant ship from Penglai Immortal Domain. Following behind them were 6 pirate ships and warships responsible for protecting the caravan. However, some of these warships have already caught fire. Some have suffered numerous injuries, and some have been boarded by pirates. The 2 sides are fighting fiercely at close quarters.
Is this the Ding family's warship? Run quickly! Behind you is the giant bandit Buffalo King, the big devil who kills without blinking an eye.
The old steward of the caravan opposite saw this small warship of the Ding family, and reminded him kindly, because he couldn't figure out what was going on with this Ding family warship, why it was parked on the sea, and there was a female nun in white standing on the bow, holding a sword, and she was in a daze.
Ha ha ha! Who dares to run? This is what will happen!
A red-faced man behind who was fighting in excitement yelled very excitedly with his face covered in blood. Using his hands hard, he tore a burly guard in half, letting blood splash all over his body. It looks more and more ferocious and terrifying. The guards, who had completely lost their will to fight, panicked and jumped into the sea one after another to avoid being torn to pieces alive.
Hee! It seems that you are lucky today. There is a beautiful nun here who is so scared.
The Buffalo King, who is a fake fairyland, has already seen the dragon standing on the bow of the boat, and he can't help but feel overjoyed. This female nun is much more stunning. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Nuo was alarmed by his roar, and suddenly came back to his senses. Then Yujin flew up and flew over. The sword pierced the chest of the Buffalo King, and then he saw the Buffalo King covering his neck in fear. After a while, he saw a lot of blood spurting out from between his fingers. Then I saw a man dressed in white, shuttling between various pirate ships, killing everyone with a sword wherever he went. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the pirates on the 3 pirate ships were killed, while the other 3 pirate ships also fled desperately. Who has seen such a ferocious killing scene?
Oh, as expected, there is only killing intent and no sword intent. What a failure!
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. After another day, we can finally see the port in the distance, which is the Penglai Fairyland. Chapter 1378. First entering Penglai Domain B. Finally, they could see the Penglai Immortal Realm, and almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There is no danger at all when you get here, and everyone has been very depressed these past 2 days. Although Jiaoming killed hundreds of pirates in a row, he saved the caravan. But the bloody killing scene also made everyone feel very scared. Moreover, Jiao Nuo returned to the warship, still silent and indifferent. This made everyone be cautious in their actions and words, for fear of offending this female sword cultivator, causing death. In the middle, Zhu Xiaobao still understands the reason. But in the past 2 days, Jiao Nuo didn't say a word to him. He always stood at the bow of the boat, silent and speechless. But it gave everyone around him a strong sense of oppression. Now that they finally saw the port in the distance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to his own realm, the sense of oppression from everyone seemed to no longer exist. And this successful return also marks another big profit. And Ding Miao was also very excited. After all, he was going back to his family. Just when all the warships and merchant ships were lining up to dock and people were disembarking, suddenly the wind and waves on the seas suddenly rose, and the sky in the distance became dark. Although the sun is still shining here, the wind and waves are also rising suddenly, and everyone is changed by it. Zhu Xiaobao had already boarded the pier and was following Ding Miao towards an inn. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned by this sudden change. It seems like someone is going through a tribulation. And it's not just an ordinary tribulation. Looking over from him, more than half of the entire Penglai immortal domain was shrouded in dark clouds. And the rolling thunder could also be heard clearly. Has this advanced to the fairyland? There are only a handful of powerful people in this world who can advance to the superior immortal realm. Did you meet him when you just arrived? Zhu Xiaobao thought a little unbelievably. Looking at the people around me, they are all surprised. But many people are also a little happy in their surprise. Because Penglai Immortal Territory adds another immortal lord from the upper immortal realm. It will definitely be of great benefit to the stability of Penglai Immortal Territory. Except for the chaos of loading and unloading ships on the coast. Everyone else was very focused on looking at the sky shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. This kind of thunder disaster, which is rare in thousands of years, is still worth observing and learning from.
Okay, I have sent you to the Penglai Immortal Territory, and we will not owe each other anything from now on. With your current cultivation level, it is best not to go to the
Eastern Territory.
I'm leaving.
Unexpectedly, Jianhua was there at this time. It was to send a message to Zhu Xiaobao. And then, he saw a bolt of sword light shooting out. He ignored the exclamations of everyone present, and went straight to the direction of transcending the tribulation.
Hey! Are you coming back yet?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard this, and wanted to ask more. But Jianhua was no longer visible. I couldn't help but shake my head, feeling helpless at the nature of these sword cultivators. They were all eccentric and inhumane. Zhu Xiaobao still focused on this thunder disaster. After roughly counting, there are a total of 108 nine-color thunder tribulations. Moreover, the lightning that was struck down was definitely the most powerful one he had ever seen. None of them. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to bear it. After waiting for a long time, the cloudless sky began to gradually disperse. And the wind and waves on the sea here also subsided. Everyone was talking a lot. Some cultivators with relatively high levels of cultivation also guessed that the person who advanced this time should be the three immortals of Penglai Immortal Domain. Because the other two immortal lords have already reached the level of
upper immortal realm. It's great this time. We have two immortal lords from the
upper fairy realm
in Penglai Immortal Realm, so it will be much safer. Ha ha! If the third immortal lord hadn't been busy worrying about all kinds of trivial matters in Penglai Immortal Realm these years, Immortal you should have been promoted to the upper immortal realm long ago. Yes. Yes. Fairy Yu is a gentle person. If she is promoted to the upper fairy realm, it will be good news for us. What a great joy indeed.
Listening to everyone's discussion, Zhu Xiaobao also curiously asked Ding Miao beside him.
Is this Aunt Jade very popular? Of course. Senior Yugu is now the backbone of our Penglai Immortal Domain. Although the second Immortal Lord has a higher cultivation level, he has a bad temper, and everyone is afraid of him. Only the third Immortal Lord is reasonable. Penglai Immortal Domain, everyone loves her. She came to our Ding family more than 100 years ago. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes.
Ding Miao also said with fascination. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Although it was his first time to come to Penglai Immortal Territory, he now knew a few important figures in Penglai Immortal Territory. Today's tribulation shows that the three disciples under the command of
Penglai Immortal Lord
are all at the
Shanghai Immortal Realm.
This kind of strength is indeed beyond the combined strength of the Northwest region and Southwestern region. Because Qing Immortal Lord and Zixia Immortal Lord each have one disciple from the Shanxian realm. Fortunately, in recent years, due to the complicated situation of the
Penglai Immortal Territory,
the Penglai Immortal Territory has not launched an offensive against the Southwest and Northwest territories. On the contrary, the whereabouts of
Penglai Immortal Lord
is a mystery, and no one knows whether he is still in Penglai Immortal Domain. However, the chief disciple of
Penglai Immortal Lord,
the Great Immortal Lord, dominates the eastern region of Penglai Immortal Territory, forming the current Eastern Territory. In fact, what people here call the Penglai Immortal Territory has already excluded the Eastern Territory, just because the whereabouts of
Penglai Immortal Lord
is a mystery. Everyone staying in Penglai Immortal Territory is panicked, fearing that only the second Immortal Lord and the third Immortal Lord will not be able to defend the current Penglai Immortal Territory. So today, everyone was really happy to see that the three Immortals were promoted to the
Upper Immortal Realm.
At least 2 Immortal Kings from the Upper Fairyland are in charge, so it will be much safer. In fact, it's still a day's drive to Shitian County, where the Ding family is located. But there are already Ding family shops and Ding family branches nearby. So Ding Miao easily got the 2 carriages, then took a short rest and hurried back to the Ding family manor. The location of Shitian County is not the center of the Penglai Immortal Territory, but rather to the west, because the further you go to the center of the Penglai Immortal Territory, the greater the number of mortals, and the tighter the various restrictions and rules. Strict. Every fairy realm is similar. So try to protect these mortals in the body refining realm, because no matter how talented a cultivator is, he has advanced step by step from ordinary people. Therefore, protecting mortals is the foundation of protecting a fairyland. But what makes Zhu Xiaobao a little puzzled is that in addition to 2 carriages, Ding Miao also brought more than a dozen guards with him. He was also very cautious along the way, as if he was always on guard against some danger. This doubt was quickly answered, because within half a day of running out, they were stopped by a group of people in front. And he seems to be very polite. As long as Ding Miao pays a certain fee, everything else can be released. This can be regarded as the deterrent power of the Ding family. Therefore, these bandits are not willing to really break up with the Ding family. Instead, they charge a certain amount of money each time to buy the way. This will not hurt the friendship, and will not leave too much hidden danger for themselves. But this request made Ding Miao worry. She was forced to come back because she was injured, and there were not enough spiritual stones around her. In other words, she couldn't afford the travel expenses.
Ha ha! Dear gentlemen,
how much do you need to pay for the journey? I will pay it on behalf of my lady.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile while hiding in the carriage. He doesn't intend to show his face, nor does he want to start a war as soon as he arrives in Penglai Immortal Domain. After all, if you are unfamiliar with the place, who knows if there is strong support behind these bandits? But Ding Miao's cultivation alone will definitely not be able to deal with these people.
Ha ha ha. It's easy to talk, since it's the Ding family's team. Let's just pay 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. How about it? It's not too much, right?
The big man at the head laughed, and then thought about it. Said,
well, it's too much. I don't have that many spirit stones here. Otherwise, I also have an earth-level 5-pronged heaven-holding fork here, which is worth 2 million spirit stones. What do you think?
You have money in your little treasure pockets, but you must not hand it over so simply. Otherwise the other party is likely to become greedy again, and the lion will open his mouth.
This is also the experience he has accumulated from traveling around the world for many years.
Oh, okay. Take it out and let me take a look. If the grade is acceptable, I will accept it.
The big man at the head was also a little unexpected, but he was still generous. He asked his minions to come over and take away the storage bag handed out from the carriage. More than 20 bandits gathered in front of the bandit leader. They were all observing the weapon carefully, and then nodded frequently. They all knew the goods, and knew that this weapon could be sold for at least 2 million spiritual stones.
Okay, since you are from the Ding family, we won't embarrass you. Just keep what we say, and you can go.
The leader of the bandits finally collected the storage bag with satisfaction, and then waved his hand to let Ding go. The family's motorcade has passed. This also made the guards of the Ding family breathe a sigh of relief. These guards were at the initial realm and transcendent realm. The highest guard leader was at the God transformation realm, facing the bandit leader of the other party's true martial realm. The leader, of course, was on tenterhooks, but now he finally felt relieved. Just as the Ding family's motorcade was about to restart, a very thin and delicate voice suddenly came from behind the bandits.
Wait a minute. Zhu Xiaobao, you really shouldn't be so fussy and haggling. Now, I changed my mind. The Ding family will still let them go. But Zhu Xiaobao, you have to stay. No way. I was recognized by others without even showing up. Who is so obsessed with me?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. He was recognized as soon as he arrived at Penglai Immortal Domain. My recognition level is too high.
Yes. Little treasures. My family has never forgotten you these years. Huh? Who are you? Ha ha. Do you still remember the Master Shinro who was harmed by you? Huh? Which one are you?
Chapter 1379 Wolf King A. As soon as he heard the title, Master Shinro, Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt a sense of disgust in his heart. Now except for Gong Yemya, he doesn't care much about any other.
Mr. Shinro.
Moreover, over the years, Master Shinro has already become a target of public criticism and has gradually disappeared from the cultivation world in the southwest region. Unexpectedly, he met someone when he arrived at Penglai Immortal Realm today, but he couldn't tell who this person was just from the sound of his voice. Zhu Xiaobao used the sound transmission technique to let Ding Miao take the guards and leave first. Originally, Ding Miao wanted to be righteous and unwilling to leave alone. But Zhu Xiaobao was unwilling to bring any crisis to the Ding family because of himself. Now Ding Miao and others have the highest cultivation level, which is Ding Miao's fusion realm. So they can't help it all. Therefore, at Zhu Xiaobao's insistence, Ding Miao left in a hurry with his guards. And she also knew that her fighting power could only drag down Zhu Xiaobao. After Ding Miao and others had left for a while, Zhu Xiaobao actually stayed in the carriage and still didn't come out. The scene looked very strange. All the gangsters were slowly trying to get closer to the carriage. But this carriage still parked there alone, without any movement.
What? Zhu Xiaobao, you don't dare to come out? Or do you want to find a chance to escape?
The same thin voice was already very close to Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't remember where the voice came from. A Master Shinro?
Oh, isn't it good to live? Why do you have to rush to die? I can't survive in the southwest region. How can you kill me here?
Zhu Xiaobao sighed, and then flirted the door curtain jumped down from the carriage. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was just waiting for Ding Miao and others to run a little further, so that this battle would not affect the Ding family. Moreover, he was sensing the cultivation of the bandits around him, and was thinking about his chances of winning. What makes Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised is that there are some vague lurking auras around this group of people. These auras make Zhu Xiaobao a little uneasy. When all the bandits saw Zhu Xiaobao's true appearance, they were a little surprised. He was not as powerful or capable as they thought. But instead, he was a fat little man with a smile. It looks harmless to humans and animals. But seeing these smile lines, the Master Shinro, who was walking at the end, suddenly became furious. He jumped up and rushed to the front of the gangsters. Behind him were two fusion realm people. Female none. It's just that the two female cultivators looked a little tired. And when they saw Zhu Xiaobao's expressions, they turned out to be very complicated.
Oh Xiaobao, do you still remember the colorful 9 jade? My jade died tragically in your hands.
A man opposite who was wearing scantily clad clothes, and could hardly tell he was a man, scolded sadly and angrily. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't been sharp-eyed and had seen his slightly raised throat, he really wouldn't have been able to tell whether he was a boy or a girl.
Oh, who do I think you are? It turns out to be Mr. Chitsai. TSK. TSK. I don't know how you have been cultivating all these years, but you have actually transformed yourself into a woman? Have you advanced to the
true martial realm?
Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that it was the
colorful young master
who had fought a battle outside the neutral zone. There was originally a
9 jade
master, but he was killed by Zhu Xiaobao.
Young Master Chitsai and Young Master Jiuyu
are the only pair of
Young Master Shinro
among the many
Young Master Shinro
who have joined forces to make a fortune. And they also develop feelings for each other after their death. Although this kind of emotion makes people feel a little numb.
This colorful
young man is unforgettable.
Zhu Xiaobao, no one can come to save you today. I must avenge my Yuer.
Master Chisai screamed angrily when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's indifferent expression. The two bandit leaders, with the highest cultivation levels behind them, also immediately followed. Standing behind the
colorful young master,
and 4 other bandits from the
fusion realm
followed closely behind. They all believed that this little fat man was doomed today, although they didn't know what the
colorful young master
had going on with Zhu Xiaobao. Since it was the boss who had spoken, of course they must behave well.
Ha ha. Why don't you recruit female cultivators now? Have you seduced male cultivators instead? You are very good at adapting.
Zhu Xiaobao asked incredulously. Even Huang Yu has truly completely cut off his roots and become a eunuch. How much is acceptable? But the person in front of me has obviously not been completely finished yet. So how can he become the bandit leader here? Have the bandits' interests changed now? Do you like this kind of neither male nor female thing? Zhu Xiaobao is getting more and more confused.
Do it to me. It's best to capture him alive. I'm going to take him to Qianqiu Peak and let those bitches see his miserable image.
Young Master Chisai shouted fiercely.
3. True Martial Realm. 6. Combined Realm. TSK. It's still not enough. Colorful girl. You still underestimate your brother Xiaobao.
Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be looking at it carefully. Look. Then shook his head and joked.
Why are you still standing there? Come on.
Colorful young master screamed angrily. Zhu Xiaobao's determination made him feel a little uneasy. I also remembered that so many people once chased and intercepted this little fat man. And they all ended tragically. Will this still be the case today?
Good boy. Take your life.
The big man standing at the front immediately picked up a pair of black iron hammers, roared, and slammed them down.
Well done.
Zhu Xiaobao also offered a spear. Among all weapons, his spear skills are considered to be relatively proficient, and I already had a very solid foundation before I ascended.
The two of them fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Gradually, Zhu Xiaobao gained the upper hand, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I could gain the upper hand by relying on real weapons in actual combat. This shows that my actual combat ability has indeed improved greatly over the years. But not everyone is willing to watch this kind of protracted battle between you and me. The
colorful young master
was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao was also at the
true martial realm.
What was even more incredible was that Zhu Xiaobao's fighting power was much stronger than before.
Come together.
Mr. Chisai didn't bother to talk about any rules. He just wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Suddenly being surrounded by a circle of people and being beaten by the crowd. Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. I couldn't help but yelled in anger.
Are you still talking about martial arts? So many people are beating me up? That fake bitch who is neither male nor female. I will make you a real eunuch later. Huh? That's what I wanted.
Unexpectedly, Master Chisai stopped being angry. But he rushed to the front. The pair of chain hammers in his hands had already beaten Zhu Xiaobao hard.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
With 3 consecutive roars. The bandits who surrounded Zhu Xiaobao were all dizzy. Especially those bandits and female cultivators in the fusion realm, who had lost all sense of sense and fell to the ground. Now the White Lion is a
level 5 divine beast.
Beings who can challenge the cultivators of the fake fairyland are quite relaxed when facing these people.
Damn it! This White Lion has evolved. Zhu Xiaobao, you deserve to die.
Master Chisai shouted angrily as soon as he saw this familiar scene. Back then, he injured the White Lion and almost killed Zhu Xiaobao. If Gong Yimyo hadn't appeared in time, he would have succeeded. Unexpectedly, not only Zhu Xiaobao has become stronger now, but his White Lion has also become so strong.
I'm not sure who deserves to die. I said, I'll kill every one of you Shinro masters on sight. Cut! Cut! Cut!
Zhu Xiaobao also sneered, then put away his spear. Holding a kitchen knife, he actually rushed to the
colorful young master
and started fighting with
colorful young master
without saying a word. At this time, the White Lion was frantically hunting those bandits, because Zhu Xiaobao made it very clear that no one was allowed to escape. In fact, at this time, the little demon had already gone underground and was cooperating with the White Lion in the dark to kill the bandits. The
colorful young master
is now in an extremely embarrassed state. The pink dress that was originally very charming has now turned into rags hanging on his body. However, there are no wounds on his body, which makes it even more embarrassing.
Colorful young master
is so embarrassed and angry.
Oh Xiaobao, just kill me. I don't want to live anymore.
Mr. Chisai screamed angrily. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he was still completely crushed by Zhu Xiaobao. And it was obvious that Zhu Xiaobao was deliberately humiliating him.
Hey! It's not that easy for you to die.
Zhu Xiaobao had completely gained the upper hand at this time. And he reached out and took out the
berry vine essence
and quickly tied up the
colorful young master
with his hands and feet. Now this
colorful young master
is in such a miserable state, with no clothes on his body, and he is tied up in an ugly way. What's even more humiliating is that Zhu Xiaobao has one of his feet stepping on his head. This scene is much more complicated. How embarrassing it is. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about the embarrassment of
Colorful young master.
Instead, he raised his head and sensed it carefully. At this time, the white lion also eliminated all the bandits and was waiting by Zhu Xiaobao's side. The white lion also felt a very scary atmosphere, because it came from the breath of other mythical beasts. Based on intuition, these mythical beasts are even higher than its level.
Huh? After watching for so long, it's time for you to show up. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly into the distance.
Howl! Howl!
Following the howls of wolves one after another, pairs of shining animal eyes flashed around Zhu Xiaobao. And there were hundreds of them.
Jia 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 jia. Little guy. There are actually 2.
Level 5 divine beasts.
Are you from the
Divine Beast Villa? A hoarse voice came from behind the wolf pack. The sound coming from a human being makes people's hair stand on end.
I'm not from the Divine Beast Villa. So who are you? Wolf King.
Chapter 1380 Wolf King B. Zhu Xiaobao looked around with some uneasiness. There were hundreds of
4th level divine beasts.
gray wolves, and there were also several
5th level divine beasts.
blue-gray giant wolves. And the most disturbing thing was that there was a black one. The giant wolf is slowly walking to the front. The other peripheral wolf packs are not of high level, but their numbers are very large. This wolf pack alone has completely crushed Zhu Xiaobao's 2 divine beasts. What made Zhu Xiaobao most uneasy was that on the back of this giant black wolf, there was a man wearing animal skins and disheveled hair who looked like a savage. His eyes are also like those of a wolf, exuding the mesmerizing light of an animal's pupils. But his cultivation has reached the
primary immortal realm.
All the little treasures are a little numb. Are all the casual cultivators in Penglai Immortal Realm such a high level of cultivation? I randomly met a casual cultivator from the
first immortal realm. What do you want to do? You don't want to fight in such a big way just to rob me, right?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with some confusion. Because I have never heard of someone who has such cultivation level and comes out to rob me. Which person in the
first immortal realm
would make money by robbing?
No. I heard that a peerless beauty has appeared here in recent years, so I came all the way here to take her back.
Unexpectedly, the savage shook his head and said without hesitation.
Oh? You're talking about him. Right. Do you really think he is a female cultivator?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became a little stunned. Is this person a little confused? Just for a female cultivator? Come all the way here? How lewd is this? But looking at him, he doesn't really look like a lustful and hedonistic person. Besides, with such a level of cultivation, will there be a shortage of female cultivators around him? Or is there something special about
colorful young master? Yes. Give her to me. Since you are not from the mystical beast villa, I don't want to start a war with you.
Unexpectedly, the man who called himself Wolf King said seriously. At this time, the wolves had surrounded Zhu Xiaobao, the white lion and the little demon, and they were baring their teeth to demonstrate to each other. Except for the black real Wolf King. The other giant wolves are a little afraid of the white lion, no matter in terms of body shape or strength. The white lion always has an innate advantage that these giant wolves dare not underestimate. But the wolves did not retreat, but were waiting for the order from the real Wolf King. The most powerful thing about wolves is not their individual combat capabilities, but the encirclement and suppression offensive formed by joint operations and mutual cooperation.
Ah? Brother, are you sure you are here for such a neither male nor female thing? You see clearly.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help shouting in surprise at this time, and picked up the tightly tied,
colorful young master,
asked, tearing off his skirt in 3 strokes.
Ah? He's actually a man? How is this possible? What bad luck. Kill him, or take it and feed it to my wolves.
The Wolf King suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock and looked at the naked,
colorful young master, and then in disbelief, he hummed angrily. Isn't this a wasted trip? I didn't expect it to be a man.
No. 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 Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Senior, take a good look at my breasts. I am a woman, but I haven't fully evolved yet.
Upon hearing this,
the colorful young master
shouted in horror. Although he was tied tightly, he still had no problem speaking. And the voice is really confusing. More feminine than a woman. Huh?
There's something different. What does it mean?
This time it was the Wolf King's turn to be a little confused, and couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao and asked.
Ha. What he means is that he really wants to be a woman. But he has not fulfilled his long-cherished wish. How about I help you process it, and you can take it back to see if you can evolve successfully.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood. This Wolf King may have lived with wolves for a long time. Although his cultivation level is high, he does not have much experience, let alone a very scheming person. Whoosh! Zhu Xiaobao quickly took action, and with just one knife, he cut off the already very many item of
colorful young master.
Then he generously threw the
colorful young master
to the Wolf King. Yo yo yo! It hurts me to death! Ho ho!
Shuang Shuang is finally completely cleared. Mr. Cheatsai was still shouting and jumping in midair. His face was pale, but he still felt a little excited and relieved. But before he could finish speaking, he was knocked unconscious by a slap from the Wolf King. And then he threw it into the mouth of a giant wolf, ready to take it back to find out what it was.
Okay. Then there are still 2 female nuns. Leave them to you. After all, you killed these people, but leave these corpses to my wolf cubs.
The more the Wolf King looked at it, the more he felt the
colorful young master
should be a woman, so it was a small gain. So he said it generously.
Thank you so much, big brother.
Zhu Xiaobao grinned, daring the Wolf King to think of him as the same type of person. He didn't dare to refuse, but he felt that this Wolf King was very easy to get along with. But the next scene made Zhu Xiaobao feel numb all over. The wolves had already rushed over and devoured the corpses of the bandits in the blink of an eye. This scene is still very bloody and cruel. The 2 remaining female cultivators were so frightened that they trembled all over and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with pleading faces, fearing that if Zhu Xiaobao remembered the past grudges, the consequences would be terrible.
Jiji. Okay. Very good. Seeing the wolf cubs eating so happily makes me a little hungry. Come on. I'll treat you to something good too.
The Wolf King suddenly felt much better at this time. So he took out a large piece of fresh beef from the storage bag, tore it into pieces, and gave half to Zhu Xiaobao. Then he started to feast so much that I dared him to eat it raw.
Brother, I'm not used to eating raw food, so let me process it a little. How about some more wine?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't have this habit, so he rinsed the whole piece of beef dry with a stream of water vapor. Clean. Then he took out a kitchen knife, quickly sliced and shredded it. Then took out an iron plate, put the beef on it, and added condiments. After a while, the fragrant black pepper steak came out of the oven. In addition, I took out a jar of good wine and invited the Wolf King to enjoy it together.
Huh? Can beef be eaten like this? It's delicious. It's so delicious. This wine is even more powerful. Where did you get it from?
The Wolf King ate and drank, and was full of surprises. He didn't expect that today's trip was indeed I didn't come here in vain. But I could still drink such good wine. This beef also makes him want to stop.
You don't need to rob this thing. You can buy it in any town or castle. You haven't even been to the market or the castle. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be even more surprised. It was incredible. Said,
Alas, I have been raised by wolves since I was a child, so I have never left the wolves. I also came into contact with other cultivators a long time ago, but later I realized that those people are so bad. They are all here. You lied to me and wanted to use me, or you took a fancy to my wolves. I have never made friends with anyone. I only believe in these wolf cubs of mine.
The Wolf King shook his head, and his face became less beautiful. It seems that he has endured a lot of hardships in front of those people with ulterior motives. So he continues to live like a savage with such persistence. It took more than an hour to finish the meal. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that this Wolf King was really a person living in the wilderness. He never interacted with other people and had no friends. However, he rarely kills casual cultivators. He mainly focuses on hunting and cultivating. Because although the Wolf King has a very high level of cultivation, every time he really goes to war with a powerful cultivator, his wolf pups will lose a lot, which makes him very heartbroken. So he usually avoids those casual cultivators. What's more, his wolves prefer beef and mutton, not human meat. During the conversation, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly came up with the idea of making friends with this Wolf King. He was not familiar with this place, so having such a friend would be a good start in the Penglai immortal realm.
Ha! Xiao Zhu, today is my happiest day. I like to eat with you and listen to you talk. Can you come to me for dinner more often in the future?
Unexpectedly, before Zhu Xiaobao could speak, the Wolf King spoke first. He lives a lonely life, and it's rare that someone can accompany him so happily and have food to eat. so he feels very attached.
Okay. I also think we are destined. So I will treat you like a big brother.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said with a smile.
Brother? Then I should call you brother?
The Wolf King asked in disbelief after hearing this.
Yes. I am your brother. If anything happens to you, I will definitely come to help you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said sincerely.
Ha ha. Great. I have a brother too. What do you mean? You will come to help me? Do you still want to leave me and not go back to the wolf den with me?
The Wolf King Immortal Master said very happily. But then, he was very unhappy. Asked.
Yes. I still have a lot of things to do. Don't worry. I'll come see you as soon as I'm free. I just don't know how to find you.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly explained.
Well, this is easy. If you take this wolf tooth, any wolf you find can bring you to me.
The Wolf King then turned from worry to joy and took out a sapphire-colored wolf tooth. Handed it to Zhu Xiaobao. At first glance, you can tell that this wolf tooth is something special. Because the wolves are in awe when they see this wolf tooth. They all move back.
Ha ha. That's good. By the way, these two female cultivators should also follow you. Let them take care of your daily life. And at least you can live a more civilized life.
Zhu Xiaobao happily took the wolf fang. And then gave it to him. The two female cultivators from
Colorful Young Master
were also given to the Wolf King. He doesn't want to go out with two burdens. I might as well kill him. Zhu Xiaobao is not that cruel.
Oh? You don't want it? Okay. I'll take it back. But what is civilization?
The Wolf King was surprised that this brother didn't want even a female nun. Keep it all to yourself.
It just makes you live more like a Wolf King with status. Oh. By the way, what do you usually do with the female cultivators you snatch? Oh. This is easy. Just feed it to the wolves when you're done. Huh? Disposable?
Before Zhu Xiaobao could finish speaking, the two female cultivators next to him were so frightened that they fainted.